Chapter 1. Frozen for 3 centuries. In the season of calamity, the streets became inundated with rainwater, swiftly spreading through the slums. The lowlying dwellings had water lapping at their thresholds, and the neglected drainage system proved utterly ineffective at this moment. Within moments, the entire exterior of the impoverished district had transformed into a vast expanse of water. Within the confines of the Mysian orphanage, a woman appearing to be in her 30s directed a group of children aged between 7 to 12. They hurriedly transported pre-prepared sandbags, stacking them at the entrance to thwart the encroaching floodwaters. Duddian, why aren't you helping? It's pointless to call him, he's just a fool. How infuriating. Several boys, drenched in sweat from lugging the sandbags, cast exasperated glances at a small boy standing quietly by the window, aware that voicing their frustration would yield. No results. They gritted their teeth and continued to deliver the sandbags to the doorway. The boy at the window appeared around 8 years old, slender in build yet comparable in height to the older children. His most striking feature was his exceptionally pale complexion, almost sickly compared to the sunburned, grimy skin of the others, which evoked envy among many of the children. Yet, Dadian felt a deep sense of lamentation within. This was the aftermath of the cryogenic chamber. Although he had emerged from it over 3 months ago, his body had yet to recuperate. He felt a pervasive weakness, reminiscent of myasthenia gravis, rendering even standing an arduous task. The thought of moving sandbags to block the rain was utterly daunting. Nevertheless, he felt no joy in his survival. He had indeed lived, but his parents and sister, the very architects of the cryogenic chamber, had perished amidst the horror of that cataclysm. Even if they had miraculously survived, 3 centuries had since passed, and they had long since faded into oblivion in this vast world. He was left with no kin, destined to confront the universe in solitude. He harbored no despair, though he had experienced sorrow and grief. His parents had granted him a second chance at life. He would not allow himself to succumb to despondency. He was determined not only to live well, but to thrive in a manner that would instill pride in himself and in the memories of his departed family. Fortunately, fate had ultimately favored humanity. Upon emerging from the cryogenic chamber, he had initially believed himself to be the sole survivor in a desolate world. It was only after he ventured out from the refuse of the landfill that he discovered humanity had not been extinguished. A few had managed to endure the calamity, and after 3 centuries of propagation and development, they had formed a considerable community. As his thoughts drifted, the tempest outside gradually subsided, unbeknownst to him. Observing that the water level at the threshold had ceased to rise, a collective sigh of relief swept through the inhabitants of the orphanage. It felt as though they had endured a prolonged battle, leaving everyone utterly exhausted. I could see that moment. The middle-aged woman glanced at the sky, noting the clouds had begun to part slightly, revealing a murky light. Realizing that the rain would not resume shortly, she announced, "Prepare to head to the cafeteria for a meal. Make sure you wear your waxed grass shoes. Dean, hurry up and put on your shoes. It's time for dinner." A voice called out from the back of the line. It belonged to a boy of 7 or 8 years, who, upon finishing his sentence, seemed to recall something. He slapped his forehead, approached Dean, and patted him on the shoulder while gesturing towards the direction of the dining hall with one hand, the other arm hanging limply. Dean recognized him. His name was Barton, one of the few children in the orphanage who harbored goodwill towards him. This was likely due to his own circumstances. After 3 centuries of change, the language had evolved, and when he first arrived at the orphanage, he could neither comprehend what others were saying nor articulate their language, leaving him to respond in silence. Over time, the others began to perceive him as somewhat simple-minded, perhaps even impaired. Thus, he was naturally categorized alongside children like Barton, who were physically deformed. The children in the orphanage were divided into 2 factions: those who were physically whole but abandoned by their parents, and those who were malformed and similarly forsaken. In this world, even children had learned the necessity of forming alliances for survival. Dean nodded in acknowledgement and followed Barton to the back of the line. Just as Barton was about to urge Dean to change into his wax straw shoes, he glanced down inadvertently and was taken aback to find that Dean was already wearing a pair of light green high-top shoes beneath his pant legs. In a world where plastic had yet to be invented, shoes made from wax straw had become the most common form of rain gear. This natural, mutated grass was ubiquitous, its broad leaves and subtly raised waxy surface effectively shielding against radioactive rain, making it an essential item in every household. Everyone cautiously traversed the narrow stone pathway, raised half a meter above the ground, which served as a threshold. The accumulated rainwater barely reached their ankles should one inadvertently fall into the water. Even the strongest adult would be susceptible to a severe illness. Upon arriving at the dining hall, everyone immediately began to scramble for seats. The limited seating was swiftly claimed by the healthier children at the front, while Dean, Barton, and the other physically deformed children had long since become accustomed to retreating to a corner at the back, where a few piled stones served as their dining table. Have you heard? Among the prospective adopters this time, they're a doctor and a wall builder, one child remarked. Aunt Jim mentioned it too. She told us to seize this opportunity and make a good impression. Another added that if we could be adopted by the doctor, it would be such a blessing, one child sighed. I would prefer to be taken in by the wall builder. Perhaps there's a chance to ascend the Sylvian wall and see the world beyond. Another chimed in. Before the food arrived, Barton and several other children began to converse quietly. These children were either missing an ear or bore small, grotesque lumps across half their faces, none appearing entirely normal. Dean listened to their chatter, his gaze flickering, but remained silent. What a pity that Dean's mind is not quite right otherwise. With his looks and physique, he would surely be chosen by those people. Barton suddenly sighed after a while, casting a regretful glance at Dean. The other children gazed at the unresponsive Dean, shaking their heads in dismay. A bunch of defective beings, and they dare to compete with us for adoption, scoffed a frail child from a nearby seat, having overheard Barton and the others. His words immediately attracted the attention of others, and soon disdainful and contemptuous gazes fell upon Duddian, Barton, and the others. In comparison to the malformed children, these healthy yet abandoned individuals harbored a deeper resentment within. Duddian cast a fleeting glance at the others, remaining silent. Although he, too, was a child, the myriad of experiences he had encountered bestowed upon him a profoundness that many adults lacked. Yet, to these onlookers, his demeanor appeared as nothing more than folly. Look at this fool, he doesn't even understand when he is insulted. A brainless wretch, no wonder he was abandoned. Still hoping to be adopted? Just wait until you're 13 and get sent to the mines to toil. These children showed no restraint in their scorn and took pleasure in it that moment. The meal was served, and the middle-aged woman who had brought them admonished, "Quiet down, don't you want to eat?" Upon hearing this, the children's bravado diminished, their expressions innocent, as if nothing had transpired. The following day, the silver-gray clouds gradually dispersed, allowing sunlight to pour into the slums. During the season of calamity, such clear weather was a rare sight. Coincidentally, for the children of the Maischen orphanage, today was a long-awaited occasion adoption day. Families that had made prior appointments flocked to the orphanage, eager to select a child of their liking. At dawn, Duddian rose punctually, though the world lacked alarms. His internal clock was unfailingly accurate. After tidying his bedding and washing his face with filtered well water, he reached for a set of worn coarse clothing beside his pillow. Just as he was about to change, he felt a soft lump inside, and upon inspection, discovered a crumpled purple handkerchief. Duddian paused momentarily, recalling the little girl who had led him to this orphanage on that frigid, dark night. Regrettably, the obscurity had concealed her features from him. During his 3 months in the orphanage, he had come to understand that such exquisite fabric could only belong to someone of high status from the affluent outer districts. The handkerchief bore remnants of the soot that had marked his face, impossible to cleanse entirely. After a brief silence, Duddian tucked the handkerchief into his bosom and changed his clothes, making his way to the open space outside the orphanage. Though he had only one parent in his heart, he knew he must hasten to be adopted. If he were still unclaimed by the age of 13, the orphanage would relinquish its guardianship, sending him to toil in the mines controlled by the Maischen coal merchants. Association, where he would become a perpetual laborer, ultimately toiling until death, with no hope of seeing the light of day again on this day. Like Duddian, all the children of the orphanage dressed in their finest attire, each scrubbing themselves clean and donning the coarse garments they had received upon arrival. For if one's body emitted an unpleasant odor, no one would wish to approach. This was the admonition given by Aunt Diameter, gazing into the distance. Before the orphanage, a large group of children stood on the rain-soaked sandy ground, subtly divided into two factions, the able-bodied and the deformed. Once all the children were in place, the prospective adoptive parents, guided by Aunt Di and other caretakers of the orphanage, approached the children, assessing this group of potential offspring. "Hello, uncles and aunts," they chimed in unison under Aunt Di's instruction. Except for Didion and a few other mute children, the remaining children obediently greeted the adults, their bright, innocent eyes filled with yearning and hope, their eager gazes evoking a sense of pity and compassion in some of the adults. Soon, among the crowd, Didion, thin yet tall, became the focal point of attention for the adults. His pallid complexion stood out strikingly, and his demeanor was markedly different from that of the surrounding children. Though the adults could not precisely articulate what set him apart, they sensed an air of poise and a certain nobility about him. Indeed, it was an air of nobility. This revelation astonished many adults. They had not anticipated encountering such a remarkable prospect within the confines of a slum orphanage. In that moment, a wave of desire surged among the adults. Chapter 2. The manor servants. The other children keenly observed the situation. One petite girl, around 8 or 9 years old, immediately spoke up. Addressing the adults, "Dear uncles and aunts, this is Didion. He has a bit of a problem. He tends to space out and doesn't speak, so please don't take offense." Although she was young, the harsh realities of their existence had rendered her remarkably astute. Her words were cleverly crafted, neither revealing jealousy nor shunning Didion, while subtly pointing out his shortcomings and presenting herself favorably. Yes, please don't mind him, uncles and aunts," echoed the other children, who only then grasped the situation and quickly chimed in. Burton and a few other children who shared a room with Didion gazed at the leading girl in astonishment, seemingly taken aback by her unexpected boldness. Hearing the words of the other able-bodied children, their expressions darkened. Yet they dared not speak in Didion's defense for fear of leaving a poor impression on the adults. Didion cast a calm glance at the little girl, feeling a twinge of surprise. In his recollections of the past 3 months, he remembered her as one of the few kind-hearted children among the able-bodied. She never spoke harshly, even to Burton and the other deformed children. In fact, when they chatted about her in private, they spoke with admiration. Didion held a favorable impression of her and recalled her name, which seemed to be Lisa. At that moment, the adults, upon hearing Lisa's words, displayed a flicker of realization in their eyes. Such a clean and exquisitely formed child. No wonder she had been abandoned. Many adults felt a wave of pity wash over them. Seeing the adults' expressions, Lisa and the other able-bodied children exhaled in relief. Suddenly, without any warning, a tender voice emerged from the crowd, capturing the astonished gazes of all children and adults alike. All the children widened their eyes in disbelief, for it was Didion who spoke. During his 3 months in the orphanage, Didion had silently observed and listened intently, learning a variety of simple phrases. The orphanage provided basic pronunciation instruction. Even the most dilapidated of places did not neglect this. Although he had not participated, he had clandestinely absorbed a fair amount of knowledge. However, those around him had long since regarded him as mute, communicating with gestures and never approaching him for conversation. Thus, he had grown indifferent to speaking, content in his silence. "I have no issues," Didion stated calmly. His youthful voice carried an undeniable sense of conviction. The adults were taken aback, and in the next moment, as understanding dawned upon them, their gazes filled with concealed ire shifted toward the previously speaking Lisa. When they saw her expression of shock, they paused momentarily. Soon, they noticed that the other children wore equally astonished expressions, realizing that the issue lay not with the little girl, but with Didion himself. In an instant, several adults furrowed their brows. One robust, sun-kissed middle-aged man with a stern expression remarked, "Look at their faces. They seem utterly unaware that you can speak. Could you enlighten us as to why you choose to conceal this from them?" Adults harbor a deep aversion to adopting children burdened with complex thoughts, as it engenders a sense of insecurity. Didion recognized that he had struck a sensitive chord within these individuals, yet he remained composed and replied, "I have not deliberately hidden this from them. Rather, I am naturally reserved and disinclined to engage in conversation. They perceive me as mute, and I have acquiesced to their assumptions." Upon hearing his words, the chilling demeanor of the adults gradually softened. Most orphans exhibit some traits of autism, and they understood and accepted this reality. Even if you were reserved, having grown up in an orphanage, you surely must have spoken at least once. Haven't you? A plump-faced woman in the crowd questioned skeptically. Before Didion could respond, Aunt Di interjected, "Indeed, this child is quite particular about cleanliness, and we have specifically assigned him a separate room, thus limiting his interactions with the other children." At this, Didion, Barton, and the other children were momentarily taken aback, puzzled as to why Aunt Di would fabricate such a story, for no child in the orphanage enjoyed the luxury of a private room. Dudin's mind flickered with realization. In this regard, the current orphanage bore resemblance to its predecessors, meticulously presenting the children in an impeccable light while minimizing any flaws. Should these adults discover that Dudin had only been at the orphanage for 3 months, even if his circumstances were favorable, no one would be willing to adopt him. Children aged 7 or 8 possess memories and undoubtedly recall their biological parents. No one could guarantee that, once nurtured to adulthood, he would not seek to reunite with them. Understanding this, Dudin felt a slight heaviness in his heart as he surveyed the other children. He noticed those who were physically sound and Lisa seemingly poised to speak. At that moment, he observed Aunt Di, her back turned to the adults, casting a fierce glare at Lisa and the few children who appeared ready to speak, causing their faces to pale in fear. In the orphanage, Aunt Di held absolute power over them all, with a mere word. She could extinguish their hopes of ever being adopted. As for why Aunt Di was assisting him, Dudin was certainly not so vain as to believe he possessed some extraordinary charm. Rather, the sooner he was adopted, the less food the orphanage would expend on him. Realization dawned on the plump-faced woman, and she regarded Dudin with sympathy, saying, "Child, I choose you. From now on, you shall be my son." Upon hearing this, Barton and several other close friends looked at Dudin with envy, delighted for him. Dudin scrutinized the woman's attire and hands, noting her rough fingers indicative of hard labor, causing him to frown slightly. Just as he was about to decline, another voice chimed in, "I find this child quite appealing, and I believe my circumstances would render me a suitable parent for him." Everyone turned to see that the speaker was an unremarkable middle-aged man, wearing a faint smile. The plump-faced woman's expression shifted, her demeanor growing cold as she said, "I would like to hear just who you consider yourself to be." The middle-aged man smiled faintly and replied, "I wouldn't call myself a significant figure. I am merely a humble gardener for the Mel family." At this revelation, everyone was taken aback. The children remained largely indifferent, but the adults around them exchanged glances filled with astonishment, one of them exclaiming, "The Mel family? Is it truly that Mel family? Apart from that esteemed Mel family, which other could afford a gardener?" In an instant, the gazes of all present were imbued with a newfound reverence for the middle-aged man. The plump-faced woman's complexion paled slightly, and she lowered her head in silence. "What say you, child?" The middle-aged man appeared quite pleased with the reaction of the onlookers, his eyes twinkling as he regarded Dudin. Lisa and the other children, including the deformed ones like Barton, were quick-witted and sensed the gravity of the situation. They looked at Dudin with a mixture of envy and jealousy. While they were fortunate to be considered for adoption, Dudin seemed to be the center of contention, a stark contrast to their own circumstances. Dudin furrowed his brow slightly, contemplating for a moment before responding, "I'm sorry, uncle, but I hope my parents are doctors. That would provide me with a sense of security." This was a polite refusal. The middle-aged man appeared momentarily stunned, seemingly taken aback by Dudin's rejection. He had visited numerous orphanages in search of children who would catch his eye, and all the children he encountered were invariably ecstatic at the prospect of being adopted. None exhibited the calmness or composure that Dudin displayed in his articulate response. Soon, the middle-aged man came to a realization. Although the Mel family was renowned throughout this outer district, these children were likely oblivious to such matters, even unaware of what a gardener entailed, as their worlds were so vastly disparate. Dudin, however, understood well what a gardener was, and he could discern from the adults' expressions that this Mel family was indeed a formidable entity. Yet, despite the prestigious title, he had no desire for his parents to be mere servants. A mere gardener. What was there to take pride in? Chapter 3. A New Beginning Doctor? Upon hearing Dudin's words, a young woman clad in a gray-white coat immediately brightened her gaze and addressed him, "Little one, I am indeed a doctor. Would you like to be my child?" Dudin had already taken note of her. He was taken aback that before he could inquire further, she had taken the initiative to speak. Initially, he had approached the situation with a sense of trepidation, believing that others might refrain from selecting him for fear of offending the gardener. However, it appeared that her identity was not as daunting as he had presumed. Unbeknownst to Dudin, doctors in this realm were even more scarce than he had imagined, though still a profession among the common folk. It was one of the few that allowed access to the nobility. Had the steward of the Mel family been present, no one would dare choose the child he favored. Yet, a mere gardener-esque servant could only intimidate ordinary folk such as miners and tailors. Dudin then scrutinized her closely. Her facial features were strikingly gentle, and when she smiled, Two faint dimples graced her cheeks, evoking memories of his mother's tender demeanor while preparing his breakfast. A wave of emotion washed over him, prompting him to lower his gaze. After a brief moment, he gently nodded and said, "I am willing." The middle-aged man's expression darkened slightly, but upon glancing at the young woman, he refrained from voicing his concerns. Internally, he lamented for Dudian, recognizing that at such a tender age, his understanding of the world was limited. While being a doctor was indeed admirable, not every child of a physician would inherit their parents' skills. It was an arduous profession to enter. Should one invest considerable effort without mastering the craft, transitioning to another vocation would be too late, relegating them to a life of menial labor. In contrast, the path of a gardener was less daunting. With a good memory, one could swiftly adapt. Moreover, as a gardener for the Mel family, one could escape the squalor of the slums and potentially inherit that esteemed position, living a life of relative comfort, an opportunity that others could only dream of. What a pity, what a pity. The middle-aged man shook his head. The other children, witnessing the young doctor select Dudian, could not help but display their discontent. The deformed children, such as Barton, felt a tinge of jealousy but were more inclined toward admiration. Conversely, the able-bodied children perceived Dudian's choice as a theft of their precious opportunity, stirring feelings of resentment and envy within them. The adults observed with a sense of regret. Exceptional orphans like him were a rarity. "I will," the young woman replied, her face aglow with joy. "Mina, please take them to complete their registration." Aunt Dia addressed a nearby middle-aged woman. The woman named Mina waved to Dudian and smiled at the young doctor. "Come with me. Dudian, do your best. Don't forget us." Barton and the other deformed children called out, their expressions bittersweet yet smiling. "I choose you," he declared. As Dudian prepared to depart, he suddenly heard the words of the middle-aged gardener, who pointed at Lisa in the crowd and cheerfully remarked, "Little girl, you are quite charming. How about becoming my daughter?" Lisa stared at him in disbelief, her expression a portrait of incredulity. The other healthy children gathered around her looked on with envious eyes. From that moment onward, he and the other children at the orphanage would each live in their own families, destined to be separated, perhaps never to meet again. The process for handling the orphanage's registration was quite straightforward. First, the identity of the adoptive parent was verified. Second, their employment status was confirmed. These steps aimed to ensure that the adoptive parent met the legal requirements for adoption. Those without stable employment or engaged in menial labor were deemed unqualified to adopt a child. The final step involved signing a contract, formalizing the adoption agreement, and transferring the orphanage's registration to the adoptive parent's name. Most crucial of all was the adoption fee. Indeed, this constituted the primary source of revenue for the orphanage in this world. Unlike orphanages in the olden days, which required only that the adoptive parents meet certain conditions without the necessity of financial exchange, this one operated differently. What was termed adoption was, in essence, akin to a sale. In a certain sense, it bore resemblance to the practices of human traffickers of the past, with the notable distinction that it was lawful here. Dudian had yet to encounter the currency of this world, only witnessing his so-called mother produce a thick stack of green bills, roughly the size of old-fashioned currency, adorned with an image of a towering city wall reminiscent of the Great Walls of Silva. Upon seeing her hand over this clearly pre-counted sum to the beaming Aunt Mina, Dudian finally understood why they had so readily accepted him upon his arrival at the orphanage. Despite its apparent destitution and the dilapidated surroundings, they had selflessly provided food and shelter to a complete stranger. It turned out that his mere presence for a few months could yield such a substantial financial boon for them. With a soft sigh within, Dudian realized he must come to terms with the stark differences between the two worlds. It was a matter of survival of the fittest. One must either adapt to this world or compel it to adapt to oneself. At that moment, after the adoption fee was settled, the young woman carefully tucked away the signed contract, bending down to stroke Dudian's hair gently as she said, "Child, from now on, I shall be your mother. My name is Julia." Dudian gazed into her light brown eyes, understanding that this woman would be his only support in the journey of his growth ahead. After a moment of silence, he asked, "May I call you Aunt Julia for now?" Julia paused, slightly taken aback. Nearby, Aunt Mina, who was organizing the contract, admonished, "Behave yourself from this moment on. She's your mother. You must treat her well and uphold the reputation of our orphanage." "It's all right." Julia smiled gently, caressing Dudian's hair, and softly said, "If you wish to call me Aunt Julia, then so be it. I shall wait until you become accustomed." A warmth blossomed within Dudian's heart as he whispered, "Thank you." His gratitude was sincere, for he understood that once adopted, his life and death would be entirely in the hands of his adoptive guardians. Moreover, he had learned from the other children that in this world, even if parents were to take their own child's life, it could be deemed lawful. Julia resided in a residential area. The inhabitants here were ordinary working individuals, and the living conditions were worlds apart from those in the slums. The very air was far more refreshing, devoid of the stench of feces and the foul odor of decay. Within the expansive residential district, Julia's living conditions were relatively favorable, situated in the southern part of the neighborhood, where land prices were twice as high as those in the north, which bordered the slums, while the south was adjacent to the commercial zone. Those who could dwell in the commercial area were either high-ranking military officials or affluent merchants, whose expenditures were astronomical figures that the residents of the neighborhood could never hope to earn in a lifetime. Each region was separated by towering walls, and the city gates were only opened during the day, delineating strict boundaries. A saying echoed within the great walls of Sylvia: face north, not south. The north led to the slums, while the southern side was home to the residential area. This phrase implied that residents of the neighborhood could freely traverse to the slums, and those in the commercial zone could visit the residential area, yet it was utterly forbidden for individuals from the slums to enter the neighborhood. And the same rule applied in reverse. Chapter 4. The night Julia retrieved a set of keys, and, with a decisive click, unlocked the door. "Dean, come in," she beckoned. From a small cabinet by the entrance, she produced a pair of adult cotton shoes, playfully waving them in front of Dean, seemingly intent on lifting his spirits. "These are your uncle's shoes. Why don't you try them on? Later tonight, before curfew, I shall take you to buy a new pair." Dean momentarily hesitated, but soon reconciled himself to the situation. Indeed, one of the conditions of adoption was that one must be married, implying the presence of a father figure he had yet to meet. He dutifully removed his dirty, coarse shoes, which had left painful red marks on his feet. Slipping into the clean cotton shoes, he felt a wave of comfort wash over him. "Come, let me take you to wash up," Julia said with enthusiasm. Dean had anticipated a relaxing bath, only to find her merely wetting a towel with warm water, wringing it out, and using it to wipe her face and arms. This method of bathing bore a striking resemblance to that of the orphanage, albeit with water that was far purer. Unbeknownst to Dean, in this world, including amongst the nobility, such a dry wash method was commonplace. The prevailing belief was that water could diminish bodily functions and reduce disease resistance. Even the most fastidious of nobles bathed in a full wash only once or twice a year. After their cleansing, Julia encouraged Dean to explore the house while she dealt with the rough clothing he had discarded. As Dean wandered through the rooms, he found, as he had expected, no items indicative of advanced technology. There wasn't even a simple wind-up alarm clock. Instead, he came across an antiquated loom, reminiscent of tales from European medieval times, a period before the advent of the steam age. Though a single loom could not draw definitive conclusions, Dean's reflections on the myriad of sights he had encountered over the past months solidified his belief that the civilization in this post-disaster world had not yet reached the steam age. This revelation stirred certain thoughts deep within him. As evening descended, the sky darkened, and the air grew cooler, hinting at impending rain. Concerned that Dean might fear the darkness, Julia had already lit an oil lamp, its flickering glow casting a warm light upon Dean's face. Each time she gazed upon him, Julia felt a surge of admiration. His complexion was strikingly fair, even more so than her own. Dean had always been a picky eater since childhood, unable to articulate his preferences. "All right, let me introduce you to your mother's culinary skills. I assure you, you will love it," Julia declared with confidence. Before long, a month had slipped by. Dean had finally met his nominal father, a tall, slender man of ordinary appearance named Gray. His demeanor mirrored Julia's. He was gentle and kind. Gray worked as a tailor, and the loom in their home served as his workstation. During the bleak winter months, he would bring his materials home, as the factory lacked both charcoal and coal stoves. Night fell, and the familiar storms of the disaster season returned, with rain pattering incessantly against the ground. In the solitude of his small room, Dean abruptly opened his eyes and sat up, realizing that what he had just experienced was merely a nightmare. A chill ran through him as he found himself drenched in cold sweat, his clothes clinging uncomfortably to his skin. He shook his garments and felt an urgent need to relieve himself. Quietly, he descended from the bed, donned his shoes, and gently opened the door. To his surprise, he noticed a faint, warm light emanating from the gap beneath the door of the Julia couple's room across the hall. Startled, he pondered why they were still awake at such a late hour. His heart raced as an inexplicable urge drew him closer. The acoustics of the buildings in this world evidently did not prioritize sound insulation, at least not in the Julia residence, as faint whispers drifted from within. Are you truly going to do this? Julia's voice wavered with uncertainty. I know you care for this child, and so do I. To be honest, I am reluctant to part with him. However, this is a rare opportunity. If he catches the eye of the Ivy family's daughter, we could relocate to the commercial district, where we would find better employment prospects. If you feel lonely, we could adopt another child. We can certainly afford it. It is not a matter of finances. I worry for Dudian. If he marries into the Ivy family, he is shy and may be bullied. They come from entirely different worlds. I have seen children from affluent families during my medical practice, living lives akin to servants, some even worse off than their servants. A silence enveloped the room for a moment before Gray's voice resumed. Julia, you must consider this. He is, after all, an orphan from the slums. Had we not taken him in, he would have been raised by another family, likely enduring a life inferior to that of a servant. Furthermore, living as a servant in the Ivy household is a dream for many. But the conversation dwindled into silence. Seated on his bed, Dudian listened to the gentle patter of rain outside, and an overwhelming sense of sorrow washed over him. Despite having regarded the Julia couple as mere nominal parents, their attentive care over the past month had deeply touched him, awakening a warmth within his heart. Yet, he had not anticipated that this world would cruelly tear away some of his most cherished softness. A profound loneliness enveloped him. He found himself longing for the learned, gentle presence of his father and mother, and for his sister, who had a penchant for pinching his ears. Why must I be left all alone? Thunder rumbled ominously as torrential rain poured down. Unbeknownst to anyone, on this rainy night, the wheels of history began to turn within the small, unassuming figure cloaked in darkness. Chapter 5. Different worlds. The following morning, at the dining table, Gray occupied the head seat, holding a copy of the neighborhood newspaper that had arrived that morning. It contained news from various parts of the community along with recruitment advertisements from several factories. Julia was busy in the kitchen, preparing breakfast, serving the completed dishes to the table, and everything unfolded as it typically did. Dudian's biological clock rang punctually, and after rising, he neatly folded his bedding and washed his face with filtered well water. He made his way to the dining room and greeted the couple with a morning salutation before tiptoeing to his chair and beginning to enjoy the breakfast wraps prepared for him. Just then, Julia finished her tasks and, carrying her portion, sat down across from Dudian, smiling as she inquired, "How's the taste today?" "A bit spicy," Dudian replied after taking a bite. "I enjoy spicy food." "That's good," Julia chuckled. At that moment, Gray set down the newspaper, glanced at Dudian, who was focused on his meal, and announced, "Dudian, your aunt and I have selected a match for you. Prepare yourself, dress nicely, as we will soon be introducing you to someone." In deference to Dudian's request, Gray and Julia temporarily assumed the roles of uncle and aunt. Dudian's heart settled after the buffer of the previous night, and feigning ignorance, he looked up and asked, "A match? What is a match?" Julia exchanged glances with Gray and whispered, "You see, I told you Dudian is still young. There's no rush for a match. At 13, one reaches the legal marriage age." Gray remarked, his gaze slightly cool. "We're merely arranging an engagement. There's nothing wrong with planning a few years ahead," he asserted. Sensing her husband's resolution, Julia sighed inwardly and chose not to argue further. Gray turned to Dudian and said, "Soon, we will take you to meet a beautiful older sister. Seize this opportunity and do your utmost to earn her approval. This way, you will enjoy delightful meals every day, wear fine clothes, and never go hungry again. Do you understand? Really? I will certainly make it happen." Dudian's demeanor radiated excitement, masking the calmness within, for life is but a performance reliant on one's acting skills. A smile finally graced Gray's face as he praised, "Very good. Dudian is a fine child. Now, let us eat." Before long, the three finished their meal. Dudian's eager disposition reassured Gray, leaving only the question of whether the young lady would take a liking to Dudian. "Come, no need to rush. First, change into your new clothes." Julia retrieved a brand new black suit, a vibrant red tie, and polished shoes for Dudian to wear. When he emerged, impeccably attired, both Julia and Gray's eyes widened in delight. The ensemble, befitting a young gentleman, showcased Dudian splendidly, his snow-white skin contrasting beautifully, and his dark eyes sparkling like stars. "How beautiful!" Julia exclaimed sincerely. Gray, filled with joy, chuckled, "Excellent. Let us set off." "Yes," Dudian replied, equally exhilarated. Julia was the last to leave. locking the door behind her. She approached the street by the lawn fence and asked Gray, who was holding Duduan's hand, "It's rather early. Are there no carriages coming this way?" Gray smiled slightly and replied, "I have already made arrangements. The Ivy family has assured me they would send someone to fetch us." Just then, the sound of hooves clattering suddenly echoed, and Dudian caught sight of a magnificent carriage adorned with golden wheels racing around the corner. A silver flag, emblazoned with a white flower, fluttered atop the carriage. The driver, clad in a black top hat and a tailored suit, brought the carriage to a halt before Dudian and the others. He alighted gracefully, standing tall and smiling. "You must be Gray and Julia. The lady has been awaiting your arrival. Please, step aboard." He gestured elegantly, embodying the manners of nobility. Gray, feeling a rush of surprise and flattery, exclaimed, "How could we trouble the lady with our delay? It is truly impolite. Come, let us board." As he spoke, he swiftly lifted Dudian into the carriage. At that moment, the driver seemed to notice Dudian as well, a flicker of surprise crossing his eyes before he resumed his polite demeanor. With a great clatter, the carriage sped away once everyone was settled. Dudian quietly gazed out at the swiftly passing buildings and the pedestrians who moved aside, casting astonished and reverent glances at the carriage. Neither Gray nor Julia spoke, refraining from instructing Dudian further, lest their words reach the driver's ears and be relayed to the Ivy family. As the carriage continued its smooth journey, it soon passed beneath the towering southern wall. The young guards at the city gate, spotting the white flower flag atop the carriage, promptly stepped aside and saluted with clenched fists against their chests. Once the carriage had passed, they resumed their duties, checking the identities of those wishing to enter the commercial district. "Is this the commercial district?" Dudian observed the pristine streets and the elegantly dressed pedestrians, instantly sensing a stark contrast to the residential area. Compared to the impoverished district, this place felt like a realm of paradise, a truth that could not be overstated. Before long, the carriage came to a stop in front of a refined and elegant building at the end of the street. Dudian noticed a sign depicting a piano, painted with remarkable realism, and marveled at the unexpected survival of such an instrument in this impoverished and fragmented world. As the carriage halted at the entrance, a young man in a black suit approached briskly. Looking at Gray and Julia as they descended from the carriage, he smiled. "The lady has been waiting for some time. Please follow me." He turned and led the way. Gray gazed at the exquisite and refined building, a sight utterly unimaginable in the residential area. Feeling an inexplicable tension rise within him, he straightened his posture slightly, holding Dudian's hand as they walked forward. Entering the grand hall, the radiant glow of oil lamps, reminiscent of gemstones, illuminated the faces of Gray and Julia. Julia appeared relatively composed, having been invited to the commercial district on several occasions for medical treatment. She was somewhat at ease. However, for Gray, this was his first visit to such a place. Dudian could feel the man's hand trembling slightly, betraying his nervousness, and he couldn't help but shake his head inwardly. The gentle melody flowed like a serene stream, and as Dudian cast his gaze around, he beheld an expansive hall filled with patrons indulging in delicacies, listening to music, and engaging in soft-spoken conversations. Their attire was resplendent, crafted from fabrics far superior to the coarse threads and cottons typical of residential areas. Silks and velvets adorned them in vivid hues, standing in stark contrast to the plain, natural fibers worn by the local populace. A young man in a black suit made a subtle gesture before approaching a solitary seat within the hall. Dudian observed two figures seated there, a middle-aged woman of striking beauty, approximately 30 years of age, clad in a meticulously tailored dress that accentuated her gentle features. Beside her sat a young girl of 11 or 12, her complexion fair, with cascading chestnut locks and an oval face, a budding beauty, despite her youthful frame. The girl noticed the approaching Gray family, her gaze briefly flitting over the adults before resting on Dudian, a glimmer of surprise flashing in her eyes. At that moment, the middle-aged woman rose and smiled at Dr. Julia, saying, "Dr. Julia, I must express my gratitude for your assistance with my husband's ailment. Regrettably, he is occupied with business matters today and could not join us. I hope you will understand." Mr. Gray responded graciously, "Not at all, Mrs. AI. It is Mr. AI who is busy. We apologize for the intrusion." The middle-aged woman smiled warmly. "Please, take a seat." Once Mr. Gray and Dr. Julia were settled, the woman's gaze fell upon Dudian, who was perched on his toes in his chair, and a flicker of astonishment passed through her eyes before she composed herself and smiled at Mr. Gray, saying, "Is this the child you have adopted? He is truly immaculate." Mr. Gray felt a surge of joy at her compliment towards Dudian and quickly replied, "Oh, Not at all. Unlike your young lady, who is already so lovely at such a tender age, one can see she has inherited your beauty and intelligence. The middle-aged woman smiled slightly, then unexpectedly stated, regarding the matter of marriage. Mr. Gray stiffened, and Dr. Julia's expression tightened with slight apprehension. If Anya has no objections, then let it be settled. The woman's forthrightness took them by surprise. Mr. Gray and Dr. Julia exchanged glances, both reflecting their astonishment. Mother, at that moment, the young girl suddenly interjected, I wish to take him out for a stroll, pointing at Dudian. The middle-aged woman seemed to have anticipated her words. Her smile remained unchanged as she turned to Mr. Gray and Dr. Julia. Mr. Gray quickly responded, Of course, Dudian. Accompany Miss Anya for a walk, and do take good care of her. He gave Dudian's shoulder an encouraging pat. At that moment, Anya had already risen from her seat and turned to head outside. Not sparing a glance at Dudian, nor pausing to wait for him. Dudian, observing the hopeful anticipation in Mr. Gray and Dr. Julia's eyes, felt an inner tranquility. After exchanging greetings with the middle-aged woman, he turned to follow Anya out of the hall. That child is quite sensible, the middle-aged woman remarked, watching Dudian's retreating figure with a smile. Thank goodness, Mr. Gray humbly replied, as Anya stepped onto the street. She glanced back at the young man in the black suit who was following her and waved her hand dismissively, saying, There is no need to follow me. I shall merely stroll around the vicinity. Yes, miss, the young man in the black suit replied, placing a hand over his heart in acknowledgement. Suddenly, Anya halted, and Dudian, lost in observation, nearly collided with her back, catching a faint whiff of delicate floral fragrance emanating from her attire, prompting him to step back and create some distance. At that moment, Anya turned to face him, her age granting her a height advantage of half a head over Dudian. Her beautiful, pale oval face bore no trace of emotion as she gazed down at him in silence. This air of indifference stirred a vague suspicion within Dudian, compelling him to quietly meet her gaze. Noticing Dudian's composed demeanor, a flicker of surprise crossed Anya's eyes, though it quickly faded back into her cold expression as she asked, Have you heard of the opera Violet? No, Dudian began to respond. At this point, he understood that her inquiry was not merely polite, but rather an interrogation steeped in unabashed contempt. He remained silent, observing the girl. Do you ride horses? Do you practice swordsmanship? Do you have ideals and aspirations? Anya posed 6 questions in quick succession, then calmly regarded Dudian, stating, If you are a wise child, you must have already comprehended that you and I inhabit entirely different worlds. Dudian gazed quietly at her exquisite face, taken aback that such sharp and even cruel words could emanate from someone merely 3 or 4 years his senior, uttered with such nonchalance. Chapter 6. Ideals. We were together without a shared language. Anya's indifferent gaze fixated on Dudian's face as she continued. Were it not for your mother's assistance in curing my father's ailment, we would have had no interaction whatsoever. However, do not delude yourself into thinking that this mere act of kindness grants you access to our family. I, Anya, would never deign to choose an incompetent husband who would bring me shame. Though you strive desperately to emulate elegance and refinement, masquerading as a gentleman of noble birth, a true aristocrat would discern your inherent flaws at a mere glance. A commoner remains a commoner, without the innate upbringing, the noble blood coursing through one's veins. No amount of learned behavior can conceal the poverty and rudeness inherent in your nature. Anya regarded Dudian with a frosty demeanor and remarked, Although your appearance is relatively tidy, unlike those filthy laborers from the slums, it is hardly remarkable. Such individuals are abundant here. They have gone to great lengths to present you to me, mistakenly believing that I would take a liking to you and allow you to marry into the Ivy family, thereby securing their own place in the commercial district. It is indeed laughable. The kindness my father extended was merely a courtesy, yet they lack self-respect. This illustrates the stark divide between commoners and nobility, an inability to grasp the gravity of their situation. Dudian silently observed her, waiting for her tirade to conclude. After Anya had expressed herself so fervently, she noticed the unyielding calmness etched upon Dudian's face and frowned slightly. Yet, she soon regained her icy composure and declared, You may not comprehend my words, but it matters not. You should understand that you are unworthy of me, and I will never permit you to be my husband. If you and your foster parents harbor any illusions about marrying into the Ivy family, you would do well to abandon such hopes. Otherwise, I will ensure that you are unable to survive even in the slums. Dudian continued to gaze at her and asked, Are you finished? Anya let out a cold laugh and replied, I have finished. Speak your piece if you wish. Dadian smiled softly, meeting her gaze, and said gently, First, I must thank you. Anya paused, taken aback. Dadian disregarded her reaction and continued, Firstly, thank you for rejecting me. You have spared me the humiliation of becoming a son-in-law. My father always said that this is a fundamental dignity for a man, and I appreciate your role in preserving it. He referred, of course, to his own stern, scholarly yet gentle father. Anya, puzzled, responded, Isn't your father eager to see you wed into our family? Secondly, I must also thank you, Dadian continued. Thank you for reminding me that even a girl of your age must not be underestimated. Anya raised an eyebrow. Having matured early, she had been planning her future since she was 8 or 9, unlike her peers who were preoccupied with games. Yet, she found herself struck by the seemingly mature tone emanating from this boy, who was younger than herself, as if she were confronting her childhood companions once again. Until his figure vanished from Anya's sight, she finally realized that this little commoner had dared to leave without waiting for her. A surge of anger welled up within her. Having been raised with considerable decorum, she rarely lost her temper, yet at that moment, she felt an intense fire of indignation burning within her, rather than mere anger. It felt more akin to frustration. Gritting her teeth, she stomped her foot and followed, maintaining her ladylike composure as she hastened to catch up. Dadian remarked indifferently, If I am not mistaken, your father must have agreed to this marriage, but you do not. In other words, as long as I consent, this matter can proceed. Am I correct? Anya's fierce expression paled instantly. Dadian was indeed right. Her father had consented to the union. She had come out today with her mother specifically to pressure the Greys and dissuade them from their intentions. How do you know? She stammered. It was you who informed me, Dadian replied coolly. If you had the power to choose, a simple statement would suffice to decline this marriage. There would be no need for all this conversation or even to threaten me. Moreover, I noticed that your mother seemed a bit too agreeable, indicating that there is something amiss. You were unable to directly refuse my adoptive parents, so you attempted to approach me instead. Anya was somewhat taken aback. Dadian's words mirrored her earlier discussions with her mother almost verbatim. In that instant, she felt as though she could not see through this boy. The calmness and composure he exhibited were qualities not typically found in someone of his age. Nevertheless, she did not regret her choice. After a moment of silence, she said, If I were to speak up, I fear your adoptive parents might go to my father. Dadian slightly shook his head. That will not happen. Once you refuse, this matter will be resolved. It is quite simple. You are merely complicating it. How can you be so sure? Anya frowned, disliking his assured tone. Dadian sensed her defiance and patiently explained, You are overestimating their audacity while underestimating their pride. They approached this matter with a trial-and-error mindset, not expecting much. Anya furrowed her brow, contemplating for a moment, then said, Then I shall simply say that I do not fancy you. Why must I mention any other suitors? I have none. Dadian rolled his eyes. Are you not a noble? Do you not understand the importance of subtlety in speech? To say it so bluntly would be to disgrace them. Anya glanced at him, then coldly scoffed. Are you afraid that if I say it like that, they might think you are performing poorly before me and take it out on you? Dadian, having been seen through, was not the least bit embarrassed. He replied nonchalantly, regardless. I have already instructed you. How you choose to articulate it is your decision, but bear the consequences. With that, he stepped around the corner towards the concert hall. Anya stared at his retreating figure, momentarily speechless with anger, before finally stomping her foot and following after him. Anya, true to her noble lineage, managed to restore her composure within just a few steps, softly uttering an acknowledgement as she led the way into the hall. A carriage adorned with white floral banners sped through the commercial district and into the residential area, halting before number 108, Lincoln Street. The Dadian family disembarked, while the coachman cracked his whip, sending the carriage off in a flurry. Julia glanced at her husband's sullen countenance and took Dadian's hand to open the door. What a pretext for having an object of affection. It is evident that they disdain our status. Such nobles are nothing but a collection of hypocritical and arrogant individuals. Within their home, Gray vented his frustration. Julia quickly interjected, Shh, keep your voice down, lest others hear. Gray fell silent, realizing the gravity of discussing nobility in private. He cast a sidelong glance at Dadian, his lips moving slightly, yet no words escaped him. Instead, a wave of despondency washed over him. After a month of acquaintance, he recognized Dadian as a well-mannered child, incapable of any discourteous behavior. If blame were to be assigned, it would solely rest upon the lofty standards of the others. Half a month later, the relentless rainy season, which had persisted for 4 months, began to wane. On a particularly sunny day, Gray watched as Dudian, as punctual as ever, rose early. With a smile, he inquired, "Dudian, soon we shall enter the Black Death season, and the academies will commence their sessions. Have you decided which academy you wish to attend?" Chapter 7. The value of law. Dudian nodded slightly. A few days prior, the Gray couple had mentioned this matter, expressing their hope that he would inherit Gray's sewing skills and become an accomplished tailor. However, Dudian harbored his own ambitions and promptly declined. The Grays were not perturbed. A child with conviction was a positive trait, and they were not a family of serfs, worried that a resolute child might encounter trouble. "What do you wish to learn?" Gray inquired with a gentle smile. Dudian raised his gaze and replied, "Law." "Law?" The Grays were taken aback, and Julia exclaimed, "Dudian, do you understand what profession this entails?" "I do. It is one of the 3 primary professions for commoners, akin to that of a physician." Upon receiving the professional table from Gray, Dudian had immediately fixated on this vocation. For him, it was the most suitable avenue to swiftly comprehend the world and its modern nuances. Gray's expression turned serious. "You must contemplate this thoroughly. The Law Academy is the most arduous path, even more challenging than medicine. It demands exceptional agility of thought and logical prowess. Though you are a bright and obedient child, your lack of foundational education at the orphanage makes graduating from the Law Academy and becoming a competent priest exceedingly difficult." Dudian gazed unwaveringly at him, resolutely stating, "This is what I wish to study." Gray furrowed his brow. This was the first time Dudian had displayed such determination before them, leaving him uncertain on how to refuse. Since being rebuffed by the Ivy family, he had dulled certain aspirations and had come to regard Dudian as his true child. Reluctant to hurt their feelings, observing Dudian's earnestness, Julia tugged at Gray's sleeve and suggested, "Since the child is eager to learn, let him pursue this path. Even if he ultimately cannot enter the court of judgment, becoming an ordinary lawyer is commendable. At the very least, he would be familiar with the law and avoid transgressions, ensuring a peaceful existence." Dudian cast her a glance, silently affirming, "I study law not to obey it, but to dismantle it." Gray sighed and conceded, "Very well. We shall heed his wishes." Dudian felt a wave of relief wash over him as he gazed deeply at them, expressing his gratitude. "Thank you." Dudian nodded slightly. Families thronged towards the central Via Cathedral of the residential district, offering prayers to the Father God, beseeching for safe passage through the bleak season of the Black Death, hoping that plague and disease would not descend upon them. It was a grand ceremony. The Gray couple, accompanied by Dudian, also attended the prayers, and it was Dudian's first encounter with the sacred place of faith in this world, the Church of Light. However, this was merely a branch of the Church of Light situated within the residential area, featuring a colossal 4-winged angel statue at the center of the square, its hands seemingly embracing all the faithful, exuding compassion and tranquility. As the day of prayer passed, 3 days later, various academies commenced their admissions, guided by the Grays. Dudian arrived at the Law Academy, approximately 10 kilometers from his home. He observed a throng of parents accompanying their children, all of whom were dressed modestly, their complexions pristine, starkly contrasting with the gaunt and weathered faces of ordinary laborers. After all, the tuition fees of the Law Academy were notoriously steep, making it an unattainable aspiration for families of humble means. It was rumored that entry into the academy required passing an assessment. This was no surprise. It was not akin to the sewing or geology schools. The nature of the assessment remained a mystery, prompting hushed discussions among some parents. "Does the Law Academy really require an assessment?" Gray inquired. "Certainly. It is akin to our medical academy," replied Julia, her eyes twinkling as she leaned towards Dudian. "You must exert yourself. I recall that they assess some basic skills. Our medical academy evaluates memory, so it should be somewhat similar here." Realizing the implication, Gray chuckled at Dudian, saying, "Well, it all depends on your performance. If you fail, we shall enroll you in the sewing academy instead." Dudian rolled his eyes internally, thinking they could revel in their amusement, for if it were truly a test of memory, he could easily outshine the examiner. His IQ stood at an impressive 142, a threshold for genius in the bygone era, whereas the average IQ ranged between 90 and 110. His prodigious sister boasted an astounding IQ of 168, truly possessing a photographic memory, having been accepted into Harvard at the tender age of 12. The extraordinary intelligence of the siblings was a testament to their parents' genes, both of whom were internationally acclaimed scientists. Had it not been for the calamity that ensued, Their invention of the cryogenic chamber would have undoubtedly garnered another prestigious award. At that moment, the parents before them began to enter, and soon it was Dudien's turn. The parents halted as the children approached for the assessment. A middle-aged staff member, resembling an academic official, barred the Greys from proceeding. "Go, Dudien. You can do it." Julia cheered him on. Although Dudien could not shake the feeling that her smile was excessively exuberant. Upon entering the spacious room, he beheld two middle-aged examiners, a man and a woman, clad in black robes adorned with intricate golden silk embroidery, both simple and splendid. Upon noticing Dudien, they smiled and beckoned him forward. "Let me pose a question. You possess a frying pan that can cook 2 fish at a time, taking 1 minute to cook one side. How long will it take to cook 3 fish at the fastest?" The woman on the left inquired with a smile. 3 minutes, Dudien replied without hesitation. "You have passed." "Child, you are quite clever," the man on the right remarked, smiling. "Take this and proceed to the side for a health examination. If all goes well, you will officially join the Law Academy." Handing Dudien a small note inscribed with a few words, he added, "There is also a health check?" Dudien furrowed his brow slightly, nodded, and turned to exit the room. This is quite challenging. The question posed was fundamentally flawed. Why would one need to fry fish when I have no fondness for it? Moreover, what relevance does frying fish have to the law? Indeed, my father is a chef who can fry 3 fish in a mere minute. Yet they remain skeptical. Humph. What do you think? Gray beamed with delight, having overheard the children's remarks. Although he was unclear about the specific exam questions, he recognized that passing was not a simple feat. Dudien cast a faint glance in his direction and remarked, "You've passed. Next comes the health examination." Gray's smile faltered momentarily. Yet he soon regained his enthusiasm upon recalling Dudien's intelligence compared to the other children. The health examination was designed to measure the radiation levels within one's body. Given Dudien's complexion, it was evident that his radiation levels would be low, and passing should pose no challenge. Julia seemed to possess some knowledge of the matter, chuckling softly. However, having only emerged from the cryogenic chamber a few months prior, it was unlikely that his radiation levels would be excessively high. Still, he was curious about the method employed to detect radiation. Was it through some device? Yet, this place had yet to enter the steam age. How could they possibly comprehend electricity? At that moment, Julia led him to a nearby room marked for health examinations, where no one was waiting. After all, few could pass the initial assessment. Inside sat a middle-aged woman who, upon seeing the small slip of paper in Dudien's hand, smiled and beckoned him over. Dudien complied, surveying the space, but saw no instruments. Instead, there was a row of glass tubes resembling thermometers. The middle-aged woman took the slip from him, glanced at it, and upon confirming its authenticity, retrieved a clean glass tube from the side. It bore fine markings, and with a cheerful demeanor, she aligned its sharp end with Dudien's small hand, assuring him, "Child, do not fear, it will not hurt." Dudien was taken aback to discover that the device for measuring radiation was merely this small glass tube. With a soft pop, the sharp end pierced his fingertip, and soon, crimson blood seeped into the tube. At that moment, Dudien noticed a fine red line within the markings of the tube, which slightly ascended to rest at the very first notch at the bottom. The middle-aged woman scrutinized it closely, confirming her observation, and was momentarily taken aback as she realized that Dudien's complexion was notably fairer than that of the other children. Even girls of his age did not possess such alabaster skin. A glimmer of realization flickered in her eyes as she turned to the gray couple, exclaiming, "I have never encountered such low radiation levels. It is truly astonishing. Such a healthy constitution must surely be found only in the commercial district." Julia, evidently familiar with the radiation meter, appeared equally astonished before regaining her composure. She explained to her bewildered husband, "This is a radiation meter, specifically designed to assess human radiation levels. Dudien's radiation levels are remarkably low, perhaps even lower than ours, likely comparable to those of noble children." Gray understood the significance of human radiation levels, but was indifferent. Nonetheless, the notion that Dudien's levels could rival those of noble children brought him joy, and he affectionately stroked Dudien's hair. Dudien cast a glance at the red line on the radiometer, suddenly sensing that it was subtly undulating, as if it were a living entity. On the very night Dudien completed his registration, within a certain castle in the commercial district, a shadowy figure silently materialized in a room adorned with opulence akin to diamonds. Gazing at the towering silhouette poring over documents on the desk ahead, it respectfully announced, "My lord, here are the results of today's inspections from the residential area. 27 have passed. Chapter 8. The Sylvian Rampart. The imposing figure at the desk did not raise his head, merely uttering a soft acknowledgement. The shadow on the ground, kneeling respectfully, clasped his fist to his chest and vanished silently, just as he had arrived, leaving behind a pristine white piece of paper on the desk. After completing his work, the imposing figure's gaze finally fell upon the immaculate sheet, his thick brows slightly arching as he casually tore it open. A brief glance confirmed that everything had indeed met the passing mark, just as he was about to set it aside. His eyes suddenly fixed intently on a particular value in the lower corner. 0.8? The imposing figure stared at this number for a moment before folding the paper away, rising to don the great coat hanging by the door and pushing it open. In the hall, a slightly portly middle-aged steward observed his master with surprise, saying, "Sir, at this late hour, are you going out?" "Yes," the imposing figure instructed. "Prepare the carriage." 3 centuries ago, calamity befell the world. Our ancestors bravely fought against adversity, relying on boundless wisdom and strength to survive and construct the Sylvian Rampart, which kept disaster at bay, sheltering all future generations. The Sylvian Rampart is sacred and magnificent. It must never be desecrated. Do you understand? A solemn-faced elder with a white beard spoke from the lectern. Despite his snow-white beard, he was merely 60 years old. But in this place, that was considered a long life. Dudian listened attentively. School officially commenced 3 days after he enrolled, and today marked his first class. The elder did not begin with explanations of legal knowledge, but instead introduced some well-known facts, seemingly aiming to familiarize himself with the children and reinforce their beliefs. The tale of the Sylvian Rampart was one that, unless orphaned, nearly every child had heard countless times from their parents, while the other children listened with boredom. Hesitant to act out in front of the elderly figure, Dudian found the narrative utterly captivating. This was precisely what he yearned to understand. Noticing that the elder seemed to grow weary of his own discourse and had no intention of delving deeper, Dudian raised his hand and inquired, "Teacher, what do you mean by calamity?" The elder and the other children were taken aback. They had not anticipated Dudian's boldness in asking a question, nor did they expect that someone could be unfamiliar with such a well-known topic. Dudian paused, undeterred, and pressed on. "Is that all?" The elder, somewhat at a loss for words, replied, "These calamities are indeed terrifying. Haven't you heard your parents speak of them? Just a volcanic eruption can claim countless lives. Do you see the dark clouds above? That is the result of a volcanic eruption." Dudian frowned slightly, choosing not to respond further, but internally sighed. For he understood that the calamities of 3 centuries prior were far from mere natural disasters. Although the elder described various calamities that had occurred, they were all triggered by nuclear explosions. His feigned ignorance was merely a means to ascertain what information had been retained by the survivors, and it was evident that, in the hands of these descendants, the true causes and intricacies of the disasters had been lost to time. Perhaps the truth is too terrifying, which is why it has been concealed by those in power. "Teacher, my mother says that it is perilous outside the Great Wall. If one ventures out, they will perish. Is this true?" A chubby boy, emboldened by Dudian's inquiry, timidly raised his hand to ask. Everyone understood that the term guardians referred to those who studied the law. Children like Dudian, who were just beginning their legal studies, were known as apprentice guardians. If they graduated and passed the examinations of the tribunal, they could become priests, a status held in high regard, akin to that of the nobility. They would not only enjoy unrestricted access to the commercial and residential districts, but also gain entry to the inner wall area. Demons and plagues. All the children turned pale with fear, for even the youngest among them recognized the terror these two entities represented. Yet, a flicker of curiosity ignited within Dudian. He naturally dismissed the idea of demons. After the global devastation wrought by nuclear bombs, with 99% of life extinguished, such tales were merely fabrications intended to frighten children. Of course, the targets of this intimidation were not solely the young but also the adults. This sparked his intrigue about what lay beyond the Great Wall, what remnants of nuclear destruction might still linger, or perhaps, due to lack of exploration, it had transformed into a primordial forest. The time had come. Class was dismissed. The elderly man with a white beard glanced at the hourglass. The other children erupted in cheer. Dudian's ears perked up, filled with a sense of vigilance and confusion. Among them, a slender young man nodded slightly. His demeanor cold and meticulous as he declared, "I will now call the roll. Those whose names I mentioned, please stand. Do you understand?" His stern gaze swept across the room, showing no leniency simply because the subjects were children. All the children were instantly silenced, their tension palpable. The old man hurriedly reassured them, "Do not be alarmed. These two gentlemen are guards. Those whose names are called will have the opportunity to join the public service." Which is a momentous occasion. Public service? Dian recalled hearing about it from Julia. In essence, it was akin to being a civil servant from the old era, a position many commoners yearned for, as it provided a lifetime free from the burdens of survival. "Lock!" the armored young man barked. A frail boy at Dian's table trembled in fear and meekly replied, "Here." "Stand up," the armored young man commanded. The frightened child immediately leapt to his feet. "Marta." "Yes." A girl quickly arose. "Ramiel." "Carly." One by one, children were summoned to stand, and the young man intoned, Dian." Dian narrowed his eyes and slowly rose. In total, those called upon, including him, numbered 8. Chapter 9. The Scavengers and the Hunters You Ate, Follow Us. The lean young man cast a brief glance at Dian before coldly uttering these words, turning to leave the classroom with his companions. The white-bearded elder, noticing that Dian and the other 7 were momentarily frozen in place, quickly urged, "Hurry, this is your fortune. Others would envy your opportunity." Upon hearing his words, several children exchanged glances, and one tall boy, summoning his courage, stepped forward first, followed by the others in succession. Dian lingered at the end, discreetly observing the chosen children as well as those who were not selected, attempting to discern the reason for his selection through comparison. However, he soon realized that there seemed to be no commonalities, at least not in terms of skin tone or appearance. With the absence of external distinctions, he turned his thoughts inward. Suddenly, he recalled the physical examination before enrollment. His gaze sharpened, as this appeared to be the most suspicious factor. While he pondered, he found himself outside the grand playground of the Law Academy alongside the other children. Upon arrival, Dian spotted a black carriage stationed at the academy's entrance, its wheels embedded with iron rods and enormous rivets, exuding an unmistakable sturdiness. The horse pulling the carriage was equally astonishing, standing nearly 3 meters tall and adorned with a steel helmet, resembling a formidable beast. Dian was not the only one taken aback. The other children stared in wide-eyed astonishment. "Come, get in," the lean young man commanded tersely. The children hesitated momentarily, and the tall boy who had taken the lead seemed to instinctively assume the role of the leader, bravely inquiring, "Excuse me, where are we headed?" The lean young man fixed him with a cold, piercing gaze and replied, "Get in the carriage when I tell you to." The icy intensity of his stare sent a shiver through the tall boy, causing his hair to stand on end and his complexion to pale. He dared not ask further questions and cautiously sidestepped the massive horse, climbing up the carriage's steps. Witnessing this, the other children fell silent, obediently following behind. The carriage was remarkably spacious, comfortably accommodating all 8 children. Dian settled into a corner, flanked by 2 anxious-looking children. He quietly observed the young man in black armor who had leaped into the driver's seat. And a sudden realization struck him. He needed to devise a means of self-preservation swiftly, for this world was far more perilous than he had imagined. Although laws existed, it was evident that certain entities could disregard them. As for human rights, in a feudal society where serfs and nobles coexisted, the concept of human rights certainly did not encompass equality or freedom. The carriage thundered away from the Law Academy at an astonishing speed, the buildings on either side of the road blurring past. Before long, Dian caught sight of a towering wall, inscribed with a large character. During his stay at the Zura household over the past months, he had learned numerous words, and he recognized this one. It represented poverty. Dian realized that this wall marked the boundary between the residential area and the commercial district. Could this carriage be taking them to the commercial district? The other children evidently recognized this as well, and recalling the white-bearded elder's words, their anxiety was swiftly replaced with exhilaration, their faces brimming with excitement. Even a child yearns to enter the commercial district inhabited by nobility and the affluent, to behold the landscapes within. Dian was not surprised. The ability to directly extract individuals from the Law Academy signified immense power behind these figures. Yet, their true intentions remained an enigma. Were they benevolent or malevolent? Before long, a black carriage arrived at the front of a castle. A slender young man alighted, flung open the carriage door, and commanded the group to disembark. All the children complied obediently. Only the 7 disembarked children remained, their expressions awash with confusion. Dian's expression shifted slightly. His heart raced as he lifted the carriage curtain, observing the 7 children gradually receding into the distance. Just before their figures vanished, A middle-aged man clad in a black suit emerged from the castle, approaching the children. Escape? Resistance? Clearly, given the opponent's power, he could only resign himself to fate. Soon, the carriage halted before a sprawling estate, surrounded by white-painted wooden fences, with the manicured green grass impeccably trimmed. A few gardeners were watering the lawn. As the door swung open, the slender young man gazed at Duddian inside the carriage, and, for the first time, a faint smile graced his otherwise impassive face. "Little fellow, you remain quite composed," he remarked. Duddian, taken aback by the smile, felt the tension in his heart gradually ease and directly inquired, "Is it due to the radiation levels?" The slender young man appeared almost transformed, his face now adorned with a smile. "Quite perceptive. Indeed, they all barely qualify. Even with training, they can only become scavengers. As for you, there exists a prospect of joining us as hunters." "Scavengers? Hunters?" Upon hearing these terms, Dudin's heart stirred. Noticing the young man's newfound willingness to converse, he queried, "What exactly is a scavenger? Let us discuss that after you step down." The slender young man extended his hand, assisting Duddian from the carriage, leading him toward the estate while explaining, "Scavengers are tasked with cultivating safe zones outside the Great Wall, searching for usable resources." Outside the Great Wall, Duddian was taken aback. They worked beyond the Great Wall. The old man with the white beard had clearly known this, previously warning that the areas beyond the Great Wall were fraught with demons and plagues, strictly advising against venturing forth. Yet here they were, being ushered out as if it were a stroke of fortune. What a twist! Though he dismissed the notion of demons, there was no doubt that the environment beyond the Great Wall was perilous. At the very least, the radiation in the air was significantly higher than within. Wait, radiation? Suddenly, Duddian experienced an epiphany, realizing why radiation levels were employed to differentiate between scavengers and hunters. Most likely, the conditions outside the Great Wall were exceedingly harsh, with elevated radiation levels. Thus, individuals with inherently high radiation levels, upon venturing beyond the Great Wall, would easily reach saturation, necessitating the selection of those with lower radiation levels for such tasks. Upon comprehending this, he could not help but gasp in astonishment. It seemed this so-called health examination was merely a covert assessment orchestrated by the upper echelons and planted among the common populace. Chapter 10, The Luminescent Physique. What of the hunter? Duddian could not help but inquire. Are they venturing into the perilous regions beyond the Great Wall? What dangers lurk outside its confines? As he pondered this, terrifying figures flashed through his mind, rendering his complexion pallid. Fortunately, his naturally fair skin concealed it somewhat. "You are quite astute," remarked the slender young man with a smile. "Beyond the Great Wall." "Fino," another youth interjected, frowning. "We have yet to confirm his identity. Do not divulge too much." Fino, the slender young man, paused, then shrugged. "Is it of any consequence? His radiation level is 0.8, not exceeding 1. He is surely of the luminescent physique. Do not jump to conclusions before testing." The other youth cautioned, furrowing his brow. Fino contemplated this, then turned to Duddian. "We shall have to await your test results to provide further clarity. However, rest assured, there will be those who explain it to you in due course." Duddian listened to their exchange, momentarily taken aback. "Luminescent physique? What could that possibly mean?" "You shall soon find out," Fino replied with an enigmatic smile. At that moment, the trio entered the estate, where several watering gardeners greeted Fino and his companion with respectful nods. Following a white stone path laid through the verdant lawn, they arrived at the castle. The towering gates, standing over 10 meters high, creaked open slowly as Fino led Duddian inside, guiding him to one of the lofty spires. Ascending the winding staircase, they reached a dimly lit chamber on the top floor. Throughout their journey, they encountered numerous servants, all of whom respectfully addressed Fino and his companion as my lord. Duddian surveyed the shadowy room, noting its lack of windows. The solitary ventilation opening was obscured by a black curtain, perhaps due to its prolonged absence from sunlight. The air within felt frigid, reminiscent of the early days of a tempestuous season. In the center of the room stood a metal pedestal, draped with black cloth. Fino approached and lifted the covering, revealing a smooth crystal orb from which a white chill emanated, revealing a cluster of ice beneath. Observing Fino's continued smile, devoid of any malice, Duddian cautiously stepped closer. Upon nearing, he was startled to discover a nearly transparent, pure white creature nestled within the orb. It was nearly imperceptible unless scrutinized closely. "This is the luminescent worm, which thrives in cold environments," Fino explained with a smile. if you possess the luminescent physique. It will not consume your blood. With that, he gently took Dudien's hand and positioned it above the crystal orb, which had a small circular opening at its apex. The orb was, in fact, a container. With a swift slice, Dudien felt a slight sting as a droplet of blood fell from his fingertip, perfectly landing within the circular opening and sliding inside. At that moment, the luminescent worm, previously in a deep slumber, seemed disturbed. It lifted its head slightly towards the blood's location, as if sensing something, and in the next instant, it began to crawl toward the droplet. Witnessing this, Phino's expression shifted, and the other youth furrowed his brow in concern. Dudien recalled Phino's earlier words, a sense of foreboding settling in his heart. The luminous insect swiftly crawled to the blood, and its body, resembling a sponge, absorbed the crimson liquid. The once pure white of its small form was tinged with a faint blush, which soon dissipated, returning to its pristine hue. This is impossible. Phino furrowed his brow and murmured, could it be that it hasn't fed in a long time and is simply famished? With a swift motion, he drew a blade across his finger, allowing his blood to drip. Phino's expression darkened as he silently grasped Dudien's small hand, quickly slicing into it and letting the blood fall. The moment the blood touched the crystal sphere, the luminous insect scurried over and eagerly consumed it. This is truly not the case. Phino seemed somewhat disheartened as he released Dudien's hand and sheathed his knife. Another young man glanced at Dudien and coldly remarked, "It seems your previous family was quite decent." At this point, Dudien had begun to grasp the situation. The luminous constitution Phino referred to was merely a heightened immunity to radiation, resulting in lower internal radiation levels compared to the average person. Those possessing this constitution were the hunters they sought, a category to which he did not belong. He simply had a lower radiation count due to his brief exposure to this world after emerging from cryostasis. Upon hearing the other youth's words, Dudien instantly comprehended their implications. A chill ran through him as he realized these individuals had likely investigated his background. Knowing of his adoption by the Jewel couple and surmising that he had not spent much time in the May Mountain orphanage, their assumptions suggested he was an abandoned child of nobility or wealth, as only the provisions from such families were meticulously filtered, containing minimal radiation. Who would have thought that I am merely a castaway from a wealthy family? What a disappointment, Phino sighed, his face etched with dismay. Yet Dudien felt no disappointment. Becoming a hunter meant venturing into perilous territories. Though he was unaware of the specific dangers that lurked, he hoped they were not as dire as he imagined. The other young man regarded Dudien, his voice icy as he stated, "Listen closely, little one. You must never speak of what transpires here, understand? Not even the term hunter." This was a form of authority suppression, was it not? Dudien nodded, affirming, "I will keep my silence." Observing his compliance, the young man's cold demeanor softened slightly. He huffed and addressed Phino. "Fortunately, your loose tongue has not revealed too much. Otherwise, we would have had to dispose of this little brat." Dudien felt a chill at the thought. His life had almost been jeopardized inadvertently. Anger surged within him at the young man's ruthless words, reflecting a complete disregard for life. Yet soon, he felt a wave of despair. In this world, perhaps life truly was as expendable as grass. Contemplating this, he became increasingly convinced that he must create a means of self-preservation. To perish without understanding would be a disgrace, especially when facing the parents who had given him life twice. While he was not yet capable of crafting firearms, perhaps he could devise explosives. Thoughts flitted through his mind. Phino and Dudien were completely oblivious to the dark thoughts swirling in the child's mind, thoughts of terrifying weapons. Alas, a sense of regret still lingered on Phino's face as he addressed Dudien. "Let us go, little one." The warmth and friendliness that once characterized his demeanor had vanished entirely. "Where to?" one might ask. "It is unnecessary to inquire. We shall proceed to the place you are meant to go. Remember this. You must never speak of our encounter to anyone, not even your parents. Should you be discovered revealing our secret, the misfortune will be solely yours." And what of the hunter? Chapter 11. Return to the slums. Do I really not have to become a scavenger? Dudien pondered, a hint of confusion in his expression. At his doorstep, the Julia couple stood, gazing expectantly. Upon spotting Dudien as he emerged from the street corner, their eyes lit up, and they hurriedly approached him. Noticing their reaction, Dudien surmised they were likely aware of some news. "Do you know?" he inquired. "They informed us that you have qualified to join the guards," Gray replied, observing Dudien's flushed face with a hint of skepticism. "Did you not pass the test?" Dudien thought to himself that perhaps the identity of a scavenger needed to be kept under wraps. "I did pass. In a few days, someone will come to escort me for reporting. But I would prefer not to go. Is it possible to refuse? If given a choice, he would rather first delve into the law, acquiring greater knowledge before venturing outside the Great Wall to admire the scenery there. Gray sighed in relief, chuckling. Do you have any idea how many people would leap at the chance to go? You wish to decline? Being a guard would ensure you a life free from worry regarding food, shelter, and health. You merely need to stand watch each day and receive a generous salary. Plus, no one would dare bully you. It's a splendid opportunity. Julia gazed at Dudian with tenderness. Do you still wish to study law? Dudian nodded earnestly. I inquired on your behalf. Julia smiled. While undergoing training there, you can still study law. Moreover, you will have the chance to learn medical skills, geology, sewing, and so forth. It is a comprehensive institution. A school? Dudian was taken aback. Many fail to distinguish between a college and a school. Simply put, a college specializes in a specific field, such as a law college or a sewing college, while a school comprises multiple colleges, offering a well-rounded education. What is the benefit of studying law? Once you become a guard, you won't have to worry about anything, Gray encouraged, patting Dudian on the shoulder. Stay focused. I've heard there will be eliminations during the training, so you must concentrate to avoid being cut. Dudian felt a sense of relief. A comprehensive education was precisely what he desired. Auntie, Dudian seized the opportunity, addressing Julia, I would like to borrow some pocket money. I assure you I will repay it. Julia was momentarily taken aback, then smiled. How much do you need? I'll give it to you without hesitation. We are family, after all. Indeed. Gray chimed in with a grin. Having lived here for so long, it's time for Dudian to drop the formalities. Feigning ignorance of his words, Dudian calculated in his mind approximately 100 copper coins. That much? Julia and Gray were both startled. 100 copper coins was nearly equivalent to their living expenses for half a month. Gray queried, what do you intend to buy that requires so much? Julia smiled slightly, saying, it's only right. Here you go. Afterward, she retrieved a stack of green copper coins from her wallet, counted them, and handed Dudian exactly 100 coins. Since the advent of printing technology a decade ago, the Star Sea Bank, under the management of the Sylvan Great Wall, had issued a substantial amount of paper currency. Within a few short years, it had replaced coins, circulating among the households in the residential areas, and people gradually became accustomed to transacting with lightweight paper money. Thank you. Dudian expressed his gratitude. Dudian promptly took it without counting, slipping it directly into his pocket. Seeing this, Gray refrained from further comments, gesturing for Julia to prepare dinner. The following morning, Dudian rose punctually, washed up, and after having breakfast, exchanged greetings with the Julia couple before heading straight out. Although he was uncertain when the scavengers would send someone to collect him, he was relieved not to attend classes at the Law Academy for the next few days. Soon, upon entering the slums, Dudian made his way directly toward the May Mountain Orphanage. After traversing 4 streets, he turned into a narrow, dilapidated alley, advancing straight ahead. The overwhelming stench of feces and the odor of decaying insects caused him to frown slightly. Before long, he arrived at a vast garbage dump. In the slums. This was indeed a refuse heap. Here, one would find no items of any conceivable value. The notion of scavenging within was utterly fanciful. Consequently, even the impoverished avoided this place, for everything discarded here had long been picked apart. Standing at a distance, Dudian could already perceive the potent amalgamation of putrid and excremental odors. Many impoverished individuals or vagrants still found it preferable to relieve themselves here. Piles of dark, foul refuse loomed like small mountains, and Dudian, as if well versed in the terrain, approached one of the heaps. After ensuring there were no onlookers, he crouched down, lifting a grimy cloth caked in refuse and an unknown viscous substance, revealing a small hollow just large enough to accommodate his slender frame. This was no mere coincidence. Rather, this cavity was one he had painstakingly excavated himself. Chapter 12. The super chip, a pungent odor relentlessly gnawed at Dudian's brain, causing his stomach to churn, while his palm occasionally brushed against a damp, soft substance. In the darkness, he could only imagine whether it was a pile of excrement or a decayed, bloated rodent carcass. In this wretched place, even a filthy beggar would feel that life was worse than death. Gritting his teeth, Dudian crawled for 7 or 8 meters before finally encountering a solid object. It was his cryogenic chamber. He navigated along the edge of its casing and quickly found a button. Pressing it down, verifying fingerprint, a cold, mechanical voice echoed from the darkness. Soon, with a click, the chamber opened, the force of the hatch displacing the trash above, which slightly arched, yet more refuse cascaded into the cryogenic chamber, nearly filling the space where he had once slumbered. Dudyan glanced at the hatch, where a 2-finger-wide red numeral read, 300. This indicated the year, confirming that he had awakened 300 years later. The reason it was precisely 300 years was due to the 3 energy conduits of the cryogenic chamber, which could only sustain freezing for that duration. It was the limit. Dudyan reached inside and quickly felt a protruding button. With another click, an alloy internal disc ejected, supported by several mechanical brackets, revealing a palm-sized screen. Iris scan, the mechanical voice from within the chamber announced, as the screen emitted a beam of light for Iris enrollment. Dudyan immediately positioned himself to align his eye. Verification complete. The mechanical voice chimed once more, as a 3-dimensional hologram materialized on the screen, depicting 2 options, begin and exit. Dudyan clenched his teeth slightly, selecting begin. When the disaster struck, he was not the only one frozen. The superchip was also preserved. It could be said to embody the essence of the entire civilization of the old era, storing all the technology and historical records of various nations. Although this data was primarily informational and accompanied by images, not occupying much memory. The cumulative knowledge of thousands of years of social and technological development across the globe amounted to at least tens of thousands of gigabytes of storage. Dudyan recalled his father's final words. Remember, you must rebuild human civilization. Clearly, his father had anticipated the need to survive after the calamity. Considering the catastrophic impact of global nuclear detonations, which had resulted in a devastating rupture of civilization. The contents within this superchip encapsulated all the intellectual achievements of the old age. The fundamental principles of creating gunpowder and firearms were undoubtedly included among them. In a world without electricity, Dudyan was fortunate that the residual energy in the cryogenic chamber, while insufficient for human preservation, could at least sustain the chamber's basic operations. He mused that this screen's power consumption was lower than that of a laptop, and even a full 24 hours might not consume a kilowatt-hour. However, Dudyan realized he did not have the luxury of time to linger here or to draw attention from the Jilov couple. Time was of the essence. Thus, he resolved to first learn the art of crafting gunpowder and generators, while also exploring the tools of the steam age. Dudyan leaned against the edge of the freezing chamber, diligently immersing himself in his studies. The air around him was thick with a foul stench, a nauseating blend of decay and excrement, yet he bore it with fortitude. Gradually, he appeared to acclimatize, his thoughts captivated by the contents of the chip, fully engrossed in the knowledge it offered. In the dim, oppressive confines of the refuse pit, Dudyan concentrated intently on his learning, oblivious to the passage of time. He maintained a rigorous sense of time, by around 4 in the afternoon, as dusk approached. He rubbed his weary eyes and disengaged from the teachings of the superchip. Having gone an entire day without sustenance, he felt a burning hunger within him. Uncertain of when he would return, he noted the moss-covered remnants of time and volcanic ash that cloaked the exterior of the freezing chamber, which had been discarded like peculiar rock formations. The last time the hatch had opened, the rocky layer had cracked. Anyone who had seen it would undoubtedly have noticed the metal concealed within. Dudyan resolved that it was too perilous to leave the superchip behind. Previously, at the Mysian orphanage, he had not taken the chip with him, mindful of the children sleeping in close quarters, which might have drawn attention. Though others lacked the knowledge to activate it, they could at least recognize the metal and glass nature of the storage device. Now, the situation was different. Without a portable power source, the player was rendered practically useless. He could only take the superchip with him. Its inconspicuous nature meant it would not draw undue attention. Even if it did, it would not be of much concern, as its appearance resembled that of an ordinary storage device, deemed unworthy of a second glance by the residents. With a click, Dudyan opened the chip storage slot behind the player and extracted the tiny chip, no larger than a fingernail. He pondered the weight of human history encapsulated within this singular chip. How would the world's rulers react if they knew of its contents? Carefully stowing the chip away, Dudyan secured the freezing chamber once more, quietly hoping that he would be able to revisit it in the future. He struggled to redirect himself, crawling toward the refuse pile's exit. The brief distance of 7 or 8 meters felt as if he had emerged from the depths of hell itself. Upon finally exiting, the less pungent air that wafted into his nostrils was remarkably refreshing. He inhaled deeply several times, glancing around to ensure no one was watching. Noticing his coat still lay on the ground, he hastily picked it up and departed the dump swiftly. Not far from the refuse site, There was a low-lying area where stagnant water had accumulated from the radiation rain of previous days, its clarity surprisingly pristine. Dudian, indifferent to the potential radiation, discarded his coat and scooped up the water to cleanse his arms and chest. With the super chip in his possession, he believed that once he could create a stable power source, he would discover a method to reduce the radiation within his body. He had previously skimmed the chip's records, though time had been limited, and he had not delved deeply, for such knowledge was of little use in the present moment. Soon, his body was cleansed to a slightly more acceptable state, as he wiped away the sticky remnants that clung to him, particularly on his left hand, which, to his dismay, was still smeared with excrement, inducing waves of nausea. Chapter 13. Gathering in this world. Although people have only begun to utilize sulfur for dyes and pesticides, it is already classified as a low-toxicity hazardous material. Dudian coughed lightly and remarked, "I had a wrestling match in the slums." Without further inquiry, he urged, "Hurry and wash up. I will prepare some hot water for you." Julia pinched her nose and hurried to the kitchen. Dudian entered the bath, discreetly stowing the super chip in a crevice of the floor. Before long, Julia returned with a basin of pleasantly warm water. "You should take a thorough wash." "Do you need my assistance?" "No, thank you." Dudian quickly declined. "Very well, take your time and wash thoroughly." Julia placed the water on the floor and turned to leave. Dudian gazed at the small basin, a bittersweet smile creeping across his face as he suddenly longed for the simple pleasures of a shower from the bygone era. Regrettably, in this world, the radiation in the water cannot be entirely filtered, at least not in the residential areas, which only heightened his desire to step into the commercial district. 3 days later, a grand carriage raced to the doorstep of the Julia couple's home. The horse pulling the carriage was robust, standing nearly 2 meters tall. Adorned in exquisitely crafted armor, its black coat interspersed with hints of brown, resembling a hybrid breed. A young man clad in standard soft armor dismounted from the carriage, his slender figure upright as a spear. He glanced at the house number and approached the door to knock. The Julia couple and Dudian, already breakfasting, had spotted the carriage from the window and silently acknowledged its arrival. Julia promptly went to open the door, greeting warmly, "Please, come in." Surprised by the urgency, Julia inquired, "May I ask, officer, how long will this child be undergoing military training?" Julia's expression shifted upon hearing the answer. "So arduous? What happens if he fails?" "Rest assured, even if he does not succeed, he can still secure a minor position," the young officer replied nonchalantly. Hearing their exchange, Gray felt a sense of relief, but upon turning, he noticed Dudian still leisurely enjoying his meal, which caused him to pause. "You should prepare yourself quickly. Do not keep the officer waiting." Once ready, Dudian donned his backpack and approached the door, looking up at the young officer and stating, "Let us depart." Julia's eyes brimmed with reluctance as she asked, "Have you packed everything? Your clothes, your toiletries?" Dudian waved his hand dismissively, signaling there was no need for concern. "Be cautious once you arrive there. Avoid conflicts with the other children. It's best to endure a little." Dudian felt warmth in his heart. Despite the lingering pain from the incident of being sold to the Ivy family, he could see Julia's genuine care for him. If there was blame to be placed, it could only be on the nature of feelings that ultimately could not withstand the harshness of reality. Nevertheless, given their adoptive relationship, he felt immensely grateful. "I will. You must take care of yourself as well. During the Black Death season, keep the windows open for ventilation to avoid contracting the plague," Dudian advised. Julia, being an emotional person, felt tears welling up at the thought of not knowing when she would see Dudian again. "Let us go," the young officer said as he turned and leapt onto the carriage, showing no inclination to assist Dudian with his backpack. Dudian ascended the carriage, gazing at Julia and Gray at the entrance. He waved his hand, feeling a fleeting sense of reluctance within him, yet this emotion was swiftly suppressed deep in his heart. Gripping his backpack tightly, his gaze turned steely, and his once tender heart transformed into one of cold resilience and strength. The carriage sped forth, weaving through the commercial district and turning down numerous streets until it gradually entered a desolate and sparsely populated area. Shortly after, an imposing wall loomed before the carriage. A youth clad in standard soft armor tugged at the reins, guiding the carriage alongside the wall until they arrived at a broad entrance, which was barred by a massive iron gate. The gate was adorned with intricate carvings of 2 warriors, one wielding a sword and the other a dagger, beneath which were inscribed the words loyalty and protection. "Disembark," the armored youth commanded sharply. Dudian leaped from the carriage, quietly surveying his new surroundings. "Follow me." The armored youth glanced back at him, loosening the reins without concern for the carriage's departure, and led the way through a small door adjacent to the grand gate. Beyond this portal lay an expansive training ground. The armored youth escorted Dudian to a secluded small tower at the rear of the grounds. Upon their arrival, a faint sound of weeping reached their ears. The armored youth furrowed his brow and pushed open the wooden door, revealing a hall within the tower where 7 or 8 children, akin to Dudian in size, gathered. Among them, a curly-haired girl sat sobbing on the floor, hugging her knees, while several boys stood nearby, awkward and embarrassed. One boy, startled at the sight of the armored youth, stammered, "Imini says she misses home." The armored youth replied coldly, "Is that so?" He approached the girl, commanding, "You have 2 seconds to silence your tears and stand up." The timid girl, intimidated by his frigid tone, quickly stifled her sobs and trembled to her feet, though tears still lingered in her eyes. Chapter 14. Adaptation. Though I am not your instructor, I find it intolerable to witness anyone weeping before me. The young man clad in standard-issue armor spoke coldly. "Once I escort you to your dormitory, you may weep to your heart's content. Otherwise, you will find yourselves devoid of strength to cry in the future." The faces of several children turned pale, and they dared not utter a word. A little girl named Minnie clenched the hem of her garment tightly, bowing her head to suppress her tears. The young man in armor glanced at the children, dismissing any further reprimand, and approached the counter. He opened a drawer and retrieved a set of keys, turning to say, "Follow me." He strode out of the hall. Dudian immediately followed suit, and the other children picked up their respective backpacks from the ground and trailed behind. Following a narrow path through the woods, they arrived at a cluster of low, dilapidated wooden shacks. The young man in armor stepped forward and opened several doors, stating, "This is it. Choose an empty bed for yourselves. The special training commences tomorrow morning." With that, he casually tossed the key to Dudian, who stood nearby, and departed. Grasping 3 keys in his hand, Dudian surveyed the row of shabby wooden shacks, his brow furrowing slightly. It was evident that these dwellings had been hastily constructed for their accommodation, starkly contrasting the ornate and robust buildings surrounding them. Even in the slums, these structures were considered subpar. Is this meant to make us experience hardship? Dudian understood that the special training did not begin tomorrow morning, but rather at this very moment. He approached each of the 3 doors, glancing inside. The layout was identical in each shack, for beds, devoid of mats, with some wooden boards stained by dark, corrosive substances. He quickly scanned the interiors, selecting the cleanest wooden plank to place his backpack upon, claiming it as his own. He planned to venture out after the others had chosen their beds to gather some leaves or grass to wipe it down. At that moment, the other children began to arrive in succession to select their beds. Upon seeing the crude and worn wooden planks, they stood aghast, unable to comprehend the conditions. Even the boys pouted in dismay. Minnie, the little girl, squatted down and began to cry once more. Dudian sighed, realizing he had overestimated the situation. It would take a while for these children to enter the room. Having grown up in a residential area, they were unaccustomed to such dire environments. Observing Dudian busily preparing, the other children ceased their self-pity, watching him with wide eyes. After a moment, one of the older boys gritted his teeth and advised the others, "Let us settle in for now. It will surely improve." In despair, hope is often needed for encouragement. Seeing someone adapt, the other children felt it might not be so unbearable after all, and they silently began to choose their beds. The older boy selected a bed in Dudian's room and, seemingly curious about him, introduced himself. "I'm Makin. What is your name?" "Dudian. You don't seem afraid of dirt." Children are often so direct. "Actually, I have a mild case of obsessive cleanliness," Dudian replied. "What is obsessive cleanliness?" "It's nothing." Dudian cast a glance at him and remarked, "Actually, it would be much better if we let the sun dry them." Makin was taken aback, then clapped his hands and exclaimed, "Right. I almost forgot." He immediately called out to the previous group of children, loudly instructing, "Everyone, bring the bedboards outside to sunbathe, lest they rot within." The other children, upon hearing this, promptly sprang into action. Makin turned to Dudian and asked, "Don't you need to dry yours?" "I cannot move them," Dudian replied. "I will assist you." Makin immediately offered. This was precisely the response Dudian had been awaiting. Though he could have spoken up, his nature had always inclined him against asking for help. "Thank you," he said, and together with Makin, they transported the bedboards to the vacant area outside. Before long, another young man clad in standard-issue soft armor appeared, leading a group of children. This armored youth paused, momentarily taken aback by the sight of the bedboards spread across the ground, his brow slightly furrowing. Yet he said nothing. Like the previous one, he casually opened a few rooms, allowing the children to choose for themselves, leaving the keys behind before departing. The group of children, filled with curiosity, looked at Dudian, Makin, and the others, then glanced back at the beds in their rooms, momentarily frozen in place. After a while, they began to mimic the earlier example, pairing up to carry the bedboards outside to bask in the sun. Have all the accommodations for these children been prepared? Dashani inquired as she approached the window, her hand clad in delicate white silk gloves, holding a metallic tube. Had Dudian been present, he would have recognized it as an old-fashioned telescope. She slightly adjusted it to gaze toward the clearing at the end of the woods behind the spire-like buildings, immediately spotting a row of newly constructed wooden huts in the clearing through the lens. Everything is in accordance with your instructions. The living conditions remain unchanged, and we have ceased the supply of hot water and bedding. Tob made a respectful report. I trust they will quickly acclimate to the hardship. This time, I am confident we can produce 100 scavengers. Deshani nodded slightly, her gaze suddenly catching sight of a group of children in the clearing, hauling bedboards and laying them on the dry ground. She was momentarily taken aback, and after a pause, she lowered the telescope and remarked, "You must discipline this batch of children well. The annual pass rate has been steadily declining. Only by improving our teaching methods can we maintain a stable number of scavengers. Furthermore, the guards' roster is nearing saturation. It would be best to dispel any notions they may have of becoming guards after elimination." Tob bowed his head in acknowledgement. Understood. Makin unzipped his backpack and pulled out a blanket, spreading it over the bedboard, instantly inciting envy from the other two children who had chosen the same room. He chuckled, feeling a sense of pride in his foresight, and comfortably lay down, engaging in idle chatter with the other two. Dudian used a change of clothes as a cushion beneath him, closing his eyes to review the knowledge he had gleaned from the super chip. Unbeknownst to him, he drifted into slumber, and when he awoke once more, it was already 5 in the early morning, the sky still shrouded in darkness. The harsh, jarring cries that roused Dudian were accompanied by the sight of a creature, half his height and resembling a bird, standing in front of the wooden hut. Tilting its head back and emitting an ear-piercing shriek, its voice sharp enough to seem as though it could pierce through eardrums. In the initial stages, my writing progressed at a rather leisurely pace, as I approached the layout with considerable caution. I shall endeavor to provide another update this evening, striving to maintain a consistent output of 2 updates daily. Should circumstances permit, I will increase the frequency of updates. Chapter 15. Just Learn to Live. Children from various backgrounds, newly arrived in this disordered and filthy environment, struggled to find sleep, often succumbing to slumber only in the depths of the night. At the harsh sound that pierced the silence, each felt as if their heads were being pricked by needles. One by one, they emerged from their rooms, gazing at the darkened sky. The early morning air was particularly frigid, causing those inadequately dressed to shiver involuntarily. At that moment, a towering man, 2 meters tall with brown hair, strode into the clearing before the wooden shed and growled, "You have 3 minutes to assemble and stand before me." Many children were taken aback, realizing that the training had commenced. Some hastily abandoned their morning routines, donning their clothes early in hopes of making a favorable impression on the seemingly authoritative figure. However, a few others remained indecisive, particularly the girls, who, clutching their bags filled with an array of outfits, pondered which ensemble would be most appealing. The brown-haired giant did not rush them, but quietly awaited their arrival. As moments trickled by, approximately 5 minutes later, all had finally gathered. The giant surveyed the group and calmly declared, "As today marks your first day, I have made an exception to personally rouse you. From tomorrow onward, I expect to find everyone standing at attention upon my arrival." Several children's expressions shifted. Having witnessed the vast training ground, they knew that even a single lap could be exhausting, let alone 5. "Teacher, why must it be everyone? We did not exceed 3 minutes. Even if we were late, it was only by 2 minutes. Why 5 minutes?" A few boys could not contain their protests. The towering man replied indifferently, "Firstly, even if you had assembled within my stipulated 3 minutes, you would still be 3 minutes late, necessitating a run of 3 laps. Secondly, you are a collective. If one lags behind, it is the responsibility of the others to bear the burden for their companion. Teacher, I refuse to accept this. There will always be those who slow us down. I refuse to accept it." Several boys retorted angrily. The man licked his lips and said, "You refuse, do you?" This was not a question. Before the words left his mouth, he delivered a powerful kick to the abdomen of one boy who had protested, sending him soaring backward and crashing into several others, causing a cascade of fallen children. You also refuse. The giant approached another boy who had voiced his dissent, once again not inquiring, but rather asserting. In an instant, a swift kick sent this boy sprawling, toppling over 3 or 4 others. With a cold snort, the giant declared, "Here, there is only obedience. Those who defy will be made to submit. I assure you, even if I were to beat you to death, it would be of no concern." At this point, a cruel smile crept across his face as he continued. In previous cohorts, many children like you have met their end right where I stand. Regrettably, you did not witness it. I hope this year I can rid myself of some of the trash that sullies my hands. All the children stared at him, his face a mask of menace as he uttered such ruthless words, each one rendered speechless, their faces paling in fear. Some of the girls were so frightened that their legs trembled, tears welling in their eyes, yet they dared not cry. The burly man with brown hair, observing that the situation had settled, coldly remarked, "What are you waiting for? If you do not complete the run within 10 minutes, there will be no breakfast." At this point, a smile broke across his face. This does not have to be a collective effort. Those who fail to finish will go hungry. I have no desire to see the standards of the group diminish due to a few slackers. Upon hearing this, many of the more robust children breathed a sigh of relief. However, Dudian sighed inwardly, lamenting that even without the run, he was certain he would not be able to finish on time. Soon, under the guidance of the brown-haired man, everyone gathered at the training ground to commence their run. Yet, the training ground was vast, and even the fittest among the children could not complete the run in 10 minutes. Some arrived 1 or 2 minutes late, while others were 4 to 5 minutes behind, all losing their chance for breakfast. Dudian's performance, however, astonished everyone, not for its speed, but for its slowness. Even the friliest of girls managed to finish in 20 minutes, while Dudian took a full 30 minutes. Ultimately, he undeniably claimed the title of last place, leaving his roommates, Makin and 2 other boys, dumbfounded, as they immediately distanced themselves from him, wearing expressions of unfamiliarity. Though Dudian remained relatively composed, the peculiar gazes of his peers caused him to feel a slight flush of embarrassment. Yet, as he later calmed down, he recognized his own progress. The after-effects of his time in the cryogenic chamber were gradually lessening. Just a few months prior, not only could he not complete 5 laps in 30 minutes, but he might not have finished even a single lap in an entire morning. Merely walking had felt exhausting, let alone running. The brown-haired man glanced at Dudian but said nothing, leaving him somewhat surprised, as he had expected to be made an example of and ridiculed. Everyone assemble. Once Dudian completed his run, the brown-haired man called for everyone to gather once more. This time, their movements were markedly more agile, and they quickly fell into formation. "Allow me to introduce myself formally. My name is Tobe," the burly man stated indifferently. "I will be your instructor for the next 3 years. My only rule is to obey my commands without question. I do not wish to hear any foolish doubts." He continued, "However, I do not want to mold you into mere puppets who follow orders blindly. I welcome questions regarding matters beyond my directives. Teacher, what will we learn here? Is it merely physical training?" A boy immediately inquired, nervously glancing at him. Tobe responded with a calm smile, "Here, if you learn to survive, you will graduate." Survive? All the children paused in confusion. Dudian's heart sank. To graduate meant becoming a scavenger, implying that survival outside the colossal walls was fraught with peril. Chapter 16. The foolish question. Upon hearing the question, the children's eyes gleamed with curiosity. The first query was posed by Tob, who coldly asked, "How can one survive?" The children were momentarily taken aback. Survive? This was a notion they had never contemplated. From a young age, they had been sheltered by their parents, and upon reaching school age, they simply chose their preferred institutions, eventually graduating and entering the workforce. This life path had been established without any reflection. Other children, upon hearing the question, felt a wave of frustration wash over them. Indeed, the answer to survival was simply to learn how to earn money, a realization that had been stolen from them. Yet, Tob maintained his indifferent demeanor and declared, "Incorrect." The children were astonished. Was that not the right answer? "Is it work?" Another boy ventured cautiously. The children exchanged puzzled glances. It was neither earning money nor working? "Teacher, what do you mean by surviving? Under what circumstances?" inquired a fair-skinned little girl, furrowing her brows in contemplation. Tob glanced at her and replied coldly, "There are no circumstances. Just survive." Upon hearing this, the children were once again left in stunned silence. Dadian furrowed his brow as his mind raced. From his observations, Tob seemed to have no need for cryptic riddles, and the previous answers were undoubtedly correct. If they were to be defined as incorrect, then only one answer remained. Eating. He raised his hand. As soon as he spoke, the surrounding children turned to him, wide-eyed, and some burst into laughter. Eating. Correct. Tob stated indifferently. The children's expressions soured. They were somewhat unconvinced, yet having witnessed Tob's previous harshness, none dared to voice their dissent. Dadian breathed a sigh of relief, initially. He had shared the same assumption as the others, believing the answer could not possibly be so simplistic, bordering on foolishness. To his surprise, he had won the gamble. Now for the second question, Tob continued coldly. How can one obtain food? The children were bewildered. What an odd question. Frustration surged among them, as they felt they had missed the opportunity to answer the previous one, only to have this one snatched away. Incorrect. Tob reiterated coldly. The little girl was momentarily stunned. Unable to believe her ears, another wrong answer? The other children, regaining their composure, eagerly raised their hands to respond. I know. Work. Ask Mom. Chew with your teeth. Tob glanced at him with a hint of derision, as if to say, might you chew food with your backside instead? The boy's face flushed crimson. All incorrect. A bunch of rubbish. Tob stated coldly. Seek food. Dadian raised his hand again. Tob regarded him with a neutral glance, and said, correct. The children were once more left in disbelief. Was it truly that simple? Now for the final question, Tob stated dispassionately. How does one seek food? All the children turned their gazes toward Dadian. Dadian observed the peculiar gazes of the children around him, feeling a sense of helplessness, this time. He truly did not know. Tob took a glance around and inquired, what, does no one know? Upon hearing this, Dadian finally discerned the purpose behind his three questions. Through his conversation with Makin the previous day, he had confirmed his suspicions. The other children here were unaware that they were not undergoing training as guards, but rather as scavengers. From Fino, Dadian learned that scavengers scoured the wilderness beyond the colossal wall in search of resources. Given this, it was evident that their own supplies would be limited, necessitating the acquisition of survival skills in the wilderness outside the wall. Understanding food would be their first lesson. Teacher, what is my reward? Dadian asked, raising his hand as Tob delayed announcing the outcome. Tob glanced at him and replied, each correct answer earns a breakfast. Congratulations. You have secured 2 breakfasts. However, as breakfast time has already passed today, you must wait until tomorrow to redeem them. Just a breakfast? Dadian was taken aback, unaware that during the subsequent half-month of training, he would come to realize the true value of those 2 breakfasts. Upon hearing that the reward was merely breakfast, the other children felt a slight sense of balance restored. Now, the break is over. Run 10 laps around the field. Tob suddenly commanded. All the children were taken aback. They had just finished running and were expected to run again. You have half an hour. For every 5 minutes you exceed, you must complete an additional lap. Tob coldly stated the rules. Teacher, please, not again. I'm about to throw up. Some children could not help but wail, but soon, spurred by the sight of a leading example being kicked away, they began to sprint at full speed. Dadian's lips twitched slightly. The rule seemed merciless to him. Yet he vaguely surmised that Tob was training their endurance. After all, according to Tob, if they were to learn how to survive, the focus would not be on strength and combat, but rather on speed and stamina. Chapter 17. Survival training. Time flies, and in the blink of an eye. 3 months have passed. During this period, aside from the relentless daily endurance training, the survival training course has been the primary focus. This course, which has evidently withstood the test of time, is broadly categorized into 2 main areas, foraging and resource collection. These constitute fundamental skills that scavengers must master. Foraging is further divided into several subjects, namely water sources, shelter, food acquisition, and survival. Each of these subjects encompasses a vast array of knowledge. The water sources course teaches how to locate water in various environments, which are classified into 4 categories: jungle, desert, mountainous terrain, and swamp. Finding water in the jungle is the easiest, yet it harbors lurking dangers that one must learn to evade, as taught in the survival course. In addition to locating water sources, the curriculum also covers water filtration and testing for different water qualities. Similarly, resource collection is subdivided into 4 extensive subjects: mining, herbal gathering, geological surveying, and exploration. Each of these subjects is typically the focus of a dedicated academy in the outside world, requiring 3 years of study. where only the clever and diligent can graduate. However, here, one must master all of them within a mere 3 years. Only by acquiring comprehensive knowledge can one meet the standards set forth by Tob, ensuring survival. For Dudian, the most arduous aspect of the past 3 months has not been the 8 courses, but rather the physical training associated with endurance and mining. Each session felt like a near-death experience. Nevertheless, his progress has been strikingly evident. From an initial performance of 5 laps in 30 minutes on the first day, he improved to 20 minutes for 5 laps within a week, and by the end of 2 weeks, he could complete it in just 15 minutes. It was only after a month that he earned the privilege of breakfast, still ranking last among his peers. The 2 opportunities for breakfast he initially received were consumed on the 2nd day and the 15th day, which helped sustain him. His continuous improvement in speed was not solely the result of overcoming the after-effects of cryogenic sleep. It was primarily driven by his own willpower, enabling him to persevere through states of near unconsciousness. By the 2nd month, the after-effects of the cryogenic chamber had completely dissipated, a process that ordinarily would have taken an additional 3 to 4 months. However, the intense training accelerated this recovery. With the elimination of these after-effects, his speed witnessed an astonishing surge, allowing him to consistently rank among the top 10 in daily endurance training. By the 3rd month, he had secured a position within the top 3 consistently. This remarkable rate of progress has compelled the other children to regard him with newfound respect, particularly Makin and 2 others who share a room with Dudian, who affectionately dubbed him Mad Bull. In the hushed confines of the library, Dudian stood before the law section, cradling a foundational textbook on legal principles, quietly perusing its pages. Ever since the 3rd month commenced, he had dedicated 10 minutes each day to study law, the longest duration he could spare. "Dudian, why are you immersed in law again?" remarked Makin, who stood by the geology section, his tone laced with exasperation. "Teacher Tua has informed us that there is an exam today. We should focus on our revision. If we fail, we will be eliminated." Dudian gestured for silence, his eyes fixed on the text in hand, resolutely continuing his reading. "Dudian," Makin hurriedly approached him, inquiring, "What do you think will be on the exam today?" "I do not know," Dudian replied candidly. "I hope at ISNT Geology. I haven't had the chance to study that yet," Makin said with a sly grin. "How about this? If I encounter questions that I can answer, I will assist you, and if they are within your grasp, you will help me. Sound good?" Dudian retorted. "Let us not entertain such tricks. It's best to avoid thoughts of cheating." He shrugged, expressing his helplessness. Indeed, on the 3rd day of their special training, Tua had made a statement that resonated deeply. Dudian had long suspected that this training, ostensibly aimed at selecting guards, was, in reality, a means to cultivate scavengers. Consequently, those who were eliminated would likely still become guards, and Tua's words merely confirmed Dudian's suspicions. For the other children, this was undeniably disheartening news. It was precisely this revelation that encouraged many who had contemplated giving up to grit their teeth and persevere. Before long, the 2 arrived at the training ground ahead of schedule, where a considerable number of peers had already gathered, engaging in hushed discussions, seemingly speculating about the exam's content. Shortly thereafter, Tua appeared punctually, and before his arrival, everyone had lined up impeccably, a discipline learned through personal experience of rigorous training. However, Tua was not alone. Accompanying him was a tall, graceful figure, a girl in her early 20s with a wheatish complexion. Her face, devoid of childishness, radiated a mature allure blended with the vibrancy of youth, adorned with a subtle smile that left many younger children momentarily awestruck. In truth, precociousness is not exclusive to this world. Even in ancient times, children in their early teens possessed knowledge in certain realms far exceeding what adults often presumed. In this world, the legal age for marriage is 13, and by 20, remaining unmarried is seen as a desperate situation. After all, under the corrosive effects of radiation, merely reaching 60 years of age is a remarkable feat, sensing the restlessness in the eyes of the older children. Tua smirked coldly and spoke in his characteristically deep tone. "After 3 months of training, you lot have barely qualified as basic guards. From today onwards, there will be a major examination every 6 months, and anyone who fails will be eliminated." A palpable tension flickered across the faces of all the children. Dudian soon realized that this examination was far from a mere assessment of knowledge. His suspicions were swiftly corroborated by Tob's words. This evaluation was rather straightforward. Shortly, Instructor Chris would escort them to a designated location, where they were merely required to survive for 10 days to be deemed competent. Chapter 18. The the desert survive for 10 days? All the children were taken aback. Although Tob had stated it would be simple, their 3 months of acquaintance had already made them acutely aware of his interpretation of simplicity. No one had anticipated that this assessment would deviate from the traditional written examinations they were accustomed to. Instead, it would involve direct, hands-on experience. Clearly, to endure for 10 days, they would need to acquire a fundamental understanding of all 4 courses related to foraging. Before long, some began to calculate. As long as there was a water source, the human body could survive without food for a span of 7 to 15 days, with extraordinary willpower. It was conceivable to last a month. This meant that their primary objective was to locate a source of water, which would grant them the hope of passing. If they were fortunate enough to find some food, enduring for 10 days would pose no problem whatsoever. With this thought, many children felt a surge of confidence. Duddian furrowed his brow slightly, harboring a sense of skepticism. Knowing Tob's character, he was certain that such a straightforward challenge would not be presented. "Children, follow me." At that moment, the woman named Chris standing beside Tob spoke cheerfully. "I will lead you to a delightful place that you are sure to enjoy." Some of the older boys, upon hearing her words, ignited with enthusiasm. "Line up." Chris smiled gently and turned to lead the way. The children paired up, forming a long line, and under Chris's guidance, they quickly arrived beside the training grounds. To their astonishment, dozens of large black carriages awaited them, each resembling the one that had originally brought Duddian to this place. Spacious enough to accommodate 7 or 8 adults, or even 10 children comfortably. "Everyone, board the carriages," Chris said with a smile. The drivers of these carriages were young men clad in standard soft armor, one of whom was the very same who had transported Duddian here. "Duddian, over here." Makin called to him from in front of one of the carriages. Duddian glanced over and approached. Inside the carriage, besides Makin, were the other 2 children who shared his room, evidently gathered together under Makin's invitation, preparing to look out for one another during the forthcoming trial. After all, those from the same room were the most trustworthy companions. "Ah, the fabric curtains here are sewn shut," Makin remarked, preparing to lift the curtain for a look outside. Immediately noting the peculiarity, a sense of unease washed over Duddian. Could it be that the location for this trial lay beyond the towering cliffs? The carriage swayed gently as the sound of iron hooves clattering against the ground filled the air. With his eyes closed, Duddian listened intently, calculating. 20 minutes had elapsed since they departed the training grounds. Initially, he could hear the chatter of passers-by outside the carriage, but gradually, the clamor faded into silence. Indicating that they had ventured into a secluded area, the journey now enveloped in tranquility. This silence persisted for half an hour before the carriage gradually came to a halt. Once the carriage came to a complete stop, Duddian slowly opened his eyes, his fingers delicately calculating the route. 28 turns, with 3 brief pauses, likely for inspection, suggesting a westward trajectory. Had Chris known what thoughts occupied Duddian's mind at that moment, she would surely have been astounded. Although achieving such clarity was not particularly challenging, other children could have done the same with a little attentiveness. The psychological pressure created by the dark, enclosed space of the carriage and the stress of the initial trial filled the hearts of all the children with anxiety and trepidation. Who could afford the luxury of calm contemplation in such circumstances? This was an almost cruel, chilling composure. Most remarkably, it manifested in the mind of a child. With a sharp sound, the carriage door swung open, and Duddian immediately understood that this was not an inspection. They had arrived at their final destination. All the children hastily disembarked from their respective carriages, eagerly gazing at the place where they would endure the next 10 days. Yet, in the next moment, all the children stood frozen in shock. Before them lay a vast expanse of desert. Indeed, a desert composed solely of sand. Surviving for 10 days in such a desolate place, blood seemed to rush to their heads. Duddian leaped from the carriage and, upon witnessing the boundless, scorching desert, could not help but let out a deep sigh. Truly, as Tob had said, simplicity could never be so straightforward. With a blink, she remarked, "Good luck to you all. By the way, this first trial is the simplest of all." With that, she turned and mounted a nearly 3-meter-tall black horse, its coat pure, belonging to the same breed as those used by hunters that Duddian had seen before. This clearly signified Chris's identity, suggesting she was likely a hunter herself. Duddian narrowed her eyes, silently observing as Chris cracked the whip and galloped away. The other carriages also turned about, maintaining their formation as they thundered off, kicking up clouds of dust until they gradually faded from the children's sight. In that instant, only the 300 or so children remained in the vast desert. How on earth are we supposed to survive this? This is nothing short of murder. I knew it wouldn't be that simple. Once Chris and the others had departed, the remaining children immediately erupted in indignation. Everyone! Everyone! A robust, tall boy bellowed from the crowd. We must unite and search for a water source. If we find water, we can survive. Unity is strength. Clearly, this child adapted quickly. Upon hearing his words, the other children ceased their complaints. Some echoed his sentiments, while others began to contemplate their survival over the next 10 days. During the previous 3 months of rigorous training, everyone had learned not to reason with Tob, for one employs words while the other wields fists. Dudian, let us join them, Mykin suggested to Dudian. Since the first day of their shared hardships, he had gradually become accustomed to seeking Dudian's counsel, although he was the most charismatic in their quarters. Dudian undeniably held the most authority. No, the 4 of us will stick together, Dudian replied without hesitation. Mykin exclaimed in astonishment, why? The other 2 children also wore expressions of confusion. The principle of unity is undoubtedly a universal truth, as taught in our lessons, in adverse conditions. It is only through solidarity that one can hope to survive. However, the authority that Dudian had established over the past 3 months prevented them from questioning him immediately. While it is indeed easier to locate a water source with a larger group, this is a desert, not a jungle or a marshland. Here, water is scarce. Even if a source is discovered, it can only satisfy a fraction of the needs, ultimately leading to disintegration due to uneven resource distribution, Dudian stated plainly. Mykin and the other 2 children were taken aback, suddenly realizing the truth of his words. Let us proceed. We have already squandered considerable time, Dudian remarked, glancing around before setting off in a chosen direction. Chapter 19. Danger. Mykin exchanged glances with the other 2 children and promptly followed Dudian. At that moment, the other children began to form small groups, most of them gathering in teams of a few from their respective rooms. There were also medium-sized teams comprising 2 or 3 smaller groups, while some indecisive individuals gravitated toward the person who initially proposed unity, forming a large collective of nearly 100. On the desolate expanse, over 300 individuals gradually dispersed like swarming ants. Why are we heading this way? The sun is scorching. Mykin shielded his eyes with his hand, struggling to see. Within less than half an hour of arriving, he was drenched in sweat and felt an unbearable heat. It seems there are hardly any others going in our direction, remarked another slender child with brown hair, named Sham, who was one of the 4 in their dormitory. He was generally taciturn yet industrious, the only one besides Dudian capable of making his bed. Even if we aim to avoid competition, we needn't endure the sun like this. It's quite unwise, Mykin said with a wry smile. The 3 were taken aback by Dudian's earnest explanation. Even considering the need for warmth at night, we shouldn't be exposed to the sun now. It's easy to become dehydrated, which would be counterproductive. Moreover, how can you be certain that the temperature will drop in the desert at night? My feet feel as if they are on fire. How could it possibly cool down here? Sham and another child named Zach were equally curious. In such a sweltering place, it will be cold at night? You will find out when night falls, Dudian replied without elaborating on the heat-absorbing and dissipating properties of sand, knowing that such knowledge was not covered in their lessons and might provoke skepticism. Furthermore, the concepts of heat absorption and dissipation would be beyond their comprehension. We will certainly find a water source. Our only concern is to remain healthy, Dudian warned Mykin and the others with gravity. Surprised by his conviction, Mykin, Sham, and Zach felt a sense of curiosity rather than doubt, wondering how Dudian could assert that water would be found in this sandy wasteland. Before long, the 4 had ventured deep into the desert, completely separating themselves from the surrounding groups, which made Mykin, Sham, and Zach feel anxious. However, there was no turning back. They had to continue placing their trust in Dudian, who had never let them down. Do you remember what we learned in class about finding water in the desert? Dudian paused and surveyed the landscape ahead. The trio exchanged glances. Mykin said, I recall that the first step is to look for shaded areas of sand. Digging beneath the sand usually leads to a water source. Upon hearing this, Mykin, Sham, and Zach felt a surge of excitement and crouched down, ready to dig. First, wrap your hands. We mustn't injure ourselves on the stones beneath, Dudian instructed, tearing a strip of fabric from his sleeve to bind his hands before kneeling to dig in the sand. Your thoughtfulness is commendable, Mykin remarked with a smile. The 3 imitated him, tearing off fabric to protect their hands before crouching down to dig. It must be said that 3 months of endurance training have significantly enhanced the physical capabilities of the 4 children. Even under the scorching sun, they managed to walk 4 to 5 miles and still possessed the strength to dig for water. However, this endeavor was akin to a gamble. Should they fail to uncover a water source, they would find themselves in peril, as their remaining energy might not suffice to reach the next potential location of hydration. Thus, even Dudien felt a twinge of anxiety, particularly after digging over half a meter without encountering any damp sand, causing a subtle heaviness in the hearts of all four. "Let us end this and move to another spot," Dudien decisively declared. Given the current trend, they would need to dig at least another meter to possibly hit wet sand. And to find water, a depth of at least 3 meters would be required, a rather optimistic scenario. It was evident that this location was unviable. After digging so much, "Are we really just going to give up?" Macon exclaimed incredulously. With a stern expression, Dudien replied, "We cannot place our hopes on a single attempt. Follow me. We shall press onward." Without lingering, he turned and continued his march. Macon and Zack felt a pang of regret, reluctant to abandon their efforts after digging for so long. Sharm stood up and said, "Let us go. Dudien is right. We cannot rely on just one chance." With that, he fell in step behind Dudien. Macon and Zack sighed, brushing the sand off their knees as they followed suit. However, as fate would have it, while God closes one door, he opens another. Not long after the four had left the digging site, Zack, who was at the back, suddenly screamed, leaping half a meter into the air. His face drained of color as he hurried towards Dudien. May and Shaw reacted quickly, shouting in alarm as they rushed to catch up. In a sudden tumble, Macon, caught off guard by his own haste, stumbled and fell onto the sandy ground. Sharm and Zack were momentarily stunned, their attention drawn to the fallen Macon. Their expressions shifted dramatically as they caught sight of the writhing yellow-scaled snake, hesitation written across their faces. At that moment, Dudien had already dashed to Macon's side, grabbing his arm and bellowing, "Get up!" In an instant, the yellow-scaled snake lunged at Macon, its gaping maw revealing sharp fangs. Chapter 20. The Alchemist. At that moment, a sudden gray shadow flashed by, striking the yellow-scaled serpent and sending it crashing to the sandy ground. "Run!" Dudien bellowed. Whoosh! Dudien swiftly outpaced Macon, racing to the forefront, his endurance training having earned him the top long-distance running record in the dormitory. With a sigh of relief, Dudien declared, "Stop running. It's not pursuing us." Macon and Shaw, momentarily stunned, then realized that the yellow-scaled serpent had ceased its chase and immediately exhaled in relief. The next instant, an overwhelming fatigue washed over them. Their bodies felt weak and sore, their throats parched and cracked, overwhelmed by thirst and heat. "You scared me to death," Shaw said, patting his chest with lingering trepidation. "Let us take a break. I'm utterly exhausted," Shaw gasped. Macon, still shaken, suddenly lifted his gaze to Dudien upon hearing their words. Gritting his teeth slightly, he said, "Dien, you saved my life this time. If anything happens in the future..." Macon watched Dudien's back, biting his teeth in contemplation, and then followed suit. The group continued westward along the sandy path, surrounded by grains of sand and parched clods of earth, which led Macon, Shaw, and Shaw to question if they had chosen the wrong direction. Perhaps a different route would lead them to water? However, under Dudien's insistence, they ultimately did not alter their course. By dusk, they were utterly exhausted, drenched in sweat, their faces sunburned, and their pace reduced to a mere fraction of what it had been upon entering the desert, nearly crawling forward. "I found it." Dudien's voice rang out suddenly ahead. Macon, Shaw, and Jia, their expressions numb as if they were mere shells of themselves, sprang back to life upon hearing those words, hope igniting in their once dry eyes. "Where?" Macon asked anxiously. Dudien pointed ahead, indicating a small earthen rise. Not far from it, patches of dry grass and cacti appeared, commonplace flora in the desert. "Plants. There are actually plants." Macon, Shaw, and Jia exclaimed with excitement. A faint smile graced Dudien's face as he urged, "Let us start digging. There must be a water source beneath the plants." He moved forward first, arriving at a cluster of green grass and began to dig, cautioning, "Be careful. There may be other dangers lurking here." Upon hearing this, the excitement on Macon's face quickly faded, replaced by a tense vigilance as they scanned their surroundings. Before long, Dudien unearthed moist sand beneath the grass. And after digging a further half-meter, he finally uncovered a water source, albeit meager and mixed with grains of sand. "What do we do now?" Macon, Shaw, and Shaw stared in bewilderment. Dudien remained silent, shaking out his coat that had previously struck the yellow-scaled serpent, then leaped down to scoop up a handful of the sandy water into his coat. He twisted the garment, placing it at his lips, and soon, as he tightened the coat, the water filtered through the fibers and flowed down. After a long, parched afternoon, this simply filtered water was nothing short of exquisite. After several sips, Du Dian refrained from continuing, wetting his lips with water before climbing back up. Don't drink too much at once, just maintain your body's basic needs, he advised. The three men, filled with admiration, emulated Du Dian's method, collecting sand mixed with water into their coats to filter it for drinking. This grass root should be edible. Du Dian pulled out a tuft of green grass, observing the wet soil clinging to its roots. He meticulously cleaned the soil and, upon noting the absence of colored juice upon breaking it, bit into a root, gently chewing. A subtle sweetness spread in his mouth, accompanied by a hint of astringency. After savoring it, he swallowed. Observing Du Dian's enjoyment, the three men followed suit, breaking off pieces of the grass root to eat. How bitter, truly unpalatable. Zack and Sham chuckled ruefully, yet they continued to chew and swallow. Du Dian glanced at the sky and suggested, "Let us spend the night here. You all gather some dry firewood for a fire tonight. Furthermore, we should take turns on watch duty each night. Those who are to take the first watch can rest now to replenish their energy." Macon replied, "I will take the first watch. If you sleep, we will be at a loss." Du Dian nodded, "Then you should rest. Zack, go find dry firewood, and Sham, help me construct a shelter and gather some stones." With his directives, they all set to work. On the edge of the desert, a solitary tavern stood, battered by the elements. The windows and doors had been repeatedly patched with wooden boards. At that moment, a man and woman sat inside, sipping chilled wheat beer. "Tell me, among the 360 individuals, how many do you think will survive tonight?" Chris playfully stirred the ice in her wooden cup with a dagger, smilingly inquired. Top, with a nonchalant smile, responded, "Certainly more than you might imagine." "Is that so?" Chris raised an eyebrow, teasingly challenging. "How about a wager?" "On what?" Tob asked, intrigued. "Let us bet on how many will remain 10 days from now." Chris squinted, declaring, "I wager 200. Tob chuckled, "Then I shall wager 300. "Oh." Chris glanced sideways at him. "You seem quite confident in your students. However, this time you are certain to lose." After finishing his beer, Tob calmly replied, "What makes you say that?" Giggling, Chris covered her lips with her hand. "Are you not aware that this desert was once the territory of the Ryan family a decade ago? It was one of the 6 most prosperous commercial areas. Yet it was devastated by the evil alchemist. Not only did the Ryan family perish, but this land also succumbed to desolation under the alchemist's sinister powers, becoming a forbidden zone." Tob responded calmly, "I was aware of this 10 years ago, as I was present at the time." Chris laughed lightly. "But you may not know that although the evil alchemist was vanquished by the Holy Church, other alchemists now believe that remnants of his malevolent powers still linger in this desert, quietly gathering here. Little do they realize, their clandestine activities have already caught the attention of the Holy Church." Tob's expression suddenly shifted. "What do you mean?" "This time, the Radiant Church plans to eliminate the alchemists residing here. However, their actions are shrouded in secrecy. Should they recklessly dispatch the Radiant Knights, it would undoubtedly arouse suspicion. Therefore, as customary, they will regard this place as an assessment ground for scavengers, using these baits to lure them in. I am confident that the alchemists will not let such a splendid opportunity slip through their fingers," remarked Clarice with a gentle smile. Chapter 21. Night Raid. Tob's pupils constricted as he slammed his palm onto the counter, his voice cold as ice. "You dare use my students as bait?" Chris shrugged slightly. "I am not that powerful, and besides, we are old acquaintances. I understand your temperament well. This arrangement was determined by higher-ups. We can only comply." Tob seethed. "But we cannot allow a group of children to serve as bait, knowing full well that alchemists are lurking here. To let children draw them out, this is the conduct of the Holy See?" Chris's expression shifted, her tone turning grave. "To speak ill of the Holy See in private is a grave sin. Do not act foolishly. Furthermore, if we can capture the alchemists, it would earn these children merit. Whether they are eliminated or qualify to join the guards or become scavengers, this merit would be a valuable asset for them. Establishing merit is not an easy feat." "Humph, so I should be grateful to them." Tob scoffed. Chris replied with resignation, "Whether you are grateful or not, it is a fact. Moreover, if we were to change the examination site this year, it would only alert the alchemists. Their connections are extensive. There may already be spies embedded within our army. Although these children are still inexperienced, in 3 years' time, upon graduation, they may face alchemists whether they join the guards or become scavengers. At that time, they will be the frontline warriors with no one to shield them. This is also a precious experience for them. Tob furrowed his brow slightly, snorting, as he handed a wooden cup to the old man behind the counter, saying, "Old Luo. Another drink, please. Seeing your temper, I'll add some ice for you." The old man behind the counter chuckled. Tob fell silent, brooding. Night descended. As the sun sank below the horizon, the temperature in the desert plummeted. The sand's insulation was woefully inadequate, causing heat to dissipate rapidly. At this moment, Dudian and Sham had constructed a fire pit using several stones, filled with dry, aged plants. The method of ignition was, of course, the most primitive, friction from wood. "I'm so hungry," Zack grumbled, rubbing his belly as he looked at Dudian. Dudian leaned against the fire, eyes closed, and said, "Let us endure. 10 days will pass quickly. Besides, talking will only make you hungrier." Zack forced a smile and closed his eyes. Macon sat beside the fire, chuckling. "Sleep well, everyone. If you fall asleep, you won't feel hunger. Being both hungry and cold makes survival so difficult," Sham remarked, pulling his clothing tighter and inching closer to the fire. Macon smiled faintly, occasionally tossing more firewood into the pit, ever mindful of Dudian's instructions to keep the fire blazing to deter any approaching beasts. As the night deepened, the temperature dropped further, with gusts of wind occasionally sweeping by. Even sitting by the fire, Macon felt the chill seep into his bones, causing him to shiver. He shook his legs slightly to generate warmth, but the frequent tremors suddenly prompted an urgent need to relieve himself. He glanced at the three who were peacefully asleep, then rose and stepped onto the sandy ground. As he loosened his trousers, ready to relieve himself, suddenly, a withered hand shot out from the darkness, gripping his throat tightly. Macon's pupils contracted, his heart raced violently, and fear nearly caused his eyes to bulge. From the shadows emerged a face etched with wrinkles, watching him ominously. Whispering in a raspy voice, "Be quiet, do not scream." Every hair on Macon's body stood on end. Instinctively, he wanted to cry for help, but as he opened his mouth, his throat was crushed nearly to the point of rupture, rendering him voiceless. Instead, he could only emit a sound akin to fabric tearing. In this overwhelming dread, the composed visage of Dudian flashed in his mind, causing him to abruptly open his eyes and kick backward with all his might. His heel struck the soft sand beneath him, sending it splattering towards the fire. Not enough. The distance was still too great. Despair washed over Macon. At that moment, the owner of the withered hand noticed Macon's silent plea. A chill flickered across his cold gaze as he raised his other hand. In the dim light of the flickering flames, Macon discerned the glint of a dagger. Whoosh! It shot straight towards him, just as his mind went blank. A stone suddenly flew through the air, striking the dagger with a loud thud. Simultaneously, Dudian's thunderous voice erupted. "There are enemies. Rise." At a shout, Zack and Sham awoke instantly, seizing stones from their makeshift pillows, their faces etched with tension. Dudian's gaze was fixed on the frail, hunched figure in the darkness. He was a light sleeper, particularly in such perilous circumstances, and had never fully trusted Macon to keep watch. Just moments ago, he had felt a few grains of sand splash onto his face, waking him instantly. The first image that met his eyes was the absence of Macon where he had been sitting. As he turned to look, he witnessed the perilous scene unfold and, without a second thought, grabbed a stone from beside the fire and hurled it, striking the target perfectly. Cursed be this moment. The hunched figure turned out to be an old man, draped in a black cloak, who dropped the dagger he had been wielding. His wrist trembled slightly, pain surging within him, igniting a flicker of rage as he pushed the struggling Macon away. From his chest, he retrieved a green vial, uncorking it. Green smoke began to waft from the bottle, and he aimed it towards Dudian and his companions, taking a deep breath and blowing forcefully. The green mist swiftly enveloped the vicinity. Dudian's expression changed dramatically as he quickly covered his nose, attempting to warn Zack and Sham, but the green vapor had already approached, leaving him unable to speak. With a thud, Macon, closest to the old man, was engulfed by the green mist and collapsed instantly. Dudian's pupils dilated, and he swiftly dropped to the ground, feigning death. Two more thuds echoed, and Dudian knew without looking that Zack and Sham had likely inhaled the green mist as well. He was unsure if they were merely unconscious or had succumbed to poison. His heart raced uncontrollably, filled with tension and uncertainty. Was this also part of the assessment? If so, he believed that aside from the larger groups, all smaller factions would be eliminated. Could it be that the purpose of this trial was to foster unity among them? Duty's thoughts raced, and he couldn't help but feel a pang of regret. Perhaps the underlying intention was not merely to test their survival for 10 days, but rather to assess their unity. That wretched imp. At that moment, Duty heard the footsteps of the stooped old man approaching him, instantly realizing that the man sought to retaliate for his earlier stone-throwing attack. And a wave of despair washed over him. What a waste of a vial of soul-dissolving potion, cursed be it. Just from the sound, Duty could tell the old man was gritting his teeth, and his heart sank as he stealthily grasped a handful of sand, ready to seize the moment. At that instant, Duty felt a bony hand grasping his foot. The hand was devoid of flesh, pinching his ankle painfully. He gritted his teeth in silence, waiting for the moment when the old man would lean down to strike, at which point he would hurl the sand. However, it appeared that the stooped old man had no intention of killing him. Instead, he merely seized Duty's ankle and began to drag him forward. Duty's heart sank further, realizing that he was being taken to the old man's lair to be dealt with. Attack? Or should he continue to bide his time for an opportunity? Chapter 22. The Structure of Life. Dudian slowly opened his eyes, illuminated by the flickering light of the campfire. Before him stood a hunched old man, dragging him further into the enveloping darkness. His gaze flickered momentarily, abandoning the notion of a surprise attack. Throwing sand at the man's back would yield no effect and would squander his only chance for ambush. At this moment, he had already been pulled 2 or 3 meters away, unable to grasp the stones at the edge of the fire pit. Even if he could reach them, the stones would be scalding hot, requiring a swift throw, lest he burn his own hands. He could not venture into the old man's lair. Dudian was acutely aware of the peril he faced. His mind raced as he sought a means of escape before being taken into the man's stronghold. After all, no one knew how many others resided within. Even this single adversary was more than he could handle. If captured and brought into the lair, he would become nothing more than prey, vulnerable to slaughter. At that moment, the old man brought Dudian to the spot where Maken had previously intended to relieve himself, bending down to retrieve a dagger that had fallen to the ground. A flicker of hope surged within Dudian as his gaze fell upon a stone he had thrown earlier. He stealthily reached for it. While it was still hot, it was bearable enough to grasp. With the stone in hand, he focused intently on the back of the old man's head, and with a sudden thrust of his abdomen, he propelled himself upward, launching the stone with all his might. With a dull thud, the stone missed its mark, striking the old man's back instead. Though the distance was minimal, the angle had betrayed him. Dudian's expression soured. But he had no time for regret as he kicked off the ground, breaking free from the old man's grip. A loud thud echoed as something collided with Dudian's back. He collapsed to the ground, a piercing pain radiating through him, nearly causing him to lose consciousness. Yet, confusion filled his mind, given his speed. The old man should not have been able to pursue him so swiftly. Was it a projectile? What unfolded before him was beyond his wildest imagination. From the old man's sleeve emerged a serpentine appendage, roughly the thickness of an infant's wrist and 3 to 4 meters long, stretching the dark fabric of his sleeve wide open. Under the flickering firelight, Dudian could see all too clearly that this appendage was connected to the old man's shoulder. What was most terrifying were the crimson veins coursing along the old man's withered arm, protruding grotesquely from the skin, evoking a sense of dread. The 4 words biochemical modification surfaced in Dudian's mind. Born into a family of science, he was aware that such modifications existed, though they were taboo experiments in the old era. Any biological experimentation on humans was deemed illegal, having only emerged during World War II as instruments of war. These were tales he had overheard in conversations between his father and sister, yet now, in this world that had yet to embrace the steam age, he found himself witnessing this unfathomable scene. Crack, crack. As Dudian stood in shock, the hunchbacked elder let out a pain groan. The base of the tendrils on his right arm grotesquely elongated by several centimeters, the newly formed segment glistening with a viscous, silken fluid, while his right arm appeared even more emaciated. Gritting his teeth, the elder fixed his malevolent gaze upon Dudian and snarled, "You little wretch. I shall not kill you so easily. I will dissect you piece by piece, transforming you into my experimental subject." With that, he strode menacingly towards Dudian, the tendrils on his arm writhing and slithering into the voluminous sleeves of his dark robe. Had it not been for the torn fabric, one would not have discerned any peculiarities from the outside. Dudian's complexion turned ashen at that moment. He comprehended that this was no mere trial by scavengers, but a genuine peril. He attempted to rise, yet the excruciating pain in his back rendered him immobile. Despite his efforts to suppress his breath when the elder released the green mist, he eventually caught a whiff of it. And even that slight odor caused his limbs to weaken. Still hoping to flee? The elder's visage was a mask of malice as he seized Dudien by the hair, dragging him away. Dudien grimaced in agony, clutching the elder's wrist tightly. Moments later, the elder abruptly halted, and though darkness enveloped them, Dudien discerned a deep pit illuminated by the faint starlight above. "Get in," the elder commanded, delivering a kick that sent Dudien tumbling downwards. He rolled painfully, colliding with the stairs along the way. His back, wrists, and arms bore the brunt of the impact, and after tumbling for several meters, he finally landed at the bottom. Struggling to open his eyes, he immediately noticed a dim, yellowish light ahead. He had descended into an underground chamber. At that moment, the hunchbacked elder descended the ladder. Dudien looked up only to see a wooden board sealing the opening above. It dawned on him why he had encountered the elder amidst the vast desert. This was the refuge he had chosen, situated perilously close to the elder's domain. It was likely that their activities during the day had already disturbed him. A bitter smile crossed his lips as he realized that the dense vegetation in this arid landscape made it the most abundant source of water nearby, indeed a suitable refuge. Upon reaching the bottom, the elder ignored Dudien and swiftly approached a nearby workbench. He rummaged through a drawer and retrieved a small vial containing crimson pills, pouring a few into his mouth before washing them down with hot water from a metallic bottle. Dudien surveyed the underground chamber and was immediately confronted with sights that made his stomach churn. On adjacent shelves, large glass jars contained horrifying specimens. Some housed human hands, others the severed heads of women, along with lungs and hearts. "Do not gaze too long, little wretch. Soon, I shall find a grand vessel to contain you," the elder remarked ominously, having noticed Dudien's horrified expression. Dudien's face paled as he retorted, "You are the one the Holy See refers to as one who sells his soul to the devil, aren't you?" The elder scoffed. "Devil? The Holy See of Light merely deceives the masses with tales of the Creator and the devil. Once I complete my experiment, I shall become the Creator." "What experiment?" Dudien inquired, not genuinely interested, but rather seeking to buy time to regain his strength and find a way to escape. The hunchbacked elder sneered, saying, "You wouldn't comprehend even if I told you, pitiful fools enslaved by the Holy See of Light. After I take a moment to rest, I shall send you to meet your God of Light. Do not harbor any delusions of escape. Do you see this?" As he spoke, he produced a small crossbow from a drawer. Dudien's expression shifted, a chill creeping into his heart, yet he refused to yield, gritting his teeth and retorting, "What nonsense about being the Creator? To kill, one must resort to such a device? Absurd." "Humph, the wisdom of the Creator is beyond your understanding," the hunchbacked elder scoffed. "The grandeur of alchemy shall forge the immortal, and you are fortunate to be the material for my experiment." "Alchemy?" Dudien was taken aback. While observing the super chip, he had stumbled upon some information regarding alchemy, which could be regarded as an early form of chemistry originating in Egypt, primarily concerned with the transmutation of base metals into gold. Any alchemist who could achieve this would instantly attain national treasure status, commanding power and influence. The ultimate goal of alchemy is to create the Philosopher's Stone, a legendary artifact said to grant eternal life. Throughout history, many illustrious figures have immersed themselves in the study of alchemy, including the renowned physicist Newton, a fervent enthusiast of the craft. "You are an alchemist?" Dudien gazed at the hunchbacked elder with uncertainty. "Isn't alchemy about creating gold?" The elder narrowed his eyes, remarking, "I did not expect you to possess such knowledge. However, our alchemy is divided into two factions. One studies fundamental substances to create the Philosopher's Stone in pursuit of immortality, while the other, like myself, delves into the essence of life to create life and become the Creator." Chapter 23. A desperate counterattack. Dudien suddenly comprehended the reason behind the grotesque transformation of his arm. It was likely a result of his own body undergoing a life construction experiment, and from the outcome, it was evident that the experiment had failed. Although the twisted appendages on his arm could obey neural signals, every movement exacted a corresponding toll. Otherwise, with the sheer power of those mutated appendages, he would undoubtedly be a formidable weapon in this era of cold steel. The hunchbacked elder seemed to have rested sufficiently and coldly instructed Dudien, "Lie down over there." As he spoke, his withered hand brushed against a small crossbow, suggesting that if Dudien dared to refuse, he would be shot without hesitation. Dudien's expression shifted, and he gritted his teeth as he stood up. In this moment of life and death, his mind was in turmoil. He took a deep breath, striving to remain calm. However, it was nearly impossible for anyone to maintain their composure in such a chilling and desperate environment. His body trembled slightly as he moved at the slowest pace toward the place indicated by the elder. It was a workbench resembling a surgical table, surrounded by numerous cutting tools, some of which still bore unsightly bloodstains. The hunchbacked elder made no effort to hasten Dudian. He merely observed him, like a hunter watching his prey make its final, futile struggles. When he noticed the change in Dudian's complexion, a cruel smile crept across his lips. At that moment, Dudian had reached the workbench. "See those chains? Bind yourself," commanded the elder. Dudian gazed at the chains affixed to the workbench, realizing they were likely instruments used to restrain previous test subjects. His eyes flickered momentarily, yet he still grasped one of the chains and began to wrap it around his wrist. A smirk of cold amusement appeared on the elder's face as he anticipated that once Dudian secured himself, he would rise and methodically dismember him. Suddenly, as Dudian was entangling the chain, he crouched down abruptly, retreating beneath the workbench. In the same instant, he swung the chain against a nearby iron cage, producing a resounding clang. The dozen or so large snakes that had been slumbering within the cage were instantly roused, thrashing and writhing in agitation. The elder's expression darkened, and he hissed, "You little brat, I had intended to make your demise swift, yet you insist on oh how could it be?" The stooped old man widened his eyes, suddenly struck by a thought as he glanced at a nearby table, his expression darkening. He must have stolen the realgar. No wonder he had the audacity to open the snake cage. Dudian tightly grasped a vial of crushed realgar powder in his hand, sprinkling it over himself. This powder was likely prepared by the old man for capturing these large snakes. Upon noticing the snake cage, Dudian had immediately thought of the realgar powder. After all, despite being known as an alchemist, the stooped old man was essentially a biologist of this era. Given his advanced age, it was impossible for him to capture these large snakes barehanded. He could only rely on other means. As he had anticipated, he soon spotted the vial of realgar powder. Perhaps no one had visited this place for a long time, and the old man had lived here alone, resulting in a careless arrangement of items, conveniently placed where Dudian could stealthily approach and take it. "Humph!" The old man snorted coldly, seizing another set of brownish-yellow robes hanging on the wall and draping them over himself. At that moment, the large snakes that had been swimming toward him immediately halted, twisting their bodies and retreating into the surrounding darkness. Observing this scene, Dudian quickly realized that the robe was likely sprinkled with realgar powder, possibly the very garment the old man wore when he captured large snakes. "Boy, you'd better come out obediently," the stooped old man said ominously, his gaze fixed on the workstation, fingers tightly gripping the crossbow. The instant Dudian dared to show himself, he would be shot without hesitation. Though the opponent was merely a child, the series of unexpected events had already made the old man feel threatened, and he would not grant Dudian any further opportunities. Dudian lifted his head, scanning the dimly lit chamber. The only way to survive was to subdue this alchemist, and merely relying on the dagger in his hand was far from sufficient. Indeed, he possessed a dagger, which he had seized from the workstation while crouching down, the only weapon he had for a desperate close-quarters battle with the old man. Just then, Dudian suddenly noticed a collection of jars and bottles piled on a nearby counter against the wall, each labeled, two of which prominently indicated sulfur and charcoal. These were primary ingredients for black powder. Dudian's eyes lit up with excitement, but as he quickly searched around, he found no sign of saltpeter. His expression shifted with concern. Without saltpeter, the essential ingredient, it was impossible to manufacture black powder using only sulfur and charcoal. "Little brat, I know you have a dagger and are prepared to fight me, right?" The old man's voice echoed again, causing Dudian's heart to sink. He realized that the old man had noticed the missing dagger from the workstation. The old man continued, "Let us just continue to wait it out. I'll have something to eat first. Are you hungry?" He let out a cold laugh. Upon hearing this, Dudian immediately felt the pangs of hunger after a whole day without food, his stomach churning. However, he felt a slight sense of relief. At least he still had time to devise a plan. Just then, a sudden wave of green mist drifted in. Dudian's pupils contracted sharply as he hastily covered his mouth and nose. He had not anticipated that the adversary would release such a substance in this confined chamber. It was evident that the opponent possessed an antidote or some other countermeasure. Dudian pinched his nose tightly, his heart racing wildly. Acutely aware that time was of the essence, he refrained from hastily rising, knowing that the enemy had likely zeroed in on his position. The moment he stood, he would be shot. Gritting his teeth, he tightened his grip on the dagger, his gaze fixed on the arsenic powder in his other hand. Just as he was about to throw it as a diversion, A sudden flash of inspiration surged through his mind. Chapter 24. Solitude, Little Imp. I wonder how long you can endure. The hunched elder, clad in a dark green mask that concealed all but his chilling gaze, fixated intently on the workbench. His finger poised on the crossbow, ever ready to fire at the dying, desperate Dudian. Suddenly, a shadow darted from behind the workbench. Instinctively, the elder pressed the trigger, and with a sharp click, the bolt was released, zipping through the air, yet failing to strike the shadow, instead embedding itself into the wooden cabinet behind. At that moment, the shadow landed at the elder's feet, revealing itself to be a bottle of orpiment. His expression shifted as he quickly looked up, only to see Dudian springing from the ground, not leaping over the workbench towards him, but rather vaulting onto the adjacent counter, frantically seizing various jars and bottles atop it. A few collided and shattered, scattering their contents across the floor. Damnable imp! Fury ignited in the elder's eyes. Yet the multiple failures had instilled a measure of caution within him. He refrained from advancing with his crossbow, incredulous that he felt a genuine threat emanating from this child. I shall see how long you can last. The elder's gaze pierced through the thickening green mist in the chamber, his eyes cold as ice. I've got it. Dudian grasped a large glass bottle filled halfway with sulfur powder. However, he soon sensed the dwindling oxygen in his lungs, the constriction becoming increasingly unbearable, causing his complexion to turn ashen. He hastily scanned his surroundings for a fire starter, yet despite the disarray of the elder's belongings, none were in close proximity. No fire. No fire. A sense of despair gripped Dudian's heart. Just as he felt the flicker of hope extinguishing, he caught sight of a shadow above, an oil lamp casting its glow. His eyes widened in realization, as the source of illumination was situated precisely beside the elder's desk. Dudian's despair evaporated in an instant, but he could feel his chest nearing the point of bursting. He quickly removed his undershirt, tying the hem into a knot before pouring the sulfur from the glass bottle into it. The shirt billowed outward, filled with the powder. Gritting his teeth, he knew that success or failure hinged upon this moment, and with a silent roar, he flung the undershirt outward. Whoosh! The hunched elder, witnessing the large shadow hurtling towards him, instinctively pulled the trigger again, the bolt soaring forth to pierce the corner of the undershirt. The sharp projectile penetrated effortlessly, embedding itself into the cabinet behind. The bulbous undershirt, however, fell towards the elder, whose expression shifted as he sensed a potential trick. He raised his arm to block it. With a resounding thud, the undershirt was deflected, landing squarely on the table beside him. In that moment, the oil lamp toppled, igniting as the flame met the spilled oil. The liquid flowed onto the undershirt, which immediately caught fire. Dudian, having heard the bolt strike the cabinet, lifted his gaze, understanding that the elder would not be able to reload a second bolt swiftly. Just as he saw the undershirt ablaze, his expression changed, and he promptly dropped to the ground. Boom! Suddenly, a thunderous explosion echoed, causing several wooden planks from the ceiling of the chamber to collapse, unleashing a torrent of dust and debris. Dudian felt the workbench before him topple with tremendous force, crashing against his body, its edge striking his ribs painfully, drawing tears from his eyes. At that moment, he could no longer hold his breath. Despite his efforts to restrain himself, he inhaled a mouthful of air, overwhelmed by a metallic and sulfurous stench that mirrored the peculiar odor of the green mist he had encountered earlier. Instantly, a wave of dizziness washed over him, and his limbs grew weak. As the cold wind swirled in through the collapsed section above, it drew the sulfur and green mist out of the chamber. Dudian, now slumped on the ground, tightened his chest and slowly drew in the air, bit by bit. The earlier sulfur explosion had dispersed much of the green mist, and now, with the sulfurous dust drifting outside, the scent had notably diminished. Pressing against the ground, he breathed in gradually, finding no trace of the foul odor. After a while, Dudian felt he could muster the strength to move and cautiously began to rise. The chamber had been blasted open, and no one could predict when it might fully collapse. He certainly did not wish to be buried alive by the debris. The prior explosion had extinguished all the oil lamps, shrouding the chamber in darkness akin to a deep pit in a desert. With gritted teeth, Dudian relied on the faint starlight to navigate toward the direction of the hunchbacked elder. Along the way, he stumbled over fallen cabinets and tables, his feet brushing against the wreckage. Drawing upon his memory of the distance and layout, he quickly reached the elder's location. The first thing he touched was an overturned table, and as he felt along its surface, his fingers brushed against a damp, sticky substance, which, upon further examination, revealed hard objects that resembled bones, though enveloped in darkness. He envisioned the ghastly scene of the hunchbacked elder's body, shattered into pieces by the explosion, sending a chill through him. He had not anticipated the sheer power of the sulfur explosion. It had not even been transformed into gunpowder. And its explosive force derived entirely from the principle of dust deflagration. I have taken a life. Dudien's heart quivered at the thought. This was a human life. After all, although he had witnessed much destruction and poverty in this world, along with its distorted laws, the idea of killing another person was unfathomable. For a moment, he felt as if the dark surroundings harbored the vengeful spirit of the elder, watching him with an icy gaze from the unseen depths. He shivered slightly, gritting his teeth as he reassured himself. I acted in self-defense. I am not to blame. I merely sought to protect myself. I have committed no crime. With these thoughts, he clenched his fists, grief swelling within him. The laws he once adhered to had long vanished from this world. Even if he were guilty, who could impose judgment upon him? He let out a dry chuckle, and in this abyss of darkness, in a place untouched by starlight, he suddenly felt an overwhelming sense of solitude, as though the entire world had forsaken him. This desolate loneliness gradually relaxed his trembling body, and he found that his heart was no longer gripped by fear. Instead, a subtle indifference washed over him. He silently gazed into the shadows where the hunchbacked corpse of the old man lay. After a long while, he slowly shifted his body, not to depart, but to bend down and begin to search the ground. He was looking for that crossbow. Chapter 25. The Alchemist's Journal. As he groped about, Dudien once more encountered the frail form of the hunchbacked elder, his skin clammy and slick, reminiscent of a thigh or an arm, ensconced within tattered, wrinkled robes. This time, though a sliver of fear still lingered in his heart, it was tempered by a measure of calm. He stifled his trembling and continued to explore the fabric. Suddenly, his fingers brushed against two protruding, hard objects concealed within the crumpled cloth. He squeezed them gently, finding them exceedingly rigid, likely belongings of the elder. He swiftly unveiled the fabric and extracted the items. The chill of the objects sent a shiver through him as he raised them toward the starlight, barely distinguishing them as fire strikers. A surge of excitement coursed through him as he quickly struck the fire strikers against each other, igniting the tinder. In no time, a faint glow illuminated the darkness, and with the burgeoning light, he discerned the surroundings. His face paled as he realized that the area he had been exploring was, in fact, the shoulder of the hunchbacked elder. At that moment, he noted that the elder's arm had been severed at the elbow, and the ribs at the inner chest were charred and obscured. Dudien's heart raced with unease, anxious that the elder might lunge at him unexpectedly. After repeatedly confirming the elder's chest remained still, he exhaled quietly in relief. He then gathered scattered papers from the ground, igniting them, while tossing fragments of blasted fabric atop the flames to incinerate them. As the fire grew, Dudien beheld the aftermath of the explosion within the hidden chamber. The experimental workbench and various purification instruments lay strewn across the floor, nearly all damaged, with many items buried beneath the debris. His gaze sharpened as he spotted the crossbow from earlier. However, its string was severed, and the bow itself was fractured, rendering it unusable. A pang of regret welled within him, forcing him to relinquish it, just as he prepared to set the entire place ablaze. He caught sight of a few books near the flickering flames, the topmost bearing the title The Theory of Alchemical Life. Intrigued, Dudien approached to retrieve it. Beneath the primary volume, several others lay, all pertaining to the life school of alchemy, yet nestled among them was a small, nameless manual. He flipped it open, revealing handwritten notes composed with a quill. An alchemist's journal? Dudien was taken aback, scanning the contents, which turned out to be the alchemical diary of the hunchbacked elder. Year 287 of the Great Wall, season of black snow. Today's experiments proceeded smoothly. Indeed, to create life, one must employ humans as subjects, such perfect materials. Dudien perused a few entries documenting experiment processes and other occurrences, but did not delve deeply. After a moment's contemplation, he tucked the alchemical journal into his chest. As for the volumes of the Theory of Alchemical Life and the other texts, he skimmed through them briefly. Despite their grand titles, they resembled rudimentary biology. And though he lacked formal education in the subject, he possessed enough common knowledge absorbed from modern society to make a rough judgment. He chose not to take them. The tomes were too bulky to conceal and would easily betray his presence. From the elder's actions alone, it was evident that alchemy in this world bore a dubious reputation. Otherwise, he would not have resorted to clandestine experiments in this desolate wasteland. Dudien tore the books apart and cast them into the flames, igniting a fierce fire. He then threw the remaining volumes onto the corpse of the hunchbacked elder and located an oil flask that had fallen to the ground. Dousing the elder's body and various corners of the secret chamber with the flammable liquid. At this moment, he had regained a measure of calm, with the foremost thought in his mind being the obliteration of evidence. Upon returning to the previous location, he found only a few scattered embers in the burning pit. Yet the three companions, Maken, Zaki, and Sham, were nowhere in sight. Dudian's heart sank. He could not afford to rest and began to search the ground with his weary body. Soon, he discovered drag marks and immediately followed the trail of sand, only to see a shadow moving in the distance. His heart raced, and he stealthily approached. As he drew near, he realized it was Zaki dragging Maken and Sham. He was not unconscious. Dudian was taken aback, then recalled Zaki's usual cautious nature. He was likely feigning death, much like himself. However, while Zaki had narrowly escaped, Dudian had nearly lost his life. Seeing Zaki struggling to pull Sham and Maken warmed Dudian's heart. He rolled up the alchemical notes and secured them with a cloth strip around his pant leg before stepping out. "Who is there?" Zaki exclaimed in alarm, dropping Sham and Maken as he bent down to grab 2 handfuls of sand. "It's me," Dudian revealed himself. Upon hearing this, Dudian understood that Zaki had likely witnessed his confrontation with the hunchbacked elder and had seen the latter's mutated shoulder. "It's nothing. I managed to escape by luck. We should leave quickly to avoid being pursued," he urged, grabbing Meken's arm and noticing he was still breathing, which relieved him. The green mist was not a lethal poison after all. Zaki's face turned pale, and he could not help but glance behind Dudian. As if sensing a monster lurking in the shadows, he shuddered and hastily grabbed Sham, urging, "Run quickly, don't let them catch up." With that, he hurriedly dragged Sham forward. Dudian followed closely behind, realizing that this water-rich locale was no longer safe. Although the hunchbacked elder was dead, there was no guarantee that other alchemists wouldn't arrive. He sighed inwardly, knowing he must continue to seek a water source, hoping that the next one would not be plagued by those who rejected the constraints of law. Half an hour later, above the hunchbacked elder's secret chamber, several shadows appeared. One of the shorter figures produced a fire starter and ignited an oil lamp, peering down through the collapsed opening. Instantly, he beheld the chaotic scene within the chamber, ablaze and in disarray. "They have already been killed," one lithe figure remarked, her voice chilling and melodious. "The destruction of evidence. The incineration of their hideout. Clearly, they do not wish for us to uncover any clues." The shorter figure responded, "These alchemists have long since sold their souls to the devil, willing to do anything to acquire demonic power. Mutual slaughter means little to them. However, they must have had a compelling reason to engage in such violence. How unfortunate that we did not arrive sooner. Look, it appears that this place has been obliterated by some force in an instant." The previously graceful figure pointed towards the charred inner sanctum and the collapsed breach, remarking, "It appears that these alchemists have once again acquired the terrifying powers of demons." Chapter 26. 10 days behold, there are footprints, suddenly declared another imposing figure. The three immediately turned their gaze towards the traces and footprints imprinted in the sand nearby. The lithe woman's expression shifted, and she remarked, "There are children's footprints. Damn it, this alchemist must be conducting human experiments. I shall descend to investigate." With that, she leaped down through the collapsed gap. A moment later, she sprang back up from within, landing gracefully on the sandy ground. Had Dudian been present, he would have been left utterly astounded, for the height of this secret chamber exceeded 3 meters, and yet this woman had effortlessly leaped to such heights. What extraordinary physical prowess was this? Among these alchemists, many had abandoned their pursuits midway and transitioned to another vocation, known as astrologists. Although they merely practiced divination, astrologists were also pursued by the Church of Light. The rationale was simple. The will of the Father God was only to be conveyed to the Church of Light, and only the great Pope could comprehend it. Anyone daring to speculate on the Father's intentions was deemed a malevolent cultist with ulterior motives. Who would have thought her to be such a formidable character? The sturdy man narrowed his gaze. To be recognized as a 3-star alchemist, she must possess some extraordinary power. The one who had slain him was likely also a 3-star alchemist, or perhaps even a 4-star alchemist. "I hope we can still discern his appearance," sighed the diminutive shadow. The lithe woman's expression flickered, but she spoke no further. She exchanged a glance with the small shadow, drawing their weapons as they began to scour the surroundings. In the blink of an eye, 10 days had elapsed. On the western edge of the arid desert, within a makeshift wall constructed of desert flora and sand, Dudian and his 3 companions leaned against the structure. The surrounding winds and sands were not only scorching, but also sapped the moisture from their bodies. Moreover, the fine particles within the sandstorm easily clogged their pores and sweat glands, causing their body temperatures to rise dramatically. Macon rolled his eyes and retorted, "Do I even need to say it? Dadian is my savior." Dadian shot him a sidelong glance and replied, "You still consider me your savior? Last night, you refused to fetch me even a drop of water." "Spare me," Dadian grumbled. "I have no intention of playing the role of your grandfather." "Get lost, you opportunist." "All right then, you still have the energy to speak, while I'm practically steaming over here," Zaki lamented, appearing utterly despondent. "Then go ahead and steam. Let it be known that we have a living person here." "You scoundrel," Zaki rolled his eyes. After 10 days of shared trials and tribulations, the four had grown as close as brothers, their banter unrestrained. However, this outcome revealed a side of Macon that Dadian and the others had not previously known, his penchant for mischief. His words were undeniably infuriating, and he was quite the chatterbox. Dadian felt somewhat helpless. Little did he realize that years later, not only he and Shah and Zaki, but the entire world would be affected by Macon's antics. Forever etched into the annals of warfare. Ding ding. Suddenly, a sound of bells rang out. A group of individuals instantly lifted their heads and beheld a towering camel, nearly 5 meters in height, gradually approaching through the swirling sands. Trailing behind it was a wooden platform extending over 10 meters, equipped with numerous small wheels. Atop this platform sat 7 or 8 children. Dadian was momentarily taken aback, while he was aware that nuclear radiation had profoundly altered the world. He had not anticipated that the genetic structure of a camel could be so dramatically transformed. In addition to its doubled stature, this camel's 4 limbs were adorned with scales resembling those of a serpent, rendering it akin to a colossal beast of war. The 3-meter-tall black horse he had previously encountered paled in comparison to this mutated camel. "It's a magnificent camel," Zaki exclaimed, recognizing it with delight. "Incredible! It's the desert's specialized transport for people." Just as he laughed heartily, a gust of wind swept sand into his mouth, nearly choking him. "Come here." A woman, veiled and seated atop the magnificent camel, called out to Dadian and his companions. They quickly maneuvered their bodies and settled onto the wooden platform behind the camel. "To think you four are here." A frail boy on the platform, astonished, exclaimed upon spotting Dadian and his friends. Dadian glanced at him and recognized Link from the neighboring dormitory, offering a faint smile without uttering a word. Macon, brimming with pride, declared, "Of course. You should consider who we are. We are the strongest of the 4 groups. Merely surviving for 10 days is trivial. We could manage another 20 with ease." Sham whispered, "If you weren't bragging, we could be friends." Macon, unfazed, laughed heartily, and the previously somber atmosphere on the platform lightened somewhat. The frail boy sighed, sadly. "The other 3 from my dormitory couldn't endure. It's a pity. This place has such scarce water sources. You all are truly fortunate." His expression bore a hint of melancholy and regret, as parting from companions with whom he had spent several months was inevitably disheartening. The other children, hearing his words, also darkened in countenance. Dadian remained silent, his gaze fixed on the woman atop the magnificent camel, pondering a question: how did she manage to ascend? On a side note, I encountered an amusing incident today. I often see news reports about elderly individuals claiming seats, but today I witnessed a similar occurrence firsthand. However, instead of claiming a seat, it involved an elderly woman colliding with someone using a cart. The cart was heavily laden, and the impact caused the person to sway unsteadily, nearly losing their balance. The elderly lady, however, remained unfazed, simply uttering an apology, which seemed quite normal until a rather unexpected moment occurred. As she passed by, she muttered a displeased remark. "Who told you to block the way?" Yet, the path was quite wide. Even 2 or 3 carts could pass side by side without issue. I contemplated that even if the path were narrow and someone was impeded, a simple request to step aside would suffice. At that moment, I was quite taken aback. Upon reflection, I suddenly considered a question. If we are to teach respect for the elderly and the young, recognizing both as equally deserving of protection, why do we not extend the same courtesy to seniors? While it may be impractical to insist they return to school, we could at least imprint fundamental manners and ethics in a booklet, distributing it to households with elderly members. I firmly believe that the majority of the elderly are deserving of respect, and their presence is not superfluous. After all, the eccentricities that earn the label of peculiar are indeed rare. It is also beneficial for children and grandchildren to observe them, for morality is a fundamental aspect of humanity. As long as our species exists, morality ought not to fade away, and I trust it will endure through the ages. I believe that the cost of printing pamphlets is minimal for a nation, especially when it comes to disease prevention and public awareness campaigns. Why then should we forsake the cultivation of basic moral principles? Thus, I continue to ponder what other means, beyond pamphlets, might enhance the awareness of certain individuals. This contemplation persisted for an extended period, until my stomach growled, jolting me back to reality. Goodness, what purpose does my meager existence serve in this pursuit? Can it truly satiate my hunger? In an instant, I felt a sense of clarity. Physical education classes are monopolized, moral philosophy is overshadowed. Yet society continues to evolve in a rather astonishing manner, and at a commendable pace, too. Upon deeper reflection, it is indeed remarkable. I am tempted to inquire of experts what truly drives the advancement of our world. Alas, I realize I am again overreaching. Chapter 27. The Knight's Reward. How astonishing that so many have qualified, exclaimed Makin, taken aback. Duty also felt a slight surprise within, though he soon found solace. Despite the children hailing from diverse backgrounds, under Tob's collective training, whether delicate or frail, they had all undergone a remarkable transformation. The disparity in their physical abilities was minimal. Although the gap between the first and last place numbered in the hundreds, the difference in their actual performance was merely a matter of minutes. Furthermore, in this survival assessment in the desert, endurance served only a supplementary role. True survival hinged on intellect and fortune. Who would have thought there would be so many formidable individuals? Me, Shah, and Za expressed their sentiments, realizing that they had assumed their own hard work and dedication were exceptional, only to discover that others shared the same fervor. The other children traveling alongside them also exhibited astonishment. Throughout the 10-day desert survival ordeal, each had experienced the harshness of survival. They believed that merely managing to endure was miraculous, yet they were met with the revelation that numerous others had likewise achieved the extraordinary. In that moment, everyone comprehended that they were far from being the most unique in this world. To attain recognition, their current efforts were utterly insufficient. They must strive tenfold, 100-fold harder. As the sun dipped below the horizon, with the final grand caravan returning from the desert, all who had successfully passed the assessment gathered. At that moment, a colossal black carriage thundered forth, halting before the assembly. Two figures leapt from the vehicle, revealing themselves to be Tob and the instructor, Chris. Upon disembarking, they turned and lifted the carriage curtain, the sound of clanking chains echoing in the air, followed by the forceful ejection of a contorted figure, which thudded onto the sandy ground. Without a hint of courtesy, Tob and Chris violently yanked the chains binding the individual, dragging him before the assembled children. An eerie silence enveloped the desert floor. Upon seeing the figure, Duty's pupils constricted sharply, his fingers clenched tightly in his sleeve, cold sweat trickling down his back. The person ensnared in chains was unmistakably an alchemist. Moreover, he belonged to the same faction of life alchemy as the hunchbacked elder he had slain, having also conducted experiments upon his own body. The repercussions of these experiments were even more terrifying. From the robust physique emerged a serpentine tail writhing behind, coiling around his body, and his face was riddled with grotesque lumps. At his left wrist protruded a curved, dagger-like bony knife, exceedingly sharp. Yet the most alarming feature was the gaping fissure in his chest, revealing menacing fangs lurking within. This was no longer a mere human. All present were rendered speechless. Those who had never encountered an alchemist gazed in disbelief at such a monstrosity. Tob surveyed the crowd with a composed smile and declared, first and foremost, "Congratulations on passing this survival assessment. You shall continue to endure my rigorous training for 6 months. Secondly, there are certain matters you ought to be informed of." As she spoke, she stepped onto the back of the imposing figure, ensnared in iron chains, kicking him to the ground, declaring, "This is what your parents often warn you about. The alchemist, the devil's envoy." A wave of astonishment swept through the children. For the malevolent being they had heard tales of since childhood truly existed, standing before them. Instantly, their minds were flooded with the harrowing legends of alchemists, each more chilling than the last, and the distorted form before them was a testament to this. It was the very embodiment of evil. This time, the examination site had been infiltrated by an alchemist, resulting in the unexpected elimination of several candidates. At that moment, Chris stepped forward, a gentle smile gracing her wheat-colored complexion, and said, "Fortunately, there were no casualties. It is commendable that many, upon encountering the alchemist, did not succumb to fear, but rather rose in defiance, joining forces with the paladins to subdue him." She gestured, adding, This individual is a student who assisted the paladins in capturing the alchemist last night, yet has yet to receive the judgment of light. Upon hearing her words, the children erupted in awe and excitement. Although the paladins were not a military combat branch, they were exclusive knights of the Church of Light, symbolizing noble virtue and pure intent. Even nobles took pride in marrying a paladin. The presence of a paladin among them astounded the children, realizing that one among them had the capability to aid in the capture of such a fiend. How fortunate would it be to encounter a paladin? I longed to behold their visage, lamented May, Shah, and Ja. The other children, filled with envy, shared their sentiments. Thrilled at the notion of assisting the paladins in punishing demons, what an extraordinary honor. Chris smiled faintly, continuing, in this incident, a total of 38 individuals faced the alchemist's assault. Yet 17 of them not only resisted the demon, but delayed its advances until the arrival of the paladins. Notably, the individual named Lorian preserved his life in the face of the alchemist and discreetly signaled for help, enabling the paladins to track him down and capture the fiend. I hereby declare that all candidates who aided the paladins in subduing the alchemist will be rewarded with a second-class military merit. This merit will be recorded in your registration. And should you become a guard in the future, you will be directly promoted to the rank of captain, thus obtaining the right to apply for knighthood. The knighthood referred to here pertains to those within the military structure. Upon hearing her announcement, all present felt their eyes welling with envy. The distinction between knights and guards was monumental. Although the military knights could not be compared to the exclusive paladins of the Church of Light, they were still highly esteemed by the nobility. Even the most humble of commoners understood that knighthood represented the pinnacle of achievement for them, a status only slightly inferior to that of the nobility. The leaders of knights held a position even higher than many nobles, and the grand knights were figures of such stature that even the nobility treated them with utmost respect. Aside from what we already know 10 days ago, in the secret lair of an alchemist, the Knights of Light discovered several footprints. Based on their deductions, it is believed that someone had been captured by that alchemist, but managed to escape. Who could it be? Step forward and allow me to record your valor, Christus suddenly remarked with a charming smile. Upon hearing this, everyone was taken aback, exchanging glances of surprise. However, Dudian felt a tightening in his chest as he immediately noticed Zack and May gazing at him. Only the three of them were privy to his escape from that alchemist. Observing the envy and excitement in their eyes, Dudian's heart sank. He realized that the footprints were likely his own from when he fled, which the Knights of Light had traced back. Yet, due to the passage of time, the remaining footprints had been intentionally concealed following Zack's warning, thus evading pursuit. Initially, after he had slain the alchemist, he had not considered hiding his tracks, as he had never anticipated the Knights of Light would emerge. The subsequent covering of his footprints had merely been a strategy to appease Zack. In retrospect, he felt fortunate. Had he not acted swiftly to obscure his trail, he might have already been caught by the Knights of Light. After all, he had that alchemical notebook bound within his trouser leg, and possessing such an item, if discovered, would undoubtedly be considered a grave offense. Chapter 28. The judgment. Though the military honor that Chris spoke of was exceedingly tempting, Dudian rationally dismissed the notion of claiming it. He was uncertain whether the Light Knights had uncovered any clues regarding him from the alchemist's secret chamber. Despite having set the place ablaze, the remnants of the explosion would remain, and should he claim the honor only to be summoned before the Light Knights for interrogation, it would inevitably expose him to peril. Moreover, concealed within the hem of his trousers lay the alchemical notes. Should they be discovered, the consequences would be dire. He merely wished to distance himself from the Light Knights as much as possible. Reflecting on this, a bitter smile crept across his face. Had he known better, he would have discarded the notes, thereby allowing him to fabricate an excuse upon claiming the honor, perhaps enabling him to evade suspicion. Ah, the opportunities of a knight. Dudian sighed inwardly, feeling a pang of regret, yet he resolutely quelled the thought. Dudian, this is splendid, Zack exclaimed, his face alight with excitement. Just as he was about to continue, Dudian silenced him with a stern glance. Zack, May, and Shah momentarily paused. But after months of camaraderie and 10 days of survival training, they had developed a seamless understanding, capable of grasping Dudian's intent with a mere look. Nevertheless, a sense of bewilderment filled their hearts. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a golden path leading to the highest echelons of civilian status, laid directly at Dudian's feet. And all he had to do was take a single step forward. How many would yearn for such an occasion? Noticing the lack of response from the crowd, Chris furrowed her brow slightly. Just then, a voice piped up, "It's me, it's me." The speaker was a short boy, hand raised, his expression tinged with apprehension. Chris exhaled in relief, casting a deep glance at him, and smiled. Congratulations, the reward will be recorded in your household registry by Instructor Tob. Now, let us witness how the Light Knights mete out justice to the demons. As her words echoed, a figure slowly emerged from the enormous black carriage, a young man clad in resplendent silver armor, strikingly handsome, with a tall, upright stature. As he walked, his armor gently clinked, producing a melodious sound, radiating charisma. The eyes of all the children sparkled with excitement, compared to the haughty nobles. Commoners revered the righteous and benevolent Light Knights even more. Dudyan gazed at the young knight, yet his mind was preoccupied with previous thoughts. Could it be that the alchemist Chris referred to was not the one he had encountered? Or was that short boy impersonating him to claim the honor? Regardless of the scenario, Chris seemed disinclined to verify. She accepted the boy's acknowledgement without hesitation, which stirred a sense of regret within Dudyan. Had he known it would be so simple, he would have claimed the honor himself. It was his overthinking that had led to this predicament. He sighed quietly. But knowing the opportunity had slipped away, he repressed his musings. Life was singular. Exercising caution was never a fault. And as for military honors, he shook his head, casting aside such thoughts. At that moment, the young Light Knight had approached the alchemist standing beside Tob, with a subtle smile gracing his face. He slowly drew his knightly sword from its sheath, raising it high. Sunlight danced upon the blade, reflecting a myriad of colors. I, Melk, in the name of the God of Light, hereby condemn the devil. Light shall ultimately expel all darkness. He softly chanted as he charged his sword. And with a sudden swing, he struck downwards. With a sickening thud, the head of the already feeble alchemist was severed, blood gushing forth from the neck. His body collapsing to the ground, crimson liquid pooling into the earth. Such a gruesome spectacle caused many children to recoil in fear, yet they soon erupted in excitement. Shouting the words from the cover of the Light Scriptures, light shall ultimately expel all darkness. Dudyan, wishing to remain inconspicuous, joined in the chant. Though his heart silently lamented, can you not see that the blood flowing from that man is as red as your own? In this world, public executions of criminals are quite common. Whenever the court passes judgment on a heinous offender, it draws countless onlookers. Perhaps, in this monotonous world of entertainment, such events serve as a form of excitement. Soon, the knight named Melk, having completed his judgment of the alchemist, cleaned his sword and turned to leave. It is said that a total of 8 alchemists were apprehended this time. Dasha, reclining on a plush chair, smiled and said, "This is an achievement even I envy. As the collaborator in this operation, you shall reap your share. I believe once this special training concludes, you will be promoted to the Hunter Academy, where you will have your hands full managing that group of monsters." Tob couldn't help but smile wryly. "You jest. For you, this is merely a trivial matter. The primary credit for this operation lies with the genius of the Melk family, who today publicly executed a 2-star alchemist. It appears the Melk family is set to rise again." A faint smile graced Dasha's lips as she remarked, "I have heard that a 3-star alchemist was slain by another alchemist, and a child managed to escape from him?" "Indeed." Tob sighed. "That child has already been taken by Chris for questioning. They should uncover some leads. To have killed a 3-star alchemist, that individual is likely another alchemist." According to the knight's account, the scene was ravaged by some fearsome demonic force. Let us hope it is not a 4-star alchemist. Tob inhaled deeply, giving a resigned smile. Should such an occurrence arise again, I would appreciate a prior notice, lest I remain in the dark once more. Dasha yawned, stating, "I am weary. You may attend to your matters." Tob offered a slight, rueful smile before respectfully taking his leave. Year 291 of the Great Wall. During the season of calamity, the experiment is set. I have thoroughly mastered the structure of the human body. Today, I shall conduct the experiment upon myself. Soon, my name, Rosyard, shall be eternally inscribed in the annals of alchemy, immortalized, and I shall ascend as the new creator. When alone, Dudyan secretly perused the alchemical notes, which detailed an alchemist's experiment on his own body. The hasty scrawl of the feathers revealed a tremor, indicative of the excitement and exhilaration he felt at that moment. Chapter 29. The Dark Tribunal. Why has it failed? The nerves and blood vessels were connected. The implantation should have been successful. Why did I not attain power akin to that of the Radiant Knight? What went awry? At this juncture, Dudyan suddenly recalled Rosyard's mutated shoulder. From the experimental records, it was evident that the implantation of the foreign organ had indeed failed. However, the phrase regarding power akin to that of the Radiant Knight startled Dudyan. Was it possible that Roseyard's objective was to transform himself into a Radiant Knight? No. To be more precise, to possess the same kind of power as the Radiant Knight. Could it be that the Radiant Knights also underwent genetic modification to achieve superhuman strength? This was undoubtedly explosive news. It is well known that genetic modification is a nefarious practice employed solely by alchemists. If the Radiant Knights are similarly involved, then the Radiant Church behind them represents an exceedingly terrifying entity. Dudian's eyes were filled with uncertainty as he continued to peruse the pages. The subsequent entries chronicled Roseyard's experimental endeavors over the past decade. Following this failure, Roseyard grew increasingly cautious. Whenever an experiment progressed toward success, he would recruit human children as subjects. Upon achieving success, he would eliminate them and subsequently publish the results to the Dark Tribunal, thereby earning alchemical merit. Once this merit accumulated to a certain extent, it would enable him to elevate his alchemical rank, gaining recognition at a higher level, along with greater power and resources. From Roseyard's notes, it was clear that the Dark Tribunal constituted a formidable faction composed of heretical professions such as alchemists, potion masters, and dark puppeteers. Lurking throughout the Great Wall, members of the Dark Tribunal ranged from nobility to the impoverished, and even infiltrated the military. If the Radiant Church stood as a colossal entity basking in sunlight, then the Dark Tribunal was a terrifying beast lurking in the shadows of night. The Radiant Church, the Dark Tribunal, and the Great Wall military. Dudian murmured, observing that these three forces were in a precarious balance within the Great Wall. The enigmatic tribunal seemed to exist beyond these factions, its allegiance uncertain, whether to the Great Wall military or the Radiant Church. Though it was unequivocally not aligned with the Dark Tribunal. I know too little. Dudian sighed, feeling a sense of bewilderment regarding his future path. Submitting to the Great Wall military was an unbearable constraint. Joining the Radiant Church would mean betraying his beliefs. Aligning with the Dark Tribunal would force him to confront his own conscience. The notes revealed that the diverse professions gathered within the Dark Tribunal were akin to scientists from the bygone era. Yet, a collective of scientists unbound by law and morality was no different from devils. Dudian could not help but feel that the aspiration to ascend from an insignificant individual to the pinnacle of the world was as daunting as scaling a mountain. An idea suddenly flickered in his mind. Perhaps living a simple, unremarkable life was not such a bad prospect after all. When this thought first emerged, he immediately recalled the noble girl, her incisive words, the humble demeanor of the Julia couple before the aristocracy, and the harrowing experience of the hunter nearly losing his life within the ancient castle. He gently closed his eyes, inwardly questioning whether a mundane existence could suffice for survival. Would a humble posture shield one from calamity? No, it would not. When life is under threat, being ordinary and meek only diminishes one's capacity for resistance. Gradually, he opened his eyes, his gaze imbued with unprecedented resolve. Even if it meant sacrificing his freedom, betraying his beliefs, or forsaking compassion, he was determined to live well. Even if it meant crawling through the dark mire, he would unearth his own light. Grasping a piece of iron from the table, he suddenly sliced open his forearm, creating a vivid crimson wound the length of a finger. The sharp pain made him grit his teeth slightly, yet his gaze grew ever colder as he silently proclaimed, "Dudian. To feel difficulty and succumb to such cowardly thoughts today, how can you face your parents? How can you face your sister? You have seized the only chance of survival." Clenching his fists, he stared at the blood flowing from his arm, the agony gnawing at his mind. He vowed to himself that no matter the challenges or obstacles he might encounter in the future, he would never alter his course nor allow this world to tame him. The training of the scavengers continued. Time flew by, and 3 years passed in the blink of an eye. Dudian smiled faintly. In these 3 years, his appearance had undergone a significant transformation. His complexion was no longer the pale hue it once was, but rather a healthy wheat color from exposure to the blazing sun. Standing at around 1.60 meters, he was quite tall for his age, especially considering he had just turned 12. Our dormitory must be the most unique of all, as all 4 of us have remained. Makin grinned, revealing a set of pristine white teeth, radiating warmth and cheer. Sham, tidying his clothes, looked up and laughed. I hope that when we join the military, we can stay together. If we're separated, everyone remember to visit the tavern I'll be running. Drinks are on me. Dudian and the others had long learned of the tavern's location. Makin laughed heartily. I will definitely come and drink you dry. The 4 chuckled, and soon their belongings were all packed. Dudian said, "Let us go, it's getting late. We need to gather at the training grounds." They exited together, arriving at the vast training field where dozens of figures were already engaged in casual conversation. Macon remarked wistfully, 3 years ago, there were over 300 of us. I never imagined there would be so few left now. How fortunate we are that the 4 of us can graduate together. There are still some who haven't arrived. Sham shrugged. I calculated it. This time, 106 of us will graduate. Zach gazed toward the woods beyond the training field, puzzled. Why is Old T bringing so many people? Are they here to crown us? The others followed his gaze and immediately spotted Tob and 7 or 8 individuals approaching, chatting and laughing along the way. The 7 or 8 individuals, impeccably attired and exuding an air of elegance, unmistakably belong to the aristocracy or are servants well-versed in noble etiquette. It is time for an eruption. Today marks the 3rd watch of the night. Chapter 30. The blessing of the divine. Moments later, everyone had gathered, standing in orderly ranks on the training ground. With over 100 figures assembled, Tob spoke to the 8 distinguished adults, requesting them to wait a moment before stepping forward to face the crowd. A rare smile broke through his typically stern demeanor as he proclaimed, first and foremost, congratulations. You have finally emerged from the dross to become qualified warriors. However, the true test begins at this very moment. From now on, you shall leave this warm cradle and confront the harsh realities of life and death. A subtle confusion spread among the assembly, with many unable to comprehend Tob's words. Dudian's gaze flickered, recognizing that the moment of revealing the identity of the scavengers was at hand. As he had anticipated, Tob, observing the puzzled expressions of the crowd, declared with resounding clarity. From this moment of graduation, you will assume a new identity, but it is not what you might expect as guardians. Instead, you shall be known as scavengers. Scavengers? The crowd exchanged bewildered glances. Dudian understood that for many, this was the first encounter with such a title. Tob continued with a deliberate cadence, to put it plainly. In terms of rank, scavengers hold a position superior to that of guardians, equating them with knights. However, while knights pledge their allegiance to legions and nobles, I consider them merely a group of pampered elites. Scavengers, on the other hand, are the true warriors, those who create wealth for humanity and defend it. Eyes widened in astonishment. To be on par with knights? What an illustrious status. Tob observed the excitement and fervor on their faces before calmly elucidating. Yet, the distinction between scavengers and knights lies in the light and the shadows. Simply put, scavengers are the unsung heroes. From this day forth, your identity as scavengers must remain a secret, even from your parents and loved ones. This is a military confidentiality. Externally, we shall provide you with the guise of guardians. Once you accumulate sufficient military merits, you shall earn the right to reside permanently in the commercial district. Upon hearing Tob's words, the crowd's eyes ignited with fervor, as living in the commercial district was the aspiration of nearly every commoner in the residential areas. Instructor, may I inquire what the duties of a scavenger entail? A dark-skinned youth raised his hand amidst the murmurs of the crowd. The children suddenly realized the harsh truth that there is no such thing as a free lunch. Although none had witnessed the world beyond the Great Wall, the deeply ingrained ideologies from childhood had instilled a profound reverence for the unknown beyond. Now, they were to step beyond the Great Wall into that forbidden realm. Instructor, is it possible to withdraw? Timidly raised another hand. Tob replied indifferently, yes. I will provide a consolation payment to your family under the pretext of fatality. A chill swept through the hearts of all. This was a position without choice. You need not worry. While the world beyond the Great Wall is fraught with peril, we would not squander 3 years of resources training mere cannon fodder. Your work will take place in thoroughly cleared and safe zones. As long as you exercise caution, danger will be minimal. The mortality rate for scavengers is not high. Tob surveyed the crowd and continued, moreover, as you venture beyond the Great Wall, you will receive the blessing of the divine. The blessing of the divine? The crowd fell into stunned silence. Dudian couldn't help but raise an eyebrow in intrigue. A profound tremor coursed through the hearts of all present at the mention of 100,000 gold coins, a sum so immense it was beyond their wildest imaginings. Dudian's gaze flickered with surprise. He had not anticipated that scavengers could extract a commission from their finds. This revelation painted a picture of a lucrative vocation, albeit one fraught with peril, as the easier the path to wealth, the greater the risks involved. At that moment, 8 individuals stepped forth, 4 men and 4 women. A young man clad in black leather armor smiled and declared, I represent the military. This is the contract incentive we offer. All who enlist with us will gain eligibility to reside in the commercial district after 10 years. Another elegantly dressed woman interjected with a smile. We are the Sterling Consortium, and we can guarantee residency in the commercial zone, as well as housing in prime locations. Our commission stands at 10. The others soon followed suit, delineating the benefits their respective consortiums provided. Dudyan began to grasp the situation. Tob had merely served as a training facility. All children selected from the residential areas would be sent here for collective training. And the forces behind this training center were these 7 consortiums and the military. The military alone could not compel students from the various academies within the residential areas to join the scavenger training grounds, especially since some academies were established by nobility or were affiliated with specific consortiums. What perplexed him was the absence of any involvement from the Church of Light. Meanwhile, other children approached the representatives of various consortiums in the military, weighing their future paths. The conditions offered were largely similar, as the organizations competed with one another, resulting in minimal variance in the benefits provided. Dudyan, let us choose the same consortium, proposed Maykin. Dudyan nodded slightly in agreement. Sham inquired, should we opt for the military or a consortium? You all should first examine the conditions they offer, Dudyan suggested before stepping before Tob, saying, Instructor, is it possible to refrain from selecting any consortium or military option? Tob regarded him thoughtfully. The impression this child had left on him was remarkable. From his tenacity during initial training to his rapid advancements, and his consistent stellar performances during the past 3 years of examinations, Dudyan had earned Tob's respect. He smiled slightly and replied, to choose none means to withdraw. You possess commendable aptitude, and I believe you can carve out a path among the scavengers. Seize this opportunity. After a brief pause, he added, personally, I would recommend the Melon Consortium. It holds great potential. Dudyan was taken aback. He had expected a recommendation for the military, not a consortium. Just then, a low growl erupted, causing everyone to turn their attention. They beheld the elegantly dressed woman representing the Sterling Consortium standing before a youth, who was writhing in agony, clutching his head and roaring in distress, his face and shoulders contorted with visible veins, a terrifying sight. Chapter 31. It is Lorien. Meccan exclaimed in astonishment. What is he doing? As he pondered this question, Lorien suddenly let out a thunderous roar, his dusky skin exhibiting a faint flush, as torrents of perspiration carrying a slight metallic scent cascaded from his muscles. With that fierce cry, Lorien regained his composure, his taut muscles gradually relaxing, the veins on his body receding into oblivion. He exhaled deeply, gazing down at his palm with a hint of astonishment. In an instant, he crouched low and, with tremendous force, leaped into the air. To everyone's amazement, he soared to a height of 2 meters, not merely the height of his head, but 2 meters above the ground with his feet. A profound silence enveloped the arena. All eyes were fixated on him, expressions of disbelief etched across their faces. After 3 grueling years of specialized training, although everyone's physical abilities had surpassed those of their peers, there remained an insurmountable limit. The notion of jumping 2 meters vertically from a standstill seemed utterly ludicrous. Yet, Lorien had accomplished it. Dudran's pupils constricted in astonishment. This was nearly the pinnacle of height achieved by athletes of the bygone era, a feat unattainable by ordinary individuals. While Lorien had indeed exhibited exceptional prowess during 3 years of training, such extraordinary physical capabilities were still far beyond his reach. Was this the blessing of the divine? Dudyan murmured to himself. Sham, hearing his words, responded in bewilderment. What? At that moment, a regal woman smiled gently at the astonished Lorien and remarked, This is indeed the blessing of the divine. From this day forth, you shall receive an opportunity for divine blessing each month. I hope you will strive diligently and utilize the power bestowed upon you to create greater wealth for humanity. Lorien, filled with exhilaration, knelt on one knee and reverently proclaimed, I pledge my eternal loyalty to the Father God. The regal woman smiled softly, lifting him up, and addressed the others. Anyone who joins my Sterling Consortium shall receive the blessing of the divine. Upon hearing her words, the other children began to comprehend that Lorien's sudden acquisition of extraordinary strength was indeed the result of divine favor. Excitement surged among them. Nori, isn't this rather unfair? Remarked a tall gentleman, raising an eyebrow. Bringing blessings here hardly constitutes fair competition, does it? The regal woman responded with a smile. The rules do not explicitly prohibit such actions, do they? At her words, many of the children who were interested in her consortium breathed a sigh of relief, though some hesitated, inching towards the Sterling Consortium represented by Nori. Suddenly, another low growl resonated through the air. A short boy stood before Nori, his veins prominently visible, resembling Lorien moments prior. After a brief interval, the anomaly subsided, and he too leaped into the air, astonishingly reaching the height of 2 meters. The surrounding crowd gasped in awe, but the thought of soon possessing such extraordinary power ignited their excitement. Dudian, however, felt a tightening in his chest, the shock within him more intense than before. This time, he discerned clearly that the divine blessing spoken of by the woman named Nori was nothing more than an antiquated syringe filled with a pinkish liquid, reminiscent of diluted blood. It was she who had injected this substance into the boy's arm, resulting in his sudden surge of physical prowess. What divine blessing is this? It is clearly akin to a genetic serum. Dudrin's astonishment stemmed not from the appellation of the genetic serum as a divine gift, but from the sheer improbability that the technology of this era could produce such remarkably effective genetic agents. One must consider that gene extraction operates on a microscopic level. Without microscopes, electricity, or precision instruments, how could such feats be accomplished? Furthermore, she spoke of a divine blessing. Could this be an artifact of the Holy Light Church? A chill ran down Dudin's spine. He had long suspected that the Holy Light Church harbored secrets unknown to the public, likely connected to events 3 centuries prior. Perhaps the technology of gene extraction is one such secret? How wondrous! Truly a divine gift. One could only wonder how long such power could be sustained. Mei Jia and Sha were all aglow with excitement. Who wouldn't be exhilarated at the prospect of soon possessing powers that transcended the ordinary? Dudian, however, felt a twinge of concern. He merely hoped that the side effects of this genetic serum would not be overly severe. Having witnessed the life alchemical practices of that Rosard, he surmised that this genetic serum might also fall under the category of life alchemy. Yet, the same substance, when in the hands of the Holy Light Church, was deemed legal and just. Look, it's Bai Weiwei. He chose the Melon Consortium. Suddenly, Zaki and Sham exclaimed, pointing towards a young girl standing before an elegant gentleman. The girl appeared around 11 or 12 years of age, with fair skin and a tall, slender figure, her chest slightly rounded, though still in bloom. She had already captured the attention of many boys. However, what was most captivating was her visage, a delicate oval face, exuding beauty and gentleness. Miken's face flushed, and he remarked, "Why are you all making such a fuss?" Zaki chuckled, "Oh, spare us the pretense of shyness. Haven't you always had a fondness for her?" Maken shot him a glare and retorted, "Keep your voice down, or I might just strangle you." TSK, and here we are, before the event has even begun. Prioritizing romance over friendship, Zaki sneered. Dudian smiled faintly. Bai Weiwei was undoubtedly one of the most outstanding girls in this training session and the object of Miken's secret affections. It was unexpected that she would be chosen by the Melon Consortium. Recalling Tob's words, he suggested, "Let us select the Melon Consortium." Sham looked astonished, exclaiming, "No way. Is Dudian really indulging you?" Zaki shook his head vigorously. Miken's face turned beet red as he cast a grateful glance at Dudian. Dudian chuckled softly and took the lead to queue for registration. Before long, their turn arrived. "You are Dudian?" The elegant gentleman seemed to recognize Dudian. A warm smile gracing his features as he remarked, "I have perused your profile. Your performance is exceptionally commendable. You rank first in endurance tests and also in comprehensive survival knowledge. Your results in several major examinations have been quite impressive, particularly the resource finding assessment a year ago, where you alone discovered 8 items, precisely double that of the second-place contender, who found 4. Dudian smiled modestly and replied, "You flatter me." To his surprise, the gentleman continued, "I did not expect you to join our consortium." The elegant gentleman smiled and remarked, "Here, you are a seedling in cultivation. I believe it is the same with other consortiums. This is your contract." Upon finishing his statement, he retrieved another contract from his leather bag. Mei Jia and Sha, filled with curiosity, craned their necks to peer at it. Dudian glanced over, noting that the general content was akin to the previous one, consisting of legal stipulations. However, several benefits outlined were significantly more generous. Firstly, there was a monthly blessing from the divine. Secondly, regarding the materials obtained, in addition to those stipulated by the monthly tasks, any surplus would be appraised, and a reward of 30% in gold coins would be granted based on their value. Furthermore, he would also receive a temporary residence permit for the commercial district. Chapter 32, The Aristocratic Gathering. Am I mistaken? The additional material extraction fee is 30%? Isn't that 3 times our amount? Look, the duration of the temporary residence permit is astonishingly 10 years. Well, had I known this, I would have devoted myself to relentless study and training for the past 3 years. Mei, Sha, and Jia exclaimed with envy. Their outbursts immediately caught the attention of the other children nearby, who gathered around. Upon seeing the welfare clauses in the contract, Jealousy flickered in their eyes as they silently regretted not pushing themselves harder during the past 3 years of specialized training. Nearby, Nolly noticed Dudian, her brow furrowing as she realized he had chosen the Melon Consortium. Could this little fellow possibly know something? Lorien, standing behind her, felt an unsettling sensation upon hearing the remarks from Makin and the others. He turned to Nolly and questioned, "Why are his contract benefits so high? My endurance ranking is 2nd, and my comprehensive knowledge ranking is 3rd. I'm hardly inferior to him." Lorien's face darkened. Over the past 3 years of specialized training, the top 5 among them had competed fiercely against one another, and witnessing Dudian receiving such preferential treatment inevitably stirred feelings of discontent and jealousy within him. The mere fact that the material extraction fee exceeded his by 10% was trivial. It was primarily the 10-year duration of the commercial district's temporary residence permit that truly incited envy. Child, do not be disheartened. Although your results are commendable, this lad named Dudian has consistently performed exceptionally well in every major examination. What truly matters is the practical examination results. Mere rote memorization and endurance are insufficient. If one cannot apply knowledge in practice, it is all in vain. A gentleman interjected with a calm smile. Upon hearing his words, Lorien's expression grew even more grim. The gentleman furrowed his brow, turning away, unwilling to argue further. "Are you satisfied with this contract?" The elegant gentleman from the Melon Consortium, with a glimmer of delight in his eyes, gently inquired of Dudian, who was surrounded by eager onlookers. Dudian swiftly scanned the provisions of the contract, pondering momentarily before stating, "It stipulates that I must comply with the consortium's arrangements for a scavenging outing once every 3 months. Aside from that, I am required to remain within the consortium for specialized training. Is this amendable?" The elegant gentleman was momentarily taken aback. He had not anticipated Dudian, faced with such generous benefits, would not immediately be swayed but instead engage in negotiation. While puzzled internally, he maintained his smile and responded, "If you find once every 3 months too frequent, we can extend it to once every 4 months. That is the utmost limit." Dudian shook his head. 3 months is acceptable. What I mean is, can I have the freedom to allocate my time during the remaining period? The elegant gentleman hesitated, momentarily at a loss. This, I must inquire with my superiors. Generally speaking, specialized training is mandatory, especially for someone like you, who is being groomed as a seed candidate. Hey, little fellow, if the Melon Consortium want tea provided, the Huashan Consortium certainly will," chimed in another robust middle-aged man with a laugh. The elegant gentleman's expression shifted slightly, and he retorted with indignation, "Borton, you are crossing the line." "I don't see it that way," was the response. Another mature woman smiled and said, "Our Green Consortium can also accept Mr. Dew's terms." The elegant gentleman's expression changed, and with gritted teeth, he turned to Dudian and declared, "Very well, I agree." Dudian sighed with relief, silently thanking the 2 individuals. He nodded slightly. The elegant gentleman glared at him, exclaiming, "Botan, you are slandering me." The burly middle-aged man shrugged and turned away, continuing to recruit other students. The elegant gentleman coldly snorted, his gaze shifting to Makin and the others, his demeanor softening as he asked, "You are all together, correct?" Makin nodded repeatedly, inquiring, "Could you possibly enhance our benefits?" The elegant gentleman, momentarily at a loss for words, replied helplessly, "I truly cannot modify this. These are the rules." Makin looked around and, seeing no other consortiums competing, felt disheartened and said, "All right then." Observing his actions, the elegant gentleman couldn't help but feel both amused and irritated. Soon, all students were divided among the 7 consortiums and the military, each consortium leading their recruited students to their respective exclusive carriages outside the school grounds, heading towards their headquarters. Dudian and the others lifted the carriage curtains, gazing back at the schoolyard, feeling a pang of sorrow and reluctance. The sweat they had shed over the past 3 years and the repeated experiences of falling and rising again played out in their minds like vivid snapshots, forever etched in their memories. Goodbye. As the carriage sped away into the bustling area, pedestrians noticed the flags adorning these carriages and hurriedly stepped aside, eager to avoid any obstruction. After a moment, several carriages from the Melon Consortium halted in front of a bustling street. The elegant gentleman was the first to leap down and entered a towering building nearby. Moments later, 7 or 8 young girls emerged from the high-rise, approached the carriage, opened the doors, and cheerfully invited, "Esteemed guests, please." The children inside the carriage looked at the fair-skinned girls, momentarily at a loss. As Dudian stepped out, He saw the elegant gentleman rushing towards him with a beaming smile, saying, "Follow me. I will take you to handle your identification procedures." With that, he turned and led the way. Du Dian promptly followed, and Meikin and the others trailed behind him. The occupants of the other carriages were also guided by the girls, following suit. Once the identification was claimed, you will become members of the Melon Consortium, and from this day forth, you will enjoy the benefits of the consortium while adhering to its regulations, the elegant gentleman remarked while leading the way. Dian, you are the standout candidate of this year. There is a noble gathering tonight that you may attend to experience the elite of the business district. These individuals are also from various families within our Melon Consortium and will serve as your superiors. Du Dian was taken aback and asked, "Is it possible not to attend?" The elegant gentleman, realizing his apprehension, regarded him with some admiration and said, "I can understand that perspective, but considering your parents are not in a rush, this is a rare opportunity. Others would wish to participate but cannot. Moreover, aside from meeting those nobles, the hunters will also be in attendance. If you can gain the favor of one of those esteemed hunters, your future prospects could be boundless." Hunters? Dian was momentarily taken aback, immediately recalling the incident from 3 years prior involving Fino and the manner in which he was escorted to the hunters' testing castle. This matter was presumably confidential, not widely circulated. However, it appeared that while the identity of the hunters remained obscure to ordinary individuals and the guards, it was no secret to the scavengers. "Very well." Dian acquiesced. Mei, Sha, and Jia expressed their envy, exclaiming, "You lucky fellow, why do all the good fortunes fall upon you? It's infuriating." "Agreed." Sha chimed in eagerly. Dian rolled his eyes, choosing to disregard their comments. "By the way, what exactly is a hunter?" Mei asked curiously. The elegant gentleman offered a faint smile and replied, "In due time, you shall come to know. Now, please register here." Upon reaching the counter in the hall, a beautiful woman emerged to greet Dian, saying, "Please, follow me." With that, she led him away for a private discussion. Chapter 33. The banquet. Dian was ushered into a lavish office, where a robust elderly gentleman sat. A sprightly young woman perched on his lap, cradling a burgundy glass filled with deep crimson wine, savoring the pleasures of life. "Peter, have you yet to learn the virtue of knocking?" The elder chided, as he playfully patted the girl's posterior, signaling her departure, and then turned to adopt a serious demeanor. The elegant gentleman chuckled. "It is you who invariably forgets to lock the door." The elder shot him a disapproving glance, then noticed Dian trailing behind him, raising an eyebrow. "Is this the batch of scavengers you selected? What brings him here?" Peter smiled, explaining, "This individual is a promising talent among the students. His contract requires some amendments. Rest assured, everything is within permissible bounds." "Oh?" The elder scrutinized Dian with keen interest. "It appears you have made quite an impression, managing to attract the cream of this scavenger crop. With proper nurturing, we may yet discover another hunter for our consortium." The elder chuckled, pulling open a drawer to reveal a stack of black standard-issue armor. Dian settled onto a nearby sofa, the sight of the uniform evoking memories of the individuals who had escorted him to the training facility 3 years prior, their attire identical to this. "You are a seedling nurtured by our Melon Consortium," Peter remarked as he took a seat beside Dian. "After each scavenging mission, the consortium will provide you with bright spring water, an exceedingly costly elixir purchased from the Church of Light. This potion purifies the radiation within you, alleviating any concerns regarding radiation during your scavenging endeavors. Once you accumulate sufficient points, the consortium will grant you the opportunity to train at the hunter's school. If you persevere, you shall become a hunter." A glimmer of realization sparked in Du Dian's eyes. He had not anticipated that aside from the innate light physique mentioned by the hunter named Fino, there existed another pathway to becoming a hunter. Indeed, fortune favors the prepared. Had he not been aware of his specialized training as a scavenger destined for perilous missions beyond the Great Wall, he would not have exerted himself so fervently, nor achieved such commendable results. "I believe in your potential," Peter encouraged. Dian inquired, "How does the status of a hunter compare to that of a noble?" Peter chuckled. "What rank of hunter and what rank of noble are we discussing? Some fallen nobles would defer to an exceptional scavenger like yourself, for scavengers bring wealth to the nobility. In essence, scavengers are the favored laborers of the aristocracy. However, in the eyes of some affluent ancient nobles, scavengers hold little value. Only hunters can satiate their appetites." Du Dian's interest piqued. "Are there distinctions among hunters?" "Indeed, there are," Peter responded. "Yet, that knowledge will come in time. Therefore, You must strive diligently and not disappoint the consortium's investment in you. Peter encouraged, the advantages of becoming a hunter far exceed what you might imagine. Not only does it grant you permanent residency in the commercial district, but it also elevates you to the status of a noble, should your accumulated merits be substantial. You may even receive a title. Dudian nodded slightly, aware that Peter was enticing him, yet he felt a flicker of interest. However, what truly captivated him was not the prospect of permanent residency in the commercial district or the title of nobility to him. These were mere illusions crafted by the rulers of this world. His genuine intrigue lay in the privileges and power that hunters possessed. Since nearly losing his life during the hunter assessment at the ancient castle 3 years ago, he had come to understand that only through acquiring power could one seize their own destiny, no longer subjected to the whims and trampling of others. Living like an ant in abject humility would ultimately lead to being crushed beneath the careless steps of the powerful. In such moments, self-pity would only render one more pitiable. By the way, you scavengers will embark on your first scavenging mission in 7 days, Peter remarked with a smile. You must perform well, as your results will be under close scrutiny. The specifics of the operation and the area will be communicated to you later. In the meantime, my suggestion is that you should freshen up and change into clean attire immediately. I will come to fetch you in the evening. Nobles detest filth and disorder. So remember to groom your hair neatly. Dudian nodded slightly. I will be mindful of that. At that moment, the doors swung open, and the previously charming girl entered, handing a contract to Peter. Peter glanced at it and then passed it to Dudian, saying, "Take a look. If there are no issues, please sign." Dudian reviewed it thoroughly once more, noting that the amendments he had suggested earlier had been made. He then took the quill offered by Peter and swiftly inscribed his name. "I shall do so. Now, you may join the others outside. Someone will escort you to your temporary residence." Dudian nodded, turned, and left, pulling the door shut behind him. "Dean, can't you really take us with you?" "Dean, you must not be like Macon, prioritizing romance over friendship." Macon and Zack stared at the impeccably dressed Dudian, realizing he was about to attend a noble gathering, and they lamented. Dudian adjusted his cuffs, glanced at his reflection in the mirror, and felt satisfied. He turned to the lamenting Macon and said, "Please fetch my boots." Macon wailed, "This is too much." After his outburst, he turned around, dejectedly handing Dudian his black boots. "Not bad. You look quite handsome after dressing up," Peter remarked as he lifted the carriage curtain with a smile. Dudian smiled faintly and stepped into the carriage. Before long, the carriage arrived at a secluded area of the commercial district, where an immense ancient castle stood. The estate was surrounded by tall walls adorned with lanterns, and several exquisite noble carriages were parked outside, attended by servants. Upon their arrival, the banquet was already underway, with melodious music wafting from within the estate. Peter chuckled. "It seems we have arrived a tad late. Let us enter, but remember to be cautious in your words and actions." Dudian nodded in agreement. After presenting his identification and invitation, Peter escorted Dudian into the estate, following a winding path that led them to the grand hall of the banquet. A dedicated servant promptly pushed open the grand doors, and a resplendent glow enveloped them, while the faint strains of music wafted through the air, serene and melodious. It was Haydn's masterpiece, The Moonlight Beauties. Peter's eyes sparkled with excitement as he hurried inside. Just as Dudian was about to follow, a tall figure unexpectedly brushed past him, nearly colliding with the stranger. Looking up, he saw a middle-aged nobleman clad in exquisite silk, adorned with a jade ring upon his finger. Chapter 34. The noble invitation. Dudian felt a surge of indignation within, contemplating the audacity of the man who had obstructed his path and then accused him of lacking awareness. Yet, recalling Peter's counsel, he suppressed the urge to retort and replied, "It was Mr. Peter who brought me here." "Who is Peter?" The middle-aged noble furrowed his brow, incredulous that someone would bring a scavenger to such a place, clearly disregarding decorum. "Mr. Mace?" At that moment, a voice emerged from behind. Dudian and the middle-aged noble turned to see the robust elder he had encountered earlier in the office, clad in a tailored black suit. He was accompanied by a refined middle-aged lady who linked her arm with his, their demeanor suggesting a close marital bond. Upon spotting Dudian, the elder exclaimed in surprise, "Young lad, what are you doing here? Didn't Peter accompany you?" Dudian replied honestly, "Mr. Peter just went inside." The nobleman named Mace frowned and questioned, "Old Roe. Do you know him?" The elder chuckled, "We just met. This young fellow is a promising candidate among this year's scavengers, and we shall count on Mr. Mace's support in the future." Understanding dawned upon Mace, and he cast a sidelong glance at Dudian, remarking, "Young lad." Choosing our melon consortium shows discernment. In the future, mind your steps. Do not rush about without a shred of decorum. Du Dian's expression darkened, his fists clenched tightly within his sleeves. The elder quickly added, "Apologize to Mr. Mace. Young lad, and let us proceed inside. The banquet is about to commence. We cannot linger at the entrance." He winked at Du Dian, signaling him to concede and move past the moment. Du Dian, noticing the hint of urgency on the elder's face, recognized that a simple apology would dissolve this minor incident. However, he felt no sense of relief. Instead, he sensed a chilling numbness creeping through his limbs. In that moment, he realized that the distinction between right and wrong bore no intrinsic relation to the actions themselves, but was instead dictated by the identities and statuses of those involved. And these factors merely represented the disparity of power between the parties. He suddenly comprehended that truth resides solely with those who wield power. "I'm sorry," he murmured, his gaze cast downward as he uttered the words of contrition, the opulent lights of the hall and the melodic strains of music illuminating the backdrop. While his face remained shrouded in shadow, his eyes fixated on the polished boots of the nobleman. Then he witnessed those boots shift. As the nobleman turned and strode into the hall, the elder seemed to cast a glance his way but said nothing, following suit. These commoners, no matter how well they are taught, will never learn proper etiquette. Mace's voice echoed in the distance, accompanied by the elder's laughter. Du Dian continued to keep his head bowed, fists clenched, and after a long while, he gradually lifted his gaze to behold the expansive estate before him and the lanterns that lined the way ahead. Suddenly, he felt that remaining in the darkness, where the light of those lanterns did not reach, was far more liberating. At that moment, another noble carriage approached at a swift pace. After the previous events, Du Dian found himself devoid of any desire to savor the rarefied luxury of the gathering. He retreated to a quieter corner by the window, leaning against the sill, observing the ebb and flow of guests in the grand hall, which resembled a fluid tapestry unfolding before his eyes. His heart remained undisturbed, tinged only with a faint sense of ennui, until the sudden appearance of two figures clad in black uniforms broke his reverie. These young hunters, appearing to be merely 17 or 18, entered the banquet, greeted warmly by several nobles along their path, indicating a prior acquaintance. Soon, they reached the center of the gathering, where a few middle-aged aristocrats stood. Among them was the nobleman, Mace, to whom Du Dian had previously apologized, flanked by a portly matron and a lean man sporting a handlebar mustache. As the two hunters approached, the middle-aged nobles engaged them in conversation, although Du Dian was too far to overhear their words. It was evident that these hunters held considerable esteem among the aristocracy. Hunters. Du Dian's gaze flickered as he was reminded of the alchemical notes of Roseyard, particularly a passage that detailed a striking incident involving the dissection of a hunter. The account recounted how a young hunter, assigned a task to eliminate him, was instead subdued by a poison crafted by an apothecary and subsequently turned into a living specimen for dissection, without any anesthetic, sliced into countless pieces. From the hunter's remains, Roseyard discovered the components of aberrant flesh, which inspired him significantly and contributed to his eventual recognition as a 3-star alchemist. "Ah, scavenger." A voice suddenly pierced Du Dian's thoughts. Turning his head, he beheld an elderly man with white hair, his face radiating warmth, leaning on an aged cane adorned with a sizable emerald. His attire was rather modest. "Might you be a promising candidate for the consortium?" the elderly man inquired with a smile. Du Dian nodded slightly. "And you are?" The old man chuckled. "I am Forrest Lane. A pleasure to make your acquaintance." Lane? Du Dian's interest peaked. 3 years prior, the site of the desert examination bore the name of a noble territory associated with the Lane family. Noticing the subtle shift in Du Dian's expression, the old man remarked with a smile, "I presume you have heard tales of our Lane family, though those are bygone matters best left unmentioned. Tell me, would you be interested in becoming a knight of our lineage?" Knight? Du Dian was taken aback. He was no longer the uninformed youth he had been 3 years ago. Through relentless study in the library, his understanding of this world had sharpened. A knight was not merely a title, but a distinction earned through rigorous training and stringent examinations by the knightly order. "I may not have articulated it clearly," the old man continued. "It merely entails holding a nominal position within our ranks. Our family would provide you with a formal knight's stipend, and in return, you would be expected to explore the wastelands on our behalf once a year." Du Dian instantly comprehended his intention and inquired with curiosity, "Surely this contravenes the treaty." "Does it not? Am I permitted to venture out for scavenging on behalf of your family?" "Indeed, you may," the elderly gentleman replied with a smile. However, this will be deemed a private undertaking, and one must bear the costs associated with passage through the Great Wall. In reality, many noble families have clandestinely nurtured a number of scavengers. Although they may not compare to those of your esteemed lineage, they are still capable of extracting some profit beyond the Great Wall. Rest assured, the expenses for traversing the Great Wall will be covered by our family. Chapter 35. Jenny Dudian felt a stir of interest. The knight's monthly salary was substantial, likely exceeding the combined earnings of the Julia couple. Most significantly, the honor of being affiliated with the Ryan family as a knight would command the respect and admiration of the majority of commoners. I will consider this matter, Dudian mused. Very well, should you require anything in the future, do not hesitate to seek me out. I will. After their conversation, Flor and Ryan departed for the center of the banquet, engaging with other nobles. Shortly after his departure, several more nobles approached Dudian to discuss matters, yet the conditions they offered bore little distinction from those of Flor and Ryan, all of which Dudian politely declined. At this moment, as the banquet reached its midpoint, the melodious music abruptly ceased, followed by a resounding applause echoing through the hall. All the nobles, engrossed in conversation or feasting, turned their gazes toward the source of the sound. The applause came from a robust, middle-aged nobleman, approximately in his 40s, with a stately build and a generous physique. As the attention of the assembly converged upon him, he displayed a gentlemanly smile and proclaimed, "Welcome, esteemed guests, to the 8th gathering of the Melon Consortium. I hope you all enjoy your time here. Additionally, it is the birthday of my dear daughter, Melsiah, and I kindly request that you extend her your heartfelt blessings." "Thank you." As he spoke, a young girl clad in a deep crimson gown gracefully emerged from behind a raised platform leading to the second floor. She appeared to be around 12 or 13 years of age, with a delicately crafted visage and understated elegance. Standing poised, she gave a slight bow and said, "Greetings to all my uncles and aunts." A wave of enthusiastic applause arose among the gathered nobles. Moreover, the radiant knight who had adjudicated the alchemist in the desert 3 years prior, known as Melk, was evidently a member of the Mel family. This highlighted the vast influence wielded by the Mel family. "This is a modest gift from the Bland family for Miss Melsiah." At this moment, a young nobleman spoke up, presenting a finely crafted red gift box. He gently lifted the lid, revealing a pair of exquisite white silk gloves, meticulously crafted. Melsiah's eyes sparkled with delight as she remarked, "These must be the work of Master Shueli." "Thank you, I adore them." The young man flashed a charming smile and handed the gift box to a servant who had come to receive it. Subsequently, other nobles began to present their gifts, accompanied by congratulatory words. Miss Melsiah, a young gentleman clad in a brown-hued suit, exclaimed, "I have always heard of your fondness for poetry, so I took the liberty of asking Master Tyza to compose a small poem for you, and I hope you will find it pleasing." "Poetry?" Melsiah's eyes brightened with joy. The young man smiled modestly and, with a theatrical flair, began to recite, "Upon the stone, your tears have fallen, in those hesitant eyes, the twilight is laden. Who has unveiled the sorrow within your heart?" Moments later, as the poem concluded, he added, "This piece is titled The Maiden's Sorrow, dedicated to Miss Melsiah." Instantly, the hall erupted with fervent applause, with some nobles vocally expressing their admiration. Melsiah's face radiated with a joyful smile as she exclaimed, "Truly, the poetry of Master Teza is remarkable. I find it deeply moving. Thank you." Meanwhile, by the windowsill, Dudian listened to the applause with a sense of helplessness. He had brought nothing with him and silently hoped that the crowd would overlook his presence to avoid unnecessary trouble. In dire straits, he contemplated reciting an old poem his sister often recited to distract them. Just then, from the corner of his eye, he caught sight of a figure darting across the estate outside, prompting an internal admonishment for his own foolishness. Why had he not considered slipping away before? He glanced at the noble guests, whose attention was captivated by the enchanting Melsiah. Seizing this rare opportunity, he swiftly pushed open the window and peered outside, noting the height to be around 2 meters. Without hesitation, he leaped out, landing gracefully like a nimble cat, then swiftly closed the window behind him and hurried down the narrow path. Suddenly, the rustling of leaves broke the silence. Dudian's expression shifted, and he called out, "Who is there?" The surroundings fell into a hushed stillness, but Dudian was certain that the sound was not merely the wind. After 3 years of training as a scavenger, he had honed the ability to distinguish between the sounds of objects and the breeze. "Come out, I know you're there," he declared coldly. Moments later, a slender figure emerged from behind a perfectly rounded tree. As Dudian caught her silhouette in the moonlight, He was taken aback to find it was a girl of similar stature to his own, dressed in the very attire he had glimpsed earlier. Relieved, Dudian said, "You can come out. I harbor no ill intentions. We are both merely seeking refuge from the crowd. I will not betray you, and it would be wise for you to remain silent as well. It serves no one's interests otherwise." Realizing she had misunderstood him, he shrugged, adding, "Of course not. I do not even know you." The girl studied him for a moment, seemingly grasping her misconception, and sighed with relief. "You startled me. By the way, when you mention hiding, what are you hiding from? Do you have enemies?" Dudian replied tersely, "What enemies could I possibly have? We are all here without gifts. Merely seeking to escape for a while." The girl appeared to doubt her own hearing, then suddenly chuckled as a realization dawned on her. "Oh, right. Which family do you belong to? Do you not know that today is Miss Mel's birthday? Do you not know?" Dudian shrugged. "As for my identity, it's best kept a secret." The girl walked along the stone path to the pavilion and immediately recognized Dudian's attire, exclaiming, "Is that a scavenger's uniform? Are you, in fact, a scavenger?" Dudian's face darkened, and he replied sternly, "Indeed, but you would do well not to speak of this carelessly. I will keep your secret as well. It is only fair. I want to say a word." The girl giggled. "My name is Jenny. What is yours?" After a moment's thought, Dudian replied, "Dudian." Chapter 36, The Flowering Tree. What kind of world lies beyond the Great Wall? The girl gazed curiously at Dudian and asked, "Is there an endless ocean and vast forests as sung by the bards?" "How do you know?" Jenny followed him into the pavilion. Taking a seat opposite him at the tea table, her expression fraught with confusion. "Did you not say you have never ventured beyond the Great Wall?" Suddenly, Dudian's mind drifted to the earth of yore, recalling the azure seas and lush forests, along with countless exquisite landscapes. A wave of melancholy washed over him as he murmured, "I have seen it. I know it well." "You have?" Jenny exclaimed in surprise. "Where did you see it? Do you believe so as well?" Jenny's eyes sparkled with delight. "That is precisely how I feel. Yet my father insists that these are mere fabrications of the bards, that such wonders do not exist in reality. And even if they did, they would not be found beyond the Great Wall. He also says that the world outside is exceedingly perilous. Is that true?" Dudian pondered. "Most likely your father fears your curiosity may lead you to secretly scale the Great Wall to glimpse the world beyond." He replied, "Indeed, danger is present." "Is it truly dangerous?" A hint of disappointment flickered in Jenny's eyes. Observing her downcast gaze, Dudian felt as though he had extinguished a beautiful hope with his own hands. Stirring a sense of compassion within him, he said, "However, while danger does exist, it does not imply that the ocean and forests are absent. I believe that one day, the perils beyond the Great Wall will vanish, and we shall step outside to behold the mountains and seas, venturing wherever our hearts desire." Jenny's face instantly brightened. "Really?" "Absolutely," Dudian affirmed with unwavering conviction. A joyful smile illuminated Jenny's face as she replied, "I feel the same way. I once shared this with my father. Yet he always urged me to abandon such notions, claiming the world beyond the Great Wall is a place of foreboding. He asserts that only individuals like you, who are deemed special, are permitted to tread there." Dudian smiled faintly, choosing not to respond. "I long to see what lies beyond the Great Wall." Jenny's countenance radiated with dreams. Suddenly, a thought struck her, and she turned to Dudian, asking, "If the world beyond the Great Wall is so perilous, why do you choose to be a scavenger and venture outside?" Dudian mused, "That is a question better posed to your kind." However, recognizing her youth and her apparent detachment from the intrigues of aristocratic politics, he replied, "There is no particular reason. Perhaps, like you, I simply wish to see what lies beyond the Great Wall." Jenny regarded him with a glimmer of admiration, saying, "You are truly remarkable. Though we are of the same age, you exhibit far greater courage than I." Dudian chuckled, "It is simply because I am a boy." Upon hearing this, Jenny felt a flush rise to her cheeks. Stealing a glance at Dudian, she found he was oblivious to her bashful demeanor, which allowed her to breathe a sigh of relief. Yet, her heart raced, and she thought, "How could I be alone with a boy in the garden? If my father were to find out, he would surely reprimand me." With this thought, she promptly prepared to rise, adjusting her skirt as she bid farewell to Dudian. As Dudian observed her silence, he feared he had misspoken. "Please do not misunderstand me. I harbor no prejudice against women. Among us scavengers, there are indeed many young girls. However, I believe you should heed your father's advice. The world beyond the Great Wall is fraught with peril. Once it is cleared, you will eventually have the opportunity to explore the outside world, and I am confident that day will not be too far off." Bathed in the gentle moonlight, Jenny gazed at the boy's earnest and self-assured expression, momentarily taken aback. Instinctively, she inquired, "Is that truly the case?" "Indeed," Dadian affirmed with a nod. Jenny, inspired by his unwavering conviction, declared, "I believe in you." With a faint smile, Dadian replied, "I also believe in myself." Jenny chuckled, her earlier intention to leave dissipating entirely. After her laughter subsided, she said, "Do you know what my dream is? To become a priestess. Although a priestess cannot venture beyond the Great Wall, at least she can judge all the wrongdoers within it. I believe that once there are no more villains in the world, we can unite our efforts and swiftly eliminate the dangers outside the Great Wall." Dadian chuckled, "Are you studying law then?" "Of course," Jenny beamed, pride illuminating her features. Dadian smiled. "Coincidentally, I have also studied law." "Really? You have studied law?" Jenny exclaimed in surprise. "I taught myself," Dadian added. "Do you aspire to become a priest as well?" "Indeed, and my aspirations are as noble as yours." "Noble? Haha, indeed. Our aspirations are quite grand." "How old are you?" "I just turned 11. I am almost 12. As the night deepened, within the manor's flower pavilion, the two became increasingly engrossed in conversation, oblivious to the passage of time. It felt as though there was an endless stream of topics to discuss, from interests and hobbies to their respective ages and views on various matters, revealing numerous commonalities as if they had discovered kindred spirits in one another. One without ears, one without a tail, Jenny laughed, clutching her stomach, momentarily forgetting her noble demeanor. "What a peculiar song. Such a strange tune. How amusing." Dadian shrugged, "It's a children's song." Jenny stifled another giggle, thinking how such an odd children's song might frighten a child. Still, there seemed to be no other explanation for the bizarre lyrics and simple melody than that it belonged to the realm of children's songs. Dadian was momentarily taken aback. Without the pavilion's shelter, the moonlight illuminated her cheeks, rendering her beauty ethereal and almost unreal. His heart raced, and he instinctively replied, "No problem." The moment the words left his lips, he regretted them, realizing that all he had ever read were Tang poems, ancient Eastern verses that bore little resemblance to the poetic forms of this world. Suddenly, he recalled the modern poem that his sister often recited, and he softly began to murmur, "How can I let you encounter me at my most exquisite moment? For this, I have beseeched the divine for 5 centuries. Thus, the deity transformed me into a tree, standing by the path you must traverse." Dadian remembered that this poem was titled A Flowering Tree, and he had altered the reference from Buddha to deity, for in this world, the prevailing faith is the Holy See and the Father God, with no presence of Buddhism. Upon hearing Dadian's gentle recitation of the verses, Jenny was momentarily taken aback. After a brief pause, she flushed crimson and swiftly turned, fleeing down the narrow path, vanishing into the darkness. Chapter 37. 2 Blessings. Dadian calculated the time, waiting approximately 10 minutes after Jenny's departure before meandering along the garden path. Before long, he arrived in front of the banquet hall, where he could hear a hearty laughter from a distance. The doors of the hall stood wide open, indicating that the event had concluded, with nobles gradually emerging in small clusters. Moments later, he reached the estate's exterior, where a multitude of noble carriages had previously been stationed, now reduced to merely 7 or 8. Spotting Peter's carriage still present, Dadian felt a sense of relief and approached it. The carriage was empty, clearly indicating that Peter had yet to emerge. Dadian climbed aboard the carriage, settling in to wait. Dadian couldn't help but chuckle as he swiftly assisted Peter, saying, "You've had too much to drink. Come and rest a while." "Yes, my lord's command shall be obeyed." Peter mumbled incoherently but obediently leaned back inside the carriage. "Indeed, my lord," the coachman replied respectfully, then flicked the reins, and the carriage began to move. The following morning, as dawn broke, Dadian awoke to find Peter hastily entering the castle, carrying a small wooden box. "Good morning, Mr. Peter," Dadian greeted him. Somewhat astonished that despite last night's inebriation, Peter appeared remarkably refreshed. "This is to be expected," Dadian remarked, eyeing the small box in Peter's grasp. "What is this?" Peter placed the box on the living room table and opened it, revealing several syringes that Dadian recognized, immediately understanding that Peter had come to deliver their divine blessings. "I just procured these yesterday and didn't have the chance to give them to you," Peter explained. "This requires no introduction. Each of you will receive one." "Dadian, you have 2. One is the basic allocation, and the other is for your first month. A second will be issued to you on the same day next month." Peter smiled. "That is absolutely unacceptable," Peter replied, shaking his head. "This power, bestowed by the Church of Light in place of the divine, Must be used in the presence of witnesses. It is the rule. I am here to serve as your witness. Now, let us proceed with yours. Peter retrieved a syringe from the box. Dudian felt a twinge of unease and asked, "Is there any risk of side effects?" Peter's expression turned serious as he replied, "This is a matter I shall only discuss with you. Do not speak of such things outside, as it would imply you doubt the light God." Dudian understood the gravity of this and thus phrased his inquiry delicately, rather than directly questioning potential side effects. He was somewhat taken aback but refrained from further comment, only pondering in silence, could the Church of Light truly create a flawless genetic serum? If so, would this not enable the mass production of scavengers? At that moment, Peter inserted the syringe into his arm. Dudian felt no pain, only a slight tingling in his limb. Soon, the red liquid from the syringe was being injected into his body. Dudian suddenly felt a wave of warmth spreading throughout his body. As it reached his limbs, an intense heat surged towards his brain, as if all the blood in his body had erupted into his mind. He could not help but let out a loud roar, causing the heat to instantly retreat, flowing back into his limbs, inflicting excruciating pain, as if they were about to tear apart. Gritting his teeth, he bore the agony in silence. Soon, the warmth receded like a tide. Dudian looked up and immediately sensed a change. His vision had become remarkably acute, allowing him to discern the pores on Peter's face from a distance. He recalled the power bestowed upon Lurien and leapt into the air with renewed vigor. "All right, let's take our time to experience this. There's still another one," Peter chuckled. Observing the second syringe Peter had picked up, Dudian couldn't help but ask, what would happen if all these were injected? Would one become immensely powerful? Peter smiled slightly and replied, "Of course not. The initial injection yields significant effects, but the more you inject, the weaker the results become." Though Dudian anticipated this, a sense of regret washed over him. If the effects could multiply, then the illuminated church, which possessed these genetic serums, would be a monstrous entity indeed. However, this thought sent a chill through him. They were merely scavengers yet possessed such terrifying strength. What horrors would hunters entail? Before long, Peter injected the second serum into Dudian's arm. This time, the surge of heat was not as intense as before. Dudian merely felt a slight tearing pain before the warmth subsided. He looked around again, noticing that his vision had sharpened considerably, and he estimated that his strength had also risen significantly. He thought to himself, even if a tiger appeared before him, he could likely take it down. "Go on, summon the others," Peter urged with a smile. Dudian nodded slightly and called for Makin and the others. In no time, everyone had completed their injections, and the morning in the ancient castle became particularly lively, with all participants bouncing with energy, reveling in their newfound strength. "We can stay for free for 3 days. Are you really leaving today? We were planning to explore the bustling market nearby." Makin and his companions expressed their surprise and urged him to stay. Dudian had made up his mind. After bidding them farewell, he called for a carriage and headed toward the Commoner District. The carriage dropped him off at number 108, Lingtong Street in the Commoner District. As he alighted, he paid 60 copper coins, feeling a pang of regret. The fare for the carriage in the commercial area was twice that of the Commoner District. Luckily, he still had 90 copper coins left from the 100 given to him by the Julians. At that moment, Dudian noticed another carriage parked at the entrance, which surprised him. Could it be a visitor? He circled around the carriage, pushed open the white railing outside, and as he approached the door, he heard voices arguing within. Taken aback, he raised his hand to knock. Before long, the door swung open, revealing Julia, who looked at Dudian with a puzzled expression and asked, "Who are you?" After 3 years of scavenging training, Dudian underwent a remarkable transformation. His physique had become considerably more robust than before, and his complexion had changed from pallid to a warm shade of wheat, rendering Julia momentarily unrecognizable. "Auntie, it's me," Dudian said, upon hearing that familiar yet slightly altered voice. Julia's eyes widened in disbelief as she exclaimed, "Is that you, Dean?" Observing her exaggerated reaction, Dudian couldn't help but smile, feeling a warmth in his heart as he replied, "I originally intended to bring you some specialties from the commercial district, but I found myself short on cash and couldn't make any purchases." At that moment, an angry voice erupted from the living room, and Dudian immediately recognized it as Gray's voice. Chapter 38. The Wall of Boundaries. Dudian felt a sense of curiosity as he stepped into the living room. There, apart from Gray, stood 2 figures. One was a corpulent middle-aged man adorned with several gold rings, indicative of great wealth, while the other was a gaunt gentleman clad in a tailored black suit, his hair meticulously styled, exuding an air of nobility. Gray, mind your attitude. Upon entering, Duddian overheard the gaunt man's admonition. Gray clenched his fists, his face a mask of fury as he retorted, "We purchased this house, and the taxes were clearly stated in the contract. Your attempt to raise the local taxes is utterly unlawful." The rotund man chuckled dismissively and replied, "Unlawful? You, a mere tailor, understand nothing of the law. This entire Lin Kong Street is my domain. Within my territory, my word is law. Even if you were to take this to court, it would be futile. In fact, I encourage you to do so." With gritted teeth, Gray exclaimed, "You are resorting to extortion. Humph, that is slander and defamation, not to mention a personal attack. I could sue you for that." The gaunt man retorted coldly. At that moment, Julia, observing Gray's reddened face, hurried to grasp his hand. She turned to the corpulent man and said, "Please, grant us a little more time to discuss this matter. Such a high tax burden is beyond our means." The rotund man replied nonchalantly, "At least you are sensible. However, I have already given you several days. Today marks the final day. I will return this evening, and I hope for a satisfactory response." With that, he stood, adjusted his collar, and walked past Gray with his chin slightly raised. Wait. A figure blocked his path. Duddian. The corpulent man looked down at Duddian, whose height barely reached his chin, and frowned. "Who are you, little one?" The corpulent man paused, then laughed. "Ah, you are quite perceptive. I've heard Gray has an adopted child. Is that you?" Duddian met his gaze and said, "You claim this entire Lin Kong Street is your domain? May I see your proof of ownership? Even if you intend to collect taxes, you must present your lordship's certificate at the court in the presence of the clergy to secure a tax agreement, correct?" The rotund man was taken aback. The gaunt man beside him, momentarily stunned, darkened in expression and said, "Little one, do you think a lord's proof is something you can simply demand to see?" Duddian looked up at him calmly and replied, "If you cannot provide proof of lordship, I kindly ask you to leave and cease your disturbances. Otherwise, I shall have to arrest you for trespassing." The room fell silent, the others taken aback by his words. The gaunt man soon regained his composure and laughed. "Arrest me? Little one, I see you are young and naive. Continue your nonsensical talk, and I may just hand you over to the guards. Which would you prefer?" Duddian looked up at the two men. Are you guards?" The corpulent man still found it hard to believe, having never encountered such a diminutive guard before. Duddian replied indifferently, "Are you questioning me? This is the first time I have encountered such a diminutive and promising guard." The corpulent middle-aged man chuckled awkwardly. Duddian continued flatly, "This merely indicates that you are not a genuine lord. There are many guards like me. Prior to reaching the age of 16 in military service, one typically joins the noble's escort for training, and only upon reaching the appropriate age are they assigned to guard the boundary wall and the Great Wall." His mention of the boundary wall referred to the towering walls that separate each region, colloquially known among the nobility as the Wall of Wealth and Poverty. The corpulent man appeared somewhat embarrassed and stammered, I truly am the lord here. My grandfather was a great knight, awarded this territory, but..." He trailed off, a hint of frustration evident in his demeanor, leaving his statement unfinished. Exchanging a glance with the slender man, he immediately bowed and said, "We shall take our leave." With that, they sidled past Duddian, hastily making their exit. Before long, the carriage outside cried out as it departed, driven by the crack of the whip. Duddian then lifted his gaze to the couple, Julia and Gray. 3 years had passed, and the corners of their eyes bore faint wrinkles, indicating they had reached their 30s, an age that in this world bore the weight of what 50 would represent in the olden days. Julia gave him a playful glare, affectionately ruffling Duddian's hair, saying, "Look at you, so sun-kissed. It must have been quite a hardship these past 3 years." Julia paused, inquiring, "Executing a mission? What mission? Is it perilous?" "Not particularly dangerous, rest assured." "That's a relief." Gray interjected with a smile, "What danger could there be in being a guard? It merely involves accompanying the nobles on their excursions. With the protection of the Holy See, those nefarious demons wouldn't dare show their faces." Julia retorted with a hint of annoyance, "But what if something were to happen?" Gray merely chuckled and refrained from further comment. Julia then asked playfully, "What do you need from us?" "How much?" 10 silver coins, Duddian contemplated, believing this sum would suffice to procure a substantial amount of black powder materials, as he would soon venture beyond the Great Wall, where it would be wise to possess means of self-defense in the event of danger. Chapter 39. The Alchemy Apprentice, such a large sum? The couple, Julia and Gray, were taken aback. 1 silver coin equated to 100 copper coins, and Gray's monthly wages amounted to merely 2 silver coins. As for Julia, her earnings were slightly higher, totaling around 3 silver coins, with occasional extra commissions from treating wealthy clients or lords. 10 silver coins essentially represented their combined wages for 2 months. What do you need such a sum for? Gray inquired with a furrowed brow. It's necessary for a task, and I assure you, I will repay you upon its completion, Duddian replied earnestly. Julia exchanged glances with Gray and, with a resigned sigh, consented. Very well, consider it a celebratory gift. However, you must promise me it will not be used for ill purposes. Duddian exhaled in relief, fully aware that this considerable amount was granted by the couple solely due to his newfound status as a guard. It was uncommon for an ordinary child to request such a sum from their parents without providing a reason. The following day, Duddian set out early, clutching 10 silver coins, and made his way to the adventurers' market in the southern district. The city was divided into 4 vast regions: north, south, east, and west. And Duddian resided on Lincoln Street in the southeastern area. The adventurers' market was a free trading hub for the common folk, distinct from the officially licensed merchant guilds. The goods sold here were scavenged by the populace from the outskirts of the living zones near the colossal wall. In these outer regions, the air was thick with nuclear radiation, a peril few adventurers dared to brave for long. Most would retire after a few ventures, using their earnings to sustain their ailing bodies in their twilight years. However, Duddian had little to fear from the radiation, as he had researched that his black standard-issue armor was composed of lead, a metal of high density capable of effectively shielding against radiation. Thus, he could traverse the edges of the wall with ease. The radiation there was negligible compared to that beyond the wall. Nevertheless, despite the protection of his uniform, he would still inhale the contaminated air, and the distance from the living areas made hiring a cart a significant expense. Moreover, the lurking presence of animals corrupted by radiation posed a considerable danger, prompting Duddian to forego the trip himself. After spending 5 copper coins on a cart, he arrived at the adventurers' market, where a bustling array of carts and lively vendors filled the scene. The cacophony of shouts and haggling echoed in the air, and the ground was adorned with a myriad of items: handmade garments, stuffed toys, vibrantly colored stones, and dried fish fillets. Duddian strolled along the aisles, and after half an hour of exploration, he finally discovered a stall offering several rough sulfur ores and white crystalline nitrate. As for charcoal powder, he could easily produce it himself, sparing his funds for other necessities. The proprietor was a middle-aged man with deeply tanned skin and a gaunt physique, his hair disheveled and his sunken eyes bearing witness to an affliction evidenced by red spots on his hands that hinted at some malady. Despite being concealed by long sleeves, these blemishes occasionally became visible when he raised his hands. Upon observing him, Duddian could discern that the radiation levels within this man's body were alarmingly high. It was likely that he had only a few years left to live unless he received treatment from the Radiant Church. After a round of haggling, Duddian ultimately acquired all the saltpeter and sulfur ore from the vendor's stall for the sum of a silver coin and 20 copper coins, with the saltpeter being the more valuable of the two, costing him a silver coin. The sulfur ore would need to be refined by himself, and once processed into powder, it would yield only enough for a single pouch. Furthermore, when scavenging, he was permitted to carry only food and basic weaponry, leaving little room for black powder. Thus, he decided to purchase only this modest amount for the time being, as he contemplated his next moves. Little fellow, these items are rather heavy. Did you summon a cart? Or shall I help you carry them? The emaciated man inquired with a grin after receiving his payment. No need, Duddian replied casually, effortlessly lifting the burlap sack, which weighed approximately 20 pounds, as if it were weightless, before turning on his heel and continuing his search for grinding tools. The thin man stared in astonishment, his eyes wide with disbelief. Before long, Duddian procured several essential alchemical tools from other stalls. To the ordinary observer, these implements bore no connection to alchemy. Rather, they appeared as common work tools, such as the stone wheel Duddian intended to use for grinding sulfur, typically employed by physicians to pulverize medicinal ingredients. Boss, please sell me this worthless stone for just 1 copper coin. I beg you. A youthful voice suddenly piped up. Duddian turned his head to see a stocky boy, shorter than himself by half a head, standing at a nearby stall, clutching a small burlap sack and grasping a fist-sized rough black stone in his hand. No, protested the stall owner, a thin young man who shook his head repeatedly. This is iron ore. Although the quantity is small, it's worth at least 2 copper coins. Even if it is iron ore, it's merely a mineral, not iron itself. This tiny piece won't yield much. You'd be making a profit at just 1 copper coin, the stout boy countered, altering his approach to persuasion. Moreover, such a small piece is of no use to any smelting factory, and no one will want to buy it. If you sell it to me, you'll still make a profit. Otherwise, you'll have no choice but to discard it. Swayed by the boy's reasoning, the thin young man hesitated before finally relenting. Fine then. The stout boy flashed a broad smile, promptly paid, and stowed the black stone into his burlap sack before turning to leave. An alchemical apprentice? Dudian was momentarily taken aback, not anticipating an encounter with an apprentice of alchemy in this place. From his readings of Rosciard's notes, he had gleaned insights into the lifestyle and habits of alchemists, with one striking detail lingering in his mind. Every alchemist bore a unique tattoo, a mark of their craft, and one of the fundamental rites of passage into this arcane discipline. The tattooing technique here is remarkably ancient, utilizing a concoction of plant or herbal powders mixed to create a black liquid, which is then injected into the skin with a needle. The designs crafted can be entirely arbitrary, whether a mirrored or an erratic line devoid of shape, each serving as a mark. While the knowledge of this tattooing method is held by alchemists, as well as nobles and the Church of Light, their tattoos differ significantly from those of the alchemists in one crucial aspect. They categorically refuse to employ black as a pigment. Should one receive a black tattoo, regardless of noble lineage or affiliation with the Church of Light, they would be treated as an alchemist, a definitive mark of their identity. Conversely, if one bears no black tattoo, even if they are indeed a genuine alchemist, they would not gain the recognition of their peers. Dudian cast a glance in the direction the robust boy had departed, his gaze flickering slightly, before ultimately hoisting the linen sack and stealthily pursuing him. Chapter 40. Blackfire. The stout boy carried a small linen sack, visibly filled to the brim. Unlike Dudian, he appeared not to have undergone any physical enhancement. Struggling to bear the weight on his shoulder, panting heavily after only a short distance, Dudian, whose vision surpassed that of an ordinary person by more than threefold, trailed quietly behind, confident in his ability to remain undetected. At his age, the boy was likely just an alchemical apprentice, though it remained uncertain whether he was procuring materials for himself or on behalf of his master. Dudian's eyes revealed a hint of contemplation when the robust boy intercepted a carriage at a crossroads and departed. Dudian's expression shifted slightly. He hastily followed. In this bustling area, the carriage moved at a leisurely pace. Dudian jogged behind, the enhancements to his physique and years of rigorous training granting him stamina well beyond the average person. After trailing through 7 or 8 streets, he finally felt winded. Just as he considered hiring a carriage for pursuit, he noticed the carriage ahead come to a halt. He quickly stopped, observing the stout boy leap from the carriage, pay with copper coins, and vanish into a nearby alley. Dudian approached, feigning casualness as he peered into the alley. To his astonishment, he discovered it was a dead end, walled off at the back. The stout boy had seemingly disappeared within. Strange, Dudian mused, raising an eyebrow. As a person steeped in scientific understanding, he found it hard to believe in the kind of magic depicted in fairy tales. He entered the alley, scrutinizing the ground. The sealed passageway showed signs of infrequent visits, with dust covering the ground and several barrels of garbage piled at the entrance. His keen vision, enhanced by his training, quickly detected footprints in the dust, leading forward and halting against a wall in the middle of the alley. A flicker of realization crossed Dudian's mind as he approached the wall for a closer inspection, only to be taken aback. It was not a wall at all, but rather a piece of fabric painted to match the wall's color, nearly indistinguishable unless scrutinized closely. Such a clever concealment was unmistakably the work of an alchemical apprentice. Dudian reached out to touch it, finding the fabric was firm, likely braced by some stone behind it, preventing it from being pushed in by rodents or the wind. Dudian silently noted the location before retreating from the alley. It was evident that this was a stronghold for alchemists. If reported to the Church of Light, his status as a scavenger could earn him considerable merit. However, he was disinterested in such matters. On the contrary, he intended to infiltrate the small circle of this stronghold to gain insight into the world of alchemists. After all, his knowledge of alchemy was primarily derived from the notes of Rosciard, which, while extensive, contained much information only accessible to advanced alchemists, with scant details on fundamental principles. To join the ranks of alchemists, one must first prove oneself as an alchemist, and the initial mark of an alchemist is a black tattoo. Dudian has not yet contemplated adorning his skin with tattoos, nor is he prepared to swiftly immerse himself in the realm of alchemists. After all, as documented by Rosciard, the alchemist circle communicates under aliases, primarily to mitigate the risk of exposure. Should one be apprehended by the Radiant Knights? The fear of torture could force them to divulge the identities of their comrades. Within the confines of his hotel room, Didion extracted several raw materials from a linen sack. The initial step involved the extraction of sulfur or from sulfur itself. He intended to employ the most primitive method of refinement, heating the sulfur or to a high temperature to dissolve it, before cooling the resulting sulfur solution to yield pure sulfur. Subsequently, he would grind it into sulfur powder using a stone wheel. Requesting a brazier from the innkeeper, Didion found it somewhat peculiar to seek warmth during the rainy season, yet the innkeeper happily complied upon receiving a copper coin, even providing a few pieces of coal from the dusty storeroom. The melting point of sulfur is relatively low, and it soon liquefied. Didion retrieved the apparatus he had purchased earlier, preparing to hold the sulfur solution. The room filled with the pungent odor of sulfur, and he silently thanked his foresight in donning a mask. Due to nuclear radiation, masks had not faded into obscurity with technological regression. They remained a staple of daily life. It must be noted that diverse environments foster varied developments. Didion mused about one day acquiring a gas mask akin to Rosyardas. For alchemists often dealing with an array of substances, the risk of ingesting toxins was ever present. Though masks offered minimal protection, they sufficed for apprentices. To his surprise, the creation of the most ancient black powder proved laborious. Observing his clothes sullied by coal dust, Didion chuckled wryly, suddenly yearning for a personal alchemy chamber. He hoped that his upcoming expedition beyond the Great Wall would yield substantial profits. Wiping the grime from his face, he felt invigorated. In the blink of an eye, 7 days had elapsed. Rumor had it that they would embark on their journey early the following morning. "Tomorrow, we will venture beyond the Great Wall," exclaimed Maykin, brimming with excitement. "I've longed to see it since childhood, but those dreadful tales frighten me," he added. "Do spare us the fantasies. While the Great Wall may not be as terrifying as they say, it is certainly fraught with danger," cautioned Zack. With a slight smile, Sham gazed at the item Didion had placed by his bed and inquired, "Din, what is this?" "A toy," Didion replied casually, casting a glance at the black powder tube he had crafted over the past week, pondering how it might be discreetly concealed. In response to inquiries regarding the prevalence of fantastical names, it is important to clarify that this choice is influenced by the narrative backdrop. Additionally, the initial atmosphere is not conducive to names of Chinese origin, such as Lin Chao as an alchemist or Yang Xian as a radiant knight, which would disrupt the overall aesthetic. Furthermore, the forthcoming Eastern Continent volume will unveil a vast world backdrop that promises surprises for those who persevere in their reading. Chapter 41. Stepping beyond the wall at the break of dawn on the following day, as the first light of morning crept over the horizon, Didion and his companions were roused from their slumber and summoned to gather outside the ancient castle. There, tethered, stood a dozen magnificent black steeds, known as black tooth horses. Didion was already aware of their impressive stature and robust resistance to ailments, enabling them to traverse the treacherous terrain beyond the Great Wall for brief periods. "Mount up. Prepare to depart," commanded Peter, perched elegantly atop a tall black horse, resembling a gallant knight. Each of the group selected a black-toothed horse, effortlessly vaulting onto their backs. Had their bodies not been enhanced, mounting such towering beasts would have necessitated a ladder, yet now they merely needed a gentle push to ascend. "Onward," Peter urged, squeezing his legs against the horse's flank, leading the charge. Didion and the others grasped their reins tightly and followed closely behind. These black-toothed horses, having undergone rigorous training, were far from the fearsome creatures they appeared to be. They were docile and responsive, making them remarkably easy to ride. The streets were shrouded in a lingering morning mist, and the sound of clattering hooves resonated crisply as Peter guided the group swiftly along the thoroughfare, gradually approaching the outskirts of the commercial district. In the distance, the imposing silhouette of the colossal wall became increasingly discernible, its dark shadow looming like a prostrate titan, instilling an ineffable sense of awe and intimidation. Along the fringes of the commercial area, much like the residential zones, lay vast swathes of untamed wasteland, characterized by barren soil, predominantly composed of sand and debris, inhospitable for cultivation and unsuitable for habitation. Upon entering this desolate radiation zone, the black-toothed horses beneath them grew restless, displaying a mix of excitement and frenzy, their pace quickening dramatically. After a brisk ride of several minutes, the once obscured silhouette of the Sylvian wall emerged from the morning fog, its grandeur becoming increasingly apparent. As it came into sharper focus, The overwhelming sense of pressure it emanated imprinted deeply upon the hearts of all who beheld it. This was a towering edifice, so lofty that its apex seemed to vanish into the clouds. The closer they approached, the more elusive its height became. The wall's robust surface appeared as if crafted by divine hands, lacking any visible signs of construction, resembling an enormous, seamless natural monolith. This was the Great Wall. All, including Dudian, gazed in awe, mouths agape, faces etched with astonishment. As they stood before the colossal structure, they felt diminutive, akin to mere ants. Insignificant grains of sand in the presence of such monumental grandeur. "How immense!" exclaimed Mycan, tilting his head back at an almost 90-degree angle, yet still unable to glimpse the summit of the wall. Zach stood in a daze, muttering, Is this truly the wall constructed by our ancestors?" The group was collectively overwhelmed by the magnificence and grandeur of this engineering marvel. Dudian's feelings were profound. He understood all too well the monumental effort required to erect such a wall. Even in the bygone era, accomplishing this feat would have been an arduous task, demanding countless hours of labor and time. The calamity had struck with such suddenness that there was no opportunity to construct a sanctuary of this magnitude. He could scarcely fathom how the survivors of the nuclear catastrophe could have achieved the creation of such an extraordinary architectural wonder. "This is the formidable wall of Sylvian that shelters us, constructed collaboratively by our ancestors and celestial deities." A glimmer of pride sparkled in Peter's eyes as he turned to the crowd, exclaiming, "Come along, little ones." With a gentle tug on the reins, he approached the colossal wall, halting approximately 100 meters away. Dismounting, he surveyed the ground and soon spotted his objective. He bent down and tugged, producing a creaking sound as the heavy iron door was drawn open, revealing a massive entrance concealed beneath the earth. With astonishing strength, Peter lifted the iron door, unveiling a staircase leading into the depths below. "Step inside," he instructed. The group, though somewhat taken aback, swiftly dismounted and entered the subterranean passage beneath the iron door. Peter was the last to enter, closing the door behind him, and an immediate sense of isolation enveloped the group. The darkened staircase extended into the abyss, seemingly leading to the underworld, illuminated only by faint oil lamps casting shadows on the walls. A chill wafted from the depths, accompanied by an eerie howling, reminiscent of wailing spirits. Peter chuckled. "What is this? Are you frightened already? It appears that Tob has not adequately trained your courage over these past 3 years." Dudian inquired. "Are we entering from here to the outside of the wall? Isn't there a door above?" "Certainly not," Peter urged. "Hurry along. Others are waiting for you." Dudian, bewildered, asked, "There are others?" "Indeed. Although you have graduated as formal scavengers, this is your first expedition beyond the wall. The headquarters has arranged for 2 seasoned veterans to accompany you, to mentor you along the way. Additionally, as per tradition, 20 scavengers cultivated by the consortium have been assigned to your team. While their specialized knowledge may not be as robust as yours, their experience from numerous outings beyond the wall far exceeds yours. At critical moments, you must remain humble and learn from them," Peter replied with a smile. Dudian paused, contemplating Peter's words, and opted to remain silent. Meanwhile, the group descended the staircase, which was deeper than they had anticipated, extending at least 100 meters. Upon reaching the bottom, they found themselves in a spacious underground corridor, enveloped in silence, with oil lamps quietly illuminating the stone-carved patterns adorning the walls. "This is the goddess of harvest," Peter said, indicating a graceful and alluring figure depicted on the wall. "Pray earnestly, wishing for bountiful rewards on your journey." Dudian and the others, familiar with these goddess statues from the squares of the Holy See and various intersections in the residential areas, immediately followed Peter's guidance, pausing before the goddess of harvest, clasping their hands in prayer. "This is the goddess of the hunt." Peter pointed to another stunningly beautiful figure beside the first. Hunters pay homage to the huntress before each expedition, seeking her blessings for a successful hunt. With that, he took the lead and proceeded forward, followed closely by Dudian and the others, who had completed their supplications. The expansive underground passage stretched for an impressive length of approximately 200 to 300 meters. At the end of the corridor, there was a staircase identical to the one at the entrance. The group ascended the steps, and before long, they reached the pinnacle, where a colossal iron gate stood ajar, resembling an open skylight. As Dudian followed Peter out, he was immediately struck by the desolation of the barren grassland before him, where 20 figures were either seated or standing, awaiting at a distance of several meters. "Finally made it. Peter, you certainly took your time," A light laugh echoed, belonging to a young man clad in black armor. He stood tall, a 2-foot short sword hanging from his waist, while a black mask was pulled down to his chin. Peter chuckled in response. What's the rush? The day is still young. The young man in black armor smiled faintly, his gaze sweeping over Dudian and the others. I have heard that among the newcomers, there is a promising talent, someone with the potential to become a hunter. Peter raised his hand and patted Dudian on the shoulder, grinning. That would be him. I trust you will take good care of him on our journey. Dudian followed Peter's gaze, realizing that behind them loomed the towering giant wall. He had not anticipated that their exit method was through a tunnel carved from the very foundation of the colossal structure. Chapter 42. District 8. Upon hearing the mention of punishment, Macon, Zach, and several other temperamental children immediately fell silent and obediently acquiesced. Scott turned to Dudian and inquired, What is your name, little one? Dudian, he replied. Quite promising, Scott remarked with a slight nod. But do not let pride consume you in the face of death. Potential holds little significance. You will follow closely behind me, and I shall impart certain matters of importance to you. Is he implying a hands-on approach? Dudian's fondness for this individual surged as he nodded slightly in understanding. The others, overhearing this exchange, quickly grasped that Dudian was to be cultivated with particular care, igniting a flicker of jealousy in many hearts, though they dared not voice their grievances. After all, Dudian's identity as a seed and his receipt of 2 blessings rendered him untouchable in terms of both prowess and status. Additionally, Dudian was flanked by 3 dormitory brothers, forming the most formidable and united faction among them. Even the most hot-headed children refrained from provoking Dudian and his companions, May, Zach, and Shah. Here are your rations and water for the next 10 days. Each of you may take a portion. I have brought these for you this time. In the future, you will collect them from headquarters, Scott announced, gesturing toward a cluster of black backpacks on the ground. Dudian approached the black travel bag, lifted one, and untied the drawstring. Inside, he discovered several clay-like items, resembling the mashed potato balls he had encountered at the Julia household, unpalatable yet filling. Typically, one would consume just a single piece, leaving little appetite for a second. May, Zach, and Shah quickly followed Dudian's lead, selecting 3 bags that appeared slightly larger. Noticing that others were attempting to imitate their choices, Scott chuckled. Do not bother selecting. They are all of equal weight. This is provided by headquarters, and it is never mistaken. Save your cleverness for later. May, Zach, and Shah shared an awkward smile. What do you have there? At that moment, Scott noticed the black powder tube strapped to Dudian's waist. A mere trinket, of no consequence. Dudian replied, It will not hinder me. Upon hearing this, Scott nodded, choosing not to pursue the matter further. He then turned to the 20 scavengers from the consortium in the distance, calling, Gather round. We are preparing to depart. These 20 scavengers were all adults, their skin darkened by the sun, some older than Scott himself. At his summons, they all converged, their standard soft armor matching that of Dudian and the others, including their short swords, evidence that the consortium's formidable wealth could certainly ensure the supply of such equipment. Scott, which district are we heading to today? Inquired a slender young man. District 8, Scott responded, turning to the quiet, black-armored woman, Mia. It's getting late. Shall we set off? Mia nodded slightly. Scott waved his hand, leading the way and reassuring the newcomers, including Dudian, that this outer perimeter had been thoroughly cleared, and they needn't worry, urging them to conserve their strength. Upon hearing this, Dudian and the others relaxed their tense muscles, surveying their surroundings. They found themselves in a desolate expanse, the ground saturated with moisture. Dudian had previously observed moss creeping up the colossal walls behind them, a stark contrast to the sandy terrain beyond. Is this truly the area beyond the Great Wall? It is entirely different from what I had envisioned. I had expected nothing but endless desert, remarked Macon, who was behind Dudian, gazing around in astonishment. Zach chuckled. Well, at least we need not worry about water sources. We could dig a hole anywhere and extract water. Zach was taken aback. Upon hearing Dudian's words, he and several other bewildered children suddenly grasped the situation. Upon beholding the ruins, Dudian was momentarily stunned. This is actually a shattered city? Before him lay an asphalt street, overrun with moss and lush vegetation. Flanking the street were crumbling concrete towers and 2- or 3-story shop fronts, now all collapsed and in ruin. Some structures were reduced to a solitary, precariously standing wall, cloaked in vines and moss, as if in a matter of time they would be completely engulfed by the rampant flora. Scattered along the desolate street were remnants of tattered clothing, clearly aged, having been drenched by rain and shrouded in dust. Transformed into hard, blackened objects, retaining only a vague outline of their original forms. Dudyan stood in utter shock. This resembles nothing less than a city of ruins. Could this be the visage of Earth 300 years after the calamity? The once thriving civilization, the flickering lights of culture, the footprints of humanity scattered across the globe. Have they all, like these ruins before me, been reduced to mere shells of their former selves? A sudden constriction gripped his chest, making it difficult to breathe, and his eyes grew moist. Dudyan? Maykin, noticing Dudyan's abrupt halt, gently patted his shoulder. Dudyan pressed his lips together and lowered his head to follow him. Yet, he pondered why, despite the retrieval of these relics from the bygone era, the technology within the Great Wall remained so primitive. Had 3 centuries of nuclear corrosion rendered research worthless in this irradiated land? He trailed behind Scott and Mia like a specter, gazing at all that was once familiar, yet left in profound silence. Chapter 43, Monsters. Could it be that someone once inhabited this place? May Jasha. And others gazed in astonishment at the remnants of crumbling walls flanking the overgrown streets, where traces of what appeared to be residential buildings could still be discerned, albeit in a style markedly different from their own. The dwelling of our ancestors. Upon hearing Scott's words, May and the others were filled with awe and excitement, curiously surveying their surroundings. Dudyan noticed a parchment map in Scott's hand and leaned slightly to peer through the gap of his arm. The map depicted a series of erratic routes, with a large square pattern at its center inscribed with the word Sylvia's Great Wall. Surrounding this wall were irregular circles delineated by curving lines, each marked with numbers. 01. Dudyan glanced over the map and noted the repetition of these numbers. In the 0 zone, for instance, he counted 6 or 7 instances. However, these symbols and circles were sketched in various colors, akin to a vibrant rainbow. Seeing Dudyan's contemplation of the map, Scott smiled and explained, "This is a scavenger map of the area outside the Great Wall. Once each consortium's hunters scour a region, they mark it to delineate their territory. Our Melon Consortium's area is outlined in red, while the green and yellow denote other consortia. The back of the map holds records. Green represents the military, and yellow signifies the Huashan Consortium." Dudyan nodded slightly, having already surmised this distinction from the colorful circles. He then inquired, "What about the gray areas outside? Those are regions yet to be scavenged by hunters." Scott's smile faded slightly as he replied earnestly, "You must never venture into those gray zones. They are exceedingly perilous. Even hunters may perish there." "Perilous?" Dudyan asked, intrigued. "What sort of peril?" "Monsters," Scott murmured. Dudyan's heart skipped a beat. "Monsters?" Just then, as Scott turned a corner, they encountered a traffic light that had collapsed, now overrun with vegetation and entwined with numerous vines, left untouched by scavengers. "Up ahead is Zone 8, Scott said, gazing down the street, which remained a desolate ruin. However, due to its proximity to the city center, the vegetation was sparse, revealing extensive remnants of walls and fallen buildings. The desolate street bore the scars of seismic devastation, with cracks and numerous deep pits reminiscent of meteorite impacts scattered across the ground. "Everyone, be cautious." Scott's expression grew serious as he drew his short sword. "Zone 8 has just been cleared by our esteemed hunters. We are the second team to enter, and while the rewards may be substantial, we could also encounter lingering small monsters. Be vigilant and do not allow them to attack, or you risk being infected by their corruption." A sense of tension gripped Dudyan and the newcomers, who followed Scott's lead, drawing their weapons firmly and scanning their surroundings with heightened alertness, wary of the dense vegetation bordering the street. As Dudyan followed Scott into the heart of the street, he noticed a newly erected wooden signpost at the roadside, emblazoned with a blood-red numeral 8, signifying that ahead lay District 8 under the auspices of the Melon Consortium. A glance down the street revealed that it had evidently not been cleared, with patches of verdant vegetation barely visible. Judging by their contours, it was likely that beneath this foliage lay a number of abandoned vehicles. A thrill coursed through him. If there were cars, surely there would also be generators. Although over 3 centuries had elapsed, and under the relentless onslaught of disaster and ultraviolet rays these relics had succumbed to rust, perhaps some well-preserved components could still be found. Dudyan and his companions trailed closely behind the 20 scavengers from the consortium. Once the group had moved on, unnoticed by anyone, a pale, withered hand suddenly emerged from a car window obscured by dense vegetation, grasping desperately at the retreating figures. Upon reaching the end of the street, They arrived at an intersection strewn with toppled streetlights and enormous billboards, now overgrown with vegetation. Scott lifted his gaze and selected a somewhat intact three-story building, declaring, "Let us start here. We shall clear the supplies inside and gather them." With that, he led the way toward the structure. Suddenly, a startled exclamation pierced the air. One of the girls from Dudion's group was pointing in terror at the ground near the entrance of the building, trembling as she exclaimed, "Blood! Blood!" The group turned to see a conspicuous pool of blood on the ground. Although it had dried, its hue clearly indicated it had been recently spilled. After all, the relentless rains of disaster made it difficult for bloodstains to endure for long. Dudrin's expression shifted slightly, recalling Scott's earlier mention of monsters. And instinctively he grasped the black powder strapped to his waist. The other children, upon seeing the bloodstain, became immediately anxious. Scott frowned, remarking, "What's all the fuss about? I told you, these areas are inhabited by monsters. This is undoubtedly the blood left by a hunter after slaying a creature. In the future, refrain from such dramatics, rookie." His patience with the other novice scavengers was evidently not as generous as it was with Dudion. Mia, standing beside him, stepped forward to push open the glass door of the building, which had long since shattered, leaving shards scattered across the ground. It appeared to be a shop. And although vegetation had crept onto the interior walls, the basic layout and several counter-like structures remained discernible. Dudion followed Scott inside. Observing that the floor and walls of this dilapidated shop were thickly coated with dust, the accumulation hardened over time into a layer akin to soil. Scott used the hilt of his short sword to clear the vegetation from the counter, revealing a glass display case containing a selection of dusty gold jewelry. Scott's eyes sparkled with excitement as he swiftly shattered the glass with his sword hilt, seizing the jewelry and wiping away the dust with his clothing to reveal their golden luster. He bit into one piece, a look of astonishment returning to his face. Chapter 44. The Corpse's Gold. McKinn, Zach, and others noticed the jewelry displayed on the counter, their faces alight with excitement. Upon hearing this, McKinn and his companions changed their expressions, turning to see a gaunt young man, the leader of the 20 scavenger consortiums, nodding as he spoke. "Indeed. The gathered resources are earned through one's own merit, so do not expect to slack off. Whoever is fortunate enough to gather more, that is their skill." At this, McKinn and his companions felt a wave of despondency wash over them. Undoubtedly, the gold adornments here were first discovered by Scott, and thus rightfully belonged to him, leaving them with no claim to any portion. Dudion, upon hearing this rule, also felt a twinge of disappointment, but soon regained his spirits. This regulation, in fact, was fair to them as newcomers. With such a rule in place, at least the resources they collected would not be subject to division by others. It was simply that Scott had been fortunate, having chosen a spot that happened to be a gold shop, thus reaping a significant profit. Dudion recognized that he was being advised not to let greed cloud their judgment or entertain unscrupulous thoughts, and he secretly admired the consortium for establishing such a rule, which greatly mitigated the potential for scavengers to turn against one another in the wilderness. After hearing Scott's words, the few children standing at the back shifted uneasily, gripping their weapons and joining the ranks. Scott and Mia led the way, ascending the staircase. The corridor, overgrown with vegetation, bore cracks the width of a finger, and scattered across the floor were various items. Though cloaked in a thick layer of dust and foliage, Dudion immediately recognized a woman's shoes and a purse, seemingly whispering tales of the chaos that once unfolded here. Suddenly, with a loud crash, a middle-aged scavenger from the consortium stepped on a staircase that gave way beneath him, causing him to tumble to the ground. Fortunately, as this was merely the first floor and he was blessed with a robust physique, he sustained no injuries. Though the unexpected noise startled the others, Scott retrieved a flint from his belongings, igniting a torch that cast a dim, flickering light around them. He held the torch aloft, leading the way to the first room at the end of the corridor. The door stood ajar, and as Scott gently pushed it open, a cold gust of wind rushed out, nearly extinguishing the flame. Lowering the torch slightly with one hand while brandishing his sword in the other, he cautiously entered the room. Inside, the scene was chaotic. Chairs lay overturned, curtains half-torn, and the windows shattered, revealing a dense thicket outside. Crack! Suddenly, a faint sound emerged from the depths of the room. Scott's expression shifted, and he promptly raised the torch to illuminate the source. In the bathroom, the curtain lay collapsed on the floor, and two pale, emaciated thighs protruded from within. As the torchlight fell upon them, Scott was met with a grotesque sight. The owner of those legs was a woman whose face had completely decayed, and the faint sound emanated from her chest. There, a large black rat was voraciously gnawing at her breast. Dujian glimpsed the scene through the gap in Scott's arm, his pupils dilating in shock. The rodent before him was as large as a hound, its dense, dark fur exuding a pungent stench of decay. Its tail, thick as an adult's finger, savored the flesh of a human corpse with grotesque delight. A monstrous creature. Scott reacted first, letting out a low growl as he swung his sword. At that moment, the massive rat, gnawing on the woman, sensed the flicker of fire behind it. It turned its head, revealing blood-red eyes brimming with savagery. Its sharp jaws stained with viscous blood, while several long whiskers twitched slightly. Noticing the number of people on Scott's side, it hesitated momentarily before abruptly darting towards the bathroom. Leaping onto the bathtub and crashing through the window. Scott and Mia's attacks fell short, and they exchanged a glance filled with trepidation. Meanwhile, the others, including Mei-Kin, noticed the commotion and gathered around upon hearing Scott's words. Scott whispered, "It's escaped." After setting down the torch, he illuminated the lifeless woman, whose eyes remained wide open, staring at him with pupils of a faint green hue. "What a foul stench," Mei-Kin remarked, covering his nose. Dujian had forgotten to breathe, overwhelmed by shock. After 3 centuries of nuclear radiation, had the rats here mutated into such terrifying forms? His gaze fell upon the woman, entirely devoid of clothing, partially concealed by the tattered shower curtain. The flesh at her chest had been gnawed deeply by the rat, with her heart bitten off halfway, exposing ribs intermingled with dried blood and flesh. Yet, his attention was drawn to a bloodied hole in her forehead, about the width of a finger, as if it had been shot through. Dujian paused momentarily, dismissing the possibility of a bullet. It seemed more akin to an arrow's wound. After all, bullets would have caused more evident tearing and destruction around the entry point. However, what puzzled him was that if this woman had succumbed to an arrow, it would imply that she fell victim to a human, who would use a bow and arrow to slay her. Suddenly, he recalled a detail he had overlooked, and an icy dread washed over him. This woman had clearly been bathing. Yet, the water supply in this house should have long since ceased to function. Regardless of whether she was a scavenger or a hunter, it was unimaginable that one could endure 10 days without bathing. Most crucially, people in this world rarely bathed in such a state of undress. Could it be that she was a human from 3 centuries ago? Had she died while bathing? But if that were the case, her body should have long since decayed. Dujian was momentarily stunned when Mia suddenly crouched down, seemingly wishing to shield the woman's exposed body from the wilderness. She gently lifted the curtain to cover her entirely. However, as she did so, Dujian inadvertently noticed that the woman's arm bore a sharp claw. Her fingernails had transformed into long, pointed spikes, 5 of them slightly curved, making it unfathomable to consider the damage such hands could inflict. A mutated being? Dujian found himself at a loss for words, his mind spiraling into confusion. Chapter 45. The Undying Corpse. Undying Corpse. Scott murmured, observing Mia tenderly draping a cover over the creature. A hint of melancholy crossed his face as he sighed. "We must cleanse this room. It must be incinerated, lest it breed further monstrosities." Mia's lips twitched slightly as she rose in silence, casting a glance at the woman's decaying visage before ultimately turning away to gather the other usable supplies in the chamber. Dujian, upon hearing Scott's words, felt a tremor in his heart and could not restrain himself from asking, "What is an undying corpse?" He continued, "How do they come into existence?" Scott sighed. "They are all tainted by demonic forces. These undying corpses were once human, unable to resist the allure of darkness, ultimately forsaking their souls. Though they gain eternal life, they lose their humanity and all memories of their former existence, becoming mere pawns of the devil." Tainted? Dujian was incredulous. Are they infected by radiation? Scott, taken aback by his probing, shook his head. Certainly not. Radiation merely harms the body, inducing grotesque alterations, but it does not transform one into such abominations. They are infected by demonic power, a force akin to a plague, capable of contagion. Take, for instance, the bone-eating rat that escaped earlier. It is a lower-tier monstrosity, and if one is bitten, they too may succumb to infection. Dujian was momentarily stunned. Contagion? Was that akin to a virus? But how did this virus come to be? Could it be that, during his slumber 3 centuries ago, the world had encountered further calamities? Scott sighed softly. These bone-eating rats prefer to hide in shadowy corners, often overlooked by hunters. With our abilities, we can eliminate such creatures. But if one were to ambush us and inflict a wound, infection would ensue, resulting in transformation into an undying corpse. At this juncture, he glanced at Mia, who was collecting supplies, and lamented. Mia's former husband was bitten on the arm by a steel-furred rat clatter. A metallic object slipped from Mia's grasp, crashing to the ground. Scott paused, sighed again, and refrained from further commentary. He addressed Dudian and the others. Let us split up to scour the various rooms. Exercise caution. These monsters can scent the blood within us. Although the one that fled has escaped, it is undoubtedly lurking nearby. Beware of their ambushes from the shadows. It would be prudent for the newcomers to team up in groups of 4 for mutual support. Should any trouble arise, do not hesitate to call for help. His warnings were primarily directed at the new recruits, as the seasoned scavengers from the consortium, although not as proficient as their more experienced counterparts, had frequented these expeditions enough to be aware of the necessary precautions. Upon hearing Scott's instructions, the group dispersed. However, the children at the front, May, Za, Sha, and several others, were filled with trepidation upon witnessing the grotesque form of the undying corpse on the ground, as well as the formidable size of the earlier bone-eating rat. They had never encountered such a blood-soaked spectacle before. In a fleeting moment, the knowledge acquired during their training seemed to evaporate, and all they desired was to huddle closely around Scott. Observing the pallid, trembling faces of the children, Scott furrowed his brow and remarked, "Scavenging is not as simple a task as you might think. Has your instructor not informed you? If you continue to follow my lead, you will return empty-handed, rendering this expedition futile. You may not realize it yet, but if your scavenging results consistently rank low, the consortium will expel you." Expel? The faces of Mei, Jia, Sha, and the others turned ashen. Gritting their teeth, they suppressed their fear and tightened their grips on their weapons before turning to leave. Just as Dudian was about to follow suit, Scott called out, "You need not accompany them. Stay behind me. Whatever I find this time, I will share a third with you. Just focus on learning the art of scavenging. Next time, you will be on your own." Dudian frowned and replied, "I wish to explore alone. If trouble arises, I will call for help." Surprised, Scott glanced at him and said, "Very well, just be cautious." Dudian nodded slightly and turned to May and the others, saying, "Let us go." May discreetly gave him a thumbs up, and after leaving the room, Dudian noticed others had already begun searching in the rooms on the second floor. He promptly suggested, "Let us proceed to the third floor." May, Jia, and Sha had no objections. After 3 years of training, they had grown accustomed to deferring to Dujin's decisions. The third floor, being the topmost level, was sparsely vegetated. A dim, murky sunlight filtered through the shattered window panes, casting an eerie glow on the dust-laden floor. The ground was blanketed in a thick layer of grime, and the walls bore the remnants of long-dried blood. The corridor was strewn with debris, and several corpses lay strewn about, some with their bodies severed at the waist, others with their skulls crushed by a heavy object. Marks of blades scarred the walls, indicating that hunters had previously engaged in battle here. Dudian observed the fingers of the corpses, all ending in sharp claws, revealing that they were likely undead creatures infected by a virus. Although the origin of this virus remained a mystery, it was undeniable that such a remarkably potent pathogen could only be produced by the world's foremost biological research institutions. It was even possible that it was the creation of those guys. As Mei, Jia, and Sha gazed at the corpses on the ground, their throats tightened in fear. Though they had killed snakes, lizards, and other creatures during training and had become desensitized to blood, the sight before them was different. These were human beings, lives akin to their own. The visceral terror washed over them, making their limbs feel icy, as if the lifeless bodies might suddenly rise and lunge at them for vengeance. Dudian, too, felt a twinge of fear, yet he endeavored to maintain his composure. Drawing strength from the sunlight, he approached the first room. The door to this room stands ajar, its anti-theft chain violently severed, clearly indicating a forced entry. The remnants of a struggle linger in the air, with a pool of blood staining the floor and 2 lifeless bodies sprawled in disarray, those of a young couple. Their skin bears an alarming pallor, a ghastly shade of ashen gray, devoid of the warmth of blood, reminiscent of chalk. Subtle veins protrude from their skin, while their fingers appear unnaturally sharp. Their hands, feet, and bodies are emaciated, as if all the fat has been siphoned away, leaving only sinewy muscle. A pungent odor of decay permeates the atmosphere. Donning a scavenger's mask, Dudian felt the stench diminish significantly. His voice, muffled by the mask, resonated low as he instructed, "Do not touch the corpses. First, we must search for other items in the vicinity." With that, his gaze swept across the room, quickly alighting upon a laptop, thickly coated in dust. Chapter 46. The assault. At this moment, Mei, Jia, and Sha were each scouring their respective rooms for supplies, deliberately avoiding the 2 lifeless bodies on the floor. Although they were aware of the deceased's state, It was precisely this knowledge that instilled a sense of dread within them. After a thorough search, the trio discovered a collection of metallic objects. While they could not ascertain the purpose of these items, their worldview dictated that anything metallic must hold intrinsic value. Dadian observed the mobile phones, TV remotes, and lamps they had collected, a wave of curiosity washing over him. Surely, the scavengers had unearthed a plethora of such items. How could the various conglomerates have failed to extract anything of significance from them? However, upon noticing the warped metal on the back of one phone, he comprehended that the 3 centuries spent within this irradiated zone were fundamentally dissimilar to those spent in a normal ecological environment. Although these items remained, they had long succumbed to the relentless decay induced by nuclear radiation, their components grotesquely deformed. Without knowledge of their original functions, it would be impossible to deduce their utility from the twisted remnants alone. Only high-density metals such as lead and gold could withstand the ravages of nuclear radiation, which explained the minimal alteration of the gold jewelry beneath the counter. Venturing into the next room, Dadian scanned the surroundings, but found nothing of value. He turned to leave this house, reflecting on the advantages of scavenging in newly explored territories. Not only were the items recovered of high worth, but there was also the opportunity to select from them. The rooms they had surveyed that day would inevitably attract other scavengers in the future. Yet those individuals would only be left with scraps of fabric and the task of dismantling larger metal components from beds, refrigerators, and the like. Mei Jia and Sha were eager to vacate the room that harbored corpses and quickly retreated. The corridor lay silent, save for a few motionless figures, evoking an eerie stillness. Dadian gazed at the corpses, a nagging sensation that they might awaken at any moment sending his heart racing. He stifled his anxious thoughts and pushed open the door to the second room. As anticipated, several more corpses lay within, their short-sleeved attire unmistakably belonging to individuals from 3 centuries past. This revelation compelled Dadian to conclude a grim reality. During the global nuclear explosion 300 years ago, a horrific viral catastrophe had also quietly unfolded. This unknown virus transformed all who were infected into terrifying, undead corpses, resilient enough to endure 3 centuries within a nuclear wasteland. The tenacity and ferocity of the virus within their bodies were indeed alarming. Dadian maneuvered around the 3 corpses on the floor, continuing his search for electronic devices such as computers and mobile phones. After all, in such residential quarters, these items were the only ones of genuine utility. Yet, the electrical box had succumbed to the long-term effects of nuclear radiation, completely deteriorating. Dadian sighed as he examined the other wires. The outer plastic had twisted and bulged grotesquely, while some minuscule resistors on the circuit board had either shriveled or distorted into bizarre shapes, utterly transformed by the ravages of nuclear exposure. Dadian shook his head slightly, relinquishing the machine. After all, today marked merely the first day of scavenging, with 9 more days ahead, offering a plethora of items to collect. Yet his capacity for carrying them remained exceedingly limited. The thought of a truck crossed his mind, a vehicle capable of accommodating as much as one desired. However, he quickly became disheartened. The discarded cars outside were evidently in a similar state to this computer, with numerous parts having deteriorated or deformed beyond repair. The creation of mechanical transportation tools would still hinge upon the acquisition of superchips. Yet, this all depended on one fundamental requirement: electricity. Turning to continue his search for other items, Dadian recalled only one method for constructing a generator: the wind turbine. To create a wind generator, one first needed an expansive area. Even if he were to purchase such a site in the slums, it would necessitate considerable funds, indicating that he must first acquire some money. As Dadian and his companions rummaged through the 3rd room, others gradually ascended to the 3rd floor, scouring the surroundings. Half an hour later, the building had been thoroughly stripped, with the gathered goods piled in the hall on the ground floor. Everyone registered their findings with Scott to prevent confusion and guard against theft. Clearly, through the protracted history of scavenging, scavengers had long understood that eliminating internal discord was essential for maximizing their gains. Now, everyone should search the nearby vicinity, Scott announced after completing the registrations. The 20 scavengers from the consortium were already eager, quickly forming groups of 4 or 5 to leave the store and seek resources in the nearby ruins. Scott glanced at Dadian and said, "Mia and I will also search for supplies. Would you like to join us?" Dadian shook his head, replying, "No, I'll stay with my friends." "Very well. If danger arises, call for help. It's quite tranquil here. We can hear you as long as you don't wander too far," Scott said, not insisting further. Dadian nodded and called out to Makin, Zach, and Sham, leading them along the street to search in the nearby dilapidated buildings. Familiar with these shops, Dadian could ascertain what items might be found in the ruins without needing to enter each one. Unlike others, who meticulously searched each building, he proceeded along the street and soon discovered a small to medium-sized supermarket. The supermarket was overrun with vegetation, yet its style still indicated its former purpose. It was unclear what disaster had befallen it, but the structure had collapsed inward, with several corpses of zombies sprawled on the ground at the entrance, bearing wounds from a recent attack. So many zombies Makin and the others grimaced upon seeing the bodies. Having just arrived in this Sector 8, they were already confronted with the sight of such corpses. They could scarcely imagine what the hunters encountered upon their first arrival here. Dadian felt a twinge of unease but maintained his composure. He entered through the supermarket's doors, which appeared to have been kicked open by previous hunters. Inside, the floor was strewn with the bodies of zombies, accompanied by the low, gnawing sounds that echoed ominously, revealing several red spots in the shadows. Mutated creatures. As Dadian's pupils constricted, he hastily retreated. Simultaneously, with a swift whoosh, a gray shadow darted out from within the door, leaping towards Dadian. Chapter 47. The initial battle. Dadian hastily rolled to the side, narrowly evading the pounce of a shadowy figure. As he lifted his gaze, he beheld a massive rat. Its fur an inky black, resembling the bone-eating rat that had fled earlier, albeit slightly leaner in physique. At that moment, it bared its menacing fangs. Its blood-red eyes fixated intently upon him. Monsters! Mei, Ja, and Sha exclaimed in unison, their faces draining of color, their legs trembling with fear. Swoosh! The bone-eating rat, having missed its first strike, sprang towards Dadian once more, its speed astonishing. Dadian's body bristled with apprehension. He found himself unable to evade again. And facing such a combat for the first time, his mind faltered. Instinctively, he raised his arm to shield himself. With a resounding thud, he felt a tremendous weight collide with his upper body, causing him to lose his balance and fall backward, landing abruptly on the ground. In a moment of panic, he instinctively closed his eyes, but the last remnants of his reason urged him that such an action would only lead to his demise. Struggling to keep his eyes open, he was met with the sight of the bone-eating rat upon him, its gaping maw gripping his arm with its razor-sharp teeth. Fear, dread, and the desperate wish for time to halt. Help me. Save me. Dadian roared, swinging his arm forcefully against the ground while simultaneously rolling to his feet. With his other hand relinquishing the short sword, he grasped the hind leg of the rat that clung tenaciously to his right arm, yanking it fiercely while repeatedly smashing his arm against the ground, causing its head to collide violently with the earth. Bang, bang, bang. The relentless barrage of strikes and pulls proved too much for the bone-eating rat, which soon relinquished its grip. Dadian, in a furious outburst, hurled its body to the ground with all his might. With a resounding crash, the rat's form slammed against the hard surface, its fur and flesh absorbing some of the impact. Die, die, die. Dadian roared, mercilessly slamming the creature against the ground. The force of its hard skull meeting the earth-shattered bone, blood swiftly oozing from the corners of its mouth. As he lifted it high once more, the blood cascaded in a parabolic arc. Finally, after an indeterminate number of strikes, Dadian felt the flames of his fury begin to subside, fatigue creeping through his arm. He gazed at the now motionless bone-eating rat in his grasp, gritting his teeth as he retrieved his short sword from the ground and plunged it fiercely into the creature's belly. Without needing a mirror, Dadian could sense the ghastly pallor of his face, his appearance a disheveled mess. Breathing heavily, he inspected his right arm, which bore several deep bite marks. Fortunately, the material of his black armor was remarkably resilient, with a layer of lead embedded within, preventing it from being pierced. Had it not been so, the swiftness of infection through saliva would have far exceeded other means, and he would most likely have met the same fate as Mia's husband, as Scott had mentioned, becoming an undead abomination. Dadian, Makin suddenly shouted. Dadian froze, lifting his gaze to see Makin charging towards him, brandishing a short sword poised for a strike. As Dadian abruptly awakened, he recalled the 7 or 8 crimson spots he had observed earlier in the supermarket, prompting him to roll away hastily. With a sudden thrust, Makin's short sword lunged at Dadian's rear just as he evaded, blood splattering forth as the blade pierced the softest part of a gnawing rat that had leapt towards him. Dadian's expression darkened as he seized the short sword, retreating rapidly while brandishing it in a feeble attempt to intimidate the advancing creatures. However, mere threats proved insufficient to deter the gnawing rats. One of them sprang towards him, launching an aggressive assault. Dadian hastily swung his sword, but the blade merely glided over the rat's greasy, resilient fur, as if he were patting it rather than inflicting harm. In the next moment, the rat pounced onto Dudian's chest, its sharp claws flailing menacingly towards his face, like a beast instinctively targeting its prey's vital points. With urgency, Dudian grasped at the creature's fur. He knew that if it managed to scratch his skin, the bacteria accumulated from its filthy claws would surely infect him. Yet, the minimal friction of his black, soft-armored gloves combined with the rat's slick fur rendered his grip futile, and he felt the fur slip away with alarming speed. Once more, his life hung by a thread. With a fierce cry, Dudian planted his feet and executed a swift roll, his body twisting gracefully as he stood upright without using his hands. In that instant, he clutched the last remaining tuft of fur and forcefully shoved the rat aside. The creature tumbled to the ground, rolling before scrambling back to its feet, baring its teeth and charging at Dudian with ferocity. Dudian's heart constricted, his muscles tensed, and his mental acuity sharpened to its zenith. The moment the rat lunged, he unleashed a powerful kick. With a resounding thud as the rat leaped towards him, Dudian's foot struck precisely where it aimed, fueled by the raw fury born of desperation. The force of the kick sent the rat flying backward, emitting a piercing shriek as it soared through the air. Yet, Dudian did not relent. He surged forward. As the rat landed, he was already upon it, and before it could regain its footing, he gripped the short sword tightly and drove it downwards. With a forceful impact, the blade pierced its abdomen, penetrating deep within. The rat writhed in agony, emitting a cacophony of shrill cries as Dudian gritted his teeth, channeling every ounce of strength to keep the sword firmly embedded in the ground, regardless of its frantic struggles and wails. In that moment, he was unaware of the fierce intensity and malice swelling within his heart. Chapter 48. The Undead. A sudden, panicked scream pierced the air. Dudian's expression shifted dramatically as he hastily unsheathed his short sword and turned to rush toward the source of the commotion. "Get away!" he bellowed, his metallic boots striking the head of a bone-eating rat with a resounding thud, causing the creature to topple backward. Seizing the opportunity, Zaki lunged forward, pinning the rat beneath him and raising his fists to deliver ferocious blows to its skull. Sham grasped the tail of another bone-eating rat tightly, preventing it from ascending to Mykon's face. Having acquired valuable experience in such encounters, Dudian bent low, seized the hind leg of the rat, and with a powerful heave, lifted it off the ground, swinging it down with tremendous force. The rat's small, pointed head collided violently with the earth, its struggle weakening immediately. Dudian let out a low growl, repeatedly slamming the creature down, utilizing the momentum to prevent it from finding leverage to escape his grasp. After a relentless barrage of strikes, the rat gradually ceased its movements, its body twitching reflexively as blood seeped from its fur, staining the ground crimson. At that moment, Mycon, having risen from the ground, joined forces with Zaki to slay the other bone-eating rat. Dudian gazed at the lifeless rat in his grip, delivering a few final thrusts with his short sword before finally exhaling in relief. He collapsed onto the ground, feeling as though his arm had been severed, utterly exhausted. Gasping for breath, the air filtered through his mask felt unbearably slow, inducing a sensation of suffocating heat and dizziness. Mycon, equally fatigued, slumped beside him, leaning against his back as he breathed heavily. Zaki and Sham fared somewhat better, retaining more stamina. Yet their pallid faces betrayed the lingering shock as they surveyed the corpses of the bone-eating rats strewn about. After a brief respite, Mycon began to brush away the fur caught in the seams of his gloves, exhaling. "That was bloody close. It nearly slashed my throat, those wretched creatures." Mycon replied tersely. "What are you talking about?" Dudian chuckled softly, choosing to remain silent. Zaki, still shaken, remarked, "I can't believe there are so many bone-eating rats here. Didn't those hunters notice? Is this what they call a cleanup?" Sham expressed relief. "Fortunately, our soft armor held up well and didn't tear. Otherwise, the consequences would have been dire. You performed admirably, especially considering this is your first encounter with such a battle. Even adults would be terrified if a common vicious dog charged at them." Amidst his self-recrimination, another voice within him offered solace. Yet Dudian swiftly silenced this feeble voice, biting his lip hard enough to feel pain, determined to engrave this weakness into his memory. Life is singular and irreplaceable. Before the specter of death, excellence and failure hold no significance. Only the strength to survive can redeem oneself. Suddenly, he comprehended why scavengers exclusively selected from residential and impoverished areas rather than the commercial districts and academies. because the mortality rate for this line of work is alarmingly high. Although they encountered peril this time primarily due to their venture into the recently cleared Area 8, had they chosen to scavenge in Area 9, a place they had already rummaged through 10 times, the likelihood of encountering such monstrous entities would have been significantly reduced. However, a lower risk also implies diminished rewards in their scavenging endeavors. This profession is intrinsically a balance of danger and value, which is, in essence, quite fair. He gazed at the shattered glass doors of the supermarket, a wave of trepidation washing over him. Yet, almost instantly, he recalled the scar engraved on his right arm, a reminder of past trials, and his resolve solidified. Pushing himself off the ground, he addressed Maykin and the others, urging them to proceed. Let us venture inside. The commotion we just heard should have drawn out some of them, though there may still be others lurking in the shadows. Exercise caution. Maykin, Ja, and Sha were taken aback by Dudien's willingness to enter the dilapidated structure. Their surprise was palpable, but upon meeting his steadfast gaze, they hesitated for a brief moment before rising to their feet, gripping their short swords tightly, prepared to defend against any potential assault. Suddenly, a chilling scream pierced the air from a nearby street, echoing ominously through the decaying ruins. Dudien and his companions froze, their minds racing back to the bone-devouring rodent-like creature they had just encountered. The harrowing cry indicated that others were encountering some form of danger as well, and uncertainty crept into their minds about whether they should offer assistance. Sensing the hesitation within, Dudien felt a surge of determination. Let us investigate, he urged. Move with caution. And if the situation escalates, we retreat immediately. The three, already wavering in their resolve, nodded at his words, a weight seemingly lifted from their hearts. Following the direction of the anguished cries, they sprinted forth, soon spotting fellow scavengers from other buildings rushing towards the source of the distress. As they neared the sound, they reached a street corner. Dudien instinctively slowed his pace and gestured subtly. Maykin, Ja, and Sha understood immediately, adjusting their speed to follow him closely. Upon rounding the corner, Dudien peered ahead, his pupils constricting in horror. In the center of the overgrown street, before a dilapidated storefront, two figures writhed on the ground, one male and one female. The woman, clad in tattered clothing, exposed her gaunt, grayish skin and wild hair, her fingers transformed into razor-sharp claws. She was a living corpse. At that moment, the female ghoul was hunched over the struggling young man, voraciously tearing into the flesh of his chest. Dudien's keen sight allowed him to witness the gruesome scene in vivid detail, even observing the sinewy vessels being ripped apart as blood surged from the young man's chest, staining the ghoul's mouth and neck red. Behind the young man lay a motionless figure clad in black tactical armor, another woman, seemingly lifeless. Nearby, at a distance of more than 10 meters, stood another young man, retreating step by step, his hands clamped tightly over his mouth as if to stifle his terror. Chapter 49. Fatal Ya, Aaron, save me. At this moment, the youth who had been bitten lay on the ground, his neck straining as he lifted his head, reaching out toward the terrified youth retreating behind him. His handsome face was etched with fear, pain, and a desperate yearning for life. Dudien immediately noticed that the ghoul, which had been tearing at the youth, seemed startled by his footsteps, abruptly lifting its head. Its disheveled visage was grotesque as it suddenly lunged toward Aaron. The creature's movements were grotesquely contorted, its arms flailing, its body swaying as if inebriated, yet it moved with astonishing speed, finding a peculiar momentum in its erratic gait, swiftly closing in on Aaron. Witnessing this scene, Dudien felt an overwhelming shock and a surge of terror. If he were to encounter such a ghoul alone, given his current physical condition, it would surely spell his doom. However, amidst the fear, a flicker of relief emerged within him. Thankfully, he had not chosen this street. Otherwise, he and Maykin would have become the next victims in this macabre display. As the youth struggled against the creature, Dudien's resolve faltered. The intention to rescue had dissipated. These scavengers from the consortium, though not formally educated, had participated in numerous scavenging missions, receiving blessings far more frequently than he had, and possessed strength several times greater than his own. It was evident they were equally incapable of dealing with the ghoul, and any attempt on his part would be akin to courting death. At that moment, four scavengers from the consortium approached from the opposite end of the street, hastening toward the sound. Upon spotting Dudien and his companions at the street corner, they momentarily froze. Suddenly, a scream echoed from around the bend. The young man leading the group, his expression shifting dramatically, rushed forward and was met with a horrifying sight. Aaron's arm was ensnared by the ghoul, its sharp teeth piercing through the resilient black armor. blood seeping from the wound and trickling down the armor's surface. A ghoul. The young man's pupils dilated in shock. Yet he did not waver. "Hold on," he bellowed, turning to his 3 companions. "We charge together, restrain it, and await the others and Scott." Despite their faces reflecting terror, his companions wasted no time, gripping their short swords tightly, and followed the young man into the fray against the ghoul. The creature, hearing their voices, lifted its head to regard them, its blood-soaked, ashen face twisted into a malevolent snarl. It rose in its previously grotesque manner, wildly flailing its arms, lunging at the 4 young men. With a mighty shout, the young man harnessed the momentum of his run, leaping to deliver a powerful kick to the ghoul's chest. With a resounding thud, he struck the creature, sending it crashing backward to the ground. Seeing reinforcements arrive, Makin and his companions gathered behind Dudian, peering out in horror. As the young man toppled the ghoul, the other 3 rushed forward to drag the fallen Aaron away, pulling him from the battlefield. Just then, the ghoul scrambled back to its feet, letting out a hoarse roar, and lunged once more at the young man. The handsome young man's expression turned pale with horror as he swiftly swung his sword, striking the arm of the corpse-like woman with a decisive thud. The blade sank into her ashen skin, yet no blood flowed forth. Instead, dark crimson flesh could be glimpsed within, as if the blood had already congealed, rendering her body remarkably resilient. The sword became lodged halfway, its force insufficient as it met the resistance of her bone. With his pupils narrowing, the young man gripped the hilt, straining to withdraw the blade, but to no avail. In that fleeting moment, the corpse-like woman lunged at him, raising her other arm. Her claws aimed menacingly at his throat. In an instant, she pierced the artery on the side of his neck, and blood gushed forth, splattering across her arm. "Vic!" cried one of the 3 companions dragging along Aaron, as they rushed to assist, only to be met with this gruesome sight. The young man clutched his wounded neck, eyes wide with disbelief, unable to fathom that his youthful life would conclude here. He struggled to lift his head, gazing into the terrifying visage so close to him. As his vision gradually dimmed, the corpse-like woman growled, seizing his body and viciously biting into the other side of his neck, feasting upon him. "Monster!" One of the approaching stout companions bellowed in anguish, brandishing his short sword and charging at the creature. The woman cast aside the lifeless form of the handsome young man, swaying as she advanced towards the stout youth. "Peace. No, don't go." The 2 remaining companions shouted urgently. Yet the stout man, his vision clouded with rage, surged forth, thrusting his sword with sudden ferocity. The blade pierced effortlessly through the chest of the corpse-like woman, who made no attempt to evade the attack. He stood momentarily stunned, not anticipating such ease in slaying her, yet his heart was devoid of joy, overshadowed instead by profound sorrow. At that moment, the woman's claws lashed out violently, one elongated, mutated finger pierced through the stout man's cheek, emerging from the opposite side and transfixing his entire mouth. The searing pain rendered him speechless. A scream caught in his throat as the horrific face of the woman loomed ever closer, before sinking her teeth into his face. Dudian's own countenance paled, realizing that even the 4 scavengers from the consortium were incapable of confronting this corpse-like woman. Most terrifying of all was the realization that despite the gaping wound in her chest, she remained unscathed. Could it be that she was indeed an undying monstrosity? Suddenly, he recalled the corpse-like woman he had seen lifeless in the bathroom, as well as the other corpses encountered along the way. His quest had not solely been for supplies. He had devoted considerable attention to these corpses. A chilling thought struck him as he recognized a commonality among them. Each bore wounds to the head, be it from swords or arrows. Was it possible that the head was their Achilles heel? Chapter 50. Bloodied upon seeing their arrival, Dudian felt the tension in his heart dissipate as he exclaimed, "It's a zombie." He pointed towards the street corner. Scott and Mia's expression shifted dramatically as they turned their heads, just in time to witness the 2 scavengers dragging the unconscious Aaron out from the street. They too recognized Scott, and their sorrowful faces suddenly lit up with boundless relief as they hurriedly cried, "Help us. It's a zombie. Please save Piss." Scott and Mia rushed over, immediately encountering the gruesome sight of the undead woman feasting on the stocky young man. Their faces paled as Scott swiftly drew his short sword, grimly declaring, "Prepare for battle. We must work together to eliminate it. Otherwise, it will relentlessly pursue us, drawn by our scent." At that moment, Mia spotted the unconscious Aaron, her fair complexion turning ashen as she stammered, His injuries?" One of the scavengers replied hastily, "He was bitten by that zombie. When we arrived, we saw him fighting back." Hearing this, Scott's expression shifted ominously as he gritted his teeth. "We must kill him before he gets infected." Otherwise, we will face two undead. The two men exchanged glances, their faces growing grim. They were not novices in scavenging and understood well that being bitten by the creatures beyond the Great Wall meant certain infection. Yet, knowing this was one thing. The thought of taking the life of a once cherished companion, a living being, was excruciatingly difficult. Is there no way to save him? One tall young man implored, hoping against hope that Aaron might endure. Foolish, Scott barked, interrupting him with fury etched across his face. If you wish to die, then take him and leave. Otherwise, we must kill him now. Just then, another young man quaked. The zombie is coming. Scott stiffened, swiftly focusing his attention on the approaching undead woman. She abandoned her previous prey, her jade-green eyes locking onto their group as she swayed, charging towards them with astonishing speed. How fast? Scott's heart raced. Yet he did not falter, steeling himself for combat. With a resounding thud, he launched a kick that struck the zombie woman squarely in the abdomen. She made no attempt to evade and fell to the ground. Seizing the opportunity, Scott closed in, witnessing her begin to rise again, and delivered a swift kick to her face. The steel tip of his boot connected with her chin, sending her sprawling once more. Die, Scott roared, raising his short sword to thrust at the zombie woman's face. With a sickening sound, the blade pierced through her visage, eliciting a guttural howl from her throat as her body convulsed violently, writhing on the ground. However, Scott held her head firmly against the earth, and after a brief struggle, she gradually ceased to move. At this sight, Scott finally exhaled in relief, slowly withdrawing his sword from her facial skeleton. The blade was lodged tightly, and as he extracted it, the zombie's head lifted momentarily from the ground, giving the impression of life returning to her form, startling the two young men watching from behind. Duddian, witnessing this scene, instantly recognized that his suspicions had indeed been correct. At that moment, other scavengers rushed over and, upon seeing several gruesome corpses at the scene, their faces turned pale with horror. Scott turned around and, noticing that the two young men had yet to act, exclaimed in anger, "Do you wish to perish? If you leave him alive, he will be the first to bite you when he awakens." With that, he approached them wielding his bloodied sword, glanced down at Aaron, whom they were holding, took a deep breath, gritted his teeth, and plunged the blade through his throat, twisting the short sword to sever his head. Blood gushed forth like a fountain. The two men turned ashen, their legs trembling as they staggered backward. Scott regarded them coldly, flicked the blood from his sword, and remarked icily, "This is the law of survival beyond the Great Wall. You will not learn it from your instructors. Adapt or perish." Instantly, two scavengers from the consortium charged forward. Suddenly, one of the scavengers widened his eyes in terror, trembling as he pointed behind Scott, exclaiming, "B-boss, they're getting up." Everyone was startled and quickly turned to look. Duddian immediately spotted, at a distance near his shop, the young man who had been the first to be bitten, along with another female scavenger whose fate had been uncertain. To their astonishment, both were struggling to sit up. While their bodies arose, their heads hung backward as if their cervical vertebrae had snapped, gazing up at the sky. Then, under everyone's watchful eyes, their heads began to slowly twist, as though the tissues within were rapidly adapting. "Damn it." Scott's expression darkened as he bellowed, "Everyone, prepare to follow me." With that, he charged ahead. Mia gritted her teeth and followed closely, while the other scavengers hesitated for a moment before swiftly pursuing. Meanwhile, several newcomers who had joined Duddian remained frozen, some collapsing to the ground in shock. Having witnessed Scott's prowess, Duddian estimated that he and Mia could handle the two transformed corpses, so he gripped his short sword tightly and followed. May, Za, and Shah, seeing Duddian rush forward, quickly grabbed him, saying, "Are you mad?" Duddian replied hastily, "I need to destroy the other two corpses to prevent them from becoming undead." The three paused for a moment before agreeing, "I will go too." The four of them ran behind the consortium scavengers and arrived at the corpses they had passed, which belonged to the handsome young man and the stout one. Duddian hesitated momentarily, but then gritted his teeth and swung his short sword at their necks. Having received 2 enhancements, his strength was double that of an average adult, and with a single strike, he severed their cervical vertebrae. The dozen or so scavengers in the front, including Scott and Mia, were filled with terror and turned to flee. In the gaps between their retreating figures, Duddian suddenly spotted a dozen swaying silhouettes charging toward them from the street ahead. All of them were undead. Chapter 51. Heartbeat, so many. Duddian and the others were momentarily paralyzed with fear. At that moment, Scott, who was running ahead, bellowed in anger, "Run." Duddian snapped back to reality and hurriedly turned to flee. May, Jia, and Shah followed closely behind, sprinting with all their might. wishing for an extra pair of legs. However, their physicality and stature manifested the disparity at that moment, as Scott and Mia quickly surpassed them, racing towards the left side of the corner and soon disappearing from Dudian's sight. At this juncture, other scavengers from the consortium were hot on their heels. "Get out of the way," a burly youth roared at Dudian and his companions, after which he forcefully shoved Shaw towards the side, causing him to stumble and fall. This inadvertently tripped several others rushing behind, resulting in a chaotic pileup with 4 or 5 people tumbling to the ground, all desperately scrambling to rise. 100 meters behind them, a dozen ghouls were swiftly closing in, their claws outstretched and menacing. Dudian's complexion turned pale, his fists clenched tightly, his heart pounding thunderously in his chest. Gritting his teeth, he turned back, rushing to Shaw's side, grasping his arm and shouting, "Get up." Shaw promptly seized his hand. Dudian helped him to his feet and immediately turned to continue running. By now, the other scavengers had already sprinted ahead, following the direction where Scott and Mia had vanished around the corner. Just then, Mekin and Jachi also turned back, quickly grabbing Shaw's body and pulling him forward. "Go right," Dudian instructed through gritted teeth as they approached the corner. Mekin and the others hesitated momentarily, but there was no time for questions. They could only closely follow Dudian as they veered to the right. At that moment, Dudian suddenly bit down hard on his palm, drawing blood. Taking a deep breath, he picked up a shard of rock from the ground and spat his blood onto it, then turned and hurled it towards the direction where Scott and Mia had departed. Thud. The stone landed with a thump, rolling a few times. They were now over 30 meters from the corner, and the pursuing ghouls had just reached it. As they stepped out, one of the ghouls saw the stone flying past them and, with a roar, began to chase after its trajectory. The others quickly followed suit. However, one ghoul seemed to have sensed Dudian and his companions on the right side and staggered towards them. Dudian's expression shifted dramatically, and he swiftly scanned the sides of the street. He noticed a residential complex's entrance a mere 10 meters ahead, accompanied by a small shop concealed by foliage. "Follow me," he urged, sprinting towards the complex. Upon arriving hastily, he beheld several cadavers sprawled across the ground, while the security booth at the entrance had long succumbed to the ravages of moss. Through the scant visibility of a cracked glass pane, he discerned a shadowy figure within, its form vaguely humanoid. Dudian dared not linger, swiftly leaping over the fallen bodies to reach the nearest edifice. The security door at the base of the building was ajar, revealing a lifeless form on the steps, which appeared to be yet another reanimated corpse. The trio, upon seeing the body at the entrance, paled slightly but suppressed their fear, vaulting over it. At that moment, Dudian noticed the earlier pursuer, the undead, had caught up, and to his dismay, 2 more had followed closely behind. His complexion darkened, and he immediately ascended the staircase, urging, "Keep up." Mekin and the others quickly followed in his wake. As Dudian entered the building, he had already assessed its height to be at least 15 stories. He ascended the stairs, spotting 7 or 8 corpses of the undead, along with the decayed remains of humans and canines. By the time he reached the 6th floor, exhaustion weighed heavily upon him, as it did on Mekin and the others, their previous encounter with the bone-chewing rat having drained their endurance. Now, they were propelled purely by terror, pushing beyond their physical limits. Roars echoed from below, gravelly and fierce, drawing nearer with alarming speed. Peering over the banister, Dudian caught sight of several grayish hands grasping the railing, laboriously climbing the stairs. Though their ascent was evidently hindered, their approach sent a chill down his spine, and he gritted his teeth, continuing his climb. Before long, he arrived at the 12th floor, panting heavily. From below, he could hear the mindless growls of the undead, estimating they were approximately 3 floors beneath him. Just as he prepared to ascend further, Sham pointed towards an adjacent open room, gasping, "Dudian, let us hide inside. They likely won't open the door." Dudian paused for a moment, then swiftly responded, "Quickly, get inside." He was the first to slip through the threshold. "Move the sofa to block the door, but be quiet," he instructed. The others, though initially perplexed by the mention of a sofa, quickly grasped his intent and rushed towards it. Together, they lifted the piece of furniture and placed it delicately against the door to barricade it. At that juncture, the guttural cries from outside grew increasingly distinct. Dudian signaled for silence, standing atop the sofa to peer through the peephole. The lens was clouded, yet he discerned several indistinct figures emerging from outside, indeed, the same undead. It seemed they had continued their ascent, propelled by some instinct. Suddenly, a violent crash reverberated through the door, a hoarse roar bellowing from the other side, infused with rage and malevolence. Chapter 52. A narrow escape. Dudian was startled, hastily bracing himself against the door. The ancient, rusted lock succumbed to the force of the first blow from the undead, dislodging itself from the frame. Fortunately, a sofa cushioned the impact, preventing the door from being flung open. The faces of McKinn and the others drained of color as they rushed toward the sofa. However, their attempt to push it resulted in a sharp crack as the decayed wooden framework splintered under the pressure, scattering debris across the floor. At that moment, with a thunderous crash, the door was shattered, and a pale, ash-colored hand reached in, grasping wildly. Luckily, the assailant was a mature zombie, towering over Dudian, which spared him from immediate capture. Dudian's complexion turned ashen. He had forgotten how the structures had deteriorated over 3 centuries. Gritting his teeth, he urged McKinn and the others. Jump out the window, go to the next floor. Though initially bewildered, the trio, having undergone 3 years of training, quickly regained their composure. McKinn insisted. I'll hold it for you, you go first. Go, Dudian shouted. With clenched jaws, they refrained from further discussion and approached the nearby window. Gazing down from the 12th floor, they experienced a wave of vertigo, but there was no retreat. Charm, the most observant among them, noticed an object mounted on the wall outside the balcony, exclaiming, if we step on that, we should be able to reach the balcony below. It was an air conditioning unit. McKinn, the boldest of the 3, glanced at it, hesitated for a moment regarding its stability, then resolutely leaped onto it. With a resounding crash, the unit could not withstand his weight and collapsed. Macon's heart nearly seized in terror, yet he had anticipated this. He swiftly stepped onto the falling air conditioner, using its momentum to propel himself onto the balcony below. The plummeting unit crashed down, smashing through several other air conditioners before landing in the grass by the community's edge, producing a thunderous noise. Charm, the leanest and lightest of the trio, hesitated, gazing at McKinn with outstretched arms. Summoning his courage, he leaped down. With a swift motion, McKinn caught him. But the force of the descent nearly toppled him off the balcony. Pain shot through his arm as if it were being torn apart, yet he held onto Charm tightly, gritting his teeth as he pulled him up onto the balcony. Charm, shaken and breathless, almost believed he was destined for death. He looked at McKinn, whose face was contorted in agony, filled with gratitude and guilt. At that moment, Zakabov called out urgently, Are you ready? I'm about to jump. McKinn shook his arm to regain feeling and said to Charm, Let's catch him together. Charm nodded vigorously, and they both extended their arms, calling up to Zak, Jump. With gritted teeth, Zak leaped down. McKinn and Charm spread their arms wide, catching him as he fell. Macon's arm throbbed painfully, nearly losing grip on Zak, causing his face to pale in fear. As the trio leaped from the balcony, at the entrance, Dudian found himself unable to withstand the relentless push of 3 ghouls outside. The door, once robust, now crumbled like paper under the assault of the undead. Abandoning the door, he realized that McKinn and the others had retreated to the balcony. He promptly turned and sprinted toward the kitchen, toppling the television and tables in the living room to hinder the pursuit of the ghouls. This tactic proved effective. Although the ghouls were swifter, their minds seemed clouded, failing to navigate around the obstacles and tripping over the fallen furniture. Seizing the moment, Dudian dashed into the kitchen, hurling knives and plates at the ghouls. The damage inflicted was minimal, yet it successfully drew their attention. He quickly squeezed into the adjacent restroom, slamming shut the defenseless door behind him. A glance at the ventilation window revealed its aluminum frame, though the edges had long succumbed to decay. After 3 centuries of torrential rains, even the building's walls bore layers of peeling mud. Without hesitation, he stepped onto the toilet and delivered a powerful kick to the window. With a resounding crash, it shattered, the narrow opening barely accommodating his frame. For an adult, it would have posed a challenge. He had no choice but to leap. Gritting his teeth, he vaulted into the air. The exterior wall bore no air conditioning units, as no one would install such amenities outside a restroom. The smooth ceramic wall was adorned with 2 white pipes, likely for drainage. Dudian, having prepared himself, reached for the pipes mid-leap. With a thunderous crack, they crumpled like paper under his grasp, and the lower pipe gave way under his pull. Dudian's expression shifted dramatically as he swiftly inserted his short sword into the wall, arresting his descent. His heart, which had been racing, settled slightly as he recalled the marks left by hunters during previous scavenging expeditions. He had gambled correctly. The wall was no longer sturdy, and his blade carved a significant breach. Suddenly, 2 ghastly heads emerged from the restroom window, their claws reaching for him. In their wake, another ghoul surged forward, its body pressing against the wall, causing it to crumble like earth. The sight of this frenzied creature sent a jolt of fear through Dudian. causing his pupils to constrict in horror as he contemplated a chilling possibility. He glanced below. The restroom window of the next floor was merely a meter away. If he had 2 short swords, he could easily leverage them to ascend to the next level. However, with only 1 sword in hand, withdrawing it would result in an immediate drop. Dadian gritted his teeth, eyeing the narrow windowsill below, barely the width of half a palm. The prospect of jumping onto it was daunting and required immense courage. However, gazing at the third ghoul incessantly pushing its body outward, Dadian dared not linger any longer. With a slight sway of his body, he clenched his teeth and leapt forward. With a swift whoosh, he descended rapidly, aiming his foot at the edge of the toilet windowsill. Yet, pressed against the wall, he failed to secure his footing, his toes merely grazing the surface as his body continued its descent. In that fleeting moment, the distance felt as though his mind had exploded, leaving him momentarily blank. Instantly, his hand shot out, gripping the windowsill just as he was about to plunge. At that instant, it felt as though he had been resurrected. Dadian glanced up at the ghoul, which had already forced much of its body through the opening above, and hastily raised his other hand, striking the window with a fierce blow. With a resounding crash, the glass shattered, shards embedding into his fist, blood spilling profusely. For a moment, he felt no pain, his palm clinging to the jagged edges of the glass as he rapidly climbed upward, squeezing through the window. Whoosh! Just as he slipped inside, a gust of wind swept past him from behind. At that moment, the expulsion of the ghoul had created more space for the other 2 ghouls, and Dadian immediately spotted one of them lunging toward him, having mounted the other, roaring as it reached out. Dadian froze for a moment. Could it be that these undead creatures possessed no instinct for self-preservation, only an urge to attack? He couldn't help but recall the earlier confrontation between Scott and the female ghoul, and suddenly, a thought surged within him. Chapter 53, The Wall-Crawling Undead Devoid of Consciousness. Dadian's heart raced as he observed these undead creatures, so different from the bloodthirsty bone-eating rats. While the latter exhibited the instincts of a beast, capable of hiding, ambushing, evading, and fleeing, these undead were entirely different. They merely lunged towards their prey, their attacks driven solely by instinct, devoid of any awareness of evasion or ambush, resembling nothing less than a machine engineered for slaughter. A flawed machine at that. Once a target was locked on, it possessed no other skills beyond the command to attack. Dadian's blood ran cold, as he felt he had grasped a crucial piece of information, one that could ensure his survival. Their relentless aggression was the most terrifying aspect of these undead, yet it also constituted their fatal weakness. At that moment, on another balcony, May, Ken, and Shah heard the sound of shattering glass and hurried over, only to find Dadian standing in the restroom, astonishment etched on their faces. "How did you get in here?" they stammered. Roar, roar. The guttural growls from outside the window reached their ears. Upon hearing this, the trio was struck with alarm, suddenly realizing that the undead lurked within the restroom directly above them. It was evident that Dadian had deliberately drawn them there, ostensibly to buy them time to escape, while he himself risked jumping from a precarious window. These thoughts flashed through their minds in an instant, and their eyes glistened with unshed tears. What is friendship? It is the unwavering thought of saving one another, even in the direst of circumstances, without a moment's consideration for one's own survival. 2 undead, noticing the movement of an arm, became frenzied, howling and struggling violently. With a sudden crash, the one on top broke free, dislodging a sizable chunk of crumbling concrete from the window's edge, which plummeted downwards. Dadian quickly withdrew his arm, narrowly avoiding being caught. Otherwise, he too would have tumbled down. At that moment, the last remaining undead easily pushed through the expanded window, lunging toward him in a straight descent, followed by 2 loud thuds that echoed ominously in the silence of the neighborhood. Dadian exhaled in relief and leaned out the window. He saw 3 undead sprawled on the grass below, entangled with one another. Suddenly, the topmost creature stirred, groggily rising to its feet. Dudrin's expression shifted in alarm. He hadn't anticipated that it would survive such a fall. Then, realization struck him. It was the brain that needed to be destroyed to kill these monsters. Falling from the 12th floor would only render their bodies more damaged. Just then, he watched as the undead swayed, raised its gaze towards him, and let out a roar. In a startling display, it began to scale the wall, its sharp claws sinking into the surface as it climbed, akin to a rock climber. "What? Do you think you're Spider-Man?" Dadian nearly choked on his own disbelief, simultaneously relieved that he had chosen to descend rather than ascend moments before. Otherwise, there would have been no stopping them. May, Ken, and Shah crowded by the window, their expressions shifting dramatically as they beheld the rapidly approaching undead. Dadian remained unperturbed. After his prior leap from the 12th to the 11th floor, he felt as though he had experienced death itself. Subsequently, he discerned the weaknesses of these undead creatures. And within his heart, he realized that he no longer harbored any fear towards them. "Give me the sword," Dudian stated calmly. Makinton instantly comprehended his intention and swiftly handed him the sword. Grasping the short blade, Dudian gazed at the undead creature crawling against the wall, its ashen middle-aged visage grotesquely approaching. Yet, his heart no longer quaked. Instead, he grew increasingly tranquil. As it crawled within half a meter of the window, he suddenly thrust the sword forward. With a sound akin to a sigh, the short blade pierced precisely through its eye socket, directly penetrating the soft tissue of its brain. The creature's body trembled, as if it had suddenly lost all strength, and it collapsed backward with a thud, landing atop two other undead below. The two creatures remained motionless, seemingly lifeless. Dudian glanced at them and noted that, due to their position when they fell, their heads struck the ground first, causing their skulls to shatter upon impact. The third undead, landing upon their bodies, was spared from immediate death due to the cushioning effect. With all three undead dispatched, Dudian exhaled a sigh of relief, only then becoming aware of the soreness coursing through his body. The intense exertion from battling the bone-eating rat had completely drained his stamina. He promptly sat down on the toilet, looking at Makinton and the others, and gasped with a smile, "You all weren't injured, were you?" Makinton shook his head, sighing. "If it weren't for you, we would have been in dire straits. When will you find yourself in a predicament so we can come to your aid?" Dudian laughed heartily. "Don't curse me." After surviving the ordeal, the tension in the group dissipated, and they disregarded the filthy ground, resting on the floor. "Do you think Scott and the others are all right?" Zach inquired. At that moment, Dudian recalled his earlier act of throwing stones to divert the undead horde towards them, and his expression shifted. The situation had been dire, leaving him no time to ponder. However, reflecting on it now sent shivers down his spine. He had not anticipated behaving in such a manner. Upon further contemplation, he mused that perhaps it was the sight of the scavenger from the consortium toppling sham that had ignited his fury, prompting such actions. Or perhaps, deep within his soul, there lay an inherent malevolence. Dudian slightly shook his head, dismissing the thought, and said, "Let us rest for a moment, then seek them out." The expressions of the three shifted slightly. Suddenly, Sham interjected, "Why do you think there are so many undead all of a sudden? Were they not cleared out by the hunters?" Dudian furrowed his brow. This perplexed him as well. If the bone-eating rats had remained, he could understand, as their confrontations were not unfavorable to the scavengers, and the rats hiding in the sewers made them difficult to kill. However, these undead were different. Their strength and speed were on an entirely different level. Even if 10 were to encircle one, they would suffer significant losses, let alone the sheer number left behind. They must have been overlooked by the hunters, or perhaps they came from another region, Dudian reflected. Meekin and the other two were momentarily taken aback, falling into a silence. After a brief pause, Dudian felt sufficiently rested. He dusted off his trousers and rose to his feet. Gazing at the short sword mounted on the wall outside the window, a sense of distress washing over him. The absence of a short sword would render their forthcoming encounters with monsters exceedingly perilous. After contemplating for a moment, he began to search the room for any useful items. To his dismay, the remnants of bedding and clothing left behind disintegrated at the slightest tug, crumbling like paper. Suddenly, he noticed a vine creeping along the exterior wall. Seizing Meekin's short sword, he severed a length of it and twisted it into a makeshift rope, which he deftly tossed towards the hilt of the sword affixed to the wall. After several attempts, he finally ensnared it and, with a vigorous tug, extracted the short sword from its perch. Startled by the sound, Dudian hurried toward the window ledge where Sham was crouched, only to behold a disconcerting sight: a dozen or so shambling corpses meandering along the street outside the community. Rather than continuing down the road, they veered into the neighborhood. Dudian's complexion paled. Although these zombies moved sluggishly, their intent was unmistakable, and from a vantage point high above, their trajectory clearly indicated they were heading straight towards their location. Chapter 54. The section they are searching for us. Sharm exclaimed, his voice trembling as he gazed at the swaying silhouettes. Could they have caught our scent? That seems impossible, considering the distance. Dudian's expression darkened as he fixated on the wandering figures, pondering aloud. They likely have not yet perceived our presence. Otherwise, they would not be moving so languidly. If it were a matter of scent, the odor left by Scott and his numerous companions would undoubtedly be far more potent than ours. Unless the number of the undead that fled from there exceeds just a mere dozen, perhaps many more. Meekin swiftly turned to him, saying, Dudian, what should we do now? They are drawing closer to the lower level, and if this continues, they will surely detect us. Previously, Scott had mentioned that they would track the scent of blood, yet if that were the case, the several corpses bitten by that undead woman would have emitted a scent strong enough to lure them all away, even if those bodies had been entirely consumed. The bloodstains left on their mouths and hands would still remain. If the other undead were indeed bloodthirsty, they would likely gnaw at their companions' claws and faces. However, that was not the case. Those undead, upon seeing us, rushed forward, entirely disregarding the corpses on the ground. This can only imply that while blood does attract them, there exists something far more enticing and maddening. Du Dian's eyes shimmered with a profound darkness, as if he grasped the essence of all things. The undead woman had abandoned the corpses to pursue the sound of someone named Aaron fleeing. Moreover, when I diverted them with stones, it is plausible that what truly drew them away was not the blood upon the rocks, but rather the sound. Upon arriving at this conclusion, Du Dian felt no elation. Instead, he furrowed his brow, sensing he had overlooked an immensely significant detail. He continued to sift through the memories in his mind. Images from Zone 8 flashing rapidly before him, an array of slaughtered corpses he had encountered while scavenging. Suddenly, it dawned on him. No, it was not merely the sound, or rather, sound and blood, while capable of capturing their attention, were not their most fervently desired entities. Nor were they the primary means by which they tracked their prey. The true reason lay with Du Dian and his companions. It was heat. Indeed, Du Dian realized that their primary method of hunting was the detection of warmth emanating from their prey. In simple terms, they possessed a form of thermal perception. However, it could not be termed vision, for some of the undead had their eyes punctured, others had bulging, decayed orbs. Du Dian surmised that their brains might have mutated to develop a mysterious organ capable of autonomously sensing the surrounding heat. Any warm-blooded creature would register within their perceptual net. Though the conjecture cannot be entirely confirmed, Du Dian believes this to be the most plausible inference drawn from the current information. As he gazes at the approaching horde of the undead below, an idea strikes him. He turns to Makin and the others, saying, "Makin, find something hard to throw elsewhere and see if you can divert their attention with sound. Zach, ignite some materials to create a torch immediately." The trio pauses, their eyes brightening with understanding. Although unaware of the purpose behind the torch, the notion of diverting the undead with sound is indeed a splendid strategy. "Watch me," Makin exclaims as he rushes into the room to search. He pries several crumbling bricks from the bedroom wall and heads to the kitchen, throwing them towards the vicinity of the building. With a resounding thud, the bricks shatter upon impact, creating a cloud of dust. The sound reverberates through the otherwise silent neighborhood, and the staggering undead are instantly drawn towards it. Seeing the plan work, Makin becomes exhilarated, continuing to throw bricks further afield to lure the undead away. Du Dian, relieved to see the distraction method effective, notices Zach using a fire starter to ignite the clothes they had scavenged, fashioning a torch. He promptly instructs, "Throw the torch and let us see what happens." Zach hesitates, uncertain of Du Dian's intentions, yet he complies and tosses the torch. The flames swirl through the air, landing on the ground and nearly extinguishing. Du Dian, puzzled, wonders if he has miscalculated. He furrows his brow, observing the undead drawn away by the sound, and contemplates that perhaps a mistake would be acceptable as long as the undead are diverted. At that moment, however, Makin's thrown stones reach their limit. The undead linger around the area where the stones fell, then unexpectedly begin to wobble back towards the community. Du Dian and the others, who had just exhaled in relief, now widen their eyes in disbelief. "What is happening?" Du Dian asks, momentarily stunned. They have been successfully lured away. Why are they still so determined to return to this neighborhood? Moreover, it seems they are gravitating towards this very building, the sole distinction being the presence of the four of them. What could be causing this? Shamu muses in a daze. "Quickly, continue throwing," he urges. Makin, regaining his composure, hastens to the wall to pry off more bricks and resumes throwing. Soon, the wandering undead are once again attracted to the noise, allowing the group to breathe a slight sigh of relief. Nevertheless, their hearts remain heavy. Relying solely on sound to lure the undead is not a sustainable solution, and over time, they risk attracting more from other areas. Du Dian's brow furrows deeply as he ponders what aspect of them could be attracting the undead. Wait, if it is heat, could they distinguish between the warmth of flames and the body heat of living beings? This realization causes Du Dian's expression to shift uneasily. If that is the case, the only feasible solution would be to reduce their body heat. However, in order to do so, they would need to remove their clothing. Yet, With the intense radiation present in the air, shedding their garments would lead to a rapid increase in their internal radiation levels. After a brief pause, Dudian made a decision and addressed Makin and the others. Who among you is willing to descend with me and bring a corpse back up? Upon hearing this, the trio was taken aback, their expressions a mixture of shock and disbelief. Bring a corpse up? Dead or alive? What do you intend to do? Dudian replied earnestly. The three that just fell to their demise. He continued, I wish to dissect them. The quickest way to comprehend a subject is to thoroughly examine it from the inside out. Although Dudian possessed little medical experience and scant knowledge of human anatomy, in such a dire and inhospitable environment, the methods available for exploration were limited. This was the only approach he could conceive to swiftly understand the nature of the undead. Dissect? The trio's eyes widened in astonishment, regarding him as if he were a creature from a horror tale. Chapter 55, The Cranium Should We Not Dissect Here? Sham gestured towards the living room, where the lifeless body of an elderly man lay, presumably the head of this household. Dudian shook his head slightly. I require the dissection of one who has recently perished. By examining their prior behaviors, I can deduce much. As for this one, slain by a hunter, we shall also dissect it later to observe the changes that occur post-mortem. I shall accompany you. Zack gritted his teeth. Dudian nodded subtly, equipping himself with a short sword before pushing open the door and descending the staircase with Zack. One section of the stairway had collapsed, yet it posed no challenge for the two. They easily leapt over the gap. Zack's complexion paled, for no one wished to draw near the terrifying, bloodthirsty creature. Nevertheless, he steeled himself against his fear and assisted in lifting the other arm of the corpse. The body proved heavier than Dudian had anticipated. It resembled a gaunt youth. Yet lifting it felt akin to hoisting a 300-pound behemoth. Fortunately, blessed with extraordinary strength, over 3 times that of an average adult, he managed the task with relative ease. Soon, they transported the body to the 9th floor, where the staircase had collapsed. Dudian set the corpse down and cautiously surveyed the room, ensuring no lurking flesh-eating mice or other dangers awaited them before bringing the body inside. The original owner of this room had perished. The bloodstains on the floor were long since obscured by dust. A teenage boy's corpse lay nearby, his elongated fingernails indicating he too had become a corpse-turned monster. Not far from the boy's remains, beneath an upturned table, lay another body, a woman, her long hair evident. The flesh had decayed, and her remains were charred black from radiation. Exuding a pungent stench of death, Dudian retrieved some moldy, decayed blankets from the bedroom and laid them over the remains to mask the foul odor. He then instructed Zack to clear away the scattered items in the living room to create a space. Dudian nodded resolutely. Had this been before today, he would never have dared to dissect a body resembling that of a human. Yet now, having witnessed the gruesome scenes of carnage and the despairing flight of Scott and others, he gradually comprehended that survival depended solely on himself. No one could protect him but the blade he wielded. Grasping the short sword, Dudian gently prodded the claws of the corpse. Instantly, he observed the dark, sharp talons. Their surface an incredibly hard keratin layer, as cold and unyielding as black iron. The tip of his sword felt as if it were striking steel. Is this a form of biological evolution? Dudian marveled inwardly. Beyond the claws, the creature's feet bore similar talon-like growths, the dark keratin layer covering most of the soles, rendering them grotesquely fearsome. Dudian gazed at the creature's chest, a flicker of trepidation lingering in his heart. He inhaled deeply, gritted his teeth, and plunged the blade downwards. With a soft thud, the dagger pierced into its ashen abdomen, yet no blood gushed forth. Dudian exhaled in relief. Truth be told, had he seen blood seeping out, he would likely have succumbed to nausea. After all, Scott had mentioned that these so-called walking corpses were once infected humans. Slightly shifting the blade, Dudian beheld the slanted tissue of the incision, his expression shifting as he observed that beneath the gray skin lay brown flesh, as if the blood had congealed within it. It appeared frozen. Dudian pondered idly, noting that the body of this undead was exceptionally cold, devoid of any warmth characteristic of living beings, chilling like a block of ice. In such a frigid state, it was no wonder there were no signs of decay. However, the other undead he had seen, slain by hunters, exhibited severe signs of decomposition, particularly the woman he first encountered in the bathroom, whose face and body were utterly rotted. This thought prompted Dudian to glance towards the boy's corpse in the room, and he approached it immediately. Like the other deceased undead, this boy's head was shattered, split in two as if cleaved by an extraordinarily sharp blade, rendering its original form unrecognizable. Yet, the boy's neck, arms, and chest displayed varying degrees of decay, the skin swollen like blisters. Dadian gently prodded with his dagger. The putrid flesh yielded like tofu, the blade piercing effortlessly, releasing dark crimson fluid. As he inhaled the pungent stench of decay wafting from the body, a wave of nausea surged within him, accompanied by confusion. Why did these undead rot post-mortem, exuding the same foul odor as humans? Were these creatures truly still alive? If alive, why did they lack consciousness, devoid of even the most basic biological instincts? Dadian remained silent, delicately slicing away at the bridge of the nose, gradually flattening it to expose two deep, dark nostrils. He scrutinized for a moment, then tilted the head to sever the ears, carving a vortex around them. This macabre process rendered Zack and Sham pale, their legs trembling slightly. Their fear was not directed at the undead, but rather at Duduin's expression, one of intense focus and solemnity that instilled a profound chill within them, far more terrifying than facing a living corpse. Years later, they would remain haunted by this scene. At that moment, Dadian excavated the area around the ears, revealing them filled with thick layers of dust. Puzzled, he wondered how these undead, having not cleaned their ears for over 3 centuries, had accumulated such layers of grime, akin to cotton stuffed within. Their hearing should have been severely impaired. Why then were they still so responsive to sound? Had they perhaps evolved new organs to compensate for hearing? Dadian pondered for a moment, pushing aside the creature's jaw to examine its tongue, which was already in a state of decay, seemingly injured while it had been biting its prey. This indicated that the zombie truly lacked the instinct for self-preservation and was devoid of pain sensation. Contemplating this, Dadian was momentarily taken aback, recalling how Scott had slain that zombie woman by impaling her head with a short sword, causing her to emit a chilling scream and convulse uncontrollably. If she felt no pain, why such a reaction? His gaze flickered for an instant before he suddenly swung the short sword, slicing down along the mouth of the corpse, entering at the corners with decisive force. In a swift motion, he severed the entire jaw, yet not a drop of blood escaped. Without hesitation, he then decapitated it, peering inside through the severed chin, revealing the upper cavity filled with cold, unyielding flesh. He frowned slightly, finding himself in a quandary, but recalling that there were 2 more backups downstairs. He gritted his teeth and plunged the short sword within, twisting and churning to shred the internal flesh and brain matter, before striking the head against the floor to expel the mangled tissue. With a thud, a hard object suddenly tumbled from the skull, rolling across the ground until it collided with the shoulder of the zombie, coming to a halt. It was a perfectly round, deep blue sphere, about the size of a thumb. Chapter 56, Viral Aggregates? Dadian, Sham, and Zachary all fixated their gazes upon the deep blue orb, momentarily captivated, their minds racing. A sphere has fallen from the cranium? This orb possessed a flawless natural roundness, its hue a captivating deep blue, unmistakably not a hardened tissue from the brain, but rather resembling a metallic sphere. Yet, how could there possibly be metal within a biological brain? Dadian, filled with uncertainty, refrained from recklessly touching it. Instead, he gently prodded the orb with his short sword, the blade sliding off its surface and sending the orb tumbling to the severed neck of the corpse. How rigid! Dadian's thoughts shifted. Hard objects exhibit lower activity, spreading contagion at a slower rate, and unlike liquids, they do not permeate. With the protection of his gloves, a mere touch should pose little risk. He promptly reached down to retrieve it. Upon grasping the deep blue sphere, a sudden shiver coursed through Dadian's body. The sensation transmitted through his fingertips was singular, cold, an intense chill. It felt akin to holding an ice ball, prompting him to recall the frozen blood within the corpse. Could this deep blue or be the cause? At that moment, the cold seemed to propagate, creeping up Dadian's arm. He felt the temperature plummeting swiftly, stiffening his limb. He instinctively transferred the orb to his other hand, only to find it similarly numbing. Simultaneously, a chilling sensation enveloped his entire body, akin to being immersed in the black snow season, an extraordinary coldness. How could this be? Even clutching a piece of ice with both hands would only render his hands cold, yet now he felt as though an icy barrier encased his entire being. Dadian was astonished. It was reminiscent of playing with snowballs in winter. His hands would grow cold, but his body would remain warm. Yet at this moment, he felt a pervasive chill, as if every part of him were pressed against a slab of glacial ice. He promptly set the deep blue orb upon the ground, rubbing his hands together and exhaling breath to generate warmth. He felt a slight increase in temperature, but soon thereafter, an intense hunger gnawed at him. Since arriving outside the colossal wall, he had not consumed anything. He stifled the sensation, casting a puzzled glance at the orb, when suddenly, a realization struck him. Heat absorption. Dudian came to understand that this deep blue sphere absorbed heat, much like the saltpeter in black powder. Saltpeter is not only one of the key ingredients in gunpowder, but can also create ice. In this world, most alchemists have only grasped the art of ice making with saltpeter, yet have yet to discover that its combination with sulfur can lead to explosions. The process of making ice with saltpeter occurs because it absorbs heat from water, thereby freezing it. The chilling sensation he had just experienced indicated that this deep blue orb possessed a similar heat-absorbing property. If held in hand, it would draw warmth from his arm, eventually siphoning away his body heat, resulting in a drop in body temperature, which, upon reaching a critical threshold, would lead to cardiac arrest and death by freezing. No wonder the bodies of these corpses were so frigid, so cold. It was this entity at play. However, how did this object come to be, and why was it situated within the brains of these corpses? Dudian was filled with curiosity. It seemed implausible that someone had implanted something into the brains of the undead. After all, with so many corpses, the energy and time required for such an endeavor would be monumental. If it were not a case of artificial implantation, then it must have developed naturally. However, the undead, though humans infected by a virus, were ultimately flesh and blood. How could they possibly grow something so metallic and hard, possessing such peculiar properties? As Dudian pondered this, a figure suddenly leaped down from the staircase, startling the occupants of the room. Upon recognizing it was Mycan, they all breathed a sigh of relief. Mycan, relieved to see the three of them, remarked with irritation, "You scared me to death. I thought something had happened to you down here." Sham scratched his head and replied, "I saw Dean engrossed in the dissection and forgot to notify you." Zack, realizing the situation, quickly asked, "You came down, but what about those undead?" "I'll go check." Sham, glancing at the decapitated corpse, felt a wave of nausea and instantly spoke up. Dudian's train of thought was interrupted by Mycan, and after a moment of contemplation, he sighed, realizing he was getting nowhere. Survival was the most pressing concern. Suddenly, a spark of inspiration lit up his eyes. He turned to Zack and Mycan, saying, "Follow me, we need to go downstairs." The two, albeit puzzled, complied. Mycan, with a hint of fear, questioned, "When did you become so bold?" While cutting into the third head, Dudian suddenly considered an important issue. He halted his previous crude method of dissection and gently pried the skull apart along the fracture lines. Soon, he beheld the interior of the cranium. As he expected, the brain tissue was chillingly cold, as if it had been frozen. Nestled within was the deep blue sphere, encased in the cerebral matter. However, due to the fractured skull, the brain tissue surrounding the sphere was somewhat damaged. After a thorough examination, Dudian quickly deduced that this deep blue sphere was the primary reason behind the undead's movements. The principle behind the notion that destroying the skull could kill the undead was twofold. First, it incapacitated the central nervous system within the skull, preventing it from commanding the body. Second, it disrupted the connection between the deep blue sphere and the brain tissue. In simpler terms, this deep blue sphere functioned like an ovarian structure within the brain tissue. It was not necessary to destroy the head to eliminate the undead. A strong enough shock could dislodge the deep blue sphere from its cerebral nest, severing its connection with the neural pathways and halting the undead's actions, effectively killing them. Upon grasping this concept, Dudian became increasingly perplexed. What exactly was this deep blue sphere, and why had it formed in the brains of the undead? Could it be a creation of the virus? If that were the case, did that mean the deep blue sphere was a conglomerate of the virus? Contemplating this, Dudian carefully wrapped the deep blue sphere in fabric he had collected, forming it into a fist-sized orb, which alleviated his tension slightly. He then handed it to Mycan and Zack, stating, "This object can absorb body heat, helping us lower our temperature. However, do not hold onto it for too long, as it will drain all your warmth. It is best to keep it in your backpack." Mycan and Zachary gazed in astonishment at the two objects, meticulously wrapped in layers. Mycan, brimming with curiosity, inquired, "What is this?" "I am uncertain," replied Dudian, "but it seems that after slaying the undead, the hunters invariably extract this particular item from their skulls, suggesting it holds great value. Otherwise, these hunters would not disregard gold to procure this." Dudian recounted having encountered numerous undead with cleaved skulls, all of which lacked this item, indicating it had been collected by hunters. Mycan gasped, "Are you suggesting that hunters kill the undead solely for this?" "Perhaps," Dudian mused. Chapter 57. Melting this substance possesses the characteristic of heat absorption, confirming my earlier hypothesis. It is highly likely that these undead are influenced by it, sensing our body heat and gradually converging here. Their method of hunting is not reliant on tracking the scent of blood, but rather on detecting warmth. Dudee's mind was at ease as he reflected. Scott and his group, with their numerous numbers, generate an astonishing amount of heat when gathered together, which should have attracted even more of the undead. This indicates that an overwhelming number of zombies have appeared in Zone 8. A situation unlikely to be overlooked by the hunters, and it is probable they have migrated from other areas. Contemplating this, Dudee furrowed his brow. He had previously glanced at Scott's map and recalled a gray area near Zone 8, an unscoured territory, alongside several green and blue zones designated as hunting grounds for other factions. After some thought, Dudee addressed Maykin and Zack with this substance. We can lower our body temperature and evade the pursuit of these undead. However, we must not venture too close to them. Currently, we possess only 3 of these items, and Sham has yet to acquire one. We must devise a strategy to hunt down one of the undead to extract the cold sphere from its brain, which will allow us to escape the throng of zombies outside. Maykin inquired with uncertainty. With this, can we truly elude their detection? But how do we hunt them? They are too formidable. We are not their match. Zack echoed his concerns. Dudee smiled slightly and replied, humanity's greatest strength lies not in combat, but in intellect. While we cannot confront them directly, we can exploit their lack of intelligence to eliminate them with easily. Zack and Maykin exchanged bewildered glances. Their 3 years of training had taught scavengers how to seek prey in the wilderness and survive in various environments, but it had not equipped them with hunting skills, as that was the domain of hunters. Thus, despite their training, they found themselves utterly at a loss in the face of the current dilemma. Yet, compared to ordinary children, their composure amidst uncertainty was commendable. The simplest method is to use fire, Dudee remarked with a subtle smile. You two should gather some fabric. Anything that can be ignited will suffice, more is better. I will replace Sham and lure them to a specific location. I'll give you 10 minutes to collect the fabric downstairs. Upon hearing this, Maykin and Zack's eyes brightened as they quickly deduced Dudee's intentions. Without further ado, they hastily exited the room, embarking on their separate quests to find combustible materials across the various floors. Sham interjected, no need for that. I can handle this straightforward task. Our ability to leave here depends entirely on you. Dudee chuckled. Maykin and Zack are already on it. We will be able to depart shortly. Everything is in place. We merely await the right moment. What do you mean? Sham asked, bewildered. Dudee suddenly realized, breaking into a smile. It's nothing. Everything is prepared. I will handle the finishing touches. You go upstairs and find some stones, but do not empty this floor too much, lest it collapse. As he spoke, he picked up a stone fragment from the ground and gazed at the wandering corpses at the entrance. He immediately noticed that their numbers had increased by a few more. In the distance, at the street corner, a solitary corpse was staggering toward them. Without hesitation, Dudee seized the stone and hurled it to another location, diverting the attention of the corpses to the opposite side of the building. 10 minutes later, Maykin and Zack had gathered flammable materials in an open space at the base of the building, forming a circle. At this moment, Dudee continuously threw stones and shards of glass into the central area of the circle formed by clothing and wooden debris. The cacophony instantly capturing the attention of the horde of corpses, which quickly staggered toward the center of the circle. Having received Dudee's instructions earlier, Maykin promptly threw down lit torches from the second floor. 4 or 5 torches tumbled through the air, landing onto the combustible materials. Due to the proximity, only one missed its mark, while the other 4 fell onto the clothing. In an instant, flames erupted, engulfing the entire circle as the garments and decayed wooden furniture ignited into a roaring blaze. The corpses within the fiery inferno seemed to instinctively evade the flames, immediately fleeing toward the perimeter as the fire blazed. Witnessing this, Dudee's expression shifted slightly, and he continued to throw stones and glass to attract the corpses. However, their fear of fire was particularly acute, and the noise failed to entice them. Dudee's expression darkened, and he shouted urgently downstairs, bring the fire to them. Maykin, Zack, and Shaw were momentarily taken aback, but quickly grasped the situation and immediately executed Dudee's backup plan, which was to set the corpses ablaze. Initially, there had been concern that the burning circle would not reach the corpses inside, so they prepared to ignite them directly, and now that plan could be put into action. The trio swiftly gathered some bed sheets and other fabrics from the ground and hurled them into the burning circle where the corpses were. Soon enough, a corpse was struck by the thrown materials, although it was not injured, as it stumbled out of the burning circle covered in sheets and blankets. It was ignited by the flames, its entire body quickly engulfed in fire. Dudian exhaled in relief, watching quietly as, not long after, the flames subsided, revealing 7 or 8 charred corpses within the burning circle. The remaining corpses either lay sprawled outside the circle or, having evaded the flames, staggered hundreds of meters away. Continuing to approach, Dudian promptly hurled stones to redirect them further away, then signaled for Shah to take over his position, continuing to divert their attention while he descended the stairs. Just as he was about to call Maken and Zack down to collect the bodies, he suddenly noticed one of the corpses slightly raise its arm, a shiver of dread coursing through him. Had the flames not utterly consumed them, even with their bodies charred? Could the deep blue orb in their heads still control them? Dudian's expression shifted, and he beckoned Maken and Zack to continue throwing combustible materials down, ensuring the flames would grow fiercer. After 7 or 8 minutes of searing heat, Dudian observed the corpses closely, throwing stones into their midst. Noticing no reaction, he finally breathed a sigh of relief and signaled for Maken and Zack to come down and collect the bodies. As the trio descended the stairs, they took advantage of Sham diverting the remaining corpses. They swiftly wrapped their hands in cloth to shield themselves from potential burns before dragging the charred bodies downstairs to sever their heads. Having observed Dudian perform this act several times, Maken and Zack gradually mustered the courage to attempt the decapitation of the burnt corpses. Before long, all 8 heads lay severed. Dudian directly cleaved through their skulls, revealing that the internal tissues had already softened. However, what astonished Dudian was the sight of a deep blue orb within their craniums, which was also melting away, shrinking from the size of a thumb to that of a soybean. The liquid oozing from it appeared semi-transparent, resembling water, yet upon closer inspection, it bore a faint deep blue hue. Was this deep blue orb sensitive to high temperatures? Dudian was left in a state of perplexity. The second update arrived tardily, delayed by unforeseen circumstances, and I apologize for that. Now, as we proceed to the third update, I would like to mention that this book will continue to explore vast imaginative realms, akin to a grand reboot, keeping the ultimate mystery concealed until the very end, a source of great pride for the author. However, the reboot concept has already been employed, and this book will embark on a fresh narrative approach. Chapter 58. The wounded hunter Dudian swiftly severed the heads of the remaining foes, revealing deep blue orbs within, their molten state perplexing him. Wasn't the substance supposed to absorb heat? Why then did it melt under high temperatures? Could it be that the very purpose of its heat absorption was to achieve this state? Pondering this conundrum, Dudian deftly extracted the orbs with his short sword, letting them tumble onto the ground outside the severed heads. Once removed from the scorching interior, the deep blue spheres ceased their melting. Dudian found himself momentarily stunned. The scene evoked a sense of déjà vu, reminiscent of water transitioning into ice. These deep blue orbs appeared to possess such a property. Yet they did not require temperatures to plummet to 0 to crystallize. They inherently exhibited an efficient heat absorption characteristic. Gazing at the plump, deep blue spheres, Dudian felt as though numerous azure eyes were fixated upon him, sending a shiver down his spine. Though he remained ignorant of the nature of this substance and its presence within the corpses, he instinctively sensed an acute danger emanating from it, perhaps influenced by the chilling tableau before him. Regardless, Dudian was reluctant to engage further with this entity, contemplating that once his dedicated alchemical laboratory was established, he must thoroughly investigate this phenomenon. This terrifying discovery led him to feel as though he had missed something significant when entering the cryogenic chamber 3 centuries ago. Only by meticulously studying this matter could he hope to glean some understanding. Maken observed Dudian lost in thought and quietly inquired, "Dudian, can this substance still be utilized?" Dudian glanced at him and replied, "Yes, but handle it with care. Wrap it in cloth and keep a safe distance." Maken nodded eagerly and promptly procured some fabric. Carefully enclosing the deep blue orbs within, Dudian picked up one himself, feeling the familiar chill, which reassured him. Regardless of its nature, this substance could aid their evasion of the undead's heat detection. "Let us continue to set up the burning circle," he instructed, gathering all the orbs and addressing Maken and Zack. Both men were taken aback, with Maken exclaiming, "Do we still need to slay these undead? Can't we simply circumvent them?" Dudian shook his head slightly, stating, "The hunter does not merely gather gold. He extracts flesh," indicating that the worth of this substance surpasses even that of golden trinkets. "Therefore, we should hunt as much as we can. This represents a significant fortune." The realization struck them, and they were immediately filled with exuberance. Zack slapped his thigh, exclaiming, "Indeed. In that case, we are performing the work of hunters. Haha. Macon laughed heartily, declaring, "Thank goodness Dudian is astute. This is a path to wealth. Though these undead are terrifying, they are rather dim-witted, making them easy to dispatch. Why not finish off this batch and seek out more undead to hunt? Let us not bother collecting anything else. That scrap metal surely pales in comparison to this value." Dudian rolled his eyes in exasperation. Bemused at how they had been terrified moments ago, now fervently animated by thoughts of wealth, such avaricious souls. The trio tidied up and resumed their grim task of incinerating the corpses. After a brief period of lingering in the shadows, several individuals utilized a ring of flames to dispatch the wandering corpses outside, augmenting their previous tally by 3 more undead, resulting in a total of 21 deep blue orbs. "Where shall we venture next?" Macon asked, excitedly hoisting a backpack filled with the deep blue spheres. "Shall we head to the gray zone that Scott mentioned? It remains unscoured and is bound to be teeming with many more corpses." Dudian was rendered speechless and replied, "Are you out of your mind? Have you not seen how many corpses have been slain by hunters on this street? If we were to venture into the gray zone, before you could even set up, we would be besieged by a throng of corpses. Don't let greed blind you." Zack let out a soft exhale and added, "Dudian is correct. Heading to the gray zone is far too perilous, and the bone-gnawing rats there will undoubtedly outnumber those here. These creatures are not mindless like the corpses." Dudian nodded in agreement, stating, "Let's proceed as such. First, we should eat something to replenish our strength." As the group prepared to set off once more, a figure suddenly dashed into view from the street outside. The figure moved with astonishing speed, and upon reaching the corner ahead, leaped effortlessly over the top of a nearby security booth, landing and immediately diving into the shadows, resting against a wall while gasping for breath. Zack, who had been on watch, immediately noticed this spectacle. "Dudian, come quickly," he called out urgently. Dudian, taken aback, hastily approached and saw Zack pointing towards a figure beneath the adjacent building, a youth clad in black armor, with a sleek black bow slung over his shoulder and a quiver of arrows at his back, resembling a silent spectral archer. However, the manner in which he clutched his right arm revealed he was in a state of injury. A hunter? Dudian was momentarily stunned. Zack, Macon, and Sham also paused at his words, quickly realizing that none among their scavenger group bore such an appearance. Typically, scavengers were equipped with short swords, not for combat, but rather for peeling bark or cutting through materials encountered during their foraging. In the eyes of the consortium, scavengers were not combatants when faced with unvanquished monsters. Their only option was to flee, and if they managed to escape, it would be deemed fortunate. If not, their demise was simply an unfortunate reality. They were akin to cannon fodder on the battlefield, serving merely to deplete the enemy's ammunition rather than to claim the head of a foe or secure victory. Each role was imbued with its own intrinsic value, a testament to the management of resources. A hunter, Macon, Zack, and Sham felt a surge of excitement. For them, hunters represented an unattainable echelon. They were the true equals of the nobility, possessing the stature to negotiate terms with the elite. Meanwhile, scavengers, for all their lives, remained merely scavengers, whether deemed good or bad, high or low, was solely determined by the value of the materials they collected. Yet, regardless of the worth they might create, they would forever be considered scavengers, as they lacked the inherent qualities of the enlightened, a fact that could not be altered. The consortium intends to cultivate Dudian as a seedling, not only due to his remarkable performance in the scavenger training, but primarily because they have investigated his background. His physique, possessing a radiation level comparable to that of a hunter, is what has prompted the consortium to offer him the opportunity to become a hunter. Otherwise, regardless of the value Dudian generates for the consortium or the exorbitant worth of the scavenged materials, he would inevitably remain a mere scavenger. However, Dudian does not feel elated. Having encountered hunters before, and after witnessing the desolate ruins and the gruesome sight of corpses strewn about outside the Great Wall, he understands that these hunters, who have fought in such an environment for years, are far from benevolent. This is also why Fino almost killed him for mentioning hunters. In their eyes, life is profoundly insignificant and fragile. As Dudian and his companions observed, the hunter noticed the burning marks on the ground not far away, momentarily taken aback by the presence of others in such a desolate place. A flicker of joy appeared in his eyes as he swiftly made his way to the charred circle, feeling the lingering warmth of the ashes, still searing, indicating it had only recently extinguished. He glanced at the corpses of the walking dead scattered around, his expression a mix of confusion and disappointment. Suddenly, an idea struck him, and his eyes brightened once more as he surveyed the ground. quickly identifying a nearby building. A smile crept across his face as he dashed inside. He sensed the urgency. Macon hastily remarked. Zack turned to Dudian and asked, Dudian, will it matter if he discovers our situation? Is he likely to seize what we have? Dudian inwardly sighed at the keen observation of the hunter and recognized the gap between himself and the hunter. Just a fleeting glance allowed the hunter to instantly deduce their position, clearly a seasoned veteran. He exchanged a glance with Zack and replied, he probably won what he wanted. After all, the number of corpses on the ground is in the tens of thousands. He likely looks down upon our meager find. Upon hearing this, Zack and the others sighed in relief. At that moment, a sudden knock echoed at the door, and the hunter appeared silently at the entrance, seemingly having stood there all along. A hint of surprise graced his face, as he had not anticipated that it would be a group of children wielding flames to dispatch the undead. Chapter 59. The hunting level of the Walking Dead. You few must be newly graduated scavengers, remarked the young man in black armor, his gaze swiftly sweeping across the room. His eyes landed upon some charred skulls of the undead on the ground, and upon noticing the cracked appearances of the heads, his interest piqued as he observed Dudian and his companions. Is this your first time scavenging, or have you ventured out before? To have slain these creatures with a hunting level of 4, and to know to collect the cold crystals from their brains, how intriguing. Dudian felt the weight of the young man's gaze, a sensation akin to becoming prey, his heart tightening with apprehension. He spoke softly, we are newly recruited scavengers of the consortium. You are a hunter, I presume? We became separated from our main group and were pursued by these undead, inadvertently coming up with this strategy. We never anticipated it would be effective against these monsters. The young man in black armor glanced at him, easily discerning that Dudian was the core of the group. A slight smile crept upon his lips. Do not be alarmed. It pleases me that the consortium has recruited such clever young ones like you. I have sustained some injuries and require bandaging. Please, kindle a fire and clear some space for me. Dudian nodded, having caught sight of the young man's injured right arm. He turned to Zaki and said, light the fire. I shall fetch some clean cloth for the hunter. May, Ja, and Sha were exhilarated to be in such close proximity to a hunter for the first time. Eagerly, they sprang into action, as if serving the hunter were a mark of honor. Seeing Dudian prepare to enter the adjacent room, the young man interjected, no need for that. Everything in there is rife with radiation and pathogens. It cannot be bandaged. I have first aid supplies in my pack. You, little one, are quite astute. Go keep watch, and alert me immediately if anything stirs. With that, he stepped into the living area of the room, unceremoniously sitting down, indifferent to the horrific charred skulls nearby. He swept his thigh across the ground, clearing the skulls aside to create a space, then tossed his black backpack to the side. May, open the pack and retrieve the gauze. May nodded vigorously, just about to reach for the backpack when the young man noticed the dirt on his gloved hands. His brow furrowed. You fool, take off your gloves. Do you wish to soil my backpack? Startled, May flushed and hastily removed his gloves. He opened the backpack and retrieved the gauze, inquiring, Hunter, do you have any disinfectant? We must sterilize before bandaging. Do I need you to instruct me? The young man scoffed. There is a knife and a bottle inside. Do you see it? The bottle contains alcohol. I assume you scavengers have learned basic first aid? May quickly nodded, pouring the alcohol over the knife before placing it atop the torch ignited by Zaki until it became scalding hot. Hunter, please loosen the wound so I can disinfect with the alcohol before excising. I'll handle it myself. The young man snatched the bottle, flicking the cap off with his finger. He released his arm and poured the alcohol over the wound, a jolt of pain causing his face to twitch, yet he gritted his teeth, enduring the agony. Dudian and Makin soon discerned the nature of his wound, a sharp claw mark that penetrated deeply to the bone, the flesh around it already in a state of decay. The youth in black armor had tightly gripped the wound, not out of endurance to pain, but to prevent the blood from seeping further. Grasping a heated knife, he gritted his teeth and meticulously excised the rotten flesh from the wound, sweat pouring from his brow as if he had been caught in a downpour. Throughout this excruciating ordeal, he remained silent, his teeth clenched. This display left Dudian profoundly shaken. Was this the essence of a hunter? Even the most seasoned soldiers on the battlefield might not possess such resolute willpower. After removing the necrotic tissue, the black-armored youth gestured for Makin to assist him in bandaging the wound. Before long, layers of gauze adorned his right arm. He wiped the sweat from his forehead, exhaling lightly as he leaned against the wall. Dudian observed him quietly and remarked, My lord, has T Area 8 been cleared? How could there be so many ghouls? Did they migrate from nearby areas? Do not disturb me. The youth in black armor replied, eyes gently closed, an edge of irritation in his tone. Dudian was momentarily taken aback and fell silent. After a few minutes, the black-armored youth spoke again. Do you have any food left? Give it to me. Maken, who stood beside him, hesitated, saying, My lord, this is our food. If we give it to you, the black-armored youth abruptly opened his eyes. A flash of icy intensity passing through them. What? Are you unwilling? Startled, Maken stammered. No. It's just, this is my ration. There isn't much left. Please forgive Maken for his thoughtlessness. At that moment, Sharm, witnessing the exchange, quickly interjected, offering his backpack and shaking it open to present the dry provisions within to the black-armored youth. Maken and Zak's expressions shifted. While they held the hunter in high esteem, matters concerning their own losses were a different story. They glanced at Dudian, who merely nodded slightly, seemingly granting his tacit approval. The two felt a wave of despair wash over them, inwardly lamenting their predicament. The black-armored youth patted Sharm on the head, saying, You're a sensible little fellow. He then seized the offered rations and devoured them voraciously. Once finished, he extended his hand, demanding water. Sharm promptly handed him the water pouch. The youth drank it down in one gulp, carelessly tossing the empty container aside. After resting for a moment, he gradually rose and gently moved his right arm, as if the simple bandaging had managed to stabilize his injury, revealing a satisfied smile. He then cast a glance at Dudian and the others, narrowing his eyes before suddenly pointing at Maken. You, come with me. Maken was taken aback. Where are we going? You'll find out soon enough. The black-armored youth replied with a smile. Just follow me without all this nonsense. His brow furrowed in annoyance. Maken, feeling a sense of foreboding, turned to Dudian for reassurance. Dudian sensed a twinge of peculiarity and said, My esteemed hunter, we hold you in the highest regard. However, we have our own duties to fulfill. Should we fail to accomplish them, we would face expulsion from the consortium. I hope you can comprehend our predicament. If there is anything you require our assistance with, we are more than willing to serve, provided it lies within our capabilities. Humph, the little fellow is quite articulate. I require your assistance at this moment. Given your camaraderie, I shall summon you to join me. The more, the merrier. The armored youth impatiently gestured, his final words seemingly muttered to himself. Dudian's expression shifted subtly as he inquired, Might you inform us of the nature of the task? His previous remarks had merely been courteous, as scavengers. They possessed little to offer the hunter. Moreover, the task requiring their aid could not be trivial, for hunters were tasked with slaying monsters. Upon hearing this, Za and Sha were taken aback. May, unable to contain her excitement, exclaimed, My lord, is this truly the case? You wouldn't deceive us, would you? Zachi echoed her enthusiasm. Upon hearing the armored youth's words, Dudian immediately recognized his deceit. What material could possibly surpass gold in value? Nevertheless, despite being part of the same consortium, he sensed that this armored youth was not to be trifled with. A direct confrontation would likely result in unfavorable outcomes. It would be prudent to observe his intentions before taking any decisive actions. Chapter 60. The temptation. Dudian and his companions followed the black-armored youth as they exited the residential building, making their way outside the community, heading towards the area where they had previously dispersed from Scott and the others. Before long, two staggering ghouls appeared on the street ahead. Seemingly sensing the warmth of Dudian and his group, they immediately turned around and approached, their pace noticeably quickening. Dudian gripped his short sword tightly, his gaze fixed on the silhouette of the hunter. Should he choose to abandon them and flee, Dudian would swiftly lead Maken and the others to escape, as they were utterly incapable of confronting the ghouls in a direct battle. However, the black-armored youth merely frowned upon spotting the two ghouls. In the next instant, he withdrew a sharp dagger from the straps at his thigh and charged ahead. As he neared the ghouls, he abruptly twisted his foot, his body intertwining like a black whirlwind. A pair of muffled thuds echoed as the heads of the ghouls severed cleanly from their necks, tumbling to the ground. A swift execution. Dudian and his companions watched in astonishment, their pupils constricting. Although they were aware that hunters were tasked with exterminating such monsters, they were unprepared for the sheer ferocity displayed. It was nothing short of a one-sided massacre. The four quickly followed suit, and Dudian observed that the dagger at the youth's side was exceptionally sharp, far surpassing the quality of their short swords. The blade was likely forged from superior steel, while his own sword had already dulled after repeatedly slicing through the ghouls' necks, leaving only the area near the hilt still somewhat sharp, the tip having rolled over into a dull edge. As Dudian bent down to collect the severed heads, the black-armored youth cautioned sharply, Do not waste time. Hurry and keep up. As they progressed further, the number of scattered ghouls they encountered increased. Yet, the black-armored youth ensured that Dudian and his companions remained unharmed. He would engage each ghoul proactively, dispatching them effortlessly with his dagger. His speed far exceeded that of the ghouls, and it was evident he had undergone close combat training, displaying combat techniques that were remarkably refined, allowing him to evade the erratic assaults of the ghouls with ease. Dudian trailed behind, silently observing and learning. He realized that in this era of cold weaponry, martial arts had evolved to an extraordinary level. The slaughtering techniques exhibited by the black-armored youth left Dudian in awe. Killing was as effortless as cutting grass, each movement crisp and decisive. Even with an injured arm, there was no hesitation in his actions. Is this the warrior forged at the edge of life and death? Sir Hunter, will you rescue Scott and the others? There are many of them, and they should not be far from here. Machin mustered his courage to inquire. Throughout their journey, the black-armored youth had provided them shelter, fostering a sense of goodwill towards him, overshadowing the earlier incident of consuming Sharm's food and water, which had been conveniently overlooked. The black-armored youth snorted dismissively. Do you take me for a medic? Subtly, Dudian felt a tremor beneath his feet, as if a distant building were collapsing, accompanied by a faint rumbling sound. The young man in the black armor narrowed his eyes, a glint of bloodlust flashing across them. He raised his gaze to survey the surrounding buildings, quickly fixating on the tallest office building nearby. This edifice was long overgrown with moss and vegetation, its windows rusted and dilapidated. He stared intently for a moment, a smile creeping onto his face, and then lowered his head to address Dudian and the others. You all stay here. Under no circumstances are you to leave without my command. Dudian's expression changed abruptly. What about you? He asked. Where are you going? Machin was somewhat taken aback. Where could he possibly be headed? As Dudian watched his vanishing silhouette, an ominous feeling surged within him. Suddenly, he recalled the bow and arrows on the young man's back. The towering building, the bow. His pupils constricted sharply as he realized the implications. An archer lying in ambush from above. Could it be that they were being used as bait to lure something? Run! Dudian shouted instinctively, sprinting towards the office building. They had to escape before the young man reached the rooftop. If they lingered, even for a moment, any sign of movement could result in them being shot down on the spot. Mei, Za, and Sha were momentarily stunned and confused. Nevertheless, their ingrained trust compelled them to follow Dudian. As they ran, Machin urgently asked, Dudian, what is happening? Why are we running? If he finds out. Previously, Dudian had felt a faint sense of goodwill towards the young man for dispatching the undead to protect them. Now, that sentiment had evaporated, replaced by a chilling resolve. We are very likely being used, serving as bait to ensnare his quarry. Bait? Mei, Za, and Sha froze, quickly grasping the terrifying possibility, their blood running cold. Dudian's gaze hardened as he coldly declared, Then we must kill him. The three were momentarily taken aback by his words, staring at him in disbelief. Machin exclaimed, Kill him? My heavens, do you even realize what you're saying? He is a hunter. How could we possibly? No. How could we even hope to kill him? Even if we could, that would be a grave sin. Dudian, are you certain? Shah's face paled slightly. If your speculation is incorrect, if he merely stepped away for a moment, then we would be. Dudian hesitated, acknowledging the possibility. But how could he take that gamble? Life is singular and fleeting. If his theory held any truth, remaining there would be tantamount to awaiting death. Clearly, a hunter capable of effortlessly slaying the undead would require bait to ensnare something utterly terrifying. By the time they encountered that creature, their fate would already be sealed. Though there were myriad other possibilities, this was the most plausible scenario he could conceive. If he was mistaken, then so be it. Dudian recalled the desert assessment from 3 years prior, the 3-star alchemist Rosyard who had perished at his hands. The hesitation and uncertainty within him crystallized into resolve. This was a choice he had to make. Perhaps it was merely a conjecture, or perhaps that conjecture was flawed, but he had to act. The decision was clear. He would kill. We have departed from that place, regardless of whether the speculation is accurate or not. It is imperative that we take action. Otherwise, we shall forever remain under his oppressive hand, perhaps even perish at his hands. Dudian's gaze was frigid as he resolutely stated this. The three of Machin regarded him with apprehension, inhaling sharply, their hesitation palpable. After all, participating in the assassination of a hunter would brand them as murderers, a term far too weighty for any decent person to bear. Dudian also looked at them, awaiting their decision, while a flicker of fear stirred within him. What if they chose not to participate yet were aware of his intentions? He dared not ponder further. in the brief time since their arrival. He sensed a sinister door within himself slightly ajar, releasing a multitude of nefarious thoughts. Yet, there were certain boundaries he was unwilling to transgress. Suddenly, an unexpected low growl resonated from the corner where the others had been moments before. Dadian and the others turned to look, their faces draining of color in sheer terror. Chapter 61. The fear-inducer atop a dilapidated skyscraper, the remnants of a structure ravaged by radioactive rain for centuries had collapsed by 2 or 3 stories. Resembling a desolate ruin, Bane leaped adeptly among the shattered walls and debris, climbing toward a fissure in a crumbling wall. A vantage point that offered not only cover, but also an ideal setting for an ambush. He felt a surge of satisfaction, convinced that this ambush would unfold seamlessly. As he crouched closer, a sudden roar echoed from the front of the skyscraper, startling him. Had that creature arrived so swiftly? He quickly adjusted his grip on the bow and deftly retrieved 2 gleaming arrows from his quiver, their silvery tips glinting ominously in the light. Peering through the crack in the decaying wall, he spotted his quarry. Before him, at the corner of 2 vegetation-clad, half-ruined buildings, emerged a massive black beast. Approximately 5 meters in length. Its body was covered in matted black fur, its head resembling that of a malevolent wolf, with a protruding jaw and elongated fangs dripping with foul saliva that stained its chin. At last, the fear-inducer has appeared. Bane's eyes narrowed, a glint of bloodthirsty excitement flashing within. This rare creature, a level 9 predator, once slain, would allow my magical mark to evolve once more, granting me new abilities. He swiftly knocked an arrow onto his bowstring, but his expression shifted as he noticed the absence of the 4 diminutive figures in the open street before the creature. A chill swept over him. Those wretched beasts. Damn those little monsters. If it weren't for the desire to let them struggle before the creature, extending my opportunity for a greater output, I would have eradicated them on the spot. Watching the fear-inducer shake its head in the street, seemingly in pursuit of a scent, Bane's visage darkened. This creature was not a mindless, lowly zombie. If he acted recklessly, it would undoubtedly detect his position and raise alarm. Clenching his teeth, an idea struck him. Those little beasts had mentioned they were separated from the main troop. If he could lure the creature toward them, there might still be a chance to capture it. With renewed hope igniting in his eyes, he swiftly rummaged through his backpack and retrieved a small yellow vial. He uncapped it and sprinkled the yellow powder over his black armor. With this zombie bone powder masking my scent, as long as I keep my distance, it won't find me for the time being. Once it has consumed those little beasts, I shall make my escape, Bane resolved silently. Dadian and his companions were frozen in shock upon witnessing the black behemoth leap from the street corner. Such a terrifying creature, they had only heard of in tales. Never did they imagine it truly existed in reality. Dadian snapped back to his senses and urgently exclaimed, "Run. Up the stairs. Me, Za." And Shaw quickly followed Dadian into the building. "Hurry, hide," Shaw stammered, nearly in tears. Facing the grotesque zombie had been frightening enough, but compared to this black beast, the former seemed like an adorable little creature. Dadian's face was equally ashen. Upon hearing Sham's words, he hastily exclaimed, "We cannot hide. We must ascend to the rooftop and confront him." Maykin trembled as she spoke. He will not save us. We have defied his commands. It is not a plea for rescue. We intend to slay him. Alternatively, we could lure that creature to him. Even in death, we shall ensure he pays the price. Dadian clenched his fists, his heart brimming with dread and an overwhelming fury. His suspicions had proven correct. That scoundrel was indeed using them as bait. How foolish they had been to tend to his wounds. And yet he repaid their kindness with treachery. This betrayal cut them deeply, rendering it a matter of life and death. Scoundrel. Dadian had never felt such rage before as he hurriedly ascended the stairwell, his mind racing. Atop the high-rise, Bane peered through the cracks of the broken wall, observing the fear-infected creature scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, it halted, its gaze fixated on the direction of the skyscraper. Clearly, it had caught the scent of those 4 little wretches. A glimmer of cold malice flickered in Bane's eyes as he muttered to himself, "Damn those little bastards. Would it not be better to await their demise in peace rather than flee? Do they truly believe that retreating into the building will spare them? Soon, they will be viciously torn apart, worthless trash. Scoundrels. Wretched curs." He understood that Dadian and his companions were doomed. Without the zombie bone powder to mask their scent, they would undoubtedly be tracked down by the fear-infected. Yet, he could not derive any satisfaction from this knowledge. Rather, he seethed with frustration. Their demise within the building held no value for him, for he could not find a vantage point from which to strike. The previously open street had served as his ideal hunting ground, while the confines of the building presented the worst terrain for a hunter specialized in long-range archery. At that moment, he saw the fear-infected slip into the building, and he quickly calculated the time. Given the speed at which those youngsters ascended, if one were to start counting from the moment he had entered the building, they should now be somewhere between the 4th and 6th floors. With the creature's speed, it would surely catch up to them by the time they reached the 10th floor. Meanwhile, he was on the 23rd floor. As he climbed to the top, he had already taken note of the building's total number of stories. As a seasoned hunter, his observational skills and adaptability far surpassed those of the average person. If a confrontation were to erupt on the 10th floor, he pondered whether the fear-infected would detect his presence from the distance between him and that floor. Given its keen sense of smell, Bane furrowed his brow, a sense of unease creeping into his heart. After all, he had only encountered basic information about the fear-infected in his hunting manual, which described its acute sense of smell, yet the specifics of its sensitivity remained unknown. After a moment's contemplation, he retrieved a vial of zombie bone powder, emptying its contents onto his black armor and evenly applying it across his body. As he did so, his mind raced with calculations. At present, they should be on the 8th floor, while the fear-infected should be closing in on the 6th floor. He estimated that soon they would be devoured. Should the fear-infected consume them and subsequently sense his presence, his only option would be to leap from this point. He began to contemplate an escape plan, for it was unwise to place all his hopes upon the remnants of decayed bone. Time slipped away gradually, and Bane's muscles were taut, his lips slightly quivering as he calculated the seconds, mentally simulating the ensuing events. In the shadowy corridor, he mused that those little fiends must have perished by now. The next question was whether it would depart the building or pursue him. He held his breath, waiting, as if time had come to a standstill in his mind. Suddenly, a thunderous roar erupted from the depths of the building beneath him, and a massive black shadow surged forth, its gaping maw wide open, lunging at Bane in a fierce bite. Bane's pupils constricted, and he swiftly leaped backward, evading the ambush just in time. As he plummeted from the building, he caught sight of a fragment of fabric from a backpack dangling from the creature's menacing fangs. Chapter 62. Hunting within the building with a swift whoosh, Bane plummeted straight down the edge of the building. As he descended, he glimpsed the Fearbringer taking its place where he had stood moments before, its forepaws toppling the already decayed wall, sending stones cascading down. The Fearbringer did not follow him off the edge. Instead, after a few low growls, it turned away, its form vanishing beside the wall. Likely preparing to descend and collect his remains, he exhaled in relief, quickly reaching for the bow slung across his back. From the quiver, he drew an arrow that was significantly thicker than the others, its tail affixed with a fine rope. He twisted his head, aiming at the adjacent 4-story building, drawing the bowstring taut before releasing the arrow into the air. With a swift whoosh, the arrow struck the solar water heater atop the building with tremendous force, piercing through the moss-covered structure and embedding itself firmly into the floor below. The rope, stretching over 10 meters in length, tightened as he fell. Before long, the Fearbringer burst forth from the previous building, but Bane had long since vanished from sight. It lifted its snout, sniffing delicately, scanning the surroundings for a moment until it finally discerned the direction and began to pursue the path Bane had taken. After the Fearbringer had departed, four figures stealthily emerged from beside a pillar at the base of the building, bloodied and filthy, Dudian and his companions. It should have gone far by now, murmured Sham. Dudian glanced towards the direction in which the beast had fled, his gaze flickering slightly as he whispered, "We must pursue it. We must find that hunter." At his words, May, Za, and Sham were taken aback. May lowered his voice and exclaimed, "Are you mad? If it can locate that scoundrel on the rooftop, its sense of smell is formidable. If we inadvertently draw near and it catches our scent, it would spell our doom. With this layer of blood covering us, it shouldn't be able to detect us for the time being," Dudian replied, eyeing the pungent blood smeared across his body. This blood was obtained from the corpses of the ghouls in the corridor. While climbing to the 2nd floor, he had fortuitously spotted a fallen ghoul and conceived the idea of applying its blood to mask their scent, disguising themselves as ghouls. The deep blue orbs within the ghouls' heads had been removed, their body temperatures normalized, and they began to decay. The mingling of fresh blood with rotting flesh exuded a potent aroma. Dudian noted that the creature had disregarded the ghouls on the roadside, prompting him to take this risk. To ensure a thorough disguise, he instructed May, Za, and Sham to each carry a ghoul, coating their black armor with the decayed blood and muck, including their faces. However, considering the toxicity of the blood, Dudian refrained from applying it directly to his face. Instead, He held it on a cloth and covered his face with the fabric. Though some would inevitably seep through, survival was paramount. Furthermore, to divert the creature's attention and lighten their load, they discarded all their backpacks on the first floor, which were tainted with their scent, as having them nearby posed too great a risk. Originally a last-ditch effort born from despair, it unexpectedly met with success. A few individuals narrowly escaped death, and before they could celebrate, Mekin and his companions found themselves shaking their heads at Dudien's audacious words. "We were merely fortunate before. If we pursue further, we might be courting our own demise," Sham advised. This monstrous entity confirmed Dudien's suspicions and deepened his understanding of the hunter's brutality. He could not believe that such a cold-blooded and ruthless individual would easily spare those who disrupted his plans. If they fell into his hands, death would be a mercy. They might even suffer a far worse fate. Rather than placing their hopes on the mercy of such a being, it would be wiser to eliminate the threat themselves. Mekin and the others were momentarily taken aback. As Dudien prepared to pursue, Mekin declared, "I will go with you. We four are bound by life and death. If we are to die, let us die together." His resolute expression betrayed his determination. Dudien regarded him with a profound gaze and nodded slightly. At that moment, Zach and Sham, upon hearing Mekin's declaration, also stepped forward, willing to follow Dudien. Despite having spent 3 years together and assisting one another on numerous occasions, their willingness to stand by him in such a perilous moment filled Dudien's heart with warmth. He nodded firmly and commanded, "Let us go." He was the first to stride out the door, preparing to chase after the monstrous entity. Suddenly, a chilling voice echoed above them. "You little wretches, you are still alive?" Dudien's pupils contracted as he looked up to see the hunter-esque figure appearing in the shattered window of the second floor. He had not left? Bayan felt a greater shock than Dudien. He anticipated they could evade the fearmonger's senses. However, upon seeing the blood-soaked filth on Dudien and his companions, he quickly understood and his gaze turned icy. "You little bastards, crafty as you are, since I have found you, it seems fate has decreed your demise. Prepare to die." He raised his bow and drew it back with a swift motion. Dudien's expression changed dramatically, and he quickly dove back into the building. 2 arrows whizzed past, striking the spot where he had just been standing. "Run! Split up!" Dudien shouted as he entered the building. Mekin and the others, initially stunned, had just intended to pursue their enemy, only to find him standing before them. Hearing Dudien's command snapped them back to reality, and they hurriedly ascended to the second floor. Seeing them all heading in the same direction, Dudien urgently called out, "Split up. Otherwise, he will catch us all. Right now, he is only after me." Understanding that the 2 arrows had been aimed solely at him made it clear that the hunter harbored the deepest animosity towards him. Mekin and the others exchanged worried glances and said, "Sticking together gives us a chance. Let us confront him." "Listen to me," Dudien bellowed. The 3 hesitated, gritted their teeth, and then dispersed, fleeing in 3 different directions. "You cunning little bastards, you have ruined my plans." Bayan realized that the actions of these 4 were entirely dictated by the one before him. If they had been other scavengers, even adults, they would not have dared to act without his command, standing where he told them to without question. As the realization dawned upon him that the other party was the mastermind behind the destruction of his hunt for the fear-stained, an overwhelming hatred for Dudien surged within him, causing him to instinctively clench his fists tightly, as if he could crush Dudien's skull in the very air around him. He yearned to make the other suffer unbearable anguish. Swiftly, he ascended to the second floor, where the sound of footsteps echoed just above him, presumably on the 4th floor. A cold smile crept across his face as he hastened his pursuit. Before long, he reached the 4th floor, only to find that the previously hurried footsteps had now vanished. With a chilling smirk, he declared, playing hide and seek, "Are we? Take your time. I shall ensure you savor the taste of despair and hear the footsteps of death drawing ever closer." He raised his hand, drawing back his bowstring, and loosed an arrow that struck the window ensconced in vines, shattering the glass with a resounding crash, followed by a muffled thud from within. Chapter 63. The immortal hunter Bane's brow furrowed slightly as he stealthily approached, gradually pushing open the office shrouded in vegetation. The door creaked softly, unlatched. He glanced sideways, spotting his arrow embedded in a wooden desk within the room. A hint of concern crossed his features, but at that moment, he suddenly heard faint, secretive movements emanating from an opposing office behind him. "You little wretch," Bane scoffed coldly, stowing his bow and drawing the dagger from his leg. He advanced step by step toward the office, kicking the half-closed door open with a resounding crash, causing it to topple and revealing the dimly lit room in its entirety. There, beside one of the desks, lay Dudian, seemingly pinned to the table by an arrow that had pierced through his ribcage. A bloodthirsty glint ignited in Bane's eyes. He had unwavering confidence in his archery skills, capable of piercing even the hardest stone, let alone the flimsy armor of a scavenger. Struggle, little wretch. Are you not in despair? Bane licked his lips, inching closer. Dudian, drenched in sweat and filled with terror, implored, Don't come any closer. Call for help. Keep calling. Bane's eyes glimmered with icy malice. You worthless beast who has thwarted my plans. I shall skin you alive and pick your bones clean. As Bane approached, Dudian's expression of fear deepened. However, just as Bane neared a desk, about 4 or 5 meters away, Dudian's visage transformed, revealing a fierce, unyielding resolve. His body, previously hunched, sprang upright, and from beneath his chest, he suddenly thrust forth an arm, releasing a shadow, his short sword. The sudden assault momentarily stunned Bane, but as a seasoned hunter, his instincts kicked in. He instinctively raised his dagger, deflecting the incoming blade with a sharp clang. It was then that Bane realized his arrow had not struck Dudian but was lodged in the desk. Dudian had cleverly used his armpit to misalign the arrow, leading Bane to mistakenly believe he had hit his target. You little beast! Bane was now thoroughly enraged, both by Dudian's attack and by falling into a scavenger-esque trap. He snarled, I will twist off your head and crush your eyeballs, you damned wretch. With a roar, he lunged forward, swift as a leopard, closing the distance in the blink of an eye. Yet, Dudian remained composed. As he hurled his short sword, he simultaneously grabbed the keyboard, LCD screen, water cup, picture frame, and a wilted flower pot from the desk, launching them at Bane. Although these objects posed little threat, they served to obstruct his path. Bane recognized the intent behind Dudian's actions, recalling the humiliation of having been outsmarted before. He refused to allow Dudian to gain the upper hand again, swatting aside the object aimed at his face while ignoring the rest. The water cups and flower pots crashed against him harmlessly. His armor's toughness rendered him unscathed. With indifference to these distractions, he swiftly closed in on Dudian. At that moment, Dudian unexpectedly flung a piece of fabric. This fabric, which had previously been resting on the table, was now hurled along with other items, seemingly grasped in a state of panic. With a loud thud, Bane suddenly intervened, kicking the bundle of cloth away. He sneered, Little brat. Do you think I would fall for the same trick twice? The other items are covered in dust and moss seeds. Yet this fabric shows clear signs of having been disturbed. Are you hiding something within? Dudian, slightly breathless, fixed a cold stare upon him and retorted, You have underestimated me. Bane let out a chilling laugh, declaring, A mere trickster like you cannot kill a hunter. Since you've allowed the other 3 little creatures to escape, you shall bear my wrath in their stead. Dudian similarly scoffed and shot back. You have also underestimated me, fool. With that, he suddenly crouched down. Bane was taken aback, and from the corner of his eye, he caught a glimpse of a metallic device beneath a nearby table, where a faint glow seemed to emanate. In the next instant, the fire erupted, engulfing him. Boom! A tremendous explosion reverberated, shaking the entire room, causing the ceiling lights to crash down. Although Dudian had timely sought refuge behind an office desk, he still felt as if he were launched into the air by the force of the explosion, only to crash violently against a hard surface. This surface shattered quickly, and he was thrust deeply into the ground, excruciating pain radiating through his arm, ribs, and side. He clenched his teeth, feeling a deafening buzz in his ears, his mind swirling with dizziness. Struggling to open his eyes, he beheld the office through a haze of disorienting light, the scene flickering with layers of distortion and ceaseless motion. Gritting his teeth, he raised a hand to slap his face. After 2 or 3 firm strikes, his vision gradually cleared. He hastily sat up and looked towards the spot where the explosion had occurred, right where he had been lying moments before. The earlier commotion was not merely to lure the hunter inside. It was a cunning ploy to conceal the ignited explosives hidden beneath the desk's mainframe. The cloth, set aflame by a fire starter, burned the rough paper surrounding the black powder. The coarse paper served only as a rudimentary filter, filled with wood shavings and debris, leading to a slow burn. Despite being sliced into strips by a dagger, the fabric burned at a languid pace due to the thick layer of dust accumulated upon it. He had deliberately positioned himself there, not only to feign being struck, but to obscure the gunpowder below. After all, the quantity of black powder was substantial. While its lethality was great, detonating it against a highly vigilant hunter was exceedingly challenging, necessitating this risky gamble. Should the fabric ignite faster than he anticipated, he would be the first to perish. Conversely, if it extinguished mid-burn, he would be killed by his opponent. It was a dire situation. a deadlock from which he could only gamble, only strive. Dudyan felt utterly exhausted, leaning against the wall as he gasped for breath. At the same time, he seized the bundle of cloth that had been kicked away to the wall, unraveling the knot. Inside were a dozen deep blue spheres wrapped in fabric, a smile creeping onto his face. Yet, in the next moment, his entire body went rigid. Before me, at the sight of the explosion, the hunter's body writhed in agony as he gradually rose to his feet. Blood streamed from his wounds, and his right arm, severed near the palm, bore testament to the devastation he had endured. Yet, with unwavering determination, he stood tall, gripping a dagger tightly in his hand, his face a mask of frenzied rage as he gazed upon his adversary. Remarkably, he had survived the blast. Chapter 64. Perilous Situations. Dudyan was filled with horror as he struggled to rise, only to find his limbs heavy with fatigue. He had been too close to the blast radius and was now afflicted with excruciating pain throughout his body, rendering him powerless. "You little bastard!" Bayan, his face smeared with blood, glared menacingly at Dudyan, dragging his injured right leg as he advanced slowly, raising a dagger to thrust violently at Dudyan's chest. Dudyan swiftly rolled aside, narrowly evading the deadly strike. Bayan, with his right arm blown off at the shoulder and severely injured leg, lost his balance and collapsed where Dudyan had been sitting, struggling to rise again. He found himself unable to support his weight with one hand and fell back to the ground, gasping for breath. His blood-soaked face radiated a fierce, unrestrained hatred as he crawled towards Dudyan, clutching the dagger. Bayan's head was unprotected, and as debris rained down upon him, it would normally cause him only minor discomfort. However, with the right side of his face already injured, the impact of the pots and chairs intensified the agony, causing his wounds to tear anew. He roared in rage, swinging the dagger, but could not reach Dudyan's feet. As Dudyan contemplated a close attack, he suddenly caught sight of Bayan's fierce gaze, brimming with a chilling ferocity, reminiscent of a beast poised to strike. Hesitation gripped him, and just then, the floor beneath him trembled violently. With a resounding crash, the ground where Bayan lay sank dramatically, collapsing within a radius of several meters. The floor fell away along with Bayan, plunging down to the third floor, which housed another office, instantly crushing several desks. Bayan, sprawled on the floor, felt the jarring pain surge through his body as he groaned and gritted his teeth in an attempt to rise. At that moment, the ground quaked again, leading to another collapse, sending him tumbling down to the second floor. Just as he had begun to regain his footing, his body crashed heavily onto the floor, rendering him motionless. Dudyan stood frozen for a moment, then cautiously approached the edge of the collapse to peer down. The hunter lay utterly still, blood oozing from his right arm, staining the floor beneath him. Upon returning to the second floor, Dudyan suddenly realized that if any other scavengers stumbled upon this location, they would likely report it, drawing the attention of other hunters from the consortium. His expression hardened as he seized his short sword and made his way to the office, where the hunter still lay, his blood nearly dried. He retrieved a firebrand from his belongings and began rummaging through the office, soon uncovering a pile of scattered white papers. He immediately threw the papers over the hunter's body. Just as he crouched down to cover the hunter's back, an unexpected turn of events unfolded. The seemingly lifeless hunter suddenly rolled over, thrusting the dagger towards Dudyan's chest. This shocking turn of events took Dudyan completely by surprise, leaving him momentarily stunned. He felt the dagger pierce through his armor and into his chest, an initial sensation of cold followed by a searing pain radiating from the wound. His eyes widened in disbelief as he stared at the hunter, realizing that the man had been feigning death, waiting for the opportune moment to strike back. "You beast!" Bayan slowly raised his head, his pallor a testament to the excessive blood loss he had suffered, yet his eyes gleamed with an unparalleled madness and hatred. A faint, self-deprecating smile graced his lips before his head drooped, and his grip on the dagger slackened, falling limply to the ground. In that moment, he had truly perished. However, the dagger remained lodged in Dudyan's chest. Clutching the area around the blade, Dudyan trembled in pain, his body swaying unsteadily. He fell backward, struggling to gaze down at his chest, each movement sending waves of excruciating agony through his muscles. "I cannot die. I must not die." This thought echoed relentlessly in Dudyan's mind as his consciousness began to blur and his limbs turned cold. He yearned to succumb to unconsciousness. Yet images of his sister and parents surfaced in his mind, along with the final glance he cast before the cryogenic chamber sealed. He could almost hear his mother and sister urging him, "You must live. You must live. Survive." With a sudden bite of his tongue, clarity returned to his hazy mind. Lowering his gaze, he realized the dagger had not pierced his heart. Had it done so, he would have perished instantly. Perhaps due to his opponent's excessive blood loss, their aim had faltered, resulting in the blade striking slightly to the right of center. This realization ignited a fierce desire to survive within Duddian. Gritting his teeth, he rose, retrieving a deep blue orb from his backpack. Pressing it against the fabric covering his chest. As it absorbed heat, it would also staunch the bleeding and alleviate his pain. Gradually, Duddian managed to stand and approached the fallen hunter's side. He opened the emergency kit hung from the hunter's waist. Extracting a roll of unused white gauze along with various vials, some containing pills, others powders. Among them, he found alcohol, trembling as he ignited it with a spark. Igniting the prepared paper and allowing it to burn upon the hunter's body. He then removed his soft armor, exposing his upper body. Though the radiation in the air was high, he deemed it a temporary concern. Holding the alcohol in his mouth, he directed it onto the wound on his chest. Gritting his teeth as he painstakingly pulled the dagger out, the pain causing his scalp to feel as if it were exploding and his very soul to shudder. He fought against the urge to halt, persevering through the agony as he slowly extracted the blade. Blood gushed forth, the sensation of faintness nearly overwhelming him. Clenching his teeth, he wrapped the gauze tightly around his chest, securing it firmly. With no needle or thread available, stitching the wound was impossible. Halting the bleeding was his immediate priority. Soon, the white gauze became saturated with crimson, forcing Duddian to layer it upon itself, tightening the binding around his torso. He donned his soft armor once more and placed the deep blue orb against his chest, hoping its chill would expedite the coagulation of his wound. After completing these tasks, Duddian gazed at the hunter's corpse as it burned in the flames, gradually transforming into charred remains. A chill crept into his heart. These hunters were undoubtedly formidable adversaries, and he would need to exercise greater caution in future encounters. He leaned against the wall, resting while examining the various vials and containers within the first aid kit. A bitter feeling washed over him as he noted the absence of labels on these medications. He dared not consume them recklessly, after all. These drugs were formulated for the robust constitution of hunters and possessed potent effects. A misapplication could render his situation even more perilous. As time gradually passed, Duddian felt a sense of relief as the bloodstains on the bandage over his chest ceased to spread. The bleeding had temporarily halted. However, he was advised against vigorous activity, for any sudden movement would cause the wound to reopen. Yet, fate did not extend its favor once more. While Duddian quietly gazed out from the window, overgrown with vegetation, he suddenly heard a faint tremor emanating from the ground below. Simultaneously, from the distant street outside the window, a low growl resonated, an eerily familiar sound, belonging to the black beast he had encountered earlier. Duddian, resting on the ground to recuperate, immediately turned pale. Chapter 65, The Pursuit Game. At this moment, the creature's ability to locate the hunters lying in ambush on the rooftop is a testament to its terrifying sense of smell. The metallic scent of blood emanating from his chest is undeniable, and no amount of applying the blood of the undead can mask it. Unless he were to apply the blood directly to his wounds, allowing the virus within to seep into his bloodstream and induce a transformation, he would remain vulnerable to the stench of blood. Yet such an act would lead to his own infection, turning him into one of the very creatures he seeks to evade. With no avenue of escape and no possibility of evasion, he is faced with the grim reality of combat. Death awaits him in any direction he chooses. Gritting his teeth, he drags himself to the charred corpse of the hunter, retrieving the dagger that had previously pierced him, along with the fallen bow and arrows. As he grasped the ebony bow, it felt like clutching a massive stone, heavy beyond measure. To his astonishment, when he bent to draw the bowstring, he discovered it was taut, and with his current strength, it was utterly impossible to pull. His expression darkens as the plan he had concocted for an ambush evaporates, plunging him once more into despair. At that moment, the corner of his eye catches sight of a robust arrow in the quiver, with a rope attached to its tail. A spark of realization ignites within him, and he hastily extracts the arrow along with the coil of rope. Just then, the sound of a growl draws nearer, accompanied by the resounding thuds of footsteps that reverberate through the ground, indicating the creature has discovered his hiding place. Feeling a wave of urgency, he swiftly turns and races up the staircase. As he runs, the wound on his chest splits open anew, and the freshly bandaged injury begins to bleed profusely, staining the white cloth crimson. Leaning against the staircase, he feels a wave of dizziness wash over him, an indication of the significant blood loss he has suffered. He senses he may collapse at any moment, yet the thought of the pursuing monster propels him onward. biting down on his tongue to summon strength as he hastens toward the rooftop. Upon reaching the 6th floor, he hears the unmistakable sound of shattering glass below, the noise echoing sharply in the silence of the desolate ruins originating from the 2nd floor. A jolt of anxiety seizes him, and he pushes himself harder to ascend. By the time he reaches the 7th floor, exhaustion weighs heavily upon him, and he can no longer climb higher. He secures the dagger at his waist, clutching the rope as he approaches a window at the edge of the building. There, he stacks several dust-covered desks together, binding them with the rope before moving to a nearby window, where he forcefully plunges the arrow into the decayed concrete floor. With a resounding thud, he feels the floor beneath him tremble, an indication that the surface of the 6th floor has been breached. Dadian was startled as he witnessed a colossal claw piercing through the floor 5 meters ahead of him, shattering the surface and revealing a grotesque, enormous head. Its sharp fangs gleamed menacingly, and its dark red eyes, larger than fists, fixated on him with an intensity that sent shivers down his spine. With a fearsome roar, it lunged toward him. In a panic, Dadian leapt out of the window behind him, his body plummeting rapidly, grasping tightly onto the rope, his only lifeline. He looked up to see the creature scaling the 7th floor, its massive frame wedged into the narrow space, glaring down at him before it sprang forward with a deafening roar. Dadian's heart raced, and in a desperate bid for safety, he reached for the ledge beneath the glass window. However, he had already descended to the 3rd floor, equivalent to a drop of 4 stories. Without any means to cushion his fall, his arms grasped the ledge, only to feel as if they were being torn apart by the sheer force of gravity. The excruciating pain and overwhelming weight caused his fingers to slip, and he nearly fell, tears of anguish welling in his eyes. Yet, fear compelled him to reach out once more. With the previous impact on the 3rd floor providing some respite, he crashed against the 2nd floor window, stabilizing himself. Dadian did not dare to look up. He hurriedly butted his head against the glass, shattering it, and swiftly crawled inside. A sigh of relief escaped him, fortunately. The wall had not been sturdy enough to withstand the creature's weight. Just then, a terrifying roar resonated from below, sending a chill down his spine as he beheld the black beast rising again, having survived its fall from the 7th floor, pale with fright and weakened from blood loss. Dadian contemplated fleeing, but suddenly recalled that the staircase had collapsed during the earlier tremors. With the monster poised to leap once more, time felt like an executioner's clock. He seized the rope outside and began to ascend frantically. Meanwhile, the creature gathered its strength and leapt, its claws embedding deeply into the wall, roaring angrily at Dadian above. Peering down, Dadian was met with the sight of the beast's gaping maw and its elongated tongue, sending a chill through him. He climbed faster, even as the pain from his chest wound intensified, blood already staining his front. Soon, he reached the 4th floor, while the monstrous creature propelled itself upward once again. In a frantic bid, Dadian squeezed through the 4th floor window, tumbling inside and disregarding his agony as he sprinted toward the opposite side of the floor. As he entered, the beast landed outside the 4th floor wall, its claws deeply embedded in the structure, preventing it from falling. However, the rope Dadian had previously climbed was swept away by the creature's massive paw, becoming lodged within its claws. As the creature roared and climbed toward him, it squeezed into the room, but the center of the space had collapsed into a gaping pit several meters wide, leaving only the edges navigable. In this confined area, the beast could only crawl, utterly unable to pursue him. However, the fierce bloodlust clearly would not allow it to relinquish its prey so easily. With a roar, it emerged from the cavern, clawing deeply into the corridor of the office opposite the pit. The corridor, unable to bear its weight, collapsed instantly, taking its body down with it. Hearing the tremendous noise behind him, Dadian dared not linger. He fled to the other side and continued his ascent. His only hope now rested in the shelter of the building. Given the creature's immense size, pursuing him within the decaying and dilapidated structure would prove exceedingly challenging. Chapter 66. The terrifying elevator shaft. Dadian ascended to the 5th floor, his breath quickening as he discerned the violent commotion emanating from below. Realizing that the monstrous beast was relentlessly in pursuit, he inhaled deeply, steeling himself to climb higher. At that moment, the ground behind him abruptly fractured, and the beast's head and claws emerged, gripping the edges of the wall with an ironclad hold. This wall, the backbone of the building, was constructed of steel and concrete, and although decayed, it remained significantly sturdier than the surrounding areas. The beast leveraged its strength to ascend, closing in on Dadian. Panic washed over Dadian as he swiftly circled the floor, The beast roared behind him, rampaging through walls that crumbled like paper, the ground beneath him splintering. As the creature advanced with alarming speed, Du Dian's hair stood on end. For a moment, he was oblivious to the agonizing pain in his chest. Sprinting towards the opposite side of the building, suddenly, the entire structure convulsed violently, reminiscent of an earthquake. The ground beneath the beast, mere meters from capturing Du Dian, collapsed. The creature desperately clawed at the edge of the crumbling surface, but its talons sank deep into the floor, dragging more of the foundation down with it. Plummeting to the depths below. Simultaneously, Du Dian felt the world tilt ominously. He gazed out at the slanted street and surrounding buildings, his pupils constricting in terror as he realized the building was collapsing. The severe damage from the second to the seventh floors, compounded by the beast's rampage, had finally led to the destruction encircling the fifth floor, bringing down this edifice that had withstood 3 centuries of wear and tear. The foundational fractures caused by the tremors foretold the imminent catastrophe. Du Dian's complexion paled as he turned and dashed towards the upper side of the incline. To linger at the bottom of the slant would mean certain burial or a fatal blow. The once level floor now tilted nearly vertical, and with the aid of the walls and his dagger, Du Dian clawed his way up, akin to scaling a steep cliff. Fortunately, he had sensed the peril in time. Despite his grievous injuries and limited speed, the searing pain in his chest faded into insignificance in the face of survival. His mind was singularly focused on one thought: ascend. Only by climbing could he grasp a tenuous chance at life, a mere sliver. At last, before the floor completely stood erect, he reached the top, smashing a window with a fierce punch. Leaning out, he beheld the sky swirling chaotically, the roof of the building crashing down. Du Dian's face drained of color as he clung to the windowsill, fixating on the street below, using the other buildings as a reference point. In the next instant, a tremor surged through his arms as he grasped the sill, and simultaneously, he roared with all his might, leaping from the ledge. In that fleeting moment, he felt as though he were soaring. Yet, in the next heartbeat, he was enveloped by a deafening roar. A torrent of dust and debris surged upward, and Du Dian's elevated form succumbed to gravity, plummeting violently to the ground below. Rolling out onto the debris-laden street. Rolling down the path, he seemed to have collided with countless hard stones along the way, the violent impacts making him feel as if his body were falling apart. Suddenly, his head struck a heavy object, and he lost consciousness in an instant. After what felt like an eternity, Du Dian sensed a slight difficulty in breathing as his consciousness struggled to awaken. Upon opening his eyes, he was greeted by darkness. He was momentarily stunned. Am I not dead? In the next moment, the excruciating pain coursing through his body fully roused him, causing him to involuntarily gasp in discomfort. He realized his back was pressed against something solid, and as he reached out to prop himself up, even the slightest movement sent sharp pain through his wounds. Du Dian grimaced, refraining from further movement, and glanced around. Faint, murky light filtered down from above. Upon looking up, he discerned the hazy outline of the sky. A breath of relief escaped him. Once he regained a modicum of strength, he could crawl out. Suddenly, a fierce hunger ignited in his stomach, reminding him that he had lost his backpack during the earlier chase. A wave of despair washed over him, accompanied by a deep-seated hatred for the hunter. Nevertheless, satisfying his hunger was paramount. He hadn't eaten since he arrived outside the giant wall, having spent the entire previous day fleeing for his life. He had lost consciousness at dusk, and now, with the light suggesting it was day, he hoped he had merely fainted for one night. Du Dian's hands began to explore his surroundings, searching for any clothing or other items. At this moment, he was so famished that he would swallow anything, even a belt or some wheats. After a brief search, he encountered some metal and broken metal pipes, realizing he seemed to be sitting atop a metallic structure. He forced a bitter smile, hoping the noise from the building's collapse would attract Macon or Scott, though whether they were still alive was another matter entirely. With that thought, he suddenly considered the possibility that such a cacophony might also attract the undead. He quickly dismissed the idea of calling for help, fearing that instead of rescue, a horde of zombies would descend upon him, sealing his doom. At that moment, he felt something sticky flowing beneath him and paused in surprise. The water supply within the building should have long since dried up. Could it be flood water seeping in from outside? A pang of thirst surged within him. Even radioactive rain would be welcomed, as it might alleviate the burning hunger in his belly. He felt desperate enough to contemplate gnawing on a corpse. He cautiously moved his arm, trying to exert minimal effort to avoid aggravating his wounds, and slowly brought a bit of the liquid to his lips. Just as he was about to drink, A heavy metallic scent suddenly assaulted his senses. Blood? Dian froze momentarily, and just then, he detected a faint rustling sound from the darkness ahead. His pupils constricted in fear. Could it be? A roar erupted from the shadows, confirming his worst fears. Several stones were hurled in his direction, and the overwhelming scent of blood engulfed him as a menacing growl echoed from a mere 4 or 5 meters away. A colossal black beast. Dian felt as though his heart had nearly stopped. It was alive. He gritted his teeth, his palms pressed against the ground as he maneuvered his body. With each inch he moved, a searing pain coursed through him, causing cold sweat to bead on his forehead. Yet, he resolutely clenched his jaw, inching backward. After several arduous attempts, he managed to shift a mere 2 or 3 meters, utterly exhausted and on the brink of collapse. Suddenly, he noticed the roaring sound in the darkness ahead. Although it continued to growl incessantly, it did not draw closer, seemingly stuck in place. Dian paused, a flicker of doubt crossing his mind. Could it be trapped? With this thought, he quickly reached for the fire striker he carried in his waist pouch. To his relief, it was still intact. Though his hand trembled from fatigue, he struck the fire striker, igniting a spark that soon illuminated the dim surroundings. As the flickering light dispelled the darkness, Dian raised the flame to reveal the scene before him. There lay the enormous black beast, wedged within a narrow passage, its neck surrounded by scattered stones, growling softly yet unable to advance, immobilized by the debris behind it. A sigh of relief escaped him. Fortunately, it was stuck. For had it not been, he would have been devoured in his unconscious state before he even had a chance to awaken. As the flame flickered out, darkness reclaimed the space around him. Nevertheless, Dian felt a slight easing of his anxiety. He had discerned his surroundings. He and the colossal beast were ensconced within what resembled a steel container, akin to a shipping container. Yet there were no such containers in the building. The only possible location for his predicament was the elevator shaft. Chapter 67. The building lay in ruins, its elevator shaft resembling a sealed steel tunnel. Dian panted softly, his gaze fixed upon the profound darkness, where the low growls of the black beast reverberated, sending shivers down his spine. Although he could see that the creature was trapped, he could not dismiss the possibility of its escape. A bitter smile crossed Dian's lips. If only he could indulge in a hearty meal at that moment, he might regain some strength and find a way out of this place. Alas, not only was a feast a distant dream, but even the prospect of stumbling upon something consumable that wouldn't lead to his demise seemed exceedingly bleak. Gradually, the growls of the black beast diminished, as if it too had grown weary, though its heavy breathing still echoed ominously. Time slipped away, and Dian felt an increasing chill enveloping him, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. His mind grew heavy, and he realized that if he succumbed to sleep, he might never awaken again. With this thought, he struggled to open his eyes, peering into the impenetrable darkness around him. Staring at the monotonous scene for too long made sleep all the more inviting. He contemplated that inflicting pain was a temporary stimulus to rouse his spirits. He needed something more invigorating, such as conversation. Why must you chase me? My flesh is so scant. You won't be satiated, and you might lose yourself in the bargain. What a poor bargain indeed. Dian weakly addressed the direction of the beast, a faint smile tugging at his lips. As he spoke, the drowsiness in his mind dissipated slightly. Still calling out, "Are we? Regretting your choice, I presume? Had I known this would be the outcome, would I have acted differently? What sustenance have you been fed to grow so large, subsisting solely on radiation and thin air? What breed are you, and what constellation do you hail from?" Dian continued to ramble, his words mere nonsense, yet he couldn't help but chuckle at his own predicament, trapped in this sunless abyss, conversing with a creature that comprehended not the human tongue. This laughter invigorated him somewhat. He noticed that the blood from his wounds had already coagulated, sealing them and halting the loss of life. A surge of survival instinct welled within him as he slapped his face, steeling his resolve, and began to carefully maneuver his body toward a pile of stones several meters away. Above the pile of stones was a hole, the very opening through which the elevator shaft had been breached, causing his fall. He needed to find sustenance, otherwise he would starve to death. Dian felt the pangs of hunger gnawing at him. Under normal circumstances, he could endure hunger for a day or two without consequence. However, the relentless journey and battles outside the wall, coupled with the escape, had utterly drained his strength. Now, with excessive blood loss and injuries all over his body, his warmth dissipated rapidly. If he did not consume something soon, he would not survive long enough to escape this place. However, The beast obstructed the elevator shaft, leaving him no choice but to ascend through the hole above. Although an open elevator door was not far from him, it descended directly into the abyss. Resolute, Dadian gritted his teeth and crawled toward the shattered pile of stones. As he moved, the wounds across his body throbbed painfully, some even tearing open anew. He inhaled sharply, yet did not pause, resolutely continuing his ascent. He understood that remaining in this place would only lead to a gradual decline in his spirits, ultimately resulting in a slow, agonizing demise. Soon, he climbed out of the elevator shaft, stepping onto the stones. Murky light poured into the shaft, dust danced in the air, and the walls and windows lay in a state of disrepair, riddled with holes. Dadian cast his gaze towards the direction of the black beast and instantly noticed a heap of concrete debris, with twisted rebar protruding from the stones. He breathed a sigh of relief. With such heavy stones pressing down, the black beast would not be able to escape easily. Dragging his weary body towards the pile of stones, he was acutely aware that the sides of the elevator shaft were precarious. A misstep could result in a fatal fall. He felt fortunate that he had rolled down to an advantageous position. Had he fallen directly, he would have surely met his end, taking shelter behind the stones. He surveyed his surroundings, relieved to find no signs of the undead. He mused that the noise of the collapse must have drawn them away, leaving him unnoticed. At that moment, he retrieved the deep blue sphere he had previously acquired and tucked it into his waist pouch. Sensing nearby activity, Dadian stealthily approached a nearby shop. The exterior was overrun with vegetation and moss, and as he focused on the greenery, he unsheathed his dagger and swiftly severed it. Observing the clear sap that oozed forth, he felt a wave of relief wash over him. His stomach growled with hunger, prompting him to hastily grab a few leaves and chew them gently. The dry, coarse leaves surprisingly released a sweet flavor, and he could not help but consume several more, disregarding any potential contamination or excessive radiation. Once he finished the leaves, the burning sensation in his stomach subsided, and he felt a hint of renewed vigor. Instead of consuming more leaves, he decided to cut the stems, extracting the moisture within and sucking it down. The very fact that the vegetation thrived in such a place indicated its resilience to radiation and decay. After quenching his thirst, he felt considerably better and was reminded of the black beast trapped in the building. A cold glimmer flashed in his eyes. He would not allow the instigator of his predicament to escape unscathed. As long as it lived, there remained a possibility of its emergence, which would pose an unstable danger to him. After a moment of contemplation, Dadian approached a dilapidated car, its surface adorned with moss. The vehicle's hood was crumpled from the impact, the engine long rusted and consumed by decay. With little effort, he dismantled the fuel tank, only to find the gasoline inside had oxidized and congealed. As he had anticipated, he scraped the interior with his dagger, soon revealing a layer of dark substance. Producing a flint, he ignited the black matter, which caught fire immediately. Dadian was pleasantly surprised and quickly sought out more discarded vehicles, extracting their fuel tanks one by one. By the time he had scraped the tanks from half the cars on the street, he had amassed a sizable black clump, roughly the size of a basketball. After enduring such a tumultuous journey, he found himself utterly exhausted, resting momentarily within the confines of the elevator shaft. Gasping for breath, he ignited a torch. Gaining a clearer view of the colossal black beast trapped amid the rubble, with only its neck and a portion of its forepaw exposed. A sardonic smile crept across Dadian's face as he disturbed the viscous dark substance, wrapping it around flammable fabric and wood, which he hurled at the creature. The item struck the beast's visage, startling it awake. It opened its eyes and let out a menacing growl, baring its teeth at Dadian. With a subtle smile, Dadian cast the torch towards it. Whoosh! The torch landed upon the beast, igniting the fabric, and soon, a roaring inferno enveloped it. The black beast erupted in anguished cries, its head thrashing violently, causing the stones surrounding it to shift and tumble, but it could not liberate itself from its stony prison, unable even to dislodge the debris beneath it. Observing this, Dadian felt a profound sense of relief. He had initially feared its agony might provoke a frenzy, but it appeared far weaker than he had anticipated. After all, the creature had sustained significant injuries when the building collapsed, failing to evade the calamity and losing considerable blood, rendering it gravely weakened. The fierce flames illuminated the dark elevator shaft as the black beast writhed and roared within the blaze, yet its cries gradually diminished, and it succumbed to the flames. Dadian watched in silence, suddenly struck by the fragility of life. Even a creature as formidable as the black beast could not escape death. perhaps simply a reflection of its insufficient strength. Clenching his fist slightly, the fire danced in his eyes, mirroring the ambition and fervor burning within him. After approximately 10 minutes, the flames began to subside, releasing a wave of heat and a faint scent of roasted meat. Dudyan ignited another torch with his fire fork, observing as the beast's dense fur was consumed, leaving behind a charred corpse radiating warmth. Although aware that the monster was unlikely to feign death, Dudyan prudently tossed a stone at it. The rock struck, but the beast remained unresponsive. Only then did Dudyan exhale in relief, cautiously approaching the blackened remains for a closer inspection. The surface was burnt and torn, a gruesome sight. It appeared that this creature differed from a mere zombie. There was no need to sever its head to ensure its demise. Dudyan mused internally, recognizing that the creature exhibited a primal awareness, unlike the mindless instincts of a zombie. Yet, he pondered whether there were distinctions in their cognitive processes as well. A cold glint flickered in Dudyan's eyes as he grasped his dagger. Chapter 68. Infection. After the temperature of the massive black beast's corpse had cooled somewhat, Dudyan approached with a dagger in hand. He gazed at the already charred and bloodied head, meticulously slicing along the edges of its eye sockets. Though his technique was somewhat clumsy, the dagger was exceptionally sharp. After exerting considerable effort, he finally managed to sever the head of the giant beast. Inside the cranium lay warm brain tissue, exuding a nauseating odor that was distinctly repulsive. Dudyan, suppressing his revulsion, mustered his strength to rummage through the brain matter, when suddenly, the blade struck something hard. He paused momentarily, hastily pushing aside the mass of brain tissue, only to find a fragment of skull. Disappointment washed over him, yet he continued to sift through the remains. Before long, the vast expanse of brain matter had been thoroughly examined, but still, nothing suspicious was uncovered. It seemed that this creature was indeed different from the walking corpses. Dudyan let out a bitter laugh, having hoped to discover something akin to the spherical object found within the heads of the undead, which might hold significant value. Clearly, he had overestimated the situation. He wiped the blood from the dagger and stepped back a few paces, plopping down into the adjacent elevator shaft. Exhaustion washed over him, leaving his arms weak and fatigued. For the moment, he could only coexist with the charred corpse of the monster, taking a brief respite. Thankfully, although the stench of the burnt body was foul, it became less unbearable with time. As he rested against the side of the shaft, Dudyan suddenly felt a tingling sensation in his palm. Upon inspection, he realized the sensation emanated from a wound on the back of his hand, a result of scraping against a stone when he fell. Such wounds littered his body. It appeared that the injuries had become infected. Regrettably, he had no clean water, nor had he brought along the hunter's first aid kit, likely buried beneath the debris. With a rueful smile, he spat a few times onto the wound, hoping the saliva might serve as a makeshift disinfectant, even if only marginally effective. Leaning against the elevator shaft, he closed his eyes to rest, striving to regain his strength for the search for sustenance. However, it wasn't long before he realized that the infection was not confined to his palm. Other areas of his body began to manifest similar tingling sensations, which intensified, morphing into sharp, stabbing pains. Alarmed, Dudyan opened his eyes, anxiety creeping into his heart. In this desolate wilderness, a severe infection could spell death. He quickly ignited a previously extinguished torch, and as the flames illuminated his right hand, he recoiled in shock. His hand had swelled to the size of a thigh, completely devoid of sensation, while the wound on the back of his hand oozed yellowish-white pus. Furthermore, he felt a prickling pain in other areas of his body, which were also beginning to swell. His thigh, chest, left hand, shoulder, and even his face were afflicted by waves of discomfort. Though he had no mirror, he instinctively knew his face must appear grotesquely swollen. Infection. Panic surged through Dudyan's mind. The symptoms were terrifying. In a matter of moments, his body had deteriorated significantly. He cast a glance at the corpse of the black beast. Could this infection have originated from it? Yet, during the dissection, he had been careful not to make contact with its brain matter. Suddenly, a thought struck him. He looked beneath himself to discover a pool of thick, viscous blood flowing within the elevator shaft, blood from the black beast. Could it be that the essence of this blood is contained within? Yet my soft armor has insulated me. My body has not come into contact with it at all. Dudyan dared not remain seated any longer, hastily rising to his feet, but his legs felt entirely numb. Refusing to obey his command, while a piercing pain intensified, radiating from every part of his body. Gritting his teeth, he dragged himself towards the exit, stopping only when he reached the gaping hole created by the rock. The blood of the colossal beast had not flowed here, Leaning against the stone, he breathed heavily, casting a glance downwards only to discover a scratch on the soft armor behind him. The blood that trickled beneath him must have seeped through this very wound, infecting his body without his awareness, much like a leech drawing blood, leaving him utterly oblivious to the contact with the blood itself. Leaning against the stone, the sharp, stinging pain coursed through him, causing his body to tremble, rendering him unable to ascend any further. He clung to the faintest glimmer of hope that this essence would not claim his life. Yet, contrary to his wishes, alongside the pain, he felt his consciousness growing increasingly hazy. Raising his somewhat responsive left hand to his forehead, he was met with a searing heat, plunging him into despair. Just as he teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, a sudden thought struck him. The deep blue orb on his person could absorb heat. With great effort, he raised his left hand, struggling to extract the orb from his waist pouch, pressing it against his forehead. A wave of coolness immediately washed over him, sharpening his muddled thoughts slightly. As he lifted his gaze, he felt an overwhelming heaviness in his eyelids. The already dim elevator shaft before him appeared even more blurred. Suddenly, he sensed a faint movement beneath the armor on his chest, as if something were writhing there. A bug, a creature. Dadian felt bewildered, raising his hand to grasp it. But the burning sensation in his brain sapped him of all strength. With great difficulty, he forced his eyes open, only to see the creature beneath the gauze finally breaking free of its confines and burrowing inside. With a thud, Dadian collapsed to the ground, slipping into unconsciousness. Even in his stupor, his hand remained clenched around the deep blue orb. However, this cold sphere gradually melted in his palm, transforming into a pale blue, transparent liquid that seeped through the wounds in his hand, as if it were a multitude of living entities. In the enveloping darkness, time slipped away unnoticed. When Dadian regained consciousness, it was due to hunger. He opened his eyes in a daze, recognizing the familiar sight of the elevator shaft. Momentarily stunned, he was still alive? Remembering the high fever he had experienced before losing consciousness, he quickly felt his head, relieved to find his temperature normal. At that moment, he noticed his swollen hand had returned to its original state, not only deflated but also restored to full sensation. He hurriedly sat up, surveying his entire body. Dadian was astonished. Had the infection and fever been merely a dream? Had he simply dozed off here after dissecting that monstrous creature? Suddenly, his eyes widened in shock as he glanced around in bewilderment. Chapter 69. Convergence in such profound darkness. How could he see? Dadian gently slapped his face. The slight sting assured him he was not dreaming. He raised his gaze toward the hole above the pile of stones, observing that the light was dim, casting merely a faint glow upon the stones, while the elevator shaft remained enveloped in utter blackness. Yet, within the confines of his current perception, he could discern every detail upon the ground with remarkable clarity. Dadian blinked, and suddenly recalled the bloodworm he had seen before his unconsciousness. A shiver ran down his spine, and he hastily lifted the soft armor from his chest. The white bandage was still wrapped tightly, the blood that had seeped through it stained it crimson, and the bloodstains had already dried. Gently, he touched the wound, feeling no pain as he began to unravel the bandage. As the bandage fell away, he beheld the scar upon his chest. To his astonishment, the diagonal stab wound that should have been evident had entirely healed, leaving behind only a faint white scar. Moreover, across this healed scar lay a dark red mark, approximately the length of half a finger, resembling a protruding vein, congealed upon his skin. Dujin's expression shifted, and he cautiously reached out to touch the mark. A subtle sensation emanated from the bloodstain, and he recalled the bloodworm that had burrowed into the bandage. His face contorted. Could it be that the creature had embedded itself within his body? The mere thought of an unknown worm residing within him was enough to send chills down anyone's spine. He quickly seized his dagger, directing it toward the bloodstain on his chest, suspecting that the worm had taken refuge within this vein-like mark. The dagger pierced the bloodstain gently, dark red blood oozing forth, and simultaneously, an excruciating pain surged through his neural pathways, causing his entire body to tremble uncontrollably, particularly his left side, where his heart ached as if it were being excavated. A genuine heartache. His hand trembled, and he immediately halted, fearing that further penetration would bring about his demise from the agony. Once he withdrew the dagger, the pain subsided slightly. Yet beads of sweat formed on his forehead as he looked down to see that the incision had begun to heal at a visible pace, returning to its previous state in no time, with only the blood that had flowed onto the surface of his skin as evidence of his prior injury. As the vision, capable of discerning objects in darkness, is likely a consequence of a prior bacterial infection. The minuscule bloodworm, possibly one of the pathogens, may well be the most resilient, transcending the mere definition of a bacterium, evolving into an entirely new mutated microorganism that can inhabit the blood of other organisms. Du Dian regained his composure, contemplating the events prior to his unconscious state. It became evident that this bloodworm had crawled onto him from the blood of that dark behemoth, perhaps residing within its bloodstream before its demise, subsequently seeking a new host upon its death. This also elucidates why he had contracted the creature's blood without succumbing to the virus and transforming into a zombie. It is plausible that within the beast's blood dwelled a multitude of these diminutive bloodworms, which, upon entering his body, fortified his resistance to the virus, thus safeguarding him from zombification. Du Dian examined his limbs, moving them slightly, and felt no abnormalities, which brought him a measure of relief. He turned and began to ascend the pile of stones. As he exerted himself, he felt as light as a feather, effortlessly leaping to the edge of the stone pile. Indeed, he thought, casting a stone aside and lightly bouncing in place. With a swift motion, he leaped 3 to 4 meters high. This was accomplished without exerting his full strength. To put this into perspective, 3 to 4 meters is not merely the height of one's head, but that of one's feet, far exceeding the capabilities of an ordinary human. Even those who have rigorously trained for decades may not achieve such extraordinary feats. Clearly, both his strength and speed had been significantly enhanced. Not to mention his vision had evolved to allow him to see in darkness. However, the most remarkable transformation lay in his sense of smell. As Du Dian gently descended, he had previously found the odor within the elevator shaft nearly unbearable. Now, understanding his bodily changes, he quickly closed his eyes. In an instant, he became aware of countless scents wafting into his nostrils. In the darkness behind his closed eyelids, he perceived clusters of entities emanating a variety of odors, spread throughout the vicinity centered around his body. He could directly detect the source of these scents and accurately gauge their distance, even with his eyes shut. He could discern his surroundings solely through olfactory detection. Du Dian opened his eyes, a sense of astonishment washing over him. The enhancement of his sense of smell was astonishing, akin to that of a hunting dog. The degree of this olfactory augmentation was disproportionate to his physical capabilities, surpassing all expectations. The prior creature had possessed an acute sense of smell. Could it be that the bloodworm, upon entering his body, also imparted certain abilities unto him? Du Dian paused, a surge of excitement coursing through him. This heightened sense of smell served as an extraordinary radar, enabling him to detect the presence of any strongly scented creatures lurking in the distance. It was, without a doubt, a formidable asset for perception and survival. With his extraordinary sense of smell, Du Dian's confidence in survival surged dramatically. He believed he could confront ordinary zombies head-on. And even if he were to encounter a creature as terrifying as the Black Beast, he could sense it from a distance and evade it. At that moment, Du Dian suddenly detected the scent of his own sweat amidst the myriad of odors emanating from his backpack, located among a pile of stones 26 meters ahead. Elated, he immediately grasped the crumbling wall and leaped to the base of the building, which was originally the second floor. Now, everything from the office had accumulated at the bottom. Du Dian jumped over. His injuries had healed, yet he was still ravenously hungry. His backpack contained provisions, water, and that deep blue sphere. Remembering the sphere, he suddenly recalled that he was still clutching one in his hand, momentarily taken aback as he had not noticed it upon awakening. He had examined the ground and was certain it had not fallen. Had it vanished? Du Dian looked at his hands and, to his surprise, noticed a sticky substance on his left palm. Previously, he had focused solely on the bloodstains on his chest, neglecting this detail. The palm bore a layer of pale yellow goo, exuding a foul odor. He was momentarily stunned, recalling that before losing consciousness, he had been gripping the deep blue sphere with his left hand. Where could it have gone? Suddenly, he remembered how the deep blue sphere had melted within the head of a zombie when he had set it ablaze, and he froze at the thought. Had his earlier fever been so intense that it caused the sphere to melt? Chapter 70. Taking action after contemplating for a moment, Du Dian arrived at what seemed to be the only explanation. He leaped to the base of the building, clearing away the accumulated stones and debris. With his current physical strength, he effortlessly lifted the heavy stones and soon located a backpack concealed beneath them, guided by the scent. The provisions within the backpack were crushed, and the water bottle had been shattered, rendering it empty. After consuming the provisions, the gnawing hunger in Du Dian's abdomen subsided, and he felt a slight restoration of energy. Following the scent, he discovered a deep blue spherical bundle scattered nearby. Moreover, not far from this bundle, he found the hunter's bow and arrows. After gathering his belongings, Dudian wrapped the bow and arrows in cloth and slung them inconspicuously over his back. He then hoisted the backpack and departed from the collapsed building. The 8th district was no longer a safe zone. The undead roamed freely, and Makin and the others were in constant peril. Feeling a sense of urgency, Dudian tracked the scent, but suddenly, it led him to a street where it abruptly vanished. He paused in surprise, then chuckled wryly. Had those 3 mischievous boys employed the methods he had taught them to erase the scent? At that moment, a series of ghastly howls from the undead echoed from the silent ruins ahead. Dudian was momentarily stunned but quickly stealthily pursued the sound. Soon, he arrived at the street where the noise originated. Peering around a corner of a building, he beheld a group of 7 or 8 individuals huddled together in front of a shop, surrounded by advancing undead that lunged at them with menacing ferocity. Scott? Zach? Dudian's eyes widened as he recognized the figures. Among the group were Scott, Mia, and 4 young scavengers from the consortium, along with Zach and another newcomer scavenger boy who had separated from him earlier. At this moment, Zach and the scavenger boy were shielded at the center of the group, while Scott and Mia brandished short swords, their faces drawn with concern as the undead drew ever closer. With their skills, they could barely handle 1 or 2 of the undead, yet there were 6 or 7 closing in, and more seemed to be attracted by the cacophony of growls in the distance. Retreat, retreat, Scott said in a grim voice. The group of 8 began to back away towards the shop behind them. The undead howled and surged forward. The first one lunged at Scott, its grotesque visage causing the 4 young scavengers behind him to blanch, their hands trembling around their swords. With a furious roar, Scott swung his sword. The blade struck the undead's neck with a dull thud but lacked the sharpness to penetrate, becoming lodged in its vertebrae. Scott's expression shifted to one of alarm as he swiftly delivered a kick. The 4 scavengers, gripped by sheer panic, dashed forward in desperation. One of them, poised to strike, was swiftly seized by the undead, which then lunged at him, its gaping maw sinking into the young man's throat, blood spraying everywhere. The remaining 3, paralyzed by fear, could only retreat, abandoning Scott and Mia to fend for themselves against the advancing horde. The newcomer, a young boy, followed closely behind the 3, terrified. Zach stood there, his face etched with anxiety, at a loss for what to do. At that moment, the ghoul gnawing on the young man suddenly turned its gaze towards him. Run! Scott bellowed. Zach's face turned pale, but from an unknown source, courage surged within him. Gripping his short sword, he charged forward, only to suddenly crouch and roll as he neared the ghoul, sweeping his feet towards its ankles. With a thud, the creature was toppled. Seizing the opportunity, Zach rose to strike, but a sudden roar erupted from behind him. Another ghoul was approaching. Zach's complexion drained of color. Just then, a stone flew through the air, striking the ghoul on the head, rendering it motionless. Before it could struggle back to its feet, a figure dashed forward, planting a foot on its back and wielding a fire axe, delivering a decisive blow to its skull. With a sickening thud, the ghoul's head was severed. The assailant was none other than Dudian. Having dispatched the first ghoul, Dudian sprinted towards Zach. As the second ghoul began to rise, he hurled the axe, which struck it at the nape of its neck, sending it crashing down. Yet, this blow did not incapacitate the creature, which continued to writhe. Seizing the moment, Dudian rushed in, grasping the axe handle and delivering another fierce strike. With a resounding crack, the ghoul's head fell away, though the axe handle splintered in the process. Dudian exhaled in relief. He had made it just in time. He refrained from using his hunting bow to avoid drawing attention. Upon seeing Zach and the others surrounded, he quickly concealed the bow beneath the chassis of a nearby wrecked vehicle, then charged forward with the fire axe he had hastily grabbed from the building. Unfortunately, the axe handle was so severely decayed that it broke after just 2 strikes. Be careful, Dudian warned, swinging the axe. It struck the chest of the ghoul lunging at Scott with a metallic thud, knocking it down but not inflicting a fatal wound. Dudian instructed Zach to take cover inside, then turned to Mia, snatching the short sword from the ground that belonged to the scavenger youth who had been attacked and thrusting it toward the ghoul's head. The previously swift movements of the ghoul became clear to Dudian's eyes as the sword pierced through its lower jaw, driving forcefully into its skull. The ghoul emitted a couple of feeble gurgles before collapsing lifelessly. Thank you, Mia gasped, looking at Dudian with a strange glimmer in her eyes, curiosity piqued. Such strength was not characteristic of a mere scavenger, yet she understood the urgency of their dire situation and had no time to inquire further. Chapter 71. Return with swift coordination. Dudian, alongside Scott and Mia, efficiently dispatched the several zombies that had approached from behind. Sensing the foul stench of more zombies nearby, Dudian remarked, "This place is no longer safe. We must depart at once." He subtly nodded in agreement, raising his hand to beckon Zack from the shop. Zack dashed over, his face alight with joy, exclaiming, "I knew you would survive." As if on the verge of asking something further, he caught Dudian's knowing wink and promptly fell silent, his expression a blend of happiness and relief. The three scavengers and the new boy, who had been hiding in the shop, emerged cautiously, their faces reflecting a complex mix of emotions as they gazed at the bloodied corpse of the bitten youth. Noticing their expressions, Mia scoffed, disdainfully declaring, "Cowards. When that zombie clamped its jaws around his throat, you had the chance to slay it but fled in terror. Shameful. Especially when a mere child like Zack dared to fight back." The trembling new boy lowered his gaze, yet furtively glanced at Dudian, seemingly wanting to speak but unable to muster the courage. Scott observed the group, sighed softly, and shook his head slightly before addressing Dudian. "Let us be on our way." Following Scott's lead, they quietly advanced along the street's edge. Throughout their journey, Dudian was acutely aware of the advantages of his keen sense of smell. Whenever he detected a horde of zombies from afar, he would advise Scott to take a detour, and if they encountered just 2 or 3, they would engage directly. Upon reaching Zone 9, the tension among Scott and the others finally eased, yet they remained cautious, unwilling to linger near the border. Only after delving deep into the heart of Zone 9 did they feel a genuine sense of relief. Along the way, they encountered no further zombies, not even the small creatures known as bone-eating rats. The dilapidated shops lining the streets of Zone 9 revealed little but scattered debris and remnants of destruction. At last, they had emerged. Scott exhaled a sigh of relief, no longer feeling the urgency to rush, and casually sought a clean spot to rest. Mia placed her pack on a nearby pile of rubble, her curiosity piqued as she turned to Dudian. "You must be a newly initiated scavenger of the consortium, having been designated a seed candidate, thus receiving 2 blessings. But how could you possess such formidable strength with merely 2 blessings? Have you perhaps acquired some other treasure?" At her words, Scott, the 3 scavengers, and the new boy turned their attention to Dudian, their curiosity piqued. They had long been intrigued by this query but had refrained from voicing it earlier in Zone 8, fearful that speaking might attract zombies. There was perhaps another reason too, concerned that such an indiscreet inquiry might provoke Dudian's displeasure, leading him to abandon them in Zone 8. Dudian, having anticipated their curiosity, replied, "I am uncertain of the reason. I merely fainted while fleeing for my life, and upon regaining consciousness, I found myself significantly stronger than before." This statement is a blend of truth and deception. Even if the organization were to investigate, he would have his explanations. Scott and Mia exchanged glances, their expressions tinged with confusion. Suddenly, Mia's face shifted as she recalled something. You weren't bitten by a zombie, were you?" Upon hearing this, the 3 scavengers seated beside Dudian were momentarily stunned, then hastily scrambled away from him, distancing themselves by several meters. However, Dudian's curiosity was piqued. If one were bitten by a zombie, wouldn't they turn into one as well? Scott's expression darkened. "You're correct. But the rate of transformation varies with the severity of the injury. A bite to the throat or chest would lead to immediate infection, whereas a mere scratch would result in a much slower infection rate." "How long has it been since you awakened?" "Half a day, typically. The slowest infection rate is 3 days. Scott glanced at Dudian and continued, "In other words, if you have been infected, you will fully transform into a zombie within the next 2.5 days. If you do not turn within that time frame, it indicates that you have not been infected." Dudian nodded slightly, aware that he had not been infected. Nevertheless, Scott's words stirred a hint of unease within him. He wondered if the crimson little insect was a form of infection. "All right." Without hesitation, Scott agreed. Zack's eyes glistened with tears as he clenched his jaw. "It's all my fault. We have burdened you." "I'm sorry, Dudian, I truly am." "Enough with the foolishness. We are brothers," Dudian replied with a smile. Unable to contain himself, Zack began to weep softly. Scott, Mia, and the others remained silent. Dudian waved his hand, accepting the map that Scott carefully handed him, before turning to leave. As he traversed the path, he encountered solitary zombies, dispatching them with ease. Although his combat skills were still rudimentary, he was able to overpower the zombies with speed and strength, ensuring he could eliminate them before they launched. However, should he confront more than 3 zombies at once, his only option would be to flee. A swarm would inevitably overwhelm him, and once captured, he would be gradually surrounded. This is the terror of a horde. Even hunters dare not approach them recklessly. 2 days later, Dudian finally located the hidden Makin within the ruins of a dilapidated building. He was able to track him down by the scent of his excrement. This experience taught Dudian a valuable lesson. In the wilderness, one must never relieve themselves indiscriminately. Even if unable to hold it, one should cover it with soil and leave promptly, ensuring no trace is left behind. In the blink of an eye. For days had passed. The group arrived at the outer wall just as the 10-day deadline had expired. Chapter 72. The priest's blessing in the remote and rocky expanse of Zone 9. Dudian meticulously counted the deep blue orbs in his possession. The total number of undead he had hunted over the past few days in Zone 8, 217 in total. Regrettably, Dudian had wished to emulate the hunters who lay in wait for the colossal black beasts, ambushing them from a vantage point and luring the horde of undead with sound. However, despite successfully attracting the undead, his archery skills were woefully inadequate. Not a single arrow had found its mark out of 10, and any rare hits had been purely fortuitous. In the following nights, Dudian dedicated himself to honing his shooting accuracy. Initially, he had missed his targets completely at a range of 50 meters, but after 3 days of diligent practice, he had achieved a hit rate of 1 in 2 at that distance. Yet, his practice had solely involved stationary objects of considerable size, making his rapid progress unsurprising. Advancing further to become a skilled archer presented a formidable challenge, particularly as the undead were not static. Moreover, merely hitting the undead was insufficient. Precision in striking their heads was imperative, although his physique surpassed that of an ordinary individual. The relentless days of training had only allowed him to barely hit the slowly wandering undead, with an average of 1 miss for every 3 arrows. To accurately aim for their heads would still require an element of luck. This realization pained Dudian deeply. If he could master archery, he was confident that the number of undead he could hunt would triple at the very least. To avoid drawing attention, he had chosen to conceal his findings in Zone 9, a location he had scavenged multiple times. After all, Zone 8 had just been cleared and was slated to be the next primary scavenging area for the consortium, making it a risky place to hide his spoils. Once he had securely stowed his treasures, Dudian hoisted a large pack onto his back and followed the map towards the towering cliffs at the edge of Zone 9. In the distance, the colossal wall loomed high into the clouds, and at that moment, Dudian felt the awe of its grandeur. Even the monstrous black beast he had encountered earlier would seem insignificant against such a towering presence, akin to a mayfly attempting to shake a tree. Utterly incapable of creating any disturbance. As dusk settled before the Great Wall, Scott glanced at the setting sun, sensing that the passage would soon open. He turned to his companions, Makin and the others, and remarked, "Do you think Dudian is still alive? Why hasn't he arrived yet? The passage opens for only 10 minutes. And if it closes, he will have to wait for the next opportunity to enter." Makin anxiously scanned the horizon and replied, "He knows the time. He shouldn't be delayed." Mia looked at Sham and asked, "You said you saw him 4 days ago? Are you certain?" "I am absolutely certain," Sham replied earnestly. He had heard about Dudian from Zaki, but could not bring himself to believe that Dudian could truly have turned into an undead. Mia regarded him intently and said, "I hope you are not lying. It would benefit no one." Suddenly, a low hum resonated as the passage beside them in the Great Wall slowly opened. The iron plates on the ground were raised by supports resembling a vast steel maw, and a figure emerged from within. It was Peter. As Peter stepped outside, he was taken aback to see only a small group of Scott and others waiting by the colossal wall. Scott, upon noticing him, let out a sigh of relief. Though his expression darkened as he spoke, in Sector 8, we encountered a significant number of zombies, likely having migrated from other regions. He understood that such a vast horde could not have been overlooked by the hunters, and even if they had, he could not voice that sentiment openly. "Zombies have appeared?" Peter paused for a moment, then suddenly recalled something, offering a wry smile. "I overheard my superior mentioning unrest in a nearby region due to monstrous activity. I didn't realize it pertained to the area around Sector 8. You truly have fallen into misfortune." His gaze swept across the surroundings, his expression shifting as he inquired, "Where's Dean?" Peter's expression faltered, and with a sigh, he remarked, "I had high hopes for him. I did not foresee this." "Well, you all should proceed inside. The guards are waiting for you." Scott nodded slightly, entering the passage alongside Mia. The other 3 scavengers and the new boy followed suit. However, the trio of Makin stood motionless, their faces etched with anxiety as they scanned the distance. Peter, aware that the 4 had graduated from the same dormitory, refrained from urging them forward, instead letting out a sigh as he gazed over the vast, desolate plain before him. Each time he beheld this expanse, he was reminded of the countless scavengers and hunters who had perished during their missions, eternally buried in the ruins across the prairie. Life is so fragile. Just then, a voice filled with joy broke through the somber atmosphere. It's him, it's Dean. Peter blinked in surprise and squinted into the distance, soon spotting a dark sphere racing towards them. As it drew closer, he realized it was an enormous, rounded bundle, with Dadian beneath it. Peter stood momentarily stunned, a smile spreading across his face. Dadian, upon spotting Makin and Peter waiting at the entrance of the passage, quickened his pace. I knew it. I knew you wouldn't come to harm, Makin exclaimed, dropping his backpack and rushing forward to deliver a playful punch to Dadian's chest. Dadian chuckled, responding, good to know. From now on, let you all run when needed. Don't dawdle like a woman. You're the one acting like a woman. Back when we first entered the training camp, you looked even more delicate than the girls from other dorms, Makin retorted with a laugh. Dadian rolled his eyes and approached Peter, saying, sorry to keep you waiting. He nodded slightly and entered the passage. Makin, Zach, and Sham lifted their respective backpacks, joyfully following behind Dadian. Dean, Scott, and the others gazed at Dadian in astonishment. Dadian, observing the guards, asked curiously, who are they? Today, I had intended to make up for yesterday's delay, but the internet was down. I will rectify it tomorrow once it is restored. Chapter 73. The day of cleansing. Dadian nodded in understanding, feeling no surprise within. The radiation outside was excessively high, and the items were heavily coated with radiation and pathogens, necessitating thorough cleansing. However, he was somewhat intrigued to learn that this task was assigned to the Church of Light. Your belongings. A young guard in his 20s sharply commanded Dadian, state your name. My name is Dadian. These are my belongings. Upon hearing this, Dadian handed over the burden on his back. The young guard gestured to a colleague, who approached and hefted the enormous pack, wearing a white mask. With a light exhale, he remarked, goodness, this is heavy. I hope it isn't all scrap metal. He then placed the pack onto a transport vehicle at the back. A female guard stood on the vehicle, tearing a piece of paper from her wrist, inscribing Dadian's name upon it, and affixed it to the pack before tossing it into the cargo compartment. Next, the young guard waved. Dadian pondered for a moment and produced 7 deep blue spheres from his waist pouch, inquiring, do these also need to be sent along? The young guard looked down, momentarily stunned, then raised his gaze to scrutinize Dadian, squinting. Where did you find these, little one? From a corpse's head, Dadian replied candidly. The guard, staring intently, asked, what made you think to rummage through a corpse's head? Curiosity, Dadian answered. From the guard's gaze, Dadian discerned a hint of pity mixed with indifference, which piqued his curiosity. However, he recognized the unwisdom of further inquiry and stepped aside to clear the passage. At this moment, after the young guard collected the 7 deep blue spheres, he began to tally the supplies of Makin and the others. Once the passageway closed, Peter emerged from the steps and, noticing no other scavengers trailing behind, waved his hand, instructing everyone, board the vehicle. Dadian, Scott called, lifting the curtain of a black carriage and beckoning him over. Seeing the invitation, Dadian felt it impolite to decline and stepped into the carriage. Inside the spacious compartment sat Mia and another newcomer, while the 3 consortium scavengers occupied a different carriage. We've all wronged you earlier, Scott apologized once the carriage was in motion. Dadian slightly shook his head, replying, it's human nature. I bear no ill will. Scott observed him, relieved to find no lingering resentment, and smiled, speaking of which, you are our savior this time. Once the day of cleansing passes in 3 days, I shall treat you to a grand feast. Unfortunately, you are too young to accompany me to those vibrant places. Ahem. If you encounter any trouble or confusion in the future, do not hesitate to reach out to me. I will do my utmost to assist you. His expression grew somewhat serious at the end, revealing that this was the sentiment he genuinely wished to convey. Didia, after all, he had experienced life and death. Fully aware of the desolation one faces in the face of mortality, and understood the malevolent thoughts that might arise from such despair. To suppress these wicked ideas is to truly reveal one's nature. Thus, Dadian held him in high regard. What exactly is the day of purification you just mentioned? Dadian inquired with curiosity. Scott smacked his forehead and laughed. Look at me, forgetting to mention that. Thankfully, Peter isn't around. Otherwise, he would have nagged me again. I intended to introduce you newcomers slowly when we had time to scavenge in Zone 8 at night. He sighed, shook his head slightly, and explained to Dadian. The day of purification is a customary practice after each return. Just like those items, our bodies also require thorough examination before we can enter the living area behind the Great Wall. Dudian suddenly grasped the concept. Indeed, the undead and monsters could be kept at bay by the Great Wall. Suddenly, Dudian recalled the boundary wall between the commercial district, residential area, and slums. Those towering walls and massive gates served not merely to differentiate wealth, but their original purpose was to delineate each area to prevent viruses from infiltrating within and infecting all zones at once. The more Dudian pondered, the more plausible it seemed. At that moment, Scott curiously asked, Dudian, how did your strength become so formidable? You've only received 2 blessings, yet your power surpasses mine. I have been blessed 19 times. Mia and the new boy seated beside them were equally intrigued. Seeing that they had not forgotten this question, Dudian felt a sense of helplessness. Indeed, human curiosity, once ignited, never wanes. It's simply the air within the wall that is better, Dudian remarked. Scott, feeling somewhat exasperated, thought the topic shift was rather clumsy. Mia couldn't help but chuckle. Dudian felt a bit embarrassed and said, honestly, I have no idea. I just fainted and woke up like this. All right. Scott conceded, realizing no further answers would emerge. Before long, they arrived at a secluded area on the outskirts of the commercial district, a sparsely populated edge of the living area. The radiation in the air was significantly lighter than in other outer zones, almost akin to that within the living area. The scarcity of people was due to the fact that this place was deemed forbidden. Gnarled trees grew along the streets, and several eerie ancient castles stood atop small hills. The group's carriage halted before one of these castles, and they disembarked in succession. The guards in front of the castle, spotting the carriage from afar, swung open the gates, and a magnificent dark red stallion, nearly 3 meters tall, galloped out from within. This horse was strikingly vigorous, its coat of vibrant crimson. Clearly a fierce horse steed. A young knight dressed in radiant armor sat atop the horse, gently tugging on the reins. The steed neighed powerfully, halting before the group. He wore no helmet, his dark hair cascading over his shoulders, complementing his fair complexion. He was strikingly handsome. After casting a fleeting glance at Dudian, Scott, and the others, he said, "Follow me." Scott nodded respectfully, leading Mia as they followed closely behind the horse. Dudian and Mei Qin exchanged a glance before following suit. It was widely acknowledged that the extraordinary young man before them was a Knight of Light from the Holy See, a title far more noble than that of an ordinary knight, requiring exceptional virtues to earn such a commendation. While it was customary for nobility to have knights in their retinue, the presence of a Knight of Light, or the cultivation of one within their own lineage, was a mark of honor. This was a matter of great prestige among the aristocracy. Beyond the esteemed status, the formidable prowess of the Knight of Light was indisputable. They were the foremost vanguard against malevolent alchemists and potion masters. Ordinary knights would dismount and pay their respects upon encountering a Knight of Light. As the group followed the Knight of Light into the ancient castle, they arrived at a basement section at the rear of the fortress. Each individual was assigned a room for bathing and changing, to remain there for 3 days. Within the chambers lay the holy scriptures of light, which it was advised to study diligently. Even if one's body remained untainted, the wisdom within could purify their impure hearts. The youth with grayish-blue hair spoke with an air of indifference. "Yes, my lord," Scott replied respectfully, already well acquainted with the customs of the place. Dudian and the others, being newcomers, followed Scott's lead, mimicking his actions. The small rooms in the basement were constructed from rough iron pillars, resembling prison cells, each containing a simple bed, a wooden chamber pot, and a clean little table. Each table bore a book with a pale golden cover and silver streaks. Chapter 74. News arrives, come with me, said the young man with dark green-black hair, gesturing towards Mia among the crowd. Mia seemed to understand where she was to go and nodded respectfully. Once Mia followed the Knight of Light away, the curious Mei Qin immediately inquired, "Where is she going? Why isn't she with us?" Scott chuckled. "Why would she be with us? She is a woman. Naturally, she must go to the ladies' quarters, as there are no coverings here." At his words, Mei Qin's face flushed with embarrassment. "All right, let's all bathe and change. Someone will come shortly to check our bodies," Scott said, removing his blood-stained black armor and carelessly tossing it aside. He approached the basin by the toilet, scooping up clean water to wash himself. "This is a grand wash." Mei Qin and the other two followed suit, shedding their own black armor to cleanse their bodies. After 10 days of activity outside, they felt uncomfortable with the stickiness of sweat clinging to them, and a foul odor emanated from their bodies. They had longed for a wash. Dudian, being somewhat reserved, indicated his nature through his silence as he fashioned a curtain from the sheets to provide some privacy before removing his scarred armor to begin bathing. Each time he bathed, Dudian couldn't help but sigh inwardly. The absence of body wash made the experience rather uncomfortable. Look at that guy, Dudian, doing his thing again. He even uses a curtain. It's all men here, what is there to hide? Maykent and the others teased, chuckling. Dudian poked his head out from behind the curtain, glaring fiercely. Maykent, if you keep talking nonsense, I will tell Bai Weiwei that you secretly drew her portrait. Zack, don't laugh. Last time you sneaked away with someone else's money. Do you want me to reveal that? Sham, if you keep joining in, I'll dismantle your tavern. The three immediately covered their mouths in shock. Scott watched from the side, laughing heartily. Meanwhile, in a hidden, ancient castle within the commercial district, a letter was delivered by the Black Crow's claws through a window, fluttering down into a room on the second floor. This was an extraordinarily luxurious and spacious chamber, with a deep red plush carpet covering much of the floor. The large mahogany desk, older than the stout middle-aged man seated upon it, creaked under his weight as he idly played with two perfectly colored agates, his gaze landing on the letter that had fallen onto the desk. He stared at the paper, his expression shifting between various emotions. However, Bane's situation was different. Grasping the letter, he felt a surge of anger. Bane was a hunter under his charge, and any loss would adversely affect his standing within the consortium, as well as diminish his profits. It was imperative to investigate thoroughly. He made a swift decision, his gaze icy. If he disobeyed and ventured into the gray area, he had no one to blame but himself. Even if that madman came looking, he would bear no responsibility. However, if the hunters from other consortiums infiltrate and eliminate individuals in the 8th district, it would reflect a grave lapse in our intelligence. He immediately grasped his quill, scribbling furiously to disseminate orders for a thorough investigation into the matter. After all, although the Melon Consortium boasts immense wealth, the loss of a single hunter is no trivial matter, and given the peculiar nature of this loss, it could potentially unveil intelligence flaws or reveal spies within the consortium. Within the commercial sector of the Melon Consortium, at the headquarters of the scavengers, two pieces of information were swiftly conveyed. The first floor of this headquarters is designated for reception and the management of basic information, while the second floor houses the administrative sector, which handles significant matters concerning the scavengers. At this moment, both pieces of information were delivered to a spacious office on the second floor. A middle-aged man scrutinized the letter, his brow furrowing in concern. The document suggested that something had transpired with the hunter, casting suspicion on the integrity of their scavengers. Having operated in this field for over a decade, he quickly discerned the implications behind the message, and his expression darkened. Should a thorough investigation reveal a spy among the scavengers, those within the headquarters would undoubtedly face reprimands, or worse, punishment. Let it be investigated. If a spy is indeed uncovered, we must accept the consequences. The middle-aged man sighed, setting the letter aside and unsealing the second letter. The handwriting was sparse, and the content exceedingly brief, causing him to pause in astonishment. Someone had submitted cold crystal? Ah, the name Dudian. Is he not a prime candidate among this batch of scavengers? He momentarily stared blankly, then a smile broke across his face. This young lad is quite clever, managing to seize an opportunity from the hunter's grasp. Truly, he has earned the title of top seed in the specialized training program, justifying the consortium's substantial investment in his development. His earlier discontent dissipated instantly. Recruiting Dudian was indeed a cause for celebration for the scavenger headquarters. They had reviewed Dudian's background, noting his exceptionally low radiation levels, though not of the luminous physique. He still held a glimmer of hope to become a hunter, contingent upon the consortium's willingness to invest in his training. It seemed feasible now. Should he truly become a hunter, it would also be a significant achievement for him. He casually placed the letter atop the previous one. Had another consortium scavenger discovered the cold crystal and coincidentally received correspondence from the hunter's headquarters, he would likely have drawn connections between the two, leading to various conjectures. However, in Dudian's case, he refrained from making such associations. After all, Dudian had graduated formally from the scavenger training program and was a seed candidate. No consortium would be foolish enough to send such an individual as a spy. Furthermore, during scavenger training, all consortiums, including the military, prohibited contact with the scavengers. Thus, upon graduation, each consortium could only offer enticing benefits and could not engage privately, as that would breach the regulations. Consequently, the only group likely to harbor spies would be the scavengers nurtured by their own consortium. In contrast, the likelihood of issues arising from these freshly graduated scavengers was considerably lower. Chapter 75. The Mark of the Hunter. At this moment, in the dimly lit basement of the ancient castle, Dudyan had just finished washing up, dressed in the linen garments prepared in advance. He sat on the bed engaging in casual conversation with Makin and others. Shortly thereafter, the door to the basement swung open, and a group entered, luminescent guards escorting two doctors clad in white coats and masks, each carrying their respective medical kits. Everyone is required to undergo an examination. Strip down, one of the guards commanded with authority. Experienced from previous encounters, Scott remained unbothered and sat on the bed without donning any clothing. Seeing this, Dudyan and Makin had no choice but to comply, reluctantly shedding their garments. Fortunately, both doctors were male. Otherwise, the youthful companions would have felt bashful and embarrassed being unclothed in the presence of the opposite sex. Turn to the side now. Face the other way. The doctors instructed as they approached the iron cage, scrutinizing each individual. Dudyan and his companions complied, rotating their bodies for inspection. What is this injury? One doctor inquired, pointing to the scar on Makin's hand. It's just a scrape from moving things. It has been there for quite some time, Makin replied promptly. The doctor nodded slightly, examining the scar meticulously, jotting notes in his ledger. The wound had formed a scab, estimated to have occurred over 4 hours ago, with no redness or swelling present, indicating no signs of infection. After completing his notes, he proceeded to the next individual. Suddenly, the other doctor gasped, fixating on the faintly protruding, vein-like red mark on Dudyan's chest. Momentarily stunned, he leaned closer to the iron bars for a better view, realizing it was not a mere illusion. Astonished, he exclaimed, "A mark of magic?" Hearing this, the second doctor turned in surprise, equally taken aback. Dudyan felt a stir in his heart. Did they recognize this phenomenon? In the adjacent cage, Scott appeared equally perplexed, exclaiming, "A mark of magic? Dudyan possesses a mark of magic?" Dudyan had not anticipated Scott's awareness of this concept, yet it seemed he had not identified the red mark on Dudyan's chest, likely having only heard about magic marks through other means without having witnessed one firsthand. The two doctors stared at Dudyan as if they had encountered a specter, exclaiming, "How is this possible? Aren't you a scavenger? How could you possess a mark of magic?" Dudyan, equally confused, asked, "What is a mark of magic?" Scott, noticing the doctor's gaze fixated on Dudyan's chest, turned to look, his curiosity piqued. Upon hearing Dudyan's question, he immediately responded, "Dudyan, this mark of magic is an exclusive power of the hunters, the very reason why hunters surpass us scavengers in strength. It is said that within these marks lie astonishing abilities. Some hunters can see through anything, while others can corrode metal. And all of these powers originate from the mark of magic." He gazed at the red mark on Dudyan's chest, resembling a protruding vein, and remarked, "I never imagined this is what a mark of magic looks like. Dudyan, I cannot believe you have manifested a mark of magic. No wonder you possess such strength. It turns out you are already a hunter." As he spoke, Dudyan's gaze was filled with envy, yet devoid of jealousy. For he understood that the emergence of a magic mark was intrinsically linked to one's own physique. Not everyone possessed the ability to manifest such a mark. Dudyan found himself momentarily taken aback. Was this blood-colored insect residing within his chest the magic mark? Was it a trait inherent to all hunters? If so, did that not mean he was already considered a true hunter? The two doctors regarded Dudyan with deep contemplation. One of them stated, "Although we're uncertain how someone classified as a scavenger like you could possess a magic mark, it likely pertains to your physical constitution. May we conduct another examination?" Dudyan had long harbored concerns regarding the potential hazards posed by the blood-colored insect, and he promptly acquiesced, saying, "I appreciate your assistance. It is no trouble at all. Should the results align with our expectations, you will henceforth be acknowledged as a distinguished hunter, so there's no need for formality." The doctor's demeanor softened, and smiles graced their faces. Dudyan was momentarily stunned as he grasped the disparity between hunters and scavengers, while secretly exhaling a sigh of relief. Given that other hunters possessed magic marks, he was not an anomaly, and thus, any potential risks seemed diminished. The doctors instructed Dudyan to extend his arm through the gap between the iron pillars for examination. One of the doctors retrieved a slender glass instrument from the medical kit. It was a radiation meter. Dudyan quickly comprehended their intent to test the radiation within him and surmised that the magic mark was likely correlated with the radiation levels in one's body, as this was indeed the principal distinction between hunters and scavengers. Before long, The doctor extracted a sample of blood from Dudian's fingertip and employed the radiation meter to perform the measurement. Dudian's vision had evolved significantly since the past, and he clearly observed the red line at the base of the meter slowly writhing, inching upwards only to subsequently slide back down. This time, he discerned with utmost clarity that the red line resembled a minuscule insect, akin to a strand of hair. Could it be that every radiation meter contained such a tiny creature? Dudian suddenly realized it was no wonder that in this technologically impoverished world, the radiation levels of the human body could be gauged through such enigmatic insects. This insect was likely akin to the light bug he had encountered within the hunter's castle, both possessing a unique sensitivity to radiation. The readings were astonishingly low. The two doctors, upon witnessing the reaction on the radiation meter, were taken aback, exchanging glances of realization. Such a minimal radiation level could indeed account for the emergence of a magic mark. However, they were puzzled as to why someone with such potential would be classified as a scavenger. Could it be a mistake on the part of the corporation? They dared not dwell on it further, for such matters were beyond their purview. They needed only to fulfill their duties diligently. Once the examination is complete, we will submit the findings, one doctor politely informed Dudian. You possess the physique of a hunter, and I am confident the corporation will soon elevate you to the ranks of hunters. Congratulations. Dudian felt somewhat unaccustomed to their respectful titles, yet upon reflection, he recognized that this was indeed a world marked by clear social hierarchies, and thus he saw no need for pretense. He accepted their words with grace and nodded, saying, "Thank you both." Two doctors exchanged polite smiles before proceeding to examine Macon, Scott, the three scavengers from the consortium, and the newcomer boy, meticulously documenting their conditions. They then departed the basement under the escort of four luminous guardians. Unexpectedly, Dean, you have unwittingly become a hunter. After the doctors and guards left, Scott gazed at Dudian with astonishment, his eyes reflecting a blend of surprise and a hint of flattery. This was indeed a fortuitous opportunity to be in close proximity to a hunter if he could secure even a modicum of protection or support. His future would undoubtedly be much brighter. With just a word from Dudian, his share from scavenging within the consortium could increase significantly, such as the influence of a hunter. Macon, Zack, and Sham looked at Dudian with similar expressions of amazement, their faces alight with envy and joy for him. From now on, we have a strong ally, Mayan exclaimed, bursting into a triumphant laugh. Zack clicked his tongue in disbelief, saying, I never imagined Dean would become a hunter without even realizing it. I feel as though I am dreaming. Indeed, I was taken aback as well, Sham remarked. I always knew about Dean's latent potential. If he performed well, it was only a matter of time before he would have the chance to become a hunter. I can't believe it's happened so soon. TSK. And at such a young age. I wonder what rewards the consortium will bestow upon him. The three became increasingly animated with excitement. Dudian observed their jubilant expressions and smiled gently, his hand brushing over the magical mark on his chest. It seemed that the hunter's ambush on the colossal black beast was likely connected to this crimson worm. However, if the hunter already bore a magical mark, why would he still require this? Could it be that even with a magical mark, this could enhance one's strength or augment the abilities bestowed by the mark? Speaking of abilities, he pondered his super sense of smell. This must be the manifestation of his magical mark's power. Scott scratched his head, looking somewhat perplexed, and said, I only know a bit about the surface details, but I've heard there are a myriad of diverse abilities. As for whether they pose any threat to you, I cannot say, but it seems unlikely. Hunters generally possess these abilities, and I've never seen anyone come to harm for other specifics. Once you are promoted to a hunter in the consortium, someone should inform you. Dudian considered this and decided not to dwell on it any longer. Phew. It's getting rather late. It's already 5 o'clock. How embarrassing. I reckon the brothers waiting for updates have long since fallen asleep. Haha. Chapter 76. Investigation of the Outer World. Zone 8 of the Melon Consortium. The flag of the consortium, resembling a scarlet rose, was planted at the edge of the area. 3 figures swiftly darted past the flag, their movement creating a gentle breeze that made the flag flutter slightly. These 3 figures moved with astonishing speed, akin to 3 black cheetahs, nimbly leaping and bounding over the fractured streets. Occasionally, they encountered collapsed buildings obstructing their path, yet they effortlessly traversed the debris with ease. Soon, the trio spotted 2 aimless wandering figures ahead on the street, their vacant green eyes devoid of life, their tattered clothing hanging like rags, exposing several ashen patches of skin. Humph! The foremost figure among them let out a cold snort, exuding an air of delicate frostiness. She was a woman clad in crimson armor. Without losing momentum, she surged forward, reaching the two undead before they could react. In a swift motion, she dashed straight through them. With a couple of thuds, two severed heads dropped behind her, rolling briefly before coming to a stop. The two figures following her quickly passed by the headless corpses, the gust of wind they created knocking the lifeless bodies over. The young man on the right gazed worriedly at the back of the crimson-armored woman, letting out a low sigh. I hope Bane is merely distracted by a fleeting whim. Stay focused. The crimson-clad woman replied icily, her gaze sharp. Gree, have you caught the sin of my brother? The young man on the left responded, not yet. Wait. He suddenly paused, looking towards a section of the street on the right, his expression bewildered. Is that the sin of that monster? Gree's eyes flickered momentarily before he said, Follow me. Perhaps your brother is nearby. With that, he swiftly dashed down the street. Before long, the trio arrived at a collapsed building. Gree quickly squeezed through a gap and entered the wreckage, with the crimson woman and the other young man close behind. They reached a transverse corridor within the building. Gree leaped down through an opening in the corridor, and a faint buzzing sound filled the air. He directed his gaze toward the source of the sound and ignited a wax candle, illuminating the dark passageway. With the dim light, the three discerned the interior, their expressions shifting in alarm. Indeed, it was the Fear Eater. Gree inhaled sharply, a sense of dread washing over him. The other young man exclaimed in astonishment. How could the Fear Eater appear in Zone 8? This is an exceptionally rare named monster, and yet it has perished here? It's still in its juvenile stage, with a hunting level of 9. The crimson woman scrutinized it closely, her gaze sweeping through the surrounding darkness, her voice cold. Burned alive, huh? How pitifully it met its end. Our consortium hasn't seen any new hunters recently, the other young man remarked. The crimson woman scoffed. That only indicates that hunters from other consortiums have misunderstood the rules and intruded upon our territory. Gree nodded slightly, when suddenly, he twitched his nose, his expression shifting. I believe I can smell your brother's scent. The crimson woman raised an eyebrow. Gree's expression darkened, as he remarked, the essence emanating from this fearmonger cannot possibly. The crimson woman's countenance shifted dramatically, and she shouted angrily, What nonsense are you spouting? Gree, wielding a flame, approached the charred remains of the creature and immediately noticed a fragment of soft armor wedged between the claws of the corpse, the scent unmistakably wafting from it. This. Gree pinched the soft armor fragment, his expression turning grim. This belongs to your brother. The crimson woman's face paled, an aura of blood-red fury surging across her exquisite, snow-like visage. Her dark pupils constricted slightly, the hue of her irises shifting to a tinge of crimson. Trembling, she stepped slowly towards Gree, her gaze fixed on the fragment in his hand, fully aware that his tracking ability would never falter. She understood the dire fate that awaited her brother if he had encountered this fearmonger of level 9 hunting prowess. Beast. The skin along her arms began to shed, revealing 2 blood-red, curved blades. In a sudden frenzy, she swung them towards the creature's neck. With a sickening sound, the decayed and charred muscle fibers parted effortlessly beneath her strikes, the putrid blood spraying across her face, yet she remained oblivious, consumed by a frenzied rage. Blood splattered, and the bloodthirsty flies hovering around the corpse were sent scuttling away in terror. Beast, beast, beast. As she tore through the charred remains, tears streamed from her darkened eyes, cascading down her fragile cheeks, washing away the blood that had splattered upon her. Gree and another young man exchanged complex glances, refraining from intervening, knowing it would be futile. Soon, the upper half of the corpse lay in tatters. The crimson woman's expression twisted in fury as she plunged her hands into its putrid form. In moments, she had ripped open its stomach, a wave of intensely foul, decaying odor flooding forth, saturating her arms, yet she remained undeterred, rummaging through the stomach's contents, retrieving only digested remnants of bone and metal fragments. Beast, beast. The crimson woman repeated the words, her sorrow rendering her incapable of conjuring new curses. The highly corrosive stomach fluid splashed upon her armor and blood blades. Yet it bore no effect. Gree, feeling a pang of compassion, grasped her arm, saying, Do not despair. Your brother may have escaped its clutches and could still be alive somewhere. Leave. She hissed coldly, turning her head away. Gree sighed and released her. The crimson woman inhaled deeply, her fists clenched tightly, her beautiful visage contorted in rage. I will find the one who killed this beast. A wretched novice hunter who could never have bested it. He must have been gravely injured after battling it, only to be picked off by that detestable scavenger. I want him dead. Gree nodded, We shall assist you. We will surely uncover that scoundrel who dared trespass into our territory. They shall not go unpunished." The other young man added, "I believe that individual may have left some clues nearby. Let us search for them. Perhaps we shall stumble upon unexpected discoveries." Soon, the desiccated bloodstains gradually vanished from the stones. Greer's expression shifted subtly, yet she chose not to elaborate, aware that this was her mark of magic. "You all search the surroundings. Search meticulously," the Crimson Woman commanded coldly. Chapter 77. A letter in the dimly lit confines of the castle's basement after the doctors had departed. Dadian and his companions took the opportunity to rest. Having gone 10 days without a proper night's sleep, they finally allowed themselves to relax in this almost prison-like environment, soon succumbing to the sounds of their slumber. However, Dadian did not immediately drift off. Instead, he gently caressed the magical mark on his chest. The sensation was extraordinarily vivid, leaving him uncertain whether it was the feeling emanating from his fingertips or the mark itself. It felt as though his heart was being touched by his fingers. A cool sensation that sent shivers down his spine, leaving his nerves instinctively taut. With a slight increase in pressure, he could sense his heart rate quickening, accompanied by a tightness in his chest. This magical mark, if it were to be destroyed, my life would surely be in grave jeopardy, perhaps even extinguished. Dadian pondered silently, astonished that his existence was entwined with a mere mark, or more precisely, with the blood-red creature residing within it. He lay upon the bed, tossing and turning, unable to find sleep. Suddenly, his gaze fell upon the Book of Divine Light resting on the small table. Intrigued, he picked it up and gently opened its pages, revealing elegant calligraphy that danced before his eyes. The very first sentence prompted him to squint. Light is truth. The world thrives because of light, allowing plants to flourish. It is through light that we are capable of seeing. Light endows life, and the magnificent creator of light, the God of radiance, shall protect all those who remain faithful to him. The introduction of the text articulated its purpose and core principles, with subsequent chapters recounting tales benefiting from light, depicting universally acknowledged phenomena. It was precisely because these phenomena were widely recognized that they could not be refuted. The impact of light is immeasurable, and Dadian found the assertions within the text to be fundamentally accurate, even feeling that the teachings were lacking in completeness. The significance of light. Without it, life on Earth would cease to exist. This singular truth surpasses countless examples. Yet, while he acknowledged this reality, Dadian had no intention of venerating the God of light. The influence of light cannot be overlooked, but what relevance does it hold for your Church of Light? Dadian skimmed through the pages, gaining a cursory understanding of their methods for recruiting followers. They began by presenting universally accepted natural phenomena, weaving them into their doctrine, and then listing them one by one. Upon reading, most would experience a moment of revelation, connecting it to their own observations and thus becoming convinced. Once convinced, they could introduce their own ideologies, blending them into the mix, which would be indoctrinated into the minds of others. If one's character is not sufficiently robust and their worldview not firmly established, it becomes challenging to discern the conflated ideologies, leading to complete acceptance and eventual blindness. Once blind, one becomes a devout follower, believing anything they are told. The text merely addressed the superficial manifestations of light's effects, lacking scientific explanation. Akin to what his father often remarked, the ancients were wise but lacked the tools to understand the underlying principles, and modern individuals find themselves in a similar predicament. Dadian quietly contemplated. Once the tools are perfected and the microscopic realm is entered, the origins of light could be elucidated, and one might even perceive the very form of light itself. His father often remarked that all blind faith stemmed from technological backwardness, rendering explanations impossible. Dadian held his father's words in unwavering belief, further solidifying his resolve to pursue the path of an alchemist. The 3 days of purification swiftly passed. Each day, 2 physicians would come to conduct routine examinations, observing the physical transformations of Dadian and the others. In truth, these checkups were merely formalities. They had witnessed countless similar cases, where those infected would soon exhibit symptoms. Only the exceptionally resilient individuals would meticulously conceal their afflictions, only to have them erupt at the last moment on the 3rd day, though such instances were exceedingly rare. As the basement door opened, Dadian and the others donned the newly delivered black armor, tailored to fit their dimensions based on their damaged gear. "This way, please," a light guardian gestured, leading them. The group did not see the dark-haired knight as they followed the light guardian out of the castle. Upon reaching the entrance, a voice called out, Mr. Dudian. May I inquire who Mr. Dudian is? Dudian turned in surprise to see a middle-aged gentleman, adorned with a black top hat and leaning on a cane. Looking towards him, Scott, walking alongside, chuckled and pointed to Dudian, saying, "This is him." The gentleman appeared taken aback, not expecting to find that the recipient of his awaited message was merely a young lad. However, he did not falter. He promptly approached and retrieved a letter from the side of his coat, stating, "Mr. Dean, this is a letter for you." Dudian scanned the envelope, noting the Melon Consortium stamp and the address of the Scrapper headquarters, immediately comprehending that it pertained to the report made by the two physicians regarding the magical mark. Nodding slightly in gratitude, he accepted the letter and gently opened it, revealing a simple message: "Come to the top office of the headquarters." The top office? Dudian understood the significance of the top floor, which dealt with the most confidential matters of the Scrappers. In essence, any training or meetings involving Peter and other high-ranking Scrappers would occur there. "It must be regarding the nomination for you to become a hunter. The headquarters is quite prompt," Scott remarked with a smile. "Congratulations. You've barely been a Scrapper, and already you're a hunter. Perhaps we shall cross paths in the wilderness again." Mia, standing nearby, was taken aback. What is happening? A hunter? Dean? Scott chuckled. "You aren't aware, are you? Dean has manifested a magical mark. He is truly a hunter now." Mia gazed at Dudian in astonishment, momentarily speechless. Dudian smiled faintly and addressed Scott. "I owe you my gratitude for your guidance during this expedition beyond the walls." "Just a small matter," Scott replied with a grin, though inwardly he felt elated, knowing Dudian acknowledged his favor. "Mia and I shall take our leave now. Once the assessment of material prices is complete in a few days, let us reconvene at headquarters." Dudian was somewhat surprised. The assessment of material prices had yet to be completed? Upon reflection, those items are merely remnants of a desolate world beyond the walls, many of which are novelties unfamiliar to the inhabitants within. Assessing their value indeed requires a considerable amount of time. After bidding farewell to Scott and Mia, McKinn and the others also took their leave of Dudian, together boarding the exclusive carriage of the consortium to depart from this place. Meanwhile, the other three scavengers from the consortium and the newcomer, after exchanging polite farewells with Dudian, selected a carriage of their own to leave as well. Dudian accepted the letter and promptly boarded a carriage heading towards the headquarters. Chapter 78. Meeting the Melon Consortium at the scavenger headquarters. The carriage sped forth and came to a halt before the entrance. Dudian disembarked, casting his gaze upward at the imposing edifice, and ascended the steps, reaching the grand hall. There, he noticed the vast emptiness, with a few figures of scavengers from the consortium perusing the information on the announcement board at the front of the hall. This board was dedicated to disseminating intelligence pertinent to scavengers, primarily concerning fluctuations in various regions under the Melon Consortium's jurisdiction or changes adjacent to other areas. As Dudian entered, he casually glanced at the board, and from a distance, he could discern several notices, one of which pertained to Area 8, indicating that there were sightings of the undead, and access was temporarily restricted, urging scavengers to refrain from entering. Dudian understood that aside from instances like theirs when the consortium tasked them with scavenging in a specific area, scavengers enjoyed the freedom to operate in any area under the Melon Consortium's purview without restrictions. Therefore, most scavengers would come here prior to their missions to familiarize themselves with the latest developments across various regions, in order to avoid encountering dangers akin to those they faced this time. After all, although these regions had been cleared, the undead and monsters paid no heed to human-imposed boundaries, often intruding into areas that had already been scavenged, much like the fearmonger Dudian had encountered. After a brief glance, Dudian proceeded along the corridor on the inner side of the hall, making his way upstairs. "Ah, Dudian?" A sudden voice broke the silence. Dudian turned to see Peter emerging from an office, a cup of hot coffee in hand, wearing a slight smile. "Mr. Peter," he acknowledged, "you haven't had your collected supplies assessed yet. What brings you here?" Peter inquired, puzzled. Dudian, equally perplexed, wondered why Peter had not heard about his own matters. Suddenly, he recalled that issues concerning hunters seemed to require confidentiality. Ordinary scavengers could only glean snippets of information through experience, much like Scott. Dudian had not anticipated that someone of Peter's stature would remain uninformed. He tactfully shifted the topic, saying, "I've been summoned by the higher-ups. It seems they need to discuss something with me." Peter paused momentarily, then suddenly seemed to recollect something, furrowing his brow as he muttered to himself, "That shouldn't be. Even if there were suspicions, they wouldn't extend to you newcomers." Noticing Dudian's puzzled expression, he hesitated before leaning in closer and whispering, "I suspect the higher-ups are seeking you regarding the undead situation in Area 8. I've already heard about it. And there was a hunter who perished during the recent upheaval in that area a few days ago. Word came from the hunter headquarters indicating a thorough investigation into your group of scavengers who entered Area 8. However, there is no reason for them to suspect you newcomers. Just be cautious in your conversations." Dudian was momentarily taken aback, a shiver running down his spine, as if his instincts were warning him of impending danger. Yet, he quickly realized he was overreacting. His expression returned to normal as he smiled and said, "I see. I was wondering about that. Thank you for the heads up, Mr. Peter." Peter chuckled and replied, "I have faith in you. Keep up the good work." With that, he departed, still holding his steaming cup of coffee. Upon this realization, his fingers tightened slightly, and he resolutely resolved that regardless of what the investigation might uncover, he would steadfastly deny any involvement. He gazed at the stairs ahead, his expression regaining its tranquility as he ascended step by step. The headquarters of the scavengers comprised 4 floors, each guarded by sentinels, personal guards selected from the nobility associated with the Melon Consortium. Only the aristocracy possessed the privilege to recruit private armed forces, albeit with limited quotas, which represented one of the foundational requirements for the consortium's stability. As the door swung open, a middle-aged steward appeared, appraising Dudian with a scrutinizing glance before breaking into a smile. "You must be Dudian, the newest addition to the consortium. Please, come in." Dudian nodded slightly and entered the room. The opulent glow enveloped him, and a delicate fragrance wafted from every corner. The ground beneath his feet was exceedingly soft, covered by a deep crimson carpet. He cast a swift, precise glance around the room, absorbing the lavish details. The tables, chairs, sofas, desks, and oil paintings exuded an unmistakable air of affluence, a palpable elegance that pressed upon him. A deep sense of awe washed over him as his gaze settled on a magnificent portrait of a woman, beneath which stood the figure of a robust middle-aged man. With thick brows and piercing eyes, he emanated an aura of ruthless authority tempered by a hint of weariness and languor. The most striking feature was a long scar near his neck, a stark reminder of past peril. Drawing attention to the unsettling proximity to his carotid artery, had it deviated by even half a centimeter, it could have been fatal. "Come here, sit," the middle-aged man beckoned, his eyes reflecting a flicker of surprise as he spoke with a warm smile. Dudian, sensing his amiable demeanor, understood that he was not being interrogated about the hunter and felt a quiet relief as he approached and settled into the sofa across from him. He nodded slightly, unperturbed. "Thus, your ability to manifest a magical mark is not surprising. However, I am curious to know, where did your magical mark originate?" With a subtle smile, the man's gaze narrowed, as if scrutinizing every minute change on Dudian's face. Chapter 79. Soul Crystal. In regard to this matter, Dudian had long been prepared and honestly adhered to his previous statement. "I am not sure about this. I lost consciousness, and then it appeared." "Unconsciousness?" Fenton inquired with keen interest. "How did you become unconscious?" Dudian maintained a facade of calmness, while his mind raced. Had it been in the past, he would have vaguely stated that he was unaware of the circumstances surrounding it. However, upon hearing Peter's words, he realized that the hunters had already investigated the 8th district and understood that the magical mark was not unique to him. Every hunter possessed certain extraordinary abilities. Although he had incinerated that particular hunter's corpse, and it had subsequently been devoured by the enormous black beast, he was uncertain whether there were any traces left at the scene that he had overlooked, potentially exposing him. Moreover, the death of one hunter and the emergence of another were significant events, easily leading to associations between the two. Contemplating these thoughts, Dudian altered his narrative, stating, "I witnessed a hunter battling a colossal monster, and I was so frightened that I lost consciousness." "Sir, what was that creature?" "It was enormous." As he spoke, he instinctively clenched his fists, his body trembling slightly, unable to suppress the fear that lingered within him. "The fearmonger?" Dudian murmured, finally recognizing the name of the creature he had slain. However, Fenton's final remark startled him. Just as he was about to inquire directly, he suddenly became alert, panic evident on his face. "Sir, what is the parasitic soul worm you mentioned? Did it enter my body? If so, does that mean I—" Fenton lifted his head and smiled reassuringly. "Do not worry. I mentioned that the magical mark is the corpse of the parasitic soul worm. It had already perished by the time it penetrated your body. However, although it is dead, it connected with your body before its demise." and its remains transformed into the magical mark. The location of the mark is your vital point, as crucial as your head and heart. From now on, be sure to protect it carefully, and it is best not to reveal its location casually. Dudien was momentarily stunned, yet a wave of joy surged within him. He had always feared that the worm in his chest might turn against him at any moment, but it had died, significantly reducing that risk. Simultaneously, he gleaned from Fenton's words that each person's magical mark was unique. His was on his chest, while other hunters had theirs in different areas. You are quite fortunate, little one, Fenton remarked with a cheerful smile. To have such an opportunity, the goddess of luck surely favors you. Initially, the headquarters intended to observe your performance. If it was satisfactory, they would apply for an opportunity for you to study at the Hunter Academy in 2 years and then procure a parasitic soul worm for you to become a truly qualified hunter. Unexpectedly, you have unexpectedly become a hunter ahead of schedule, thus saving the headquarters the funds needed to purchase a parasitic soul worm. Moreover, your magical mark is from the fearmonger. You may not be aware, but this is an exceedingly rare name among bestowed magical beings. I believe when you arrive at headquarters, the other hunters will be quite envious of you. Dudien expressed his gratitude. I owe it all to the nurturing of the consortium. Sir, what exactly do you mean by parasitic soulworm? Is there a need for purchase? Do we not have any within our consortium? This creature, a type of parasite, feeds on the souls of magical beasts. Phaedon, unperturbed, elaborated to Dudien with a smile. It is typically found within particularly formidable magical entities. Once this entity enters a human body, it meets its demise. Thus, the magical marks of hunters cannot be mutually transferred, which explains why the number of hunters has stagnated. The opportunities to encounter named magical creatures are exceedingly rare. Dudien's understanding deepened, yet he felt an unspoken chill. It was no wonder that the Church of Light, as a religious organization, could recruit a multitude of light guardians and knights. Furthermore, all consortiums were compelled to show deference to the Church of Light, revealing that beneath the veneer of faith lay profound, tangible interests at play. This meeting was arranged in secrecy. Your identity as a hunter has yet to be disclosed. Even to the higher echelons of our headquarters, Phaedon continued, smiling. This is to ensure your protection, and I hope you will refrain from making this public. Soon, personnel from headquarters will come to verify your identity, and upon confirmation, you will be granted the necessary documentation to become a member of our consortium's hunters. Dudien nodded slightly, yet inwardly mused that besides his protection, the true motive was likely to prevent other consortiums from learning of his existence and covertly undermining their efforts. Oh, there is one more matter, Phaedon suddenly recalled. The 7 soul crystals you submitted, commonly known as cold crystals, are valued at 1 gold coin each. Although your identity has not yet been formalized, this compensation is aligned with the hunter's profit-sharing ratio. If you were merely a scavenger, you would only receive a single silver coin. Soul crystals? Dudien now recognized the name of the deep blue orbs and was taken aback by the disparity in profit-sharing between scavengers and hunters, tenfold indeed. Given that he was a seed candidate, entitled to a 30% share, it implied that hunters received a staggering 300%. Was the consortium not incurring significant losses? Seemingly sensing Dudien's astonishment, Phaedon chuckled. Well, since you will be heading to the hunter's headquarters soon, allow me to be candid. The share allocated to scavengers accounts for 50% of the total value after the consortium's transportation fees, with the remaining 50% being deducted for personal expenses related to material appraisal, transport fees, and taxes before the final profit sharing with the consortium. This is the standard practice across all consortiums, not just ours. It appeared that the truly astute merchants were not merely traders, but rather adept at plundering. Dudien felt enlightened. What purpose do the soul crystals serve? He inquired with curiosity. Chapter 80. The abilities of the fear-tainted. This is confidential. Phaedon smiled lightly and said, however, among the seasoned hunters, this is not much of a secret. I can privately divulge a few details to you. This substance is one of the materials known as the divine blessing, which enhances physical capabilities. Yet, if used directly, one risks being tainted by the malevolent spirits encapsulated within these soul crystals, leading to a fall into the realm of the undead or other malevolent creatures. Dudien was momentarily taken aback. He recalled that when he bore the mark of magic, he seemed to have absorbed a soul crystal while unconscious, yet nothing untoward occurred. Could it be due to the magic mark? Was it true that even hunters could not utilize it directly? Dudien inquired. Phaedon shook his head. No. Dudien was momentarily stunned, his heart racing uncontrollably. Even hunters could not? Yet he had. At least, since absorbing that cold crystal, he had not felt any unusual changes in his body. If there were indeed changes, then during the cleansing day, those two physicians would surely detect something. After all, they were seasoned senior doctors. The magic mark. The magic marks of hunters are distinct, thus endowing them with varying abilities. A sudden realization struck Dudian. Could it be that the true power of his magic mark was not merely that of superhuman olfactory senses, but rather the ability to assimilate cold crystals? Or perhaps the assimilation of cold crystals was merely one facet of his abilities? With this thought, Dudian could not help but feel a surge of excitement. If this were indeed the case, he could clandestinely utilize cold crystals in the future without needing to surrender them. Although one cold crystal equated to a gold coin, or 10,000 copper coins, which, when appraised against the cost of living in this world, was akin to 10,000 units of currency from the old era. Having witnessed the brutality beyond the walls, he was no longer easily swayed by monetary temptations. Dudian was momentarily stunned. Elemental temple? Phaeton smiled slightly but did not elaborate, saying, "The headquarters personnel should arrive shortly. You may wait outside for now." Dudian, sensing Phaeton's disinclination to delve deeper, graciously took his leave, saying, "Thank you, Mr. Phaeton. I shall take my leave." Indeed, after Dudian exited the room, Phaeton turned to the middle-aged steward beside him, chuckling softly. "What do you think?" "A very clever and promising young lad," the steward replied respectfully. Phaeton nodded slightly, sighed, and remarked, "Indeed, but alas, he is not of the radiant constitution, and his lifespan will be short-lived. Even if he does not perish at the hands of monsters, he will eventually succumb to the ravages of radiation, unless he can procure the divine water of radiance. However, the price of such a commodity is exorbitant. Only the most elite hunters possess the means to acquire even a small amount." "What a pity," the middle-aged steward nodded in agreement. Phaeton lightly tapped the pen in his hand against the notebook on the table, deep in thought. With the demise of the hunter in Zone 8, this young lad must be aware of the truth, yet he remains silent. We are powerless to extract information through interrogation, and even the headquarters would likely refrain from such measures. After all, we have already lost one hunter, and it is rare to have a new replacement, especially one with the rare fear-tainted magic mark. Those individuals will probably let the matter slide. The middle-aged steward nodded slightly and remarked, "It has been reported that the corpse of the Fear-Eater was incinerated." Although he had appeared somewhat tense while speaking, his gaze remained remarkably calm, a quality that is difficult to feign. "I suspect that he is likely the one responsible for the burning." Melton nodded slightly, having discerned this as well. Despite Dudian's adept disguise, his ability to read people remained exceptionally sharp. At the Melon Consortium's Hunters headquarters, within an ancient office fortress, a slender, fair hand slammed forcefully onto the tabletop. The hand belonged to a woman clad in crimson battle armor, who glared furiously at the balding middle-aged man seated behind the desk and nearly roared, "He is my only kin. Do you expect me to allow my brother to perish without any clarity? I have already investigated. The Huashan Consortium and the military have recently recruited new hunters. All I desire is for the headquarters to facilitate a meeting, allowing me to interrogate them directly." The balding middle-aged man remained composed, watching as her spittle splattered onto his face, yet he made no attempt to wipe it away. He calmly replied, "You should understand that we possess no evidence. Even if their hunters infiltrated secretly, it is merely a failure on the part of the hunters patrolling Zone 8, who did not perceive it in time. Furthermore, the coroner has conducted an autopsy, and it is confirmed that your brother indeed died within the Fear-Eater, with only remnants and fragments of soft armor left. I recognize your fury, but the monster that killed your brother is already dead. What more do you desire?" "I seek vengeance," the crimson-clad woman bellowed. "Even if my brother was slain by the Fear-Eater, I shall not permit others to profit from his demise. There were no parasitic soul worms within the Fear-Eater. There had to be others nearby. Why should my brother die in vain while others reap the spoils?" The balding man replied with calmness, "I understand that you find this difficult to accept, but I cannot allow actions that would harm the consortium's interests. It would be prudent for you to refrain from any underhanded maneuvers. The consortium will investigate thoroughly and provide you with an explanation." "Harming the consortium's interests?" The crimson woman couldn't help but laugh, tears welling in her eyes. "My brother is dead, and you speak to me of interests? Over the years, how much profit have I brought to the consortium? Do you think I am unaware?" Realizing he had misspoken, the balding man furrowed his brow slightly and said, "I assure you, the consortium will provide a satisfactory explanation. If we identify the individual and confirm they belong to another consortium, we will not let them go." You may rest assured. However, you must not act on your own. If another consortium were to catch you in a misstep, it would be a grave misfortune." The Crimson Woman ceased her laughter, casting a scornful glance at him before turning to leave. At that moment, the door to the room was abruptly pushed open, and a guard hurried in. First, he respectfully bowed to the Crimson Woman, then approached the balding man, stating, "My lord, this is a message from the scavenger headquarters." The balding man frowned slightly but took the note, quickly unfolding it and scanning its contents. The balding middle-aged man momentarily froze, involuntarily glancing at the crimson-clad woman's silhouette. Noticing that she remained oblivious to his gaze, he released a sigh of relief and swiftly folded the letter, instructing, "Understood, you may leave." As the Crimson Woman reached the threshold, she paused upon hearing the guard's words, her figure momentarily still, her eyes glistening with a subtle crimson hue that betrayed an icy killing intent before she strode out of the room. Once the Crimson Woman had departed, the balding man hastily retrieved a fresh sheet of paper and rapidly issued new orders. Chapter 81. Conflict. The atmosphere in the hall fell into a hushed silence as the presence of the woman in scarlet armor commanded attention. "Bring forth the person in charge here," she declared with an icy tone. "Enough with the pleasantries. Call forth the scavenger who ventured into Zone 8, and do it now." Her gaze was piercing, and she added, "Do not dawdle. If I do not see this person before sunset today, you will regret it." Cold sweat beaded on Peter's forehead as he stammered, Yes, I would never dare to delay." The woman in scarlet armor lifted her chin slightly, surveying the surroundings before settling on the sofa where Dadian was resting. Her eyes fell upon him, who was sipping milk tea, and her brows furrowed slightly. Peter, following her line of sight, noticed Dadian and immediately felt a sense of dread. He rushed over, reprimanding, "You there? Are you blind to the presence of the huntress? Why are you standing there in a daze? Quickly pay your respects and be gone." However, the woman in scarlet slowly rose, her gaze fixated on Dadian, filled with resentment, fury, and an undercurrent of sorrow. Dadian initially thought she had come to confront him about some evidence he had left behind, but it appeared she was merely taking her frustrations out on him. As he discerned the sorrow and anger reflected in her peculiar eyes, he found himself compelled to inquire, "I heard a hunter died in Zone 8. What was your connection to him?" Silence. The Scarlet Woman angrily raised her hand to strike. Dudrin's expression shifted as he swiftly leaned back, narrowly evading her blow, and quickly retreated a few steps to create distance. As he regarded her again, a flicker of anger and murderous intent stirred within him. He recognized the formidable power of hunters and was certain that this woman possessed strength far surpassing his own. Peter, witnessing the sudden escalation, was taken aback, and when he saw Dadian narrowly escape, his face reflected utter disbelief, leaving him speechless. The Scarlet Woman paused, her gaze on Dadian now icy. "You are a new scavenger, aren't you? Even after being blessed 20 or 30 times, one would not possess such reflexes. Who are you truly?" Dadian's eyes hardened. Although he understood her emotional turmoil, her merciless strike indicated a blatant disregard for severity. In her eyes, even the accidental death of a scavenger would likely elicit mere reprimands, and the consortium would probably shield her from consequences, erasing any evidence and testimonies to evade judgment. "Today a slap will not be forgotten," Dadian asserted, locking eyes with her. "Should someone grant me a favor, I shall repay it tenfold. Should they inflict pain upon me, I will retaliate 100-fold. The Scarlet Woman's expression turned cold. "You dare to threaten me?" In that instant, she lunged forward. Chapter 82. The appointment. Dadian gazed at her with indifference, remaining silent. The Scarlet Woman fixated on him, and after a moment, the murderous intent in her expression gradually receded, the dark crimson veins on her arms fading into her skin. She licked her lips and said, "Little one, did you just assert that you would repay me 100-fold?" Dadian furrowed his brow, sensing that this woman would not simply let the matter rest. However, considering the consequences, she had temporarily restrained her murderous intent. Even if he were to apologize, he knew it would not suffice to make this incident disappear. Moreover, why should he apologize? Just because your brother is dead. Must you lash out at others? Even if it were revenge, it was your brother who first harmed others. Does that not grant others the right to retaliate? Let us set aside the apologies, little one. Did you not claim you wished to take revenge on me? I welcome it, the Scarlet Woman, named Belen, replied in a sultry tone. Dadian's expression turned slightly frosty as he replied coldly, "Is that so? I had no idea that the hunter who was devoured was your brother. No wonder you were so enraged. I can understand. After all, his death was both gruesome and tragic." Furthermore, he would receive 10 instances of the divine blessing each month. It was noteworthy that, as a seed subject, he previously received only 1 instance per month. Now, the provision of divine blessing had increased tenfold, and the benefits in other areas were astonishingly high. Hunters could enjoy a 30% discount across all industries under the consortium, equivalent to VIP treatment. The Merlin Consortium's enterprises spanned coal mines, real estate, hotels, slavery, transportation, and more, each with numerous chain stores. Thus, this 30% discount was no trivial benefit. After perusing the benefits and reviewing the other restrictive clauses, Dudian confirmed that none were intolerable before signing his name. He glanced at the document and inquired, "Her designation is silver. Does that signify something?" Bud chuckled and replied, "It seems you are quite observant. She recently ascended to the rank of bloody swordsman, becoming an intermediate hunter. We commonly refer to her as a silver-headed hunter, which makes her your superior. In task execution, the team leader is always a silver-headed hunter." Dudian frowned slightly. If he were assigned to work with this woman on their next mission, it would certainly be perilous. He extended his hand to take the document and nodded, saying, "I understand." Chapter 83. The 4 major professions. Thinking back to his earlier mention of the bloodthirsty swordsman, Dudian felt a flicker of understanding and nodded in acknowledgement. Furthermore, it would be prudent for you to reside within the commercial district, as hunters execute their missions with greater urgency than scavengers. There are times when they must assemble promptly, with efficiency as their foremost concern. For instance, upon discovering a named monster in a certain area, immediate action is required to prevent the creature from escaping. Therefore, hunters typically remain on standby in the commercial zone. Dudian grasped this notion and nodded in agreement. "If there is nothing else, I shall take my leave," Bud said with a smile. However, both individuals seated before him possessed keen insight. Through Bud's earlier conversation with that individual named Belan, coupled with the information they had gathered, they had surmised the general circumstances surrounding Dudian's recent developments. "Dudian," Peter remarked with a slightly forced smile, "I never expected you to have become a hunter already. Congratulations." "Congratulations indeed," the lean old man echoed with enthusiasm. "Oh, it's nothing." Peter quickly waved his hand, adding, "It is your own efforts that have led you to this achievement. I thought it might take you a few more years to reach this point, yet here you are, already holding the copper token. Truly impressive, a testament to your potential." The lean old man nodded in agreement. Dudian felt somewhat awkward under their praise. Aware that the transformation in his status had brought about such reactions, he refrained from downplaying it, as it might imply a sense of superiority, and instead felt a twinge of fear regarding his entrenchment within this system. This change was profound, deeply ingrained within him. Having witnessed the brutal realities of life beyond the walls, he found it increasingly difficult to integrate into the corporate world or any ordinary employment structure. This was why he had previously refused to bow before that woman, instead voicing his inner rage. Firstly, he understood that submission would be futile. Secondly, he simply refused to do so. Anyone who has witnessed the fragility of life, who lives in constant peril of death during missions, would no longer tolerate the humiliation of others. Perhaps this explains the intense personalities and aggression often seen among hunters. "Leave it to me," Peter said with a smile. Dudian nodded slightly, bid them farewell, and turned to exit the hall. Peter and the lean old man exchanged glances, filled with a sense of nostalgia. The others in the hall looked on with envy and jealousy, realizing that Dudian would now inhabit a realm beyond their reach. Upon reaching the entrance of the headquarters, Dudian summoned a waiting corporate carriage and made his way to the residential area. There are 4 distinct professions: knights, warriors, thieves, and hunters. Each role is responsible for different tasks, with hunters emphasizing teamwork. Whether in the efficiency of monster hunting or ensuring safety, their approach maximizes effectiveness. Knights and warriors draw the attention of monsters, thieves scout the surrounding environment, and hunters engage in ranged attacks. As Dudian surveyed his surroundings, he reflected on the parallels to modern warfare. Infantry providing frontline firepower and diversion, air forces executing surprise attacks, and artillery delivering long-range strikes. It seems that in both large-scale battles and smaller unit engagements, the fundamental aspects remain unchanged: frontal engagement, long-range assault, and intelligence gathering. All novice hunters begin as fundamental practitioners, and upon mastering the various skills associated with their profession, they may undergo an advancement assessment to become intermediate hunters, subsequently selecting different specializations. Knights can advance to become shield knights or beast knights, while swordsmen have the options of shield swordsman and combat swordsman. The woman previously encountered was referred to as the Bloody Swordsman, a title bestowed upon her following her advancement, which reflected her abilities. In truth, she should be classified as a combat swordsman. Dadian came to understand that the hunter he had previously slain was likely a hunter, tasked with tracking enemies and executing long-range eliminations. Throughout the extensive evolution of hunters, a systematic allocation had emerged within the walls, maximizing both benefits and efficiency. After all, human energy is finite, and with each individual specializing in a singular domain, coordinated teamwork allows for the easy defeat of even the most formidable beasts. Bud had urged him to contemplate his future role, and Dadian pondered the implications. Knights primarily engage in direct combat, excelling in melee encounters. However, the monsters beyond the walls are far superior to the hunters. Engaging them head-on would be disadvantageous, necessitating collaboration with ranged hunters for optimal efficiency. Conversely, rogues focus on traps and assassinations, lacking in direct combat prowess, and the setup of traps can be cumbersome. The concepts of gunpowder and firearms, once he managed to create them, would serve as his secret weapons, which he could not reveal to others until he had matured sufficiently. Thus, he found himself more suited to solitary operations. Only rogues and hunters possessed the capability for individual combat, with hunters being particularly adept, given suitable environmental conditions. They can effortlessly hunt creatures far stronger than themselves, much like the aforementioned hunter, who merely required the assistance of a few scavengers to distract the enormous black beast to achieve a kill. With these thoughts in mind, Dadian resolutely decided to primarily pursue the path of the hunter. Furthermore, the concept of gunpowder sparked his imagination. Upon seeing a hunter, an epiphany struck him. If he were to attach a fuse to the arrows he shot, wouldn't the lethality increase exponentially? Over the past 2 days, he had been adjusting his routine, feeling somewhat disoriented. Once he officially launched his endeavors, he would unleash his full potential, with plans for a small explosion of activity each week leading up to the launch. Chapter 84, District 3, Commercial Zone, Radiation Boundary, Morin Street. This area is under the jurisdiction of the Mel family and serves as the residence for most hunters affiliated with the Melon Consortium. The houses allocated to hunters are predominantly concentrated here, primarily due to its proximity to the outer wall, allowing for a swift assembly in emergencies, thus minimizing the chance of prey escaping detection. At this moment, within a European-style building on Morin Street, a figure clad in crimson battle armor, known as Belan, sat in her third-floor living room, her expression somber. Accompanying her were Gree, another young man, and a dark-skinned girl, who were her teammates. They often embarked on missions together, fostering a deep bond, which prompted their immediate arrival upon receiving the news. "You are quite mediocre," Belan remarked coldly, lifting her gaze toward him. "This little one is a top graduate from this year's scavenger school, excelling in 3 categories. Though merely the tricks of scavengers, those who ascend to the pinnacle in any field are not to be dismissed lightly." Gree nodded earnestly in agreement, stating, "I heard this little fellow even threatened you." "Vowing revenge?" "Humph, revenge against the captain?" The dark-skinned girl furrowed her brow, smirking as she spoke. "The ignorant are fearless, believing that becoming a hunter places them on equal footing with others. They are merely a lucky, audacious little brat. The very fact that he dares to utter such words reveals his limitations. In my view, while we cannot overtly eliminate him, there are countless ways to make his life a living hell. We could even hire an assassin to discreetly do him in." Belan slowly shook her head, her tone chilling. "There are indeed numerous ways to kill him. Even openly murdering him would bear little consequence. He holds value for the Consortium while alive, but becomes worthless upon death. The Consortium would not retaliate against me significantly, perhaps a reprimand or a few additional missions, but such actions are simply not worth the cost. He is not worthy of my sacrifice." Gree nodded in agreement. "Indeed, even if we were to clandestinely assassinate him, the Consortium would inevitably find out, although there would be no evidence. Such defiance against the Consortium would surely provoke displeasure from above, leading to inevitable oppression against us." "Exactly," Belan affirmed. The dark-skinned girl, realizing the implications, pondered for a moment and said, "In that case, let us refrain from killing him for now, but we can certainly make him suffer. Isn't he supposed to be assigned to live in the commercial zone? We could make his living conditions unbearable by frequently cutting off his water supply and observing how he copes. Moreover, within the Consortium, everyone respects you as the captain. Just a word from you, and I assure you, from the moment he steps into the hunter headquarters, his life will become quite unpleasant." Gree nodded in agreement. "Outside the walls, there are no laws to bind us, If he dies, he dies. As long as we leave no incriminating evidence, we are safe. However, this little fellow will still need to undergo professional training at the hunter headquarters, which could last anywhere from a few months to a year or two. The wait may be rather lengthy. Belan let out a cold smile and remarked, to remain steady during vocational training is far from easy. If my conjecture is correct, the profession he has chosen should be hunter. This vocation, paired with his fearmonger magic mark and extraordinary sense of smell, is a perfect match. Once he selects this path, I shall ensure his demise is nothing short of spectacular. Oh? The trio of Grilly looked at her with curiosity. In the event of an emergency, an apprentice hunter like him would also be dispatched outside the walls. Belan's gaze turned icy as she addressed Grilly. You are a hunter too. Hunters in the consortium are already scarce, should you sustain injuries while others have their own tasks. What do you think the consortium will do if an urgent need for hunters arises? The three fell silent, their eyes suddenly brightening. Haha, the boss is still clever, chuckled one of the young men. The dark-skinned girl sighed, truly deserving of being captain. In this case, he might be sent outside before even mastering the basic skills of a hunter, even if the consortium intends to assign him to another team. With just a word from us, that team will surely find him a hindrance and treat him poorly. Indeed, Grilly nodded. Belan's crimson killing intent gradually receded as she continued. Let us set this matter aside for now. The main purpose of gathering you here is to discuss our upcoming mission. We are heading to Zone 3. Prepare yourselves well. Zone 3? The trio gasped in surprise, tinged with excitement. They had long heard that the magical beasts in Zone 3 predominantly ranged around hunting level 10, with the terrifying possibility of encountering creatures reaching level 20. Of course, it would be best to avoid such entities. With the captain leading, we could hunt lower-level beasts and reap considerable rewards. The dark-skinned girl exclaimed joyfully. Another young man's eyes sparkled as he added, I've heard there are giant deer in Zone 3. The fat within them is the finest lamp oil, worth even more than gold. Grilly frowned slightly and cautioned. Wealth comes hand in hand with danger. Many teams have perished in Zone 3. We must exercise caution. Belan nodded in agreement, indeed. However, our objective this time is to search for named magical beasts. In Zone 3, there is a significant chance of encountering rare creatures akin to the fearmonger. If we can hunt one, it will allow your magic marks to evolve once more. Upon hearing this, Grilly and the others could not help but let their eyes glimmer with anticipation. Dudian closed the book. Moments later, the carriage halted on Lincoln Street. Dudian alighted with his bundle. Being part of the consortium, he was not required to pay the fare. He gazed at the familiar white-painted railings, feeling a sense of nostalgia, and approached the door to knock. A warmth spread through Dudian's heart as he nodded and entered the house. Chapter 85. The alchemy begins. Dudian observed the joy in his eyes, along with a few strands of white hair scattered among them. He suddenly felt that, although they had adopted him, he had not fulfilled the obligations of a son. Despite the shadows cast in his heart by the engagement with the Ivy family 3 years prior, time had long since soothed the resentment within him. His father often remarked, To err is human. Who among us is without fault? Having been away for just over 10 days, he had lost considerable weight. Julia looked at Dudian with concern. Come, sit down and talk, Grace said with a smile. Dudian nodded slightly, placing his satchel down and approaching the dining table to share his observations about the business district. As for the tasks he undertook, they were confidential, and it was prudent to refrain from disclosing too much. You mentioned that the consortium has recognized your talents and promoted you? Gray inquired, surprised. Is it truly possible to advance so quickly after your very first mission? Dudian retrieved a key from his pocket, saying, The consortium has allocated an apartment for me. Soon we shall move into our new home. Julia was taken aback. They directly assigned you an apartment? How lavish. Ah, the Melon Consortium truly lives up to its reputation. Gray, evidently familiar with the news surrounding the Melon Consortium, sighed in admiration before shaking his head slightly. However, your mother and I have lived here for quite some time. We have grown accustomed to our neighbors, and moving to a new place may prove challenging. Moreover, my workplace is nearby. Ah, then I shall reside in the business district alone, Dudian lamented. Well, you are nearing marriageable age, and it is time for you to learn independence. Wait, what did you just say? Living in the business district? You mean the apartment assigned to you is in the business district? Indeed. You. When can we move there? Anytime you wish. Gray burst into laughter, his lifelong aspiration having been to reside in the business district and experience the lives of the privileged. He never anticipated such a desire would be fulfilled so unexpectedly. Julia covered her mouth with a gentle laugh, her eyes filled with care and appreciation for Du Dian, equally astonished by the immense surprise he had given them. Seeing their happiness, Du Dian could not help but smile. Suddenly, he remembered something and pulled a gold coin from his pocket. This is what I earned during my recent mission. I had borrowed quite a bit from you before, so consider this a token of filial piety. Gray and Julia were taken aback by the sight of the gold coin, astonished that in just over 10 days of undertaking a single mission, he had earned such a sum, far surpassing their own wages. This is what you earned? Julia asked, still struggling to believe it. What was your task? Was it particularly arduous? You were taken for training and served as a guard. Surely, the missions you undertake are perilous? Years of experience had taught her that effort and reward are invariably proportional. There are no free lunches in this world. If there are, they are found in the trash. Du Dian chuckled lightly and said, that's not the case at all. We are not at war, and there is no real danger. It is merely that the task is rather complex, thus requiring training. Most individuals would find it quite challenging. With that, he flashed a broad grin. Julia regarded him with a hint of skepticism. Really? Du Dian nodded with unwavering certainty. He noticed Gray's subtle movements, but paid them no mind. Instead, feeling a twinge of guilt in his heart, he understood that while he could treat them well, he could never forget his biological parents and the sister who had showered him with affection since childhood. They occupied an irreplaceable space in his heart, one that no one else could fill. Gray laughed and said, I'm still quite robust. I don't need your support in my old age. Although you earn a considerable amount, it's wise not to squander your money. Save it for your future family, you understand? Speaking of this, Julia suddenly smiled and said, Dian, a few days ago I met a lovely lady whose daughter is nearing marriageable age. She wishes to meet you. What do you think? Du Dian felt his cheeks flush with embarrassment and stammered, well, you're approaching that age too. It's time to consider such matters, Gray added. Du Dian felt a bit flustered. He was still a quarter away from 12. 13 was the legal age for marriage, and in his worldview, even at 13, one was still just a child, far removed from the concepts of marriage and parenthood. However, in this era, people age rapidly, and issues like illness and calamity claimed many lives each year. Accumulated radiation could even lead to loss of fertility at certain levels, causing marriage to occur at a much earlier age. Yet, he found it difficult to adapt to this reality. Perhaps I should wait until I reach the appropriate age to consider it, Du Dian replied tactfully. Julia, sensing his steadfastness, sighed. All right, if you're unwilling. I won't press you. But truly, will you not even take a glance? Her daughter is quite beautiful. I've seen her, and she is undoubtedly a little beauty. I can agree on that point, Gray chuckled. Julia rolled her eyes at him. Du Dian shook his head repeatedly, thinking that to refuse after meeting would be even more hurtful. Yet, deep down, he suddenly recalled the image of that moonlit night spent sitting side by side in the pavilion, gazing at the dim moon and chatting the night away. His heart began to race as he wondered what she might be doing now. Would it be too abrupt to seek her out directly? Lost in thought, that evening, he engaged in conversation with Julia and her husband until late. The next morning, at the break of dawn, Du Dian's biological clock roused him promptly. After a quick wash and breakfast, he bid farewell to Julia and her husband before departing, taking a carriage towards the slums. Julia's mention of the orphanage had ignited a sense of urgency within him, although he had only lived with Barton and the others for a few months. 3 years had passed, and the faces in his memory had begun to blur. Yet, he still vividly remembered their companionship during his initial, bewildered arrival at the orphanage. He was acutely aware of the treatment orphans faced if they reached an age without being adopted. Now, he is qualified to adopt them, and fortuitously, he has also amassed the necessary funds to begin constructing his own laboratory. He is in need of a few capable hands, yet there are few individuals he can trust. Aside from Mayken and the 3 others, there are only the few disabled orphans who had helped him in the beginning. Chapter 86. The Vanished Freezer Kid. The middle-aged man, with disheveled hair, hissed in a low voice, if you know what's good for you, surrender your money and clothes. Upon observing their attire, Dian instantly discerned their identities. Even in the slums, they belonged to the most destitute echelon, refugees akin to vagrants, homeless and bearing the scars of excessive radiation. Even when seeking laborious work, they were seldom accepted, lest they jeopardize the health of others. Are you not planning to kill me? Dian asked with a faint smile. The trio exchanged glances. Realizing from Du Dian's refined garments that he was not a denizen of their impoverished district, their intent was merely to rob him and depart. Killing a resident from the district would likely provoke an investigation from the courts, a consequence they dreaded. However, They were taken aback by the apparent lack of fear on the boy's face, which instead radiated an unsettling confidence. Enough with the nonsense, kid. If you keep talking, I will make you regret it. The middle-aged man growled through clenched teeth. In a flash, Dudian's figure darted forward. Bang, bang, bang. Dudian smiled. Daisy paused momentarily before responding. Joseph is still at the orphanage, but you won't see Barton. He was sent to the Colin mine last year. Chapter 87. The Cradle of Demons. Dudian nodded slightly, fully aware of the implications. However, given his current status, the liberation of a slave's household registration was no longer a concern. Moreover, the May Mountain Orphanage was an asset of the Mel family, and his words carried considerable weight. He immediately said, "First, let Joseph and the others come out and arrange their household registration. I intend to take them away." Deli was taken aback and stammered, You have become a guard?" With a faint smile, she turned and entered the orphanage. Shortly thereafter, 3 children emerged, namely Joseph, Cruin, and Barry, who had once shared a dormitory with Dudian. Upon seeing Dudian, the trio froze momentarily. 3 years had passed, and the changes in the once inseparable dorm mates were significant, particularly in Dudian, who had thrived remarkably well. His physique now robust and vastly different from his previously frail appearance. Joseph and the others had also undergone notable transformations. Joseph had grown half a head taller, his face now more bloated and intimidating. Meanwhile, Cruin's left hand was congenitally deformed, his arm only extending halfway, with fingers no larger than those of an infant. Barry appeared relatively unaffected at first glance, but Dudian was aware of the several tumors on his abdomen, remnants of radiation exposure. Living in the orphanage had endowed the 3 with certain skills that surpassed those of Makin and his friends. They quickly recognized Dudian, their faces alight with joy as they rushed towards him. A stuttering Joseph exclaimed, Dudian, have you been well?" After a brief moment of surprise, Joseph stammered again, You mean, you want to take us away?" Dudian chuckled, "Do you not trust me?" Cruin, quick to adapt, responded, "Of course we trust you. But, Dudian, do you have the means?" Dudian proceeded to the front yard of the orphanage, where he immediately spotted the short, plump woman who had assisted him previously, yawning and appearing lethargic behind the counter. Beside her was a dark-skinned boy, dutifully massaging her legs. The boy, alert and astute, noticed Dudian and subtly signaled to the woman. As the woman opened her eyes and recognized Dudian, she straightened her posture, a smile spreading across her face. "May I help you?" she inquired. "I am here to redeem someone and handle the household registration," Dudian replied succinctly. The woman, momentarily taken aback, shook her head. "For adoption. It must be on the designated adoption day." "I need it done now," Dudian interjected, aware that the so-called adoption day was merely a ploy by the orphanage to maximize profit. In this world, orphanages were hardly the benevolent institutions of the past. They could justly be termed human trafficking centers, operating with a business license. "Our regulations state," the woman began to explain hurriedly. "Joseph, Cruin, Barry." Dudian announced the names for adoption. The woman paused, momentarily stunned, yet quickly proceeded with the registration. Moments later, all formalities were complete, with a fee of 2 silver coins for each child. Upon seeing the gold coins Dudian tossed forth, the woman realized she was in the presence of someone truly significant. And without hesitation, she promptly began to make change for him. At that moment, Deli entered. Observing Dudian folding the contract, she inquired, "How did it go? Is everything settled?" Dudian nodded slightly. "They have been waiting for you outside." Deli smiled, adding, "I hope they remember this kindness and repay you in the future." "You are mistaken. This time, I am the one repaying a kindness," Dudian replied as he departed with the household registration contracts of the 3 individuals. The short, stout woman gazed at Dudian's retreating figure and curiously asked, "Deli, who is that person? You seem to know him." Deli chuckled and said, "Do you remember that little boy named Dudian from 3 years ago? That's him." The woman's eyes widened in disbelief. "I thought he looked somewhat familiar." "He has actually become a guard." Upon arriving at the orphanage, Dudian noticed Joseph and the others anxiously waiting in the open space with bulging bags. He approached them with a smile, raising the contract in his hand. "Let us go. Everything is settled. Here are your respective household registrations. Keep them safe." The 3 gazed at the authentic black and white documents before them, their bodies trembling with excitement. Joseph's eyes turned red, tears streaming down his face, following the contours of his cheeks as he said to Dudian, "Dudian, I." Dudian, witnessing their grateful expressions, felt a twinge of embarrassment and replied, "Let us not be so formal. Come on, Barton is waiting for us." "Dudian, I really must thank you this time," exclaimed Clun earnestly. "Yes, otherwise we would end up like Barton." Barry clenched his fists tightly, expressing his concern. Dudian chuckled and remarked, "No need for such sentimentality. Let us go." Unbeknownst to them, in the annals of history, this seemingly ordinary and unremarkable dilapidated orphanage would be etched with a crimson title, The Cradle of Demons, as depicted by historians. Chapter 88. Extraction. The Colin Mine, overseen by the Foster Coal Merchant Association, a subsidiary of the Mell family, primarily produces iron ore. It is situated in the outskirts of the impoverished district. Dudian summoned a carriage and, accompanied by 3 others, set off directly towards it. Carriages are a rare sight in the slums, typically reserved for the managerial class of various merchant associations or factories stationed there, facilitating their travels. Joseph and his companions, riding in a carriage for the first time, felt a twinge of anxiety, gingerly avoiding any movements lest they dirty the upholstered seats. Dudian, aware of their accustomed hardships, offered no further words of comfort. Half an hour later, they arrived at the Colin Mine, where the most prominent and imposing edifice in the small town was the branch of the Foster Coal Merchant Association responsible for this mine. Dudian instructed the driver to halt before the association. He disembarked first, paid the fare of 8 copper coins, and turned to gaze at the establishment. Calling to Joseph and the others, he led the way to the entrance. 2 lackadaisical young guards, engaged in idle chatter, straightened slightly upon noticing their approach. However, upon realizing they were merely children, they reverted to their languid demeanor. One of them scrutinized Dudian and asked, "This is the Foster Association. What brings you here?" Dudian replied, "I wish to speak with the highest authority here." The guards paused, one rolling his eyes and retorting, "Little brother, you're from the residential quarter, aren't you? If you're here to purchase minerals or place an order for your master, someone inside will assist you. As for wanting to meet our branch president, he is too occupied to entertain you. You wouldn't even have the standing to warrant such a request." Dudian responded coldly, "I don't require your qualification to know that." The guard, taken aback by Dudian's audacity, felt a flicker of doubt. However, recognizing Dudian's claim of representation for the Mell family, the situation's gravity shifted. Before long, the guard hastily entered the building. Dudian followed suit, and the other guard, hesitant to impede him, allowed passage. Upon entering the association's hall, Dudian surveyed the surroundings. Having witnessed the opulence of various commercial district edifices, this establishment, while deemed upscale and grand within the impoverished sector, appeared somewhat shabby to him. He casually chose a guest sofa to sit upon, inviting Joseph and the others to join him for a moment of respite. Joseph and his companions, experiencing such luxury and cleanliness for the first time, felt a surge of nervousness, closely trailing behind Dudian. The guard, noticing Dudian seated in the hall, respectfully addressed a woman nearby. Upon her glance landing on Dudian and then on Joseph and his companions, her brow furrowed slightly, a chill creeping into her expression as she approached. "May I inquire if you are the representative sent by the Mell family?" Dudian, perceiving the skepticism and a hint of disdain in her gaze, raised an eyebrow and inquired, "Are you the branch president here?" "I am the supervisor," she replied, her frown deepening at Dudian's counter-question. Dudian's expression hardened. Yet he chose not to pursue the matter further. "I am here regarding a specific individual, the miner recently assigned to your operations. Is this something you can address?" The tall woman immediately grasped Dudian's intentions, her expression tinged with displeasure. "All the miners have already been enslaved. If you possess a noble's decree, I can assist you. Otherwise, a hefty compensation must be rendered to procure them. Even if purchased, they remain in servitude, and should they be slain, no recompense shall be granted." The tall woman stared in astonishment, shaking her head. "I've never encountered such a situation." "Then summon your branch president," Dudian asserted. The tall woman, taken aback and momentarily speechless with indignation, retorted, "You must be one of the guards. Without a decree from the Mell family, I am not authorized to relay your message. The branch president is exceedingly busy and not someone just anyone can meet. Even as a guard, you have no authority over our merchant association." Dudian fixed her with an unwavering gaze, stating, "I can assure you, with a mere word, I can terminate your employment here. You are unworthy of knowing my identity. Be wise and summon your branch president, or face the consequences." The tall woman felt a mix of amusement and anger. Yet the chill in Dudian's eyes stifled her laughter. Realizing that he must not be a fool to have attained the position of guard, And feeling a tinge of trepidation at his audacious demeanor, she clenched her teeth and replied, "Very well, wait here. I shall inform the president." With that, she turned and swiftly departed. Joseph and the others stood in stunned silence, astonished by Dudian's assertive and domineering stance, which starkly contrasted with their previous impression of the taciturn and frail boy. Moments later, a middle-aged man clad in a black suit followed the tall woman, his brow furrowing as he spotted Dudian and the others from a distance. Despite his displeasure, he maintained his composure and approached them, saying, "Greetings. I am the branch president here. May I inquire who you are?" He scrutinized Dudian, seemingly ready to dismiss them at the slightest dissatisfaction with his response. Seeing the recognition in the man's eyes, Dudian's cold demeanor softened. He commanded, "I wish to speak with a man named Barton, a miner recently assigned to your location. Bring him to me at once." The tall woman was taken aback by the president's reverent demeanor towards Dudian, a respect she had only witnessed during inspections from the Grand Merchant Association. A shiver ran down her spine as she recalled Dudian's earlier words, and she felt a sense of relief at having restrained her impulse, for she might have jeopardized her position. Dudian had already spotted Barton, who, after 3 years, appeared frail and hunched, resembling a little old man. His body was a dark silhouette, emaciated to the point where his ribs were visible, his hair unkempt, and his face gaunt, with deep-set eyes. Barton, however, fixated his gaze on Joseph and the others, momentarily stunned. Joseph and his companions recognized Barton immediately, leaping from their seats to approach him. "Old Bart, it's me. We've come to find you. You, how have you become so thin?" they exclaimed. "Do miners not even have enough to eat?" The trio regarded the frail Barton with a mix of joy and sorrow. Barton, with a hoarse voice, asked in confusion, "How did you all get here?" "It was Dean who brought us." Clun pointed to Dudian on the sofa, adding, "Dean redeemed us all." Dean? Barton stared blankly at Dudian. Dudian, taken aback by how a mere year of mining life had so profoundly changed him, sighed. "It is I. I have come late." "Are you well?" Only then did Barton confirm he had not mistaken his identity. Tears welled in his eyes as he replied, "You still remember me?" I thought. Hearing this, the middle-aged man felt even more certain of his identity and respectfully remarked, "My lord, Barton is the youngest miner here and has always received care. However, you know how poor the living conditions are for miners, so he has ended up like this. There is nothing we could do. It is all dictated by those above." "Be silent." Dudian shot a glance at him. The middle-aged man was taken aback and promptly closed his mouth, not daring to show any defiance. He understood the nature of the creature before him. Even if he were to strike him down, he would merely face a reprimand. With such beings, it was best to maintain a respectful distance. The tall woman was momentarily stunned, realizing she had underestimated Dudian's standing. "Let us depart," Dudian stated as he rose. He chose not to pursue the matter further. Though Barton's existence here was certainly not as well cared for as the middle-aged man claimed, one truth remained: this was all dictated by those above, and the weak had no choice but to obey. Chapter 89. Awakening Dean, Your Money Comes From. Barry was about to inquire further when he suddenly noticed other patrons entering the tavern, prompting him to fall silent and hastily consume the food before him. Dudian offered a faint smile, and once the group had nearly finished their meal, he led them away from the small tavern. They soon found an uninhabited hillside nearby, and after confirming that there were no people within a few miles, he addressed them. "What are your plans for the future?" Barton and Joseph exchanged glances, and Joseph stammered, I don't really know. I suppose I could look for some odd jobs to scrape by." "Me too," Barry added. Dudian glanced at Barton and Clun, noticing their expressions mirrored those of the others, and nodded in understanding. "I have retrieved you from your predicament, and naturally, I will not abandon you. There are 3 paths before you. First, I own a residence in the commercial district that requires a gardener, a florist, and domestic help. You may take on these roles, tending to the house and looking after my adoptive parents. Of course, I shall not truly regard you as servants. It will merely be a nominal position." The mention of a house in the commercial district left Barton and the others wide-eyed with astonishment. Dudian affirmed, "Indeed. The second option entails providing each of you with a sum of money, after which you are free to pursue whatever endeavors you choose, with no interference from me. The final option is to act as my assistants and assist me in my endeavors." "Assistants?" Barton and the others perked up at this proposition. Dudian continued earnestly, however, "The tasks I undertake are perilous and may even cost you your lives, not to mention they are somewhat unlawful." The group fell silent, exchanging hesitant glances. Barton, who had been listening intently, suddenly looked up at Dudian and declared, "I choose the third path to assist you. But my legs are not in good condition, and I fear I may not be of much help. It is advisable for you to change your attire, otherwise, in your current garb. I fear you may be robbed the moment you produce gold coins," Dudian chuckled. Joseph and the others shared a knowing smile. Dudian glanced at the time. Evening was approaching. He told them, "If you wish to contact me, leave a signal in the square in front of the orphanage, and I will come when I am able. Remember to maintain discretion during your actions. Do not expose your identities." "We understand," Clun replied with a smile. Dudian then turned to Barton, saying, "I will find a way to restore your freedom soon, so do not worry." "I am not worried," Barton replied, a faint smile gracing his face. Dudian returned the smile and bid farewell to the group. During dinner, the two inquired about Dudian's activities throughout the day. Dudian casually mentioned that he had been wandering about, and they did not think much of it. After all, in their view, Dudian was approaching marriageable age and served as a guard, so it was only natural for him to have a personal space. The following morning, Dudian rose promptly, had breakfast, and set out. He pondered whether the alchemist's hideout he had previously seen had changed. With this thought, he made his way to the secret enclave. Chapter 90. The Black Cross, when will it be ready? Dudian inquired. "It will be done tonight." "All right, I shall return for it at this time tomorrow." "Certainly. May I ask what material you require?" "We have linen fibers, satin. Ordinary sturdy fabric will suffice," Dudian replied. "How much is the deposit?" The tailor's apprentice pondered for a moment and said, "If you desire durability, coarse linen fibers are your best option. The total is 7 copper coins. With a deposit of half, which amounts to 3 coins. Dudian promptly produced 3 copper coins for him and added, "The robe should be slightly larger." "Very well." The apprentice responded with a smile, taking out a measuring tape to assess Dudian's proportions. He then penned a note for Dudian, stating, "You may collect it tomorrow." Dudian tucked the note away as he exited the tailor's shop, murmuring, "Next comes the matter of the tattoo. To infiltrate that stronghold, he must prove himself as an alchemist, and the most credible means of doing so is by presenting his alchemical tattoo." After a moment's contemplation, he ultimately resolved to take the risk and give it a try. "How much?" Dudian directly asked, offering no opportunity for refusal. The middle-aged man was at a loss for words, but maintained a courteous demeanor, saying, "What do we speak of money for? Consider it a gift from me." Seeing this, Dudian was unyielding and stated, "I am pressed for time. I require it now." "Very well," the man replied after glancing at him. "Is this all you need? No further matters?" Dudian smiled slightly, just passing through. Relieved, the man chuckled, "All right. I'll have someone fetch it for you." With that, he turned and departed. Moments later, a gaunt young man brought Dudian a bottle of jet-black ink. Without needing to open the lid, Dudian could already smell the ink's scent, its gall ink, which was utilized in the early days within the walls. Later, with the advent of coal, carbon ink was developed, which, due to its high cost, became less and less popular. The aroma of gall ink is considerably lighter than that of carbon ink, which is frequently used and thus familiar. This is why Dudian went through the trouble of purchasing gall ink. Regrettably, there was no activated charcoal available here. Otherwise, he could have entirely neutralized the scent. Quietly, Dudian poured a portion of the ink into a small bowl and mixed in a small amount of the lighter perfume he had chosen, neutralizing the scent. After a sniff, he found the aroma unchanged and breathed a sigh of relief. He then removed his shirt, revealing his healthy, sun-kissed skin. Dudian glanced down at the magical mark on his chest, musing, "I wonder if those apprentice alchemists would recognize this mark. Regardless, it is best to conceal it." He then dipped a quill into the ink and traced along the blood-red magical scar on his chest, the cold ink enveloping the vein-like mark in darkness. He also needed to cover the dagger scar to avoid drawing attention. Dudian once again traced the ink along the scar of the dagger. This scar was vertical, while the magical mark was horizontal. Upon completing the drawing, Dudian realized that the two strokes intersected perfectly, forming a black cross. Chapter 91. Infiltration. The following day, Dudian arrived at the tailor's shop to collect his robe and mask. Upon donning the robe, he found it perfectly fitted. Mask in place, he approached the alley on Wall Street, where he immediately detected the presence of 2 individuals, one less than the previous day. It seemed they were indeed here daily. Dudian mused silently as he entered the alley, masking his identity. He reached out to lift the fabric that was smeared like the wall itself, revealing a stack of bricks beneath. An ordinary person, upon accidentally noticing this fabric, would merely see a wall even if they attempted to lift it. However, Dudian recognized it as a concealed chamber, instantly perceiving the gaps between the bricks. He picked up a small stone and gently tapped it twice. There was no response from within. He repeated the action, and at that moment, he sensed the two individuals drawing near, lurking just behind the wall of bricks. He waited for a moment, but they remained silent. Once again, he struck the wall and, lowering his voice, declared, "I am your companion, harboring no ill intentions. I am also an alchemist, seeking the organization." The two behind the bricks appeared to deliberate, yet they continued to remain unresponsive. Suddenly, Dudian caught a whiff of a strange odor, causing him to furrow his brow. He cautiously withdrew one of the bricks. Whoosh! As soon as the brick was removed, something shot out from the gap. Dudian was prepared and evaded in time, but the object landed on the ground and splattered, with several drops hitting the edge of his robe, corroding the fabric and leaving it somewhat bleached. It was sulfuric acid. The two inside seemed unprepared for their ambush to fail. Hearing Dudian's words, they realized that the initiative lay with him. If he were to inform the Church of Light, they would soon find themselves besieged. "How am I to trust you?" A female voice emerged from the shadows. Dudian retorted, "And how might I earn your trust?" After a brief silence, the female voice responded, "Please present your alchemical tattoo." Dudian chuckled ruefully. "That would require me to enter first. It is quite unsafe out here, and lingering too long may draw unwanted attention." Upon hearing this, the two within seemed to find some merit in his reasoning, slowly withdrawing the bricks. Inside, the light was dim, yet Dudian's vision remained unaffected. He quickly discerned the appearance of the two individuals, both masked, resembling children of his own stature, one boy and one girl. The boy he had previously followed was conspicuously absent. At that moment, the girl was responsible for removing the bricks, while the boy remained hidden in a darker corner, clutching a glass bottle containing half a bottle of sulfuric acid. "Come in," the girl instructed. Dudian nodded and jumped inside. Beneath the bricks lay a staircase, the area sealed by the bricks resembling a ventilated window. The boy, peering out from beneath his mask, fixed his vigilant gaze upon Dudian and said, "You may now present your alchemical tattoo." Dudian slightly nodded, lifting his black robe to reveal the black cross tattoo on his chest, asking, "Can you see it clearly?" The girl leaned in closer to inspect and remarked, "Indeed, you are one of us. Follow me." Upon hearing this, the boy exhaled in relief, beckoning to Dudian as he followed closely behind the girl. Dudian trailed after them down the staircase, arriving at a spacious hidden chamber. Within, numerous shelves were lined with an array of mineral and metallic powders, devoid of any animal remnants or biological parts, just as he had anticipated. They were all part of the Philosopher's Stone faction, dedicated to the creation of this extraordinary stone. "Come here," the girl instructed, approaching a table. Dudian complied. "I need to examine your tattoo once more," she stated, evidently unable to fully discern it in the dim light of the corridor earlier. Dudian nodded and revealed the black cross on his chest. The girl and the boy leaned in closely, scrutinizing the alchemical tattoo, when she suddenly drew nearer, gently inhaling the scent emanating from Dudian's chest, the warmth of her breath causing a subtle flutter in his heart. "Is that the scent of perfume?" she inquired, puzzled, before taking another whiff of the fabric on his arm and gazing up at him with curiosity. "How does a boy like you wear perfume?" Dudian cleared his throat and replied, "It's a habit." The girl regarded him with a quizzical expression but refrained from further comment. "How did you find us?" "Our location is supposed to be well hidden, and the secret codes are known only to insiders. Even as an alchemist, you shouldn't have recognized it," Dudian candidly explained. "I saw someone at the market with a hook tattoo on his wrist, and I followed him here." The girl and boy exchanged a glance, their faces contorted with irritation. "That foolish mouse. I told him long ago that a tattoo so prominently displayed on his wrist is tantamount to courting disaster. I can't fathom how his teacher instructed him." At that moment, a boy strolling down a street with his parents suddenly sneezed twice, looking bewildered. Dudian, his expression earnest, asked, "May I join you? I wish to collaborate on your research." The girl appraised him and remarked, "Don't you have your own circle? Didn't your teacher ever tell you that we seldom accept unfamiliar companions?" "My teacher is deceased," Dudian said, his expression somber. "The companions I previously collaborated with have also dispersed." The girl paused, murmuring, "I apologize, that was not my intention." Dudian slightly shook his head, responding, "It's all in the past." After a moment of contemplation, the girl replied, "Very well. If you are indeed alone, I can allow you to join us, but you must not bring outsiders. You understand that the more individuals involved, the greater the risk of exposure." Dudian's face lit up with excitement as he assured her, I will be absolutely discreet. All right, she nodded, a smile gracing her features. I am called Nightingale, and this is Viper. The mouse is out shopping with his parents today. If you wish to join us, you will need to adopt a code name. Dudian, somewhat perplexed, inquired, isn't a code name only assigned upon joining the Dark Church? Indeed, that is the formal designation, a symbol of our identity as alchemists, she affirmed. The Nightingale nodded, stating, however, we must establish a code name to address one another. It would be impractical to use our real names. What if someone gets apprehended and exposes the rest of us? Did your previous circle operate under real names? Dudian replied, no. We used a character from each person's name as a substitute. That can be considered a code name, the Nightingale remarked. Here, we utilize an animal as a substitute. Think carefully. After a moment of contemplation, Dudian suggested, let us call me the hunting dog. Hunting dog? The Nightingale nodded. Very well, from now on. You shall be known as the hunting dog. Dudian glanced around and inquired, don't you have a teacher to instruct you? The Nightingale shook her head. My teacher would never come to a place like this, where novice alchemists gather. He is preoccupied with his own experiments. Dudian gazed at the girl in surprise. From the moment he entered, he sensed her authority. Indeed, she was the leader within this small circle. That is truly impressive. I have only recently begun and must learn a great deal from you. The voice beneath the Nightingale's mask carried a hint of shyness as she replied. It's not as exaggerated as you say. There are many intelligent individuals. I am certainly not the youngest among them. Regardless, I think you are remarkable. The Viper interjected with a playful grin. Dudian observed him, pondering how his demeanor seemed at odds with the name Viper, which indeed felt like a case of disjointed identity. The Viper chuckled and moved to another room, closing the door behind him. The Nightingale then addressed Dudian, our rooms here are limited. There is a storage room next door that remains vacant. You may clean it up and use that space. Should you have any questions, feel free to communicate with me at any time. Chapter 92, Alchemical Symbols. Dudian gazed at the various jars and bottles on the adjacent table, filled with powders. Each container bore a label adorned not with words, but with an array of peculiar symbols. Some depicted the sun, others illustrated a sun intertwined with a pentagram, and yet others showcased curved hooks, among others. What is this? Dudian inquired. Nightingale, noticing the jar he pointed to, responded with curiosity. Do you not recognize this symbol? Dudian pondered for a moment and shook his head. I do not, he admitted. Have you not yet memorized the compendium of basic alchemical symbols? Nightingale exclaimed in astonishment. This was the first time Dudian had heard the term alchemical symbols, and he momentarily froze, grateful for the mask that concealed his expression. He mused silently. Alchemical symbols? Their purpose is typically to denote something. Ah, I understand now. They must be akin to mathematical symbols. He speculated that this was likely too rudimentary to warrant mention in Roseyard's alchemical notes, and thus he replied, Indeed, I have yet to commit them to memory. My belongings were left with my mentor, who has since passed, and those accursed Light Church officials seized my possessions. Do you possess a compendium of alchemical symbols? Might I borrow it to peruse? Nightingale regarded him with suspicion, but upon hearing Dudian's denouncement of the Light Church, her doubts were quelled. She gestured towards a nearby shelf, where a thick book with a black cover rested. You may take it, but remember not to damage it. It is the only one I have. Dudian quickly nodded, expressing his gratitude. As he lifted the compendium of alchemical symbols, he was about to delve into its contents when Nightingale interjected, You should read it elsewhere, perhaps in the small storage room. I need to conduct an experiment. Understanding her cue, Dudian made his way to the designated small storage room, which appeared somewhat disheveled, housing tools for tidying the alchemical chamber and some broken filtering equipment. Unfazed, he settled into a spot and began to peruse the compendium. Before him lay a dazzling array of alchemical symbols, each accompanied by explanatory text. He soon encountered the sun symbol he had previously seen. Among alchemists, this represented gold. No wonder the jar contained golden powder, albeit in a minuscule quantity, he murmured to himself as he continued to turn the pages. Time slipped away unnoticed as Dudian became wholly absorbed in the material, diligently memorizing the symbols. Through the introductory explanations, he learned that these alchemical symbols originated from the celestial symbols of diviners. As the diviners waned in prominence, the rising alchemists gradually transformed these celestial symbols into their own distinct system of alchemical symbols. Typically, after conducting experiments, alchemists recorded their findings in a plethora of symbols, rendering them incomprehensible to anyone outside their discipline. Thus, Memorizing this compendium was an essential requirement for aspiring alchemists. Very well, Nightingale nodded. The venomous snake cast a glance at the book in Dudian's hands and chuckled. When Nightingale mentioned this to me, I was skeptical. I never imagined you truly hadn't memorized it. TSK, you are indeed the apprentice among apprentices. Perhaps I should refer to you as a trainee apprentice, haha. Dudian, upon hearing his jest, smiled faintly and replied, I have a poor memory and learn slowly. You seem to relish in laziness, the snake remarked knowingly. I struggled significantly when I was memorizing this. I devised countless excuses to escape, but ultimately it was my teacher who compelled me to learn it. Nightingale, on the other hand, is quite astute. I heard she mastered it in merely a week, while I toiled for half a year. How can I hold my head high in comparison? Nightingale smiled gently, saying, It's not as exaggerated as you claim. I wasn't well acquainted with it after just a week. It took me a fortnight to fully memorize it. That is still quite impressive, the snake lamented. Of course, he replied without hesitation. Nightingale shook her head, saying, I will assess the situation. If there is something pressing, I want to come. If not, I shall. Dudian nodded, stating, I will also come tomorrow. I shall take my leave first, he said. The snake, unreserved, waved goodbye to Dudian and made his way to the concealed corridor outside the wall, climbing out. Let us wait a few minutes before we exit, Nightingale suggested. Dudian nodded, understanding her concern that leaving all at once might attract attention, and that departing in succession would allow each of them time to adjust their disguises. Moments later, Dudian was the second to leave. He climbed into the alley and, noticing no one at the street corner, removed his mask, although he still wore a face covering that concealed most of his face. Wearing a mask in public was not considered unusual. Most would assume he was unwell, and few would dare to approach him closely. Shortly after Dudian departed, a small boy appeared at the alley entrance, furrowing his brow as he gazed in the direction Dudian had gone, muttering in frustration, he is still wearing a mask. How cautious. He cast a lingering glance in that direction before turning and leaving from another route. Not long after his departure, Dudian appeared at the street corner, observing the boy's retreating figure with a slight frown. He had anticipated that the snake, having emerged early, would remain nearby, presumably to glimpse his true visage. It seems I must not let my guard down in the future, Dudian thought to himself, firmly committing the other's features to memory. This knowledge could serve as a potent leverage in their encounters. Dudian glanced back at the alley entrance, estimating that Nightingale would soon emerge. He contemplated taking a chance to glimpse her true face, but ultimately decided against it, for she had not done so with him. If others do not offend me, I shall not offend them, he resolved. Chapter 93. New research on the second day. Dudian returned to the clandestine alchemical chamber. Upon his arrival, he found the serpent and the boy he had previously tracked, known by the codename Mouse. The boy, presumably informed about Dudian by the serpent, nervously inquired, You are the hound, right? You followed me here, so you have seen my face? Dudian realized there was no way to deceive him and nodded. Indeed, I have seen you, and I shall keep it a secret. Mouse's expression fell. I've been exposed again. The serpent retorted, Whose fault is it for tattooing your wrist? I warned you, sooner or later, you would be purified by the light. Just be careful not to betray us when that time comes. The serpent shrugged. If you wish to withdraw, remember to remove the tattoo. I hesitated because I feared the pain, Mouse replied resignedly. Dudian, slightly exasperated, glanced around the alchemical chamber and asked, Is Nightingale not coming today? At this hour, she probably won't show up. The serpent responded casually. May I borrow her alchemical symbol book? Dudian inquired. That's fine. Though it's best not to touch her other alchemical materials, the serpent replied. Dudian nodded. Once they began their experiments, he seized the opportunity to take Nightingale's alchemical symbol book and resumed memorizing its contents. Although he possessed a super chip containing a modern chemical system far more advanced than the alchemical practices of this era, the ancient knowledge was not without merit. There remained numerous advantages worthy of study, as this was, after all, the primordial foundation of chemistry. Dudian revisited the symbols he had memorized the previous day, then continued to internalize the subsequent alchemical symbols. Another day passed. By dusk, he had memorized approximately 2/3 of the content. As he and the serpent, along with Mouse, gradually vacated the alchemical chamber, the serpent was the first to depart, with Mouse trailing behind, tasked with sealing the passage, a responsibility they entrusted to a novice with some trepidation. On the third day, Dudian returned to the alchemical chamber, where Nightingale was present. He borrowed the alchemical book and continued his memorization. By the time he was ready to leave in the evening, he had finally committed the entire volume to memory and was able to comprehend the experiments conducted by Nightingale and her associates. From the symbols etched upon the alchemical table, Dudyan could surmise their experimental intentions. As he returned the book, his eyes flitted over Nightingale's alchemical table, where he immediately spotted a sun symbol, 2 droplet symbols, and a spoon symbol. He couldn't help but feel astonished. Nightingale harbored grand ambitions, daring to delve into the study of gold. Did she aspire to create the philosopher's stone directly? On the 4th day, Dudyan arrived at the alchemical den as usual. The serpent was absent today, while Nightingale and Mouse busied themselves with their respective tasks. Occasionally, Mouse would emerge to seek Nightingale's counsel, for her alchemical prowess was evidently the highest among them. "Are you not studying today?" Nightingale remarked upon noticing Dudyan had not requested any books. Her curiosity piqued. Dudyan shook his head. "No need to study further." "No need?" Nightingale was taken aback. "What do you mean? Have you already memorized it?" "Yes," Dudyan replied with a slight nod. "I wish to begin conducting experiments." The Nightingale came to a realization and smiled, saying, "It seems you have memorized quite a bit as well. I was wondering how you could possibly conduct experiments without mastering the alchemical symbols. If you wish to experiment, you must procure your own materials. Today, I can lend you some, provided I have surplus, but you must return them to me tomorrow." "Thank you." Duty's heart brimmed with gratitude as he glanced at the various ingredients on her shelf. His eyes were immediately drawn to several components essential for crafting black powder. These ingredients were also commonly used in other alchemical experiments. Black powder, an invention of his ancestral homeland from the Old Era, had a profound impact on the world. It originated from the art of alchemy, which, in the East, predates and surpasses Western alchemy in sophistication. "I'll take some of this yellow phosphorus." Duty pointed to one of the jars. Naturally, he did not intend to produce black powder here. Although, in modern terms, this technology is rather antiquated. In this era, it represents a groundbreaking alchemy, capable of genuine explosions. The Nightingale glanced at it and nodded. "Very well, I happen to have an excess of this." Didi also requested some resin and red scales, then tidied up the small storeroom. Suddenly, he realized a problem. There was no alchemical platform. He was momentarily taken aback. This was not about producing black powder, as he already had a complete formula. He merely needed to blend the ingredients. He intended to investigate matches since he had encountered difficulties with ignition during the last explosion of black fire. The common method of igniting with a fire striker was exceedingly inconvenient, requiring repeated strikes against flint to produce a spark that would ignite tinder. It was utterly perilous in critical moments. Didi sought out the Nightingale once more, inquiring curiously, "Where does one obtain an alchemical platform?" "No one dares to sell such things on the market." The Nightingale, busy mixing ingredients, paused upon seeing Dudi and suddenly remembered, "I forgot to mention this. Here is what you can do. Look for the Mouse and see if he is available tonight. If he is, he can take you to the underground market to purchase one. Though it will be quite expensive, prepare at least 2 silver coins." "The underground market?" Dudi was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that the notes of Rosyard had mentioned such a place. A market for clandestine trades by the Dark Church with outposts in various locations. Without delay, Dudi found the Mouse and relayed the situation. The Mouse agreed without hesitation to take him there that evening. With a lull in his activities, Dudi bid farewell to the Nightingale and departed from the alchemical hideout. Pondering over the past 3 days, uncertain of the progress made by Barton and the others, he promptly hired a carriage and headed towards the impoverished district. Upon arriving at a dilapidated square they had previously agreed upon, Dudi quickly discerned the secret signal left by Barton and his companions. A smile gracing his face as he followed the clues, he soon located a secluded shack near the refugee gathering area of the slums. Just as Dudi approached the shack, he heard Barton's voice filled with excitement from across the way. Dudi looked in astonishment as the lowly hut was lifted, revealing Barton and the others approaching. Having not seen them for 3 days, he noticed they appeared somewhat more spirited than before. "We revealed the code, so they rented another one on the opposite side." Barton glanced at Dudyan's expression and reluctantly offered an explanation. Dudyan was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled. "You seem to have considered this quite thoroughly." Although he was aware that the likelihood of the code being exposed was exceedingly low, witnessing their caution brought him a sense of satisfaction. Chapter 94. The Alloy Experiment. Dudyan nodded, pleased to see the group gathered. He distributed a gold coin to each of them, secretly testing their resolve, for a gold coin held immense value. capable of tempting even the most desperate of the impoverished to commit theft or murder. Yet, to his satisfaction, Barton and the others did not take their coins and leave, demonstrating their unwavering commitment to his cause. Their ability to resist the allure of immediate wealth signified their potential for greatness, much to Dudion's approval. Has Cluen been gone for too long? I hope he has not encountered any trouble, Barry expressed anxiously as he checked the time. Barton glanced at Barry's worried expression, his demeanor shifting slightly as he confidently replied, "He is clever. He will be fine." Joseph nodded in agreement, suggesting perhaps he has found a suitable location. Surveying their surroundings, Dudian remarked, "You may seek a better place to settle. Do not be overly frugal, for I can earn more later. This place is quite adequate." Barton responded with a smile. "Compared to my days as a miner, this is far better. At least we can see the sun occasionally, and the residents here are poor, so we are less likely to attract attention." Dudian chose not to elaborate further. Although Barton and the others were orphans, their upbringing in the orphanage had imparted essential knowledge, particularly about self-defense and maintaining a low profile. Despite their physical disabilities, their minds were sharp and astute, often surpassing those of the able-bodied in shrewdness and caution. "Have you found an abandoned factory?" Barton inquired. Cluen, sensing the seriousness of the conversation, placed his belongings down and shook his head. "I haven't found a suitable one yet. There are a few factories for rent, but they are not secluded enough, and the prices are rather steep." Disappointment flickered in Barton and the others' faces as they looked apologetically at Dudian. Dudian waved his hand dismissively. "There is no rush. Eat first. The search for a suitable location can take its time. It must be sufficiently remote and concealed, ideally in an open environment." He had never intended for them to complete this task swiftly, as the impoverished district was vast, and finding an appropriate spot was challenging. Despite their cleverness, they had little experience in the world. This endeavor was primarily for their training. Though Dudian's words were reassuring, Barton and the others still felt a tinge of guilt. Dudian noticed that the golden powder on her table had diminished and casually asked, "Are you planning to create the Philosopher's Stone directly?" "Alloy?" Dudian was taken aback. Nightingale, somewhat surprised, responded, "Alloy? That is a fine name for my experiment. I shall call it the Alloy Experiment. If my assumptions are correct, it should indeed be attainable," she affirmed eagerly. Dudian's interest was piqued. In terms of alloy materials, the most renowned from the old era was, of course, aluminum alloy. However, aluminum alloys did not contain gold, and gold was exceedingly rare. Its applications were mostly limited to jewelry with other metal elements mixed in, while its use in composite materials was far less common than aluminum alloys. Moreover, aluminum alloys were extensively utilized in many heavy industrial products. However, to manufacture aluminum alloy, one must first electrolyze the metal, which inherently requires electricity. Dudian felt a tinge of helplessness, such as the limitation of tools. The Nightingale cast a glance at Dudian and inquired, "What is the focus of your experiments? Would you mind sharing?" "Me?" Dudian pondered briefly before responding. "I am investigating electricity." "Electricity?" The Nightingale paused, scrutinizing him for a moment. "That seems rather challenging. My instructor is still exploring this area. Are you not considering starting from foundational physics and materials?" Noticing her somewhat advisory demeanor, Dudian understood her concern that he might be aiming too high. This was a common flaw among many alchemists. Some novices even aspired to directly create the Philosopher's Stone, an ultimate alchemical treasure, which was utterly fanciful. However, he was not naive nor fearless. He simply found general research beneath his interest. What he sought to create necessitated the support of electricity. Thus, electricity became the primary issue he needed to address. Moreover, the postmodern world had demonstrated that electricity's penetration and assistance to humanity were profoundly profound. Without it, human society would come to a standstill. In essence, the existence of electricity delineated the ancient era from the industrial age, carrying immense significance. Dudian shook his head, affirming his commitment to his experiments. Seeing this, the Nightingale refrained from further remarks. After all, interfering with another's experiments is not commendable. At that moment, the mouse also emerged, spotting Dudian and the Nightingale, and asked, "What are you discussing?" "Matters concerning the experiment," the Nightingale replied casually. "That should suffice," Dudian stated. The mouse nodded, saying, "We are to gather at 23 West Germany Street. You know where that is, right? If not, ask someone." "Understood." Dudian nodded. The two then departed in succession. West Germany Street was somewhat secluded, lined with residential houses and devoid of shops, resulting in a lack of foot traffic. The cold wind swept through the empty street, evoking a sense of desolation. Upon disembarking from the carriage, Dudian shielded his head with his cloak, settling the fare before promptly donning his mask. He approached the small building marked with the number 23, which appeared to have been uninhabited for quite some time, the lawn overrun with fallen leaves, unattended. Yet, Dudian immediately detected the presence of 3 or 4 human scents within the building. Suddenly, one of the scents vanished. Dudian was momentarily taken aback. It was as if the aroma had dissipated into thin air, abruptly fading away, as though its source had abruptly departed. Puzzled, he refrained from entering the building recklessly and chose to wait near the entrance. Before long, the mouse arrived, wearing a mask and looking somewhat breathless as he regarded Dudian. "Why did you arrive so early?" Recognizing that the mouse must have walked there, Dudian felt a mix of surprise and gratitude, replying, "You went out of your way." The mouse waved his hand dismissively. "It's a trivial matter. We are comrades. Let us proceed inside." With that, he approached the small building and gently knocked on the door. Dudian noted that his knocking followed a specific rhythm: 3 firm knocks, 2 light taps, 2 slow, and 3 quick. Not long after the knock, the door swung open, revealing a figure shrouded in a black robe, adorned with a stark white mask, who coldly regarded the two and said, "Enter." Mouse stepped in first, followed closely by Dudian. Once they had both crossed the threshold, the imposing figure coolly instructed, "Please present your tattoos." Mouse lifted his wrist, revealing a black, hooked tattoo. The tall figure glanced at it without a word, then turned to lead them into a small building. From within his cloak, he produced a vial filled with a tangerine-hued liquid, stating, "Allow me to neutralize your scent to prevent detection by those hounds." With that, he poured the orange liquid into his mouth and sprayed it towards Dudian and Mouse, splattering them both. Immediately, Dudian noticed that the scent he shared with Mouse had diminished. "Proceed inside." The tall figure gestured toward the interior. There stood a door, flanked by 2 figures, also cloaked in long robes, who opened the door and signaled for them to enter. Chapter 95. Experimental report. Behind the door lay a subterranean passage, shrouded in darkness, from which wafted a myriad of faint human scents that surprised Dudian. He had not anticipated such vibrancy in this underground market. The myriad aromas hinted at the presence of over 100 individuals. Although this peculiar potion could mask scents, it could not entirely eradicate them. "Follow me," the rat, well acquainted with the area, beckoned as he led the way. Dudian trailed behind, descending the dimly lit staircase illuminated by copper lamps, their shadows elongated against the walls. At the base of the spiral steps, a corridor stretching 4 to 5 meters awaited, guarded by cloaked sentinels. As Dudian and his companion reached the threshold, the guards flanked the entrance and swung the doors wide open, unveiling a mysterious and novel dark underground market before them. Before them sprawled a vast subterranean square, enveloped in muted light, with flickering lanterns adorning the walls like dancing sprites. The ground was teeming with an array of stalls and larger, rudimentary shops, showcasing an eclectic assortment of curious items, freely traded amongst the throngs. Dudian was taken aback by the sheer magnitude of this underground bazaar. It was noteworthy that those permitted entry were primarily alchemists or potion masters affiliated with the dark cult. The multitude of merchants alone exceeded 100, while the customers milling about the square numbered well over 300. A sight Dudian had never beheld. So many nefarious figures from the dark cult gathered in one place elicited a peculiar sensation within him. The rat pointed in a specific direction, saying, "Over there, they sell alchemical platforms. Come with me." Dudian followed closely, his gaze drawn to the dimly lit area ahead. Despite the surrounding gloom, he could discern a rudimentary shop constructed in the square, slightly larger than the adjacent bookstall. To the left, rows of alchemical platforms were displayed, while the right side was lined with various bottles and jars, as well as peculiar items, among which he spotted a pitch-black claw, the origin of which was a mystery. "Boss," the rat called to the shopkeeper, "we'd like to take a look at the alchemical platforms." The proprietor, a towering figure clad in a dark red mask, cast a fleeting glance at Dudian and the rat. Judging by their stature and voices, he surmised they were merely children, likely apprentices in alchemy or potion-making, and, disinterested, replied, "Look for yourselves. Choose what you desire and pay." The rat, evidently accustomed to such exchanges, pointed at an alchemical platform constructed of birchwood and stone, saying, "Hound, what do you think of this one?" Dudian inspected it, inquiring, "Are the prices for these all different?" "Of course," came the response. The mouse, seasoned in experience, remarked, "This one is the most economical, requiring only 2 silver coins, which is sufficient for us novice apprentices. However, if you are affluent, You may opt for a more upscale version, such as this one, priced at 4 silver coins. It features a storage compartment, enhancing convenience significantly. And it has improved efficiency in both water diversion and fire ignition. And then there's this model, costing 7 silver coins. He gestured towards a row of items, his finger resting upon the foremost alchemical table, declaring that one is truly remarkable, priced at 2 gold coins. It boasts an automatic ignition mechanism and self-cleaning capabilities for the cauldron ash, along with 2 refining pools, indispensable for conducting intricate experiments. Dudian cast a glance at it. It appeared to be crafted from brass, exuding a sense of grandeur and stability far superior to the previous options. However, 2 gold coins were out of reach for him, as he possessed just slightly over 1 gold coin and could not afford to spend it all. I will take this one, Dudian stated, indicating the 2 silver coin option. The shopkeeper cast a knowing glance at him, seemingly having anticipated this choice. Proceed with payment and provide your address. If you reside in a residential area, we will deliver it to you by tomorrow evening at the latest. You're delivering it for us? Dudian inquired, surprised. The mouse chuckled, of course. Such a substantial item is beyond our capacity to carry, and it would be too conspicuous. They possess discreet transportation channels capable of delivering it without drawing attention. Even if you are a noble, naturally, your cooperation is required. Dudian was inwardly astonished. The influence of the dark church penetrated so deeply. Just then, the mouse suddenly seized Dudian and pulled him aside, saying, "Step aside quickly." From the notes of Rosyard, Dudian had learned about the classification of alchemists, from apprentices to 5-star alchemical masters. Each advancement in rank necessitated a considerable amount of alchemical points, often requiring the submission of multiple experimental results to accumulate enough. A 3-star alchemist was roughly equivalent to a high-ranking knight of the Radiant Church, holding a prestigious position, second only to the Knight Commander. Even a prominent noble family like the Meyer family would treat such individuals with utmost respect. "Shopkeeper, do you have any commendable alchemical tables?" At that moment, the 3-star alchemist addressed the shopkeeper in a low, gravelly voice, clearly attempting to suppress his tone. The 3-star alchemist glanced at the shopkeeper and then turned to a nearby figure draped in a slightly flowing robe, inquiring, "What do you think?" "Indeed." The tall figure pondered briefly before replying. "Then let us continue searching." "Very well." The woman sighed. "This market seems to be the only one specializing in such items. I have already submitted my experimental report, and I shall soon receive a summons from above. For now, I shall settle for this." The tall figure hesitated momentarily before conceding. "All right then." The two promptly made their payment and purchased the item. The mouse exclaimed in awe, "They disdain what we cannot afford. Indeed. Our exposure has been far too limited. Alchemy is profoundly intricate. What a pity they did not converse further. Perhaps we could have gleaned some inspiration from their discourse." Dudian mused. When she mentioned submitting her experimental report, was she referring to the Dark Church? Why not wait until the experiment is complete before submitting the results? The mouse shrugged and replied, "I wish to obtain alchemical points sooner. Many alchemists are anxious that their experiments might be preemptively discovered by others. Thus they submit their concepts in advance. If the evaluation proves to be of value, it will be converted into corresponding alchemical points. Of course, there is another possibility. Some individuals suddenly receive inspiration for other experiments, yet are preoccupied with their current projects, lacking the energy to pursue them. Alternatively, they may be disinclined to gather the necessary materials, prompting them to submit their theoretical experiment reports or conjectures. If these are verified for feasibility, they will be awarded alchemical points. As the end of the month approaches, the initial release date was set for the 1st of next month. However, after discussions with the editor, it has been rescheduled for November 11th, coinciding with the shopping extravaganza of Double 11. During the next few days, I will adjust my schedule, aiming to stockpile content for next month, with hopes of a 10-chapter explosion upon release, allowing readers to reserve their monthly votes for the dark. Thank you. Chapter 96. Talent. What a splendid idea. Dudian's eyes sparkled with excitement. When it comes to experimental conjectures, he considers himself second to none, confident that no one would dare to claim the top spot. After all, he has witnessed the marvels of the modern world. Airplanes, cannons, automobiles, each a potential subject for experimental hypotheses. Moreover, these conjectures could undoubtedly be validated, yet, constrained by the current industrial capabilities, their realization remains a question. It is not as simple as one might think. The mouse, noticing the change in Dudian's expression, chuckled softly and said, "The submission of an experimental conjecture demands a comprehensive derivation process, it is not sufficient to merely propose a concept. One must also possess a relatively complete alchemical formula. After all, if the alchemical formula is flawed, the conjecture becomes nothing more than a hollow notion, akin to our ephemeral fantasies. Although, as alchemy advances, those wondrous things we envision may one day materialize, without substantial theoretical support, they remain unrealistic daydreams. Dudyan nodded, fully aware of this truth. His father often emphasized that a rigorous attitude and a whimsical heart are essential for the pursuit of scientific truth. Experimental conjectures are founded upon empirical evidence, rather than mere imagination. Even the remarkable phenomena depicted in the science fiction of bygone eras are grounded in certain scientific principles, not mere fanciful notions. However, fiction ultimately remains just that, a narrative driven by imagination, incapable of being deemed as experimental conjecture. For the creators have not genuinely conducted the relevant experiments. Thus, it is evident that submitting a rigorous and qualified experimental conjecture is no trivial task. Nonetheless, Dudyan felt a thrill of excitement. While this may pose a challenge for others, it was remarkably simple for him. He merely needed to replicate the contents of the superchip, which housed authentic technological formulas. Yet, the crux of the matter still revolved around the issue of electricity. Dudyan's urgency grew within him. At that moment, the mouse, noting that dusk was approaching, guided Dudyan past other stalls in search of anything that might aid his experiments. However, upon finding nothing of use, they left the shadowy underground market together. Outside, the sky darkened, a gray shroud of radiation clouds enveloping the heavens, obscuring the moonlight. As curfew approached, in the blink of an eye, 3 days had passed. Once the alchemical platform arrived at the alchemical haven, Dudyan commenced his study on the production of yellow phosphorus matches. After 3 consecutive days of experimentation, he had garnered considerable insights and had grasped the preliminary methods of manufacture. In truth, matches are not particularly difficult to create. Akin to black powder, the formula is quite simple. However, the inception of early black powder emerged serendipitously from the accidental explosion of a furnace by an alchemist. Before that moment, no one had anticipated that such materials combined could yield an explosion. Many great inventions often arise from mere coincidence. 3 days later, it was time for Dudyan to report to the Hunter headquarters. The couple, Julia and her husband, have not yet resigned from their positions in the residential area and continue to reside there, not accompanying Dudyan to the commercial district. They're in no rush, having deep roots in this place over many years, with numerous acquaintances spanning from their parents' generation to their own, which necessitates time for arrangements. Dudyan arrived at a remote outskirts of the commercial district in a carriage provided by the consortium. Surrounded by mountains, several eerie ancient castles stood silently. The carriage halted in front of one of these castles. Dudyan alighted and surveyed the imposing structures and the somber atmosphere. Surprised to discover that the headquarters of the Hunters was situated in such a place, the ambience matching the often solitary existence of the Hunters. Please. The coachman dismounted and respectfully addressed Dudyan. Following the coachman, they approached a castle perched on the hillside. As they reached the entrance, the heavy door creaked open, revealing a young man in a black suit, who smiled and said, "You must be the newcomer Dudyan here to report, correct?" "Yes," Dudyan replied. "Come with me." The young man gestured, turning to enter the castle. As Dudyan followed, the door slowly closed behind them. They traversed a pebble path into the castle's dimly lit foyer, where a portrait of a woman adorned the wall. Dudyan was taken aback, recognizing her as the same figure depicted in the artwork at the top of the scavenger's headquarters. Sparking a flicker of curiosity within him, though he refrained from inquiring further. "Your identity has already been registered," the young man stated. "From this moment on, you are to fulfill your duties as a hunter for the Melon Consortium, with the paramount goal of safeguarding the consortium's interests. Do you understand?" Noticing Dudyan's gaze, the young man smiled slightly and continued, "I am the deputy instructor for apprentice hunters. By the way, although you possess the mark of magic, you remain an apprentice hunter. In fact, compared to other distinguished apprentice hunters, your combat abilities are still lacking. Therefore, starting today, you will undergo training provided by the consortium." "Training from the consortium?" Dudyan queried, puzzled. "Isn't that conducted at the Hunter Academy?" The young man chuckled. "I have heard about your situation. Initially, the consortium intended to place you in the Hunter Academy for training. However, due to your possession of the mark of magic, which grants you superior physical abilities, you cannot enter the academy, as they maintain a standardized training system and cannot make exceptions for you. The consortium lacks the influence to persuade them otherwise. Thus, You will only be able to accept training from the consortium. However, there is no need for concern. The content of the consortium's training largely mirrors that of the Hunter Academy, being quite similar. Moreover, you should have already contemplated your future career path, requiring only specialized training for your designated role. Of course, it is also beneficial to familiarize yourself with other positions, as this will enhance teamwork during future hunts. Seeing no further argument to make, Dadian acquiesced, recognizing that decisions had already been made from above. What profession have you chosen? The young man inquired. A hunter, Dadian replied. The young man in the black suit remarked, indeed, the consortium is currently in dire need of hunters. However, individuals possessing the talent for archery are quite rare. I hope your aptitude in this regard is commendable, otherwise, mere enthusiasm will hardly suffice to reach the pinnacle. Upon hearing his words, Dadian recalled his previous shooting performance, which caused a flutter of anxiety within him. Let us first assess your various talents, the young man continued with a slight smile. Follow me to the training ground. He opened the door to the inner hall, revealing an expansive area filled with an array of training apparatuses, including archery targets, wooden dummies, wobbling horses, and a cage brimming with sharp blades, which made Dadian break into a slight sweat. Since you have chosen the path of a hunter, let us begin by testing your archery skills. The young man positioned himself in front of the target and beckoned Dadian to come forth. For today, there will be only one update. Although the hour is still early, my efforts to adjust my schedule have left my mind in a haze, and I am exceedingly fatigued. Writing has become a challenge, but tomorrow I shall provide 4 updates, compensating for today as shortfall, along with an additional 3 updates for the weekly burst. Chapter 97. 2 tasks following the guidance provided. Dadian approached the target area. Here, take your time to shoot a few arrows, encouraged the young man, handing him a sleek black bow and a quiver of arrows from a nearby rack. Dadian accepted the bow, noting that it felt slightly lighter than the one he had previously used during his hunting endeavors. Nevertheless, it remained considerably heavy for most scavengers. He slung the quiver over his shoulder, nocked an arrow, drew back the string, and aimed at the target situated 30 meters away. With a swift whoosh, the arrow soared, embedding itself into the target, though it missed the bullseye by a ring and a half. Not bad at all. Have you practiced before? The young man remarked, a hint of surprise in his voice. Dadian nodded, responding, I practiced for a few days. Just a few days? The young man raised an eyebrow, then offered a black blindfold. Try shooting again, but this time, blindfolded. Dadian agreed, donned the blindfold, and once more drew the bow, mentally retracing the target's position. Although he could detect a faint scent emanating from the target, he chose not to rely on his sense of smell. Eager to ascertain whether he possessed any innate talent for archery, with a swift release, the arrow flew forth. A satisfying thud echoed as it struck the target. Removing the blindfold, Dadian observed that the arrow had landed quite close to his previous shot, the deviation being minimal. It seems you have an innate talent for archery, the young man remarked with a smile. Considering your robust physique and your brief practice, such a result is indeed remarkable. With diligent effort, you might have the opportunity to become the second mid-level hunter within the organization. Dadian expressed his astonishment. Is there only one mid-level hunter in the organization? Indeed. The young man replied. There are a total of 8 mid-level hunters in the organization, along with 2 knights, 3 warriors, and 2 thieves. Only one is a hunter. He continued, hunters are scarce because their individual combat capabilities are relatively poor. Without support, they struggle to secure prey. They rely heavily on teamwork, and the skills required for hunters are notably challenging, which contributes to their rarity. Poor individual combat capabilities for hunters? Dadian cast a skeptical glance at him. He had chosen the hunter profession specifically for its solitary combat prowess and believed it to be the strongest individual vocation. However, he conceded that the complexity of hunter skills was indeed a valid point. After all, warriors and knights frequently engaged in frontline battles against monsters, rapidly enhancing their combat skills, while hunters primarily focused on shooting from a distance, gaining minimal insights, and relying on repetition to hone their craft. Let us explore the talents of other professions, the young man suggested, leading Dadian to a nearby training area marked by a line. Here, several wooden dummies stood, accompanied by an array of weapons, swords of varying lengths, iron whips, hammers, and other armaments, though no spears, for they were the exclusive symbols of the knights. Attack the wooden dummies and see which weapon feels most comfortable for you, the young man cheerfully instructed. Dadian nodded, first selecting a longsword. He approached one of the wooden dummies and unleashed a flurry of strikes, employing every technique he could conceive. The repeated slashes left him feeling awkward and clumsy. Excessive force on the blade caused it to slip. Dadian promptly realized that the long sword was ill-suited for him and immediately switched to a short sword. In contrast to the long sword, the short sword was far more manageable, longer than a dagger yet wieldable with similar agility, making it a delight to handle. He could strike continuously without feeling fatigued. Next, he experimented with other weapons, an iron whip, a hammer, and a battle knife, ultimately concluding that the short sword and battle knife were the most comfortable for him. Based on his performance, the young man offered this assessment. Your warrior talent is commendable, but you excel as a hunter. Let us further explore your knightly aptitude. Seated upon a wooden chair, Dadian grasped a long spear, yet found it exceedingly cumbersome. The young man observed this and promptly directed Dadian to undertake the final test. The essence of a rogue lies in stealth and evasion, and the test involved a cage filled with an array of blades and weapons. This cage would incessantly sway, with the weapons inside moving chaotically, relying solely on the individual's reflexes for navigation. Change into this, the young man said, handing Dadian a heavy suit of black iron armor. Once donned, Dadian immediately sensed his movements becoming awkward. Upon entering the iron cage, the young man activated a mechanism, causing the cage to lurch, with the weapons inside launching towards him like a battalion of soldiers. Dadian swiftly dodged left and right, his eyes scanning frantically, whenever a glint caught his peripheral vision. He instinctively lowered his head to evade. His body's reflexes proved remarkably sharp, and as the test progressed, he soon discerned a rhythm amidst the chaos, allowing him to evade with increasing finesse. Despite his agility, 2 or 3 strikes landed on him, yet the black iron armor offered protection, preventing any injury. Soon, the test concluded. The young man opened the cage, his face alight with astonishment. Indeed, I did not expect such nimbleness from you. Although you possess a robust physique, your reflexes are exceptionally impressive. Perhaps you should consider becoming a rogue. Your aptitude in this area could undoubtedly elevate you to the level of an intermediate hunter. In all my years with the consortium, your rogue talent ranks among the top 3 I've encountered. Nay, the top 2. Dadian was taken aback by such praise. His heart buoyed with joy, yet he contemplated before replying, I still prefer being a hunter, striking down foes from a distance. Very well. The young man sighed with a hint of disappointment, not wishing to impose. After all, this was merely a preliminary assessment, only providing a vague indication of one's talents. Many individuals initially struggle, yet later surpass those who appeared adept from the outset. He had witnessed such cases before. Moreover, within the monotonous practice of skill acquisition, interest plays a crucial role, which is why the consortium refrains from imposing specific professions, allowing hunters to choose for themselves. Although your talents in both hunting and thievery are considerable, do not let pride cloud your judgment. You must train diligently in the time afforded by the consortium. Strive to become a true hunter within a year. The young man spoke earnestly. Although your training duration is merely 1/3 that of other apprentice hunters, you have already grasped the art of magical markings. Your physical attributes have been significantly enhanced, and your learning process has become considerably easier. Should you fail to pass the skills assessment in a year, the consortium will forcibly send you beyond the walls, where you will be compelled to refine your abilities in real combat. However, you are undoubtedly aware of the perils that lie beyond. Thus, exert yourself diligently. A moment of idleness today may lead to dire consequences tomorrow. Dujin's expression grew solemn as he nodded. I understand. Very well, let us proceed to the hunter training grounds. The young man said.